Chapter 7. Of the tenets of the Druzes, nothing authentic has ever come to light. The popular belief amongst their neighbors is, that they adore an idol in the form of a calf. King, the Gnostics and their remains. O ye lords of truth without fault, who are forever cycling for eternity, save me from the annihilation of this region of the two truths. Egyptian ritual of the dead. Pythagoras correctly regarded the ineffable name of God as the key to the mysteries of the universe. Pancoast, blue and red light. In the next two chapters we shall notice the most important of the Christian secret sects, the so-called heresies, which sprang into existence between the 1st and 4th centuries of our era. Glancing rapidly at the Ophites and Nazareans, we shall pass to their scions which yet exist in Syria and Palestine, under the name of Druzes of Mount Lebanon, and near Basra or Bassora, in Persia, under that of Mendeans, or disciples of St. John. All these sects have an immediate connection with our subject, for they are of Kabbalistic parentage and have once held to the secret wisdom religion, recognizing as the one supreme, the mystery God of the ineffable name. Noticing these numerous secret societies of the past, we will bring them into direct comparison with several of the modern. We will conclude with a brief survey of the Jesuits, and of that venerable nightmare of the Roman Catholic Church, modern Freemasonry. All of these modern as well as ancient fraternities present Freemasonry accepted were and are more or less connected with magic practically, as well as theoretically. And, every one of them Freemasonry not accepted was and still is accused of demonolatry, blasphemy, and licentiousness. Our object is not to write the history of either of them, but only to compare these sorely abused communities with the Christian sects, past and present, and then, taking historical facts for our guidance, to defend the secret science as well as the men who are its students and champions against any unjust imputation. One by one the tide of time engulfed the sects of the early centuries, until of the whole number only one survived in its primitive integrity. That one still exists, still teaches the doctrine of its founder, still exemplifies its faith in works of power. The quicksands which swallowed up every other outgrowth of the religious agitation of the times of Jesus, with its records, relics, and traditions, proved firm ground for this. Driven from their native land, its members found refuge in Persia, and today the anxious traveler may converse with the direct descendants of the disciples of John, who listened, on the Jordan's shore, to the man sent from God, and were baptized and believed. This curious people, numbering 30,000 or more, are miscalled Christians of St. John, but in fact should be known by their old name of Nazareans, or their new one of Mendeans. To term them Christians, is wholly unwarranted. They neither believe in Jesus as Christ, nor accept his atonement, nor adhere to his church, nor revere its holy scriptures. Neither do they worship the Jehovah God of the Jews and Christians, a circumstance which of course proves that their founder, John the Baptist, did not worship him either. And if not, what right has he to a place in the Bible, or in the portrait gallery of Christian saints? Still further, if Pharaoh was his God, and he was a man sent by God, he must have been sent by Lord Pharaoh, and in his name baptized and preached. Now, if Jesus was baptized by John, the inference is that he was baptized according to his own faith, therefore, Jesus too, was a believer in Pharaoh, or Faho, as they call him. A conclusion that seems the more warranted by his silence as to the name of his father. And why should the hypothesis that Faho is but one of the many corruptions of Fo or Fo, as the Tibetans and Chinese call Buddha, appear ridiculous? In the north of Nepal, Buddha is more often called Fo than Buddha. The Book of Mahawansa shows how early the work of Buddhistic proselytism began in Nepal. And history teaches that Buddhist monks crowded into Syria 1468 and Babylon in the century preceding our era, and that Buddhasp, Bodhisattva, the alleged Chaldean, was the founder of Sabaism or baptism. 1469. What the actual Baptists, Elmogdasila, or Nazareans, do believe, is fully set forth in other places, for they are the very Nazarenes of whom we have spoken so much, and from whose codex we have quoted. Persecuted and threatened with annihilation, they took refuge in the Nestorian body, and so allowed themselves to be arbitrarily classed as Christians, but as soon as opportunity offered, they separated, and now, for several centuries have not even nominally deserved the appellation. That they are, nevertheless, so called by ecclesiastical writers, is perhaps not very difficult to comprehend. They know too much of early Christianity to be left outside the pale, to bear witness against it with their traditions, without the stigma of heresy and backsliding being fastened upon them to weaken confidence in what they might say. But where else can science find so good a field for biblical research as among this too neglected people? No doubt of their inheritance of the Baptists' doctrine, their traditions are without a break. What they teach now, their forefathers taught at every epoch where they appear in history. They are the disciples of that John who is said to have foretold the advent of Jesus, baptized him, and declared that the latchet of his shoe he, John, was not worthy to unloose. As they too the messenger and the Messiah stood in the Jordan, and the elder was consecrating the younger his own cousin, too, humanly speaking the heavens opened and God himself, in the shape of a dove, descended in a glory upon his beloved Son. How then, if this tale be true, can we account for the strange infidelity which we find among these surviving Nazareans? So far from believing Jesus the only begotten Son of God, they actually told the Persian missionaries, who, in the 17th century, first discovered them to Europeans, that the Christ of the New Testament was a false teacher. And that the Jewish system, as well as that of Jesus, came from the realm of darkness. Who knows better than they? Where can more competent living witnesses be found? Christian ecclesiastics would force upon us an anointed Savior heralded by John, and the disciples of this very Baptist, from the earliest centuries, have stigmatized this ideal personage as an impostor, and his putative father, Jehovah, a spurious god, the Ildabouth of the Ophites. Unlucky for Christianity will be the day when some fearless and honest scholar shall persuade their elders to let him translate the contents of their secret books and compile their hoary traditions. It is a strange delusion that makes some writers think that the Nazareans have no other sacred literature, no other literary relics than 4 doctrinal works. And that curious volume full of astrology and magic which they are bound to peruse at the sunset hour, on every Soul's Day, Sunday. This search after truth leads us, indeed, into devious ways. Many are the obstacles that ecclesiastical cunning has placed in the way of our finding the primal source of religious ideas. Christianity is on trial, and has been, ever since science felt strong enough to act as public prosecutor. A portion of the case we are drafting in this book. What of truth is there in this theology? Through what sects has it been transmitted? Whence was it primarily derived? To answer, we must trace the history of the world religion, alike through the secret Christian sects as through those of other great religious subdivisions of the race. For the secret doctrine is the truth, and that religion is nearest divine that has contained it with least adulteration. Our search takes us hither and thither, but never aimlessly do we bring sects widely separated in chronological order, into critical juxtaposition. There is one purpose in our work to be kept constantly in view: the analysis of religious beliefs, and the definition of their descent from the past to the present. What has most blocked the way is Roman Catholicism. And not until the secret principles of this religion are uncovered can we comprehend the iron staff upon which it leans to steady its now tottering steps. We will begin with the Ophites, Nazareans, and the modern Druzes. The personal views of the author, as they will be presented in the diagrams, will be most decidedly at variance with the prejudiced speculations of Irenaeus, Theodoret, and Epiphanius, the sainted renegade, who sold his brethren. Inasmuch as they will reflect the ideas of certain Kabbalists in close relations with the mysterious Druzes of Mount Lebanon. The Syrian occults, or spiritualists, as they are sometimes termed, are in possession of a great many ancient manuscripts and gems, bearing upon our present subject. The first scheme, that of the Ophites from the very start, as we have shown, varies from the description given by the Fathers, inasmuch as it makes Bythos or depth, a female emanation, and assigns her a place answering to that of Pleroma, only in a far superior region. Whereas, the Fathers assure us that the Gnostics gave the name of Bythos to the first cause. As in the Kabbalistic system, it represents the boundless and infinite void within which is concealed in darkness the unknown primal motor of all. It envelopes him like a veil. In short, we recognize again the Shekinah of the Ein Sof alone. The name of Iota Alpha Omicron, IAO, marks the upper center, or rather the presumed spot where the unknown one may be supposed to dwell. Around the IAO, runs the legend, Kappa Epsilon Mu Epsilon Kappa Epsilon Iota Lambda Alpha Mu Alpha Beta Rho Alpha Sigma Alpha Chi. The eternal sun Abrasax, the central spiritual sun of all the Kabbalists, represented in some diagrams of the latter by the circle of Tifereth. From this region of unfathomable depth, issues forth a circle formed of spirals, which, in the language of symbolism, means a grand cycle, Kappa Upsilon Kappa Lambda Omicron Sigma, composed of smaller ones. Coiled within, so as to follow the spirals, lies the serpent emblem of wisdom and eternity, the dual androgyne, the cycle representing Ennoia or the divine mind, and the serpent the Agathodaimon, Ophis the shadow of the light. Both were the logoi of the Ophites, or the unity as logos manifesting itself as a double principle of good and evil. For, according to their views, these two principles are immutable, and existed from all eternity, as they will ever continue to exist. This symbol accounts for the adoration by this sect of the serpent, as the Savior, coiled either around the sacramental loaf or a tau. As a unity, Ennoia and Ophis are the logos. When separated, one is the tree of life, spiritual. The other, the tree of knowledge of good and evil. Therefore, we find Ophis urging the first human couple, the material production of Ildebaoth, but which owed its spiritual principle to Sophia Achamoth, to eat of the forbidden fruit, although Ophis represents divine wisdom. The serpent, the tree of knowledge of good and evil, and the tree of life, are all symbols transplanted from the soil of India. The Arasamaram, the banyan tree, so sacred with the Hindus, since Vishnu, during one of his incarnations, reposed under its mighty shade, and there taught humanity philosophy and sciences, is called the tree of knowledge and the tree of life. Under the protective umbrage of this king of the forests, the gurus teach their pupils their first lessons on immortality and initiate them in the mysteries of life and death. The Javalim of the sacerdotal college are said, in the Chaldean tradition, to have taught the sons of men to become like one of them. To the present-day Fa Chao, 1470, who lives in his Fa Meu, or Temple of Buddha, on the top of Kunlong Sang, 1471, the Great Mountain, produces his greatest religious miracles under a tree called in Chinese Sungming Shu. Or the tree of knowledge and the tree of life, for ignorance is death, and knowledge alone gives immortality. This marvelous display takes place every 3 years, when an immense concourse of Chinese Buddhists assemble in pilgrimage at the holy place. Ildebaoth, the son of darkness, and the creator of the material world, was made to inhabit the planet Saturn, which identifies him still more with the Jewish Jehovah, who was Saturn himself, according to the Ophites. And is by them denied his Sinaitic name. From Ildebaoth emanate 6 spirits, who respectively dwell with their father in the 7 planets. These are Sabo or Mars, Adonai Sol, or the Sun, 1472, Evo the Moon, Eloi Jupiter, Astapho Mercury, spirit of water. And Nureos Venus, spirit of fire. 1473. In their functions and description as given, these 7 planets are identical with the Hindu Saptaloka, the 7 places or spheres, or the superior and inferior worlds. For they represent the Kabbalistic 7 spheres. With the Ophites, they belong to the lower spheres. The monograms of these Gnostic planets are also Buddhistic, the latter differing, albeit slightly, from those of the usual astrological houses. In the explanatory notes which accompany the diagram, the names of Cerinthius, the disciple of Simon Magus, of Menander, and of certain other Gnostics, whose names are not to be met with in the patristic writings, are often mentioned. Such as Parcha, Pharaoh, for instance. 1474. The author of the diagram claims, moreover, for his sect, the greatest antiquity, bringing forward, as a proof, that their forefathers were the builders of all the Draconcha temples, even of those beyond the great waters. He asserts that the Just One, who was the mouthpiece of the eternal Aeon, Christos, himself sent his disciples into the world, placing them under the double protection of Sige, silence, the Logos, and Ophis, the agathidemon. The author alludes no doubt, to the favorite expression of Jesus, "Be wise as serpents, and harmless as doves." On the diagram, Ophis is represented as the Egyptian Nuphis or Neph, called Dracontia. He appears as a serpent standing erect on its tail, with a lion's head, crowned and radiated, and bearing on the point of each ray one of the 7 Greek vowels symbol of the 7 celestial spheres. This figure is quite familiar to those who are acquainted with the Gnostic Gems, 1475, and is borrowed from the Egyptian Hermetic books. The description given in the Revelation, of one, like unto the Son of Man, with his 7 stars, and who is the Logos, is another form of Ophis. The Nazarene diagram, except in a change of names, is identical with that of the Gnostics, who evidently borrowed their ideas from it, adding a few appellations from the Basilidian and Valentinian systems. To avoid repetition, we will now simply present the two in parallel. Thus, we find that, in the Nazarene cosmogony, the names of their powers and genii stand in the following relations to those of the Gnostics. Nazarene. First Trinity. Lord Pharaoh, the life which is no life, the supreme God. The cause which produces the light, or the Logos in abscondito. The water of Jordanus Maximus, the water of life, or a jar, the feminine principle. Unity in a Trinity, enclosed within the Ishmon. Second Trinity. The manifestation of the first. 1. Lord Mno, the King of life and light, Rex Lucas. First life, or the primitive man. 2. Lord Jordan, manifestation or emanation of Jordan Maximus, the waters of grace. Second life. 3. The superior Father Abater. Third life. This Trinity produces also a duad, Lord Led Hoyo, and Fidahil, the genius, the former, a perfect emanation, the latter, imperfect. Lord Jordan, the Lord of all Jordans, manifests Natato, faith without works, point 1476. Gnosticophite. First unity in a Trinity. Iao, the ineffable name of the unknown deity Abraxas, and the eternal spiritual Sunday. Unity enclosed within the depth, Bythos, feminine principle, the boundless circle, within which lie all ideal forms. From this unity emanates the Second Trinity. Idem. 1. Ennoia mind. 2. Ophis, the agathidemon. 3. Sophia androgyne wisdom. Who, in her turn fecundated with the divine light, produces Christos and Sophia Achamoth, one perfect, the other imperfect, as an emanation. Sophia Achamoth emanates Ildabaoth, the demiurge, who produces material and soulless creation. Works without faith, or grace. Moreover, the Ophite 7 planetary genii, who emanated one from the other, are found again in the Nazarene religion, under the name of the 7 impostor demons, or stellas, who will deceive all the sons of Adam. These are Soul, Spiritus Venereus, Holy Spirit, in her material aspect, 1477, the mother of the 7 badly disposed stellas, answering to the Gnostic Achamoth, Nebu, or Mercury, a false messiah, who will deprave the ancient worship of God. 1478 San, or Luna, or Shurul, Kun, Kivin, or Saturn, Bel Jupiter, and the 7th, Nerig, Mars, Codex Nazareus, page 57. The Christos of the Gnostics is the chief of the 7 Aeons, St. John's 7 spirits of God. The Nazarenes have also their 7 genii or good Aeons, whose chief is Rex Lucas, Mano, their Christos. The Sapta Rishis, the 7 sages of India, inhabit the Saptapura, or the 7 celestial cities. What less or more do we find in the universal ecclesia, until the days of the Reformation, and in the Roman Popish Church after the separation? We have compared the relative value of the Hindu cosmogony, the Chaldeo, Zoroastrian, Jewish Kabbalah, and that of the so-termed heretics. A correct diagram of the Judaico-Christian religion, to enforce which on the heathen who have furnished it, are expended such great sums every year, would still better prove the identity of the two. But we lack space and are also spared the necessity of proving what is already thoroughly demonstrated. In the Ophite Gems of King, Gnostics, we find the name of Iao repeated, and often confounded with that of Evo, while the latter simply represents one of the genii antagonistic to Abraxas. In order that these names may not be taken as identical with the name of the Jewish Jehovah, we will at once explain this word. It seems to us surpassingly strange that so many learned archaeologists should have so little insisted that there was more than one Jehovah, and disclaimed that the name originated with Moses. Iao is certainly a title of the Supreme Being, and belongs partially to the ineffable name, but it neither originated with nor was it the sole property of the Jews. Even if it had pleased Moses to bestow the name upon the tutelar Spirit, the alleged protector and national deity of the chosen people of Israel, there is yet no possible reason why other nationalities should receive him as the highest and one living God. But we deny the assumption altogether. Besides, there is the fact that Yahweh or Iao was a mystery name from the beginning, Hebrew text, and Hebrew text never came into use before King David. Anterior to his time, few or no proper names were compounded with Ia or Jah. It looks rather as though David, being a sojourner among the Tyrians and Philistines, 2 Samuel, brought thence the name of Jehovah. He made Zadok high priest, from whom came the Zadokites or Sadducees. He lived and ruled first at Hebron, Hebrew text, Haberon or Kaber town, where the rites of the four, mystery gods, were celebrated. Neither David nor Solomon recognized either Moses or the law of Moses. They aspired to build a temple to, Hebrew text, like the structures erected by Hiram to Hercules and Venus, Adon and Astarte. Says first, the very ancient name of God, Yahweh, written in the Greek iota alpha omicron, appears, apart from its derivation, to have been an old mystic name of the supreme deity of the Shemites. Hence it was told to Moses when initiated at Horeb the cave, under the direction of Jethro, the Kenite or Kainite priest of Midian. In an old religion of the Chaldeans, whose remains are to be found amongst the Neo-Platonists, the highest divinity enthroned above the seven heavens, representing the spiritual light principle, Nous, 1479, and also conceived as Dernurgus. 1480 was called Iota Alpha Omicron, Hebrew text, who was, like the Hebrew Yahweh, mysterious and unmentionable, and whose name was communicated to the initiated. The Phoenicians had a supreme god whose name was trilateral and secret, and he was Iota Alpha Omicron. 1481. But while first insists that the name has a Semitic origin, there are other scholars who trace it farther than he does, and look back beyond the classification of the Caucasians. In Sanskrit we have Jah and Jaya, or Jah and Jajie, and this throws light on the origin of the famous festival of the car of Jagannath, commonly called Jagannath. Jav means, he who is, and Dr. Spiegel traces even the Persian name of God, Ahura, to the root A, 1482, which in Sanskrit is pronounced as, to breathe, and asu, became, therefore, in time, synonymous with, spirit. 1483 Rawlinson strongly supports the opinion of an Aryan or Vedic influence on the early Babylonian mythology. We have given, a few pages back, the strongest possible proofs of the identity of Vishnu with Dagon. The same may be adduced for the title of Iota Alpha Omicron, and its Sanskrit root traced in every country. Ju or Jovis is the oldest Latin name for God. As male he is Jupiter, or Ju, the father, Pitar being Sanskrit for father. As feminine, Juno or Ju, the comforter, Hebrew text, being the Phoenician word for rest and comfort. 1484 Professor Max Muller shows that although Dyaush, sky, does not occur as a masculine in the ordinary Sanskrit, yet it does occur in the Veda, and thus bears witness to the early Aryan worship of Dyaush, the Greek Zeus, the Veda. To grasp the real and primitive sense of the term Iota Alpha Omicron, and the reason of its becoming the designation for the most mysterious of all deities, we must search for its origin in the figurative phraseology of all the primitive people. We must first of all go to the most ancient sources for our information. In one of the books of Hermes, for instance, we find him saying that the number 10 is the mother of the soul, and that the life and light are therein united. For, the number 1, 1, is born from the spirit, and the number 10, 10, from matter, 1485, the unity has made the ten the unity. 1486. The Kabbalistic gematria. One of the methods for extracting the hidden meaning from letters, words, and sentences is arithmetical. It consists in applying to the letters of a word the sense they bear as numbers, in outward shape as well as in their individual sense. Moreover, by the themura, another method used by the Kabbalists, any word could be made to yield its mystery out of its anagram. Thus, we find the author of Sefer Jazira saying, 1 or 2 centuries before our era, 1487, 1, the spirit of the Elohim of lives. 1488. So again, in the oldest Kabbalistic diagrams, the 10 Sephiroth are represented as wheels or circles, and Adam Kadmon, the primitive man, as an upright pillar. Wheels and seraphim and the holy creatures, Chioth, says Rabbi Akiba. 1489. In another system of the same branch of the symbolical Kabbalah, called Athbak, which arranges the letters of the alphabet by pairs in 3 rows, all the couples in the first row bear the numerical value 10. And in the system of Simeon ben Shida, 1490, the uppermost couple, the most sacred of all, is preceded by the Pythagorean cipher, 1 and a naught, or 0, 10. If we can once appreciate the fact that, among all the peoples of the highest antiquity, the most natural conception of the first cause manifesting itself in its creatures, and that to this they could not but ascribe the creation of all, was that of an androgyne deity. That the male principle was considered the vivifying invisible spirit, and the female, Mother Nature. We shall be enabled to understand how that mysterious cause came at first to be represented, in the picture writings, perhaps, as the combination of the alpha and omega of numbers, a decimal, then as IAO, a trilateral name, containing in itself a deep allegory. IAO, in such a case, would etymologically considered mean the breath of life, generated or springing forth between an upright male and an egg-shaped female principle of nature, for, in Sanskrit, as means, to be, to live or exist. And originally it meant, to breathe. From it, says Max Muller, in its original sense of breathing, the Hindus formed Asu, breath, and Ahura, the name of God, whether it meant the breathing one or the giver of breath. 1491. It certainly meant the latter. In Hebrew, and Gia mean life. Cornelius Agrippa, in his treatise on the preeminence of woman, shows that the word Eve suggests comparison with the mystic symbols of the Kabbalists, the name of the woman having affinity with the ineffable Tetragrammaton, the most sacred name of the divinity. Ancient names were always consonant with the things they represented. In relation to the mysterious name of the deity in question, the hitherto inexplicable hint of the Kabbalists as to the efficacy of the letter H, which Abram took away from his wife Sarah, and put into the middle of his own name, becomes clear. It may perhaps be argued, by way of objection, that it is not ascertained as yet at what period of antiquity the knot occurs for the first time in Indian manuscripts or inscriptions. Be that as it may, the case presents circumstantial evidence of too strong a character not to carry a conviction of probability with it. According to Max Muller, the 2 words cipher and 0, which are in reality but 1, are sufficient to prove that our figures are borrowed from the Arabs. 1492. Cipher is the Arabic sifran, and means empty, a translation of the Sanskrit name of the knot, sinya, he says. The Arabs had their figures from Hindustan, and never claimed the discovery for themselves. 1493. As to the Pythagoreans, we need but turn to the ancient manuscripts of Boethius's Geometry, composed in the 6th century, to find in the Pythagorean numerals 1494 the 1 and the naught, as the first and final cipher. And Porphyry, who quotes from the Pythagorean Moderatus 1495, says that the numerals of Pythagoras were hieroglyphical symbols, by means whereof he explained ideas concerning the nature of things. Now, if the most ancient Indian manuscripts show as yet no trace of decimal notation in them, Max Muller states very clearly that until now he has found but 9 letters, the initials of the Sanskrit numerals. In them on the other hand we have records as ancient to supply the wanted proof. We speak of the sculptures and the sacred imagery in the most ancient temples of the Far East. Pythagoras derived his knowledge from India. And we find Professor Max Muller corroborating this statement, at least so far as allowing the Neo-Pythagoreans to have been the first teachers of ciphering among the Greeks and Romans. That they, at Alexandria, or in Syria, became acquainted with the Indian figures, and adapted them to the Pythagorean abacus, are figures. This cautious allowance implies that Pythagoras himself was acquainted with but 9 figures. So that we might reasonably answer that although we possess no certain proof that the decimal notation was known to Pythagoras, who lived on the very close of the Archaic Ages, 1496, we yet have sufficient evidence to show that the full numbers, as given by Boethius, were known to the Pythagoreans, even before Alexandria was built. 1497. This evidence we find in Aristotle, who says that some philosophers hold that ideas and numbers are of the same nature, and amount to 10 in all. 1498. This, we believe, will be sufficient to show that the decimal notation was known among them at least as early as 4 centuries BC, for Aristotle does not seem to treat the question as an innovation of the Neo-Pythagoreans. Besides, as we have remarked above, the representations of the archaic deities, on the walls of the temples, are of themselves quite suggestive enough. So, for instance, Vishnu is represented in the Kurmavatara, his second avatar, as a tortoise sustaining a circular pillar, on which the semblance of himself, Maya, or the illusion, sits with all his attributes. While one hand holds a flower, another a club, the third a shell, the fourth, generally the upper one, or at the right holds on his forefinger, extended as the cipher one, the chakra, or discus, which resembles a ring, or a wheel, and might be taken for the knot. In his first avatar, the Matsyavattam, when emerging from the fish's mouth, he is represented in the same position. 1499. The 10-armed Durga of Bengal, the 10-headed Ravana, the giant Parvati as Durga, Indra, and Indrani, are found with this attribute, which is a perfect representation of the Maypole. 1500. The holiest of the temples among the Hindus, are those of Jagannath. This deity is worshipped equally by all the sects of India, and Jagannath is named the Lord of the world. He is the god of the mysteries, and his temples, which are most numerous in Bengal, are all of a pyramidal form. There is no other deity which affords such a variety of etymologies as Ayaho, nor a name which can be so variously pronounced. It is only by associating it with the Masoretic points that the later rabbins succeeded in making Jehovah read Adonai, or Lord. Philo-Biblis spells it in Greek letters iota epsilon upsilon omicron ivo. Theodoret says that the Samaritans pronounced it Iabi, Yava, and the Jews Yaho, which would make it as we have shown Iao. Diodorus states that, among the Jews they relate that Moses called the god iota alpha omicron. It is on the authority of the Bible itself, therefore, that we maintain that before his initiation by Jethro, his father-in-law, Moses had never known the word Iaho. The future deity of the sons of Israel calls out from the burning bush and gives his name as, I am that I am, and specifies carefully that he is the Lord God of the Hebrews, Exodus 3:18, not of the other nations. Judging him by his own acts, throughout the Jewish records, we doubt whether Christ himself, had he appeared in the days of the Exodus, would have been welcomed by the irascible Sinaitic deity. However, the Lord God, who becomes, on his own confession, Jehovah only in the 6th chapter of Exodus, verse 3, finds his veracity put to a startling test in Genesis 22:14, in which revealed passage Abraham builds an altar to Jehovah Jireh. It would seem, therefore, but natural to make a difference between the mystery god Iota Alpha Omicron, adopted from the highest antiquity by all who participated in the esoteric knowledge of the priests, and his phonetic counterparts, whom we find treated with so little reverence by the Ophites and other Gnostics. Once having burdened themselves like the Azazel of the wilderness with the sins and iniquities of the Jewish nation, it now appears hard for the Christians to have to confess that those whom they thought fit to consider the chosen people of God their sole predecessors in monotheism were, till a very late period, as idolatrous and polytheistic as their neighbors. The shrewd Talmudists have escaped the accusation for long centuries by screening themselves behind the Masoretic invention. But, as in everything else, truth was at last brought to light. We know now that Iho, Hebrew text, must be read Iaho and Ia, not Jehovah. Ea of the Hebrews is plainly the Iachos, Bacchus, of the mysteries, the god from whom the liberation of souls was expected. Dionysus, Iachos, Iaho, Ea. 1501 Aristotle then was right when he said, Jo, Hebrew text, was Oromasdes and Ahriman Pluto, for the god of heaven, Ahura Mazda, rides on a chariot which the horse of the sun follows. 1502 and Dunlap quotes Psalm 68. 4, which reads, Praise him by his name Iach, Hebrew text, who rides upon the heavens, as on a horse. And then shows that, the Arabs represented Iach, by a horse. The horse of the sun, Dionysus. 1503 Ea is a softening of Iach, he explains. Hebrew text, ch and, Hebrew text, h interchange, so s softens to h. The Hebrews expressed the idea of life both by a ch and an h, as chiach, to be, haya, to be, Iach, God of life, Ea, I am. 1504 Well then may we repeat these lines of Ausonius. Ogygia calls me Bacchus, Egypt thinks me Osiris. The Musians name me Phnax, the Indi consider me Dionysus. The Roman mysteries call me Liber, the Arabian race Adonis. And the chosen people Adoni and Jehovah we may add. How little the philosophy of the old secret doctrine was understood, is illustrated in the atrocious persecutions of the Templars by the Church, and in the accusation of their worshipping the devil under the shape of the goat Baphomet. Without going into the old Masonic mysteries, there is not a Mason of those we mean who do know something but has an idea of the true relation that Baphomet bore to Azaz, the scapegoat of the wilderness. 1505 Whose character and meaning are entirely perverted in the Christian translations. This terrible and venerable name of God, says Lancy, 1506 librarian to the Vatican, through the pen of biblical glossars, has been a devil, a mountain, a wilderness, and a he-goat. In Mackenzie's Royal Masonic Cyclopedia, the author very correctly remarks that this word should be divided into Azaz and El, for it signifies God of victory, but is here used in the sense of author of death, in contrast to Jehovah, the author of life. The latter received a dead goat as an offering. 1507 The Hindu Trinity is composed of three personages, which are convertible into one. The Trimurti is one, and in its abstraction indivisible, and yet we see a metaphysical division taking place from the first, and while Brahma, though collectively representing the three, remains behind the scenes, Vishnu is the life-giver, the creator, and the preserver, and Shiva is the destroyer, and the death-giving deity. Death to the life-giver, life to the death-dealer. The symbolical antithesis is grand and beautiful, says Glidden. 1508 Deus est demon inversus of the Kabbalists now becomes clear. It is but the intense and cruel desire to crush out the last vestige of the old philosophies by perverting their meaning, for fear that their own dogmas should not be rightly fathered on them, which impels the Catholic Church to carry on such a systematic persecution in regard to Gnostics, Kabbalists, and even the comparatively innocent Masons. Alas, alas! How little has the divine seed, scattered broadcast by the hand of the meek Judean philosopher, thrived or brought forth fruit. He, who himself had shunned hypocrisy, warned against public prayer, showing such contempt for any useless exhibition of the same, could he but cast his sorrowful glance on the earth, from the regions of eternal bliss, would see that this seed fell neither on sterile rock nor by the wayside. Nay, it took deep root in the most prolific soil, one enriched even to plethora with lies and human gore. For, if the truth of God hath more abounded, through my lie unto his glory, why yet am I also judged as a sinner? Naively inquires Paul, the best and sincerest of all the apostles. And he then adds, let us do evil, that good may come. Romans 3. 7, 8. This is a confession which we are asked to believe as having been a direct inspiration from God. It explains, if it does not excuse, the maxim adopted later by the Church that, it is an act of virtue to deceive and lie, when by such means the interests of the Church might be promoted. 1509 A maxim applied in its fullest sense by that accomplished professor in forgery, the Armenian Eusebius, or yet, that innocent-looking Bible kaleidoscopist Irenaeus. And these men were followed by a whole army of pious assassins, who, in the meanwhile, had improved upon the system of deceit, by proclaiming that it was lawful even to kill, when by murder they could enforce the new religion. Theophilus, that perpetual enemy of peace and virtue, as the famous bishop was called. Cyril, Athanasius, the murderer of Arius, and a host of other canonized saints, were all but two worthy successors of Saint Constantine, who drowned his wife in boiling water, butchered his little nephew. Murdered, with his own pious hand, two of his brothers-in-law, killed his own son Crispus, bled to death several men and women, and smothered in a well an old monk. However, we are told by Eusebius that this Christian emperor was rewarded by a vision of Christ himself, bearing his cross, who instructed him to march to other triumphs, inasmuch as he would always protect him. It is under the shade of the imperial standard, with its famous sign, in hoc signo vinces, that visionary Christianity, which had crept on since the days of Irenaeus, arrogantly proclaimed its rights in the full blaze of the sun. The Labarum had most probably furnished the model for the true cross, which was, miraculously, and agreeably to the imperial will, found a few years later. Nothing short of such a remarkable vision, impiously doubted by some severe critics Dr. Lardner for one and a fresh miracle to match, could have resulted in the finding of a cross where there had never before been one. Still, we have either to believe the phenomenon or dispute it at the risk of being treated as infidels. And this, notwithstanding that upon a careful computation we would find that the fragments of the true cross had multiplied themselves even more miraculously than the 5 loaves in the invisible bakery, and the 2 fishes. In all cases like this, where miracles can be so conveniently called in, there is no room for dull fact. History must step out that fiction may step in. If the alleged founder of the Christian religion is now, after the lapse of 19 centuries, preached more or less unsuccessfully however in every corner of the globe, we are at liberty to think that the doctrines attributed to him would astonish and dismay him more than anyone else. A system of deliberate falsification was adopted from the first. How determined Irenaeus was to crush truth and build up a church of his own on the mangled remains of the 7 primitive churches mentioned in the Revelation, may be inferred from his quarrel with Ptolemaeus. And this is again a case of evidence against which no blind faith can prevail. Ecclesiastical history assures us that Christ's ministry was but of 3 years' duration. There is a decided discrepancy on this point between the first 3 synoptics and the 4th Gospel, but it was left for Irenaeus to show to Christian posterity that so early as A.D. 180, the probable time when this father wrote his works against heresies, even such pillars of the Church as himself either knew nothing certain about it, or deliberately lied and falsified dates to support their own views. So anxious was the worthy father to meet every possible objection against his plans, that no falsehood, no sophistry, was too much for him. How are we to understand the following, and who is the falsifier in this case? The argument of Ptolemaeus was that Jesus was too young to have taught anything of much importance, adding that Christ preached for 1 year only, and then suffered in the 12th month. In this Ptolemaeus was very little at variance with the Gospels. But Irenaeus, carried by his object far beyond the limits of prudence, from a mere discrepancy between 1 and 3 years, makes it 10 and even 20 years. Destroying his, Christ's, whole work, and robbing him of that age which is both necessary and more honorable than any other, that more advanced age, during which also, as a teacher, he excelled all others. And then, having no certain data to furnish, he throws himself back on tradition, and claims that Christ had preached for over 10 years. Book 2, c. 22, pages 4, 5. In another place he makes Jesus 50 years old. But we must proceed in our work of showing the various origins of Christianity, as also the sources from which Jesus derived his own ideas of God and humanity. The Koinobi lived in Egypt, where Jesus passed his early youth. They were usually confounded with the Therapeuti, who were a branch of this widely spread society. Such is the opinion of Godfrey Higgins and de Rebold. After the downfall of the principal sanctuaries, which had already begun in the days of Plato, the many different sects, such as the Gymnosophists and the Magi from whom Clearchus very erroneously derives the former the Pythagoreans, the Sufis. And the Rishis of Kashmir, instituted a kind of international and universal Freemasonry, among their esoteric societies. These Rashis, says Higgins, are the Essenians, Carmelites or Nazarites of the Temple 1510, that occult science known by ancient priests under the name of regenerating fire, says Father Rabold. A science that for more than 3,000 years was the peculiar possession of the Indian and Egyptian priesthood, into the knowledge of which Moses was initiated at Heliopolis, where he was educated, and Jesus among the Essenian priests of Egypt or Judea. And by which these two great reformers, particularly the latter, wrought many of the miracles mentioned in the Scriptures. 1511. Plato states that the mystic Magian religion, known under the name of Macagistia, is the most uncorrupted form of worship in things divine. Later, the mysteries of the Chaldean sanctuaries were added to it by one of the Zoroasters and Darius Hystaspes. The latter completed and perfected it still more with the help of the knowledge obtained by him from the learned ascetics of India, whose rites were identical with those of the initiated Magi. 1512 Ammian, in his history of Julian's Persian expedition, gives the story by stating that one day Hystaspes, as he was boldly penetrating into the unknown regions of Upper India, had come upon a certain wooded solitude, the tranquil recesses of which were occupied by those exalted sages, the Brahmins, or shamans. Instructed by their teaching in the science of the motions of the world and of the heavenly bodies, and in pure religious rites, he transfused them into the creed of the Magi. The latter, coupling these doctrines with their own peculiar science of foretelling the future, have handed down the whole through their descendants to succeeding ages. 1513 It is from these descendants that the Sufis, chiefly composed of Persians and Syrians, acquired their proficient knowledge in astrology, medicine, and the esoteric doctrine of the ages. The Sufi doctrine, says C. W. King, involved the grand idea of one universal creed which could be secretly held under any profession of an outward faith. And, in fact, took virtually the same view of religious systems as that in which the ancient philosophers had regarded such matters. 1514 The mysterious Druses of Mount Lebanon are the descendants of all these. Solitary Copts, earnest students scattered hither and thither throughout the sandy solitudes of Egypt, Arabia, Patria, Palestine, and the impenetrable forests of Abyssinia, though rarely met with, may sometimes be seen. Many and various are the nationalities to which belong the disciples of that mysterious school, and many the side shoots of that one primitive stock. The secrecy preserved by these sub-lodges, as well as by the one and supreme Great Lodge, has ever been proportionate to the activity of religious persecutions. And now, in the face of the growing materialism, their very existence is becoming a mystery. 1515. But it must not be inferred, on that account, that such a mysterious brotherhood is but a fiction, not even a name, though it remains unknown to this day. Whether its affiliates are called by an Egyptian, Hindu, or Persian name, it matters not. Persons belonging to one of these sub-brotherhoods have been met by trustworthy, and not unknown persons, besides the present writer, who states a few facts concerning them, by the special permission of one who has a right to give it. In a recent and very valuable work on secret societies, K. R. H. Mackenzie's Royal Masonic Cyclopedia, we find the learned author himself, an honorary member of the Canongate Kilwinning Lodge, No. 2, Scotland, and a Mason not likely to be imposed upon, stating the following, under the head, Hermetic Brothers of Egypt. An occult fraternity, which has endured from very ancient times, having a hierarchy of officers, secret signs, and passwords, and a peculiar method of instruction in science, religion, and philosophy. If we may believe those who, at the present time, profess to belong to it, the philosopher's stone, the elixir of life, the art of invisibility, and the power of communication directly with the ultramundane life, are parts of the inheritance they possess. The writer has met with only 3 persons who maintained the actual existence of this body of religious philosophers, and who hinted that they themselves were actually members. There was no reason to doubt the good faith of these individuals apparently unknown to each other, and men of moderate competence, blameless lives, austere manners, and almost ascetic in their habits. They all appeared to be men of 40 to 45 years of age, and evidently of vast erudition, their knowledge of languages not to be doubted. They never remained long in any one country, but passed away without creating notice. 1516. Another of such sub-brotherhoods is the sect of the Pitris, in India. Known by name, now that Jacaliot has brought it into public notice, it yet is more arcane, perhaps, than the brotherhood that Mr. Mackenzie names the Hermetic Brothers. What Jacaliot learned of it, was from fragmentary manuscripts delivered to him by Brahmins, who had their reasons for doing so, we must believe. The Agruchita Parikshae gives certain details about the association, as it was in days of old, and, when explaining mystic rites and magical incantations, explains nothing at all, so that the mystic Lam, Uram, Shram, and Shorim Ramayana Manha remain, for the mystified writer, as much a puzzle as ever. To do him justice, though, he fully admits the fact, and does not enter upon useless speculations. Whoever desires to assure himself that there now exists a religion which has baffled, for centuries, the impudent inquisitiveness of missionaries, and the persevering inquiry of science, let him violate, if he can, the seclusion of the Syrian Druzes. He will find them numbering over 80,000 warriors, scattered from the plain east of Damascus to the western coast. They covet no proselytes, shun notoriety, keep friendly as far as possible with both Christians and Mohammedans, respect the religion of every other sect or people, but will never disclose their own secrets. Vainly do the missionaries stigmatize them as infidels, idolaters, brigands, and thieves. Neither threat, bribe, nor any other consideration will induce a Druze to become a convert to dogmatic Christianity. We have heard of 2 in 50 years, and both have finished their careers in prison, for drunkenness and theft. They proved to be real Druzes, 1517 said one of their chiefs, in discussing the subject. There never was a case of an initiated Druze becoming a Christian. As to the uninitiated, they are never allowed to even see the sacred writings, and none of them have the remotest idea where these are kept. There are missionaries in Syria who boast of having in their possession a few copies. The volumes alleged to be the correct expositions from these secret books, such as the translation by Pétis de la Croix, in 1701, from the works presented by Nasr Allah to the French king, are nothing more than a compilation of secrets, known more or less to every inhabitant of the southern ranges of Lebanon and Anti-Libanus. They were the work of an apostate dervish, who was expelled from the sect Hanafi, for improper conduct the embezzlement of the money of widows and orphans. The Expose de la Religion des Druzes, in 2 volumes, by Sylvestre de Sacy, 1828, is another network of hypotheses. A copy of this work was to be found, in 1870, on the windowsill of one of their principal hollowy, or place of religious meeting. To the inquisitive question of an English traveller, as to their rites, the occult 1518 a venerable old man, who spoke English as well as French, opened the volume of de Sacy, and, offering it to his interlocutor, remarked, with a benevolent smile, "Read this instructive and truthful book. I could explain to you neither better nor more correctly the secrets of God and our blessed Hamsa, than it does." The traveller understood the hint. Mackenzie says they settled at Lebanon about the 10th century, and seemed to be a mixture of Kurds, Mardi Arabs, and other semi-civilized tribes. Their religion is compounded of Judaism, Christianity, and Mohammedanism. They have a regular order of priesthood and a kind of hierarchy. There is a regular system of passwords and signs. 12 months probation, to which either sex is admitted, preceded initiation. We quote the above only to show how little even persons as trustworthy as Mr. Mackenzie really know of these mystics. Mosheim, who knows as much, or we should rather say as little, as any others, is entitled to the merit of candidly admitting that their religion is peculiar to themselves, and is involved in some mystery. We should say it was rather that their religion exhibits traces of Magianism and Gnosticism is natural, as the whole of the Ophite esoteric philosophy is at the bottom of it. But the characteristic dogma of the Druzes is the absolute unity of God. He is the essence of life, and although incomprehensible and invisible, is to be known through occasional manifestations in human form. 1519 Like the Hindus, they hold that he was incarnated more than once on earth. Hamsa was the precursor of the last manifestation to be, the 10th avatar, 1520 Not the inheritor of Hakam, who is yet to come. Hamsa was the personification of the universal wisdom. Bohedin in his writings calls him Messiah. The whole number of his disciples, or those who at different ages of the world have imparted wisdom to mankind, which the latter as invariably have forgotten and rejected in course of time, is 164, 164, the Kabbalistic SDK. Therefore, their stages or degrees of promotion after initiation are 5, the first 3 degrees are typified by the 3 feet of the candlestick of the inner sanctuary, which holds the light of the 5 elements. The last 2 degrees, the most important and terrifying in their solemn grandeur belonging to the highest orders, and the whole 5 degrees emblematically represent the said 5 mystic elements. The 3 feet are the holy application, the opening, and the phantom, says one of their books, on man's inner and outer soul, and his body, a phantom, a passing shadow. The body, or matter, is also called the rival, for he is the minister of sin, the devil ever creating dissensions between the heavenly intelligence, spirit, and the soul, which he tempts incessantly. Their ideas on transmigration are Pythagorean and Kabbalistic. The spirit, or Tamimi, the divine soul, was in Elijah and John the Baptist, and the soul of Jesus was that of Hamsa, that is to say, of the same degree of purity and sanctity. Until their resurrection, by which they understand the day when the spiritual bodies of men will be absorbed into God's own essence and being, the nirvana of the Hindus, the souls of men will keep their astral forms, except the few chosen ones who, from the moment of their separation from their bodies, begin to exist as pure spirits. The life of man they divide into soul, body, and intelligence, or mind. It is the latter which imparts and communicates to the soul the divine spark from its Hamsa, Christos. They have 7 great commandments which are imparted equally to all the uninitiated. And yet, even these well-known articles of faith have been so mixed up in the accounts of outside writers, that, in one of the best cyclopedias of America, Appleton's, they are garbled after the fashion that may be seen in the comparative tabulation below. The spurious and the true order parallel. Correct version of the commandments as imparted orally by the teachers. 1521. 1. The unity of God, or the infinite oneness of deity. 2. The essential excellence of truth. 3. Toleration. Right given to all men and women to freely express their opinions on religious matters, and make the latter subservient to reason. 4. Respect to all men and women according to their character and conduct. 5. Entire submission to God's decrees. 6. Chastity of body, mind, and soul. 7. Mutual help under all conditions. Garbled version reported by the Christian missionaries and given in pretended expositions. 1522. 1. 2. Truth in words, meaning and practice, only truth to the religion and to the initiated. It is lawful to act and to speak falsehood to men of another creed. 1523. 2. 7. Mutual help, watchfulness, and protection. 3. To renounce all other religions. 1524. 4. To be separate from infidels of every kind, not externally but only in heart. 1525. 5. 1. Recognize God's eternal unity. 6. 5. Satisfied with God's acts. 7. 5. Resigned to God's will. As will be seen, the only expose in the above is that of the great ignorance, perhaps malice, of the writers who, like Sylvestre de Sacy, undertake to enlighten the world upon matters concerning which they know nothing. Chastity, honesty, meekness, and mercy, are thus the 4 theological virtues of all Druzes, besides several others demanded from the initiates: murder, theft, cruelty, covetousness, slander, the 5 sins. To which several other sins are added in the sacred tablets, but which we must abstain from giving. The morality of the Druzes is strict and uncompromising. Nothing can tempt one of these Lebanon Unitarians to go astray from what he is taught to consider his duty. Their ritual being unknown to outsiders, their would-be historians have hitherto denied them one. Their Thursday meetings are open to all, but no interloper has ever participated in the rites of initiation which take place occasionally on Fridays in the greatest secrecy. Women are admitted to them as well as men, and they play a part of great importance at the initiation of men. The probation, unless some extraordinary exception is made, is long and severe. Once, in a certain period of time, a solemn ceremony takes place, during which all the elders and the initiates of the highest 2 degrees start out for a pilgrimage of several days to a certain place in the mountains. They meet within the safe precincts of a monastery said to have been erected during the earliest times of the Christian era. Outwardly one sees but old ruins of a once grand edifice, used, says the legend, by some Gnostic sects as a place of worship during the religious persecutions. The ruins above ground, however, are but a convenient mask. The subterranean chapel, halls, and cells, covering an area of ground far greater than the upper building. While the richness of ornamentation, the beauty of the ancient sculptures, and the gold and silver vessels in this sacred resort, appear like a dream of glory, according to the expression of an initiate. As the lamaseries of Mongolia and Thibet are visited upon grand occasions by the holy shadow of Lord Buddha, so here, during the ceremonial, appears the resplendent ethereal form of Hamsa, the blessed, which instructs the faithful. The most extraordinary feats of what would be termed magic take place during the several nights that the convocation lasts, and one of the greatest mysteries faithful copy of the past is accomplished within the discreet bosom of our Mother Earth. Not an echo, nor the faintest sound, not a glimmer of light betrays without the grand secret of the initiates. Hamsa, like Jesus, was a mortal man, and yet Hamsa and Christos are synonymous terms as to their inner and hidden meaning. Both are symbols of the nous, the divine and higher soul of man, his spirit. The doctrine taught by the Druses on that particular question of the duality of spiritual man, consisting of one soul mortal, and another immortal, is identical with that of the Gnostics, the older Greek philosophers, and other initiates. Outside the East we have met one initiate, and only one, who, for some reasons best known to himself, does not make a secret of his initiation into the Brotherhood of Lebanon. It is the learned traveler and artist, Professor A. L. Rawson, of New York City. This gentleman has passed many years in the East, for times visited Palestine, and has traveled to Mecca. It is safe to say that he has a priceless store of facts about the beginnings of the Christian Church, which none but one who had had free access to repositories closed against the ordinary traveler could have collected. Professor Rawson, with the true devotion of a man of science, noted down every important discovery he made in the Palestinian libraries, and every precious fact orally communicated to him by the mystics he encountered. And some day they will see the light. He has most obligingly sent us the following communication, which, as the reader will perceive, fully corroborates what is above written from our personal experience about the strange fraternity incorrectly styled the Druses. 34, Bond Street. New York, June 6, 1877. Your note, asking me to give you an account of my initiation into a secret order among the people commonly known as Druses, in Mount Lebanon, was received this morning. I took, as you are fully aware, an obligation at that time to conceal within my own memory the greater part of the mysteries, with the most interesting parts of the instructions, so that what is left may not be of any service to the public. Such information as I can rightfully give, you are welcome to have and use as you may have occasion. The probation in my case was, by special dispensation, made 1 month, during which time I was shadowed by a priest, who served as my cook, guide, interpreter, and general servant. That he might be able to testify to the fact of my having strictly conformed to the rules in diet, ablutions, and other matters. He was also my instructor in the text of the ritual, which we recited from time to time for practice, in dialogue or in song, as it may have been. Whenever we happened to be near a Druze village, on a Thursday, we attended the open meetings, where men and women assembled for instruction and worship, and to expose to the world generally their religious practices. I was never present at a Friday, close meeting before my initiation, nor do I believe anyone else, man or woman, ever was, except by collusion with a priest, and that is not probable, for a false priest forfeits his life. The practical jokers among them sometimes fool a too curious Frank by a sham initiation, especially if such a one is suspected of having some connection with the missionaries at Beirut or elsewhere. The initiates include both women and men, and the ceremonies are of so peculiar a nature that both sexes are required to assist in the ritual and work. The furniture of the prayer house and of the division chamber is simple, and except for convenience may consist of but a strip of carpet. In the Grey Hall, the place is never named, and is underground, not far from Beit Din. There are some rich decorations and valuable pieces of ancient furniture, the work of Arab silversmiths 5 or 6 centuries ago, inscribed and dated. The day of initiation must be a continual fast from daylight to sunset in winter, or 6 o'clock in summer, and the ceremony is from beginning to end a series of trials and temptations, calculated to test the endurance of the candidate under physical and mental pressure. It is seldom that any but the young man or woman succeeds in winning all the prizes, since nature will sometimes exert itself in spite of the most stubborn will, and the neophyte fail of passing some of the tests. In such a case the probation is extended another year, when another trial is had. Among other tests of the neophyte self-control are the following: choice pieces of cooked meat, savory soup, pulao, and other appetizing dishes, with sherbet, coffee, wine, and water, are set, as if accidentally, in his way. And he is left alone for a time with the tempting things. To a hungry and fainting soul the trial is severe. But a more difficult ordeal is when the 7 priestesses retire, all but one, the youngest and prettiest, and the door is closed and barred on the outside, after warning the candidate that he will be left to his reflections for half an hour. Wearied by the long-continued ceremonial, weak with hunger, parched with thirst, and a sweet reaction coming after the tremendous strain to keep his animal nature in subjection, this moment of privacy and of temptation is brimful of peril. The beautiful young Vestal, timidly approaching, and with glances which lend a double magnetic allurement to her words, begs him in low tones to bless her. Woe to him if he does. 100 eyes see him from secret peepholes, and only to the ignorant neophyte is there the appearance of concealment and opportunity. There is no infidelity, idolatry, or other really bad feature in the system. They have the relics of what was once a grand form of nature worship, which has been contracted under a despotism into a secret order, hidden from the light of day, and exposed only in the smoky glare of a few burning lamps, in some damp cave or chapel underground. The chief tenets of their religious teachings are comprised in 7 tablets, which are these, to state them in general terms. 1. The unity of God, or the infinite oneness of deity. 2. The essential excellence of truth. 3. The law of toleration as to all men and women in opinion. 4. Respect for all men and women as to character and conduct. 5. Entire submission to God's decrees as to fate. 6. Chastity of body and mind and soul. 7. Mutual help under all conditions. These tenets are not printed or written. Another set is printed or written to mislead the unwary, but with these we are not concerned. The chief results of the initiation seem to be a kind of mental illusion or sleep-waking, in which the neophyte saw, or thought he saw, the images of people who were known to be absent, and in some cases thousands of miles away. I thought, or perhaps it was my mind at work, I saw friends and relatives that I knew at the time were in New York State, while I was then in Lebanon. How these results were produced I cannot say. They appeared in a dark room, when the guide was talking, the company singing in the next chamber, and near the close of the day, when I was tired out with fasting, walking, talking, singing, robing, unrobing. Seeing a great many people in various conditions as to dress and undress, and with great mental strain in resisting certain physical manifestations that result from the appetites when they overcome the will. And in paying close attention to the passing scenes, hoping to remember them so that I may have been unfit to judge of any new and surprising phenomena. And more especially of those apparently magical appearances which have always excited my suspicion and distrust. I know the various uses of the magic lantern, and other apparatus, and took care to examine the room where the visions appeared to me the same evening, and the next day, and several times afterwards, and knew that, in my case, there was no use made of any machinery or other means besides the voice of the guide and instructor. On several occasions afterward, when at a great distance from the chamber, the same or similar visions were produced, as, for instance, in Hornstein's hotel at Jerusalem. A daughter-in-law of a well-known Jewish merchant in Jerusalem is an initiated sister, and can produce the visions almost at will on anyone who will live strictly according to the rules of the order for a few weeks, more or less, according to their nature, as gross or refined, etc. I am quite safe in saying that the initiation is so peculiar that it could not be printed so as to instruct one who had not been worked through the chamber. So it would be even more impossible to make an expose of them than of the Freemasons. The real secrets are acted and not spoken, and require several initiated persons to assist in the work. It is not necessary for me to say how some of the notions of that people seem to perpetuate certain beliefs of the ancient Greeks as, for instance, the idea that a man has two souls. And many others, for you probably were made familiar with them in your passage through the upper and lower chamber. If I am mistaken in supposing you an initiate, please excuse me. I am aware that the closest friends often conceal that sacred secret from each other. And even husband and wife may live, as I was informed in Dar el Kamar was the fact, in one family there for 20 years together, and yet neither know anything of the initiation of the other. You, undoubtedly, have good reasons for keeping your own counsel. Yours truly, A. L. Rawson. Before we close the subject, we may add that if a stranger asks for admission to a Thursday meeting, he will never be refused. Only, if he is a Christian, the occult will open a Bible and read from it, and if a Mahometan, he will hear a few chapters of the Quran, and the ceremony will end with this. They will wait until he is gone, and then, shutting well the doors of their convent, take to their own rites and books, passing for this purpose into their subterranean sanctuaries. The Druses remain, even more than the Jews, a peculiar people, says Colonel Churchill, 1526, one of the few fair and strictly impartial writers. They marry within their own race, they are rarely if ever converted. They adhere tenaciously to their traditions, and they baffle all efforts to discover their cherished secrets. The bad name of that caliph whom they claim as their founder is fairly compensated by the pure lives of many whom they honor as saints, and by the heroism of their feudal leaders. And yet the Druses may be said to belong to one of the least esoteric of secret societies. There are others far more powerful and learned, the existence of which is not even suspected in Europe. There are many branches belonging to the Great Mother Lodge, which, mixed up with certain communities, may be termed secret sects within other sections. One of them is the sect commonly known as that of Laganasastra. It reckons several thousand adepts who are scattered about in small groups in the south of the Deccan, India. In the popular superstition, this sect is dreaded on account of its great reputation for magic and sorcery. The Brahmins accuse its members of atheism and sacrilege, for none of them will consent to recognize the authority of either the Vedas or Manu, except so far as they conform to the versions in their possession, and which they maintain are professedly the only original texts. The Laganasastra have neither temples nor priests, but, twice a month, every member of the community has to absent himself from home for 3 days. Popular rumor, originated among their women, ascribes such absences to pilgrimages performed to their places of fortnightly resort. In some secluded mountainous spots, unknown and inaccessible to other sects, hidden far from sight among the luxurious vegetation of India, they keep their bungalows, which look like small fortresses, encircled as they are by lofty and thick walls. These, in their turn, are surrounded by the sacred trees called asanada, and in Tamil arasa maram. These are the sacred groves, the originals of those of Egypt and Greece, whose initiates also built their temples within such groves, inaccessible to the profane. 1527. It will not be found without interest to see what Mr. John Yarka, Jr. has to say on some modern secret societies among the Orientals. The nearest resemblance to the Brahmanical mysteries is probably found in the very ancient paths of the dervishes, which are usually governed by 12 officers, the oldest court superintending the others by right of seniority. Here the master of the court is called sheikh, and has his deputies, caliphs, or successors, of which there may be many, as, for instance, in the brevet degree of a master mason. The order is divided into at least 4 columns, pillars, or degrees. The first step is that of humanity, which supposes attention to the written law, and annihilation in the sheikh. The second is that of the path, in which the murid, or disciple, attains spiritual powers and self-annihilation into the pir, or founder of the path. The third stage is called knowledge, and the murid is supposed to become inspired, called annihilation into the prophet. The fourth stage leads him even to God, when he becomes a part of the deity and sees him in all things. The first and second stages have received modern subdivisions, as integrity, virtue, temperance, benevolence. After this the sheikh confers upon him the grade of caliph or honorary master, for in their mystical language, the man must die before the saint can be born. It will be seen that this kind of mysticism is applicable to Christ as founder of a path. To this statement the author adds the following on the Bektash dervishes, who often initiated the Janissaries. They wear a small marble cube spotted with blood. Their ceremony is as follows: before reception a year's probation is required, during which false secrets are given to test the candidate. He has 2 godfathers and is divested of all medals and even clothing. From the wool of a sheep a cord is made for his neck, and a girdle for his loins. He is led into the center of a square room, presented as a slave, and seated upon a large stone with 12 escallops. His arms are crossed upon his breast, his body inclined forward, his right toes extended over his left foot. After various prayers he is placed in a particular manner, with his hand in a peculiar way in that of the sheikh, who repeats a verse from the Quran: "Those who on giving thee their hands swear to thee an oath, swear it to God." The hand of God is placed in their hand. Whoever violates this oath, will do so to his hurt, and to whoever remains faithful God will give a magnificent reward. Placing the hand below the chin is their sign, perhaps in memory of their vow. All use the double triangles. The Brahmins inscribe the angles with their trinity, and they possess also the Masonic sign of distress as used in France. 1528. From the very day when the first mystic found the means of communication between this world and the worlds of the invisible host, between the sphere of matter and that of pure spirit, he concluded that to abandon this mysterious science to the profanation of the rabble was to lose it. An abuse of it might lead mankind to speedy destruction. It was like surrounding a group of children with explosive batteries, and furnishing them with matches. The first self-made adept initiated but a select few, and kept silence with the multitudes. He recognized his God and felt the great being within himself. The Atman, the Self, 1529. The mighty Lord and Protector, once that man knew him as the I Am, the Ego Sum, the Ami, showed his full power to him who could recognize the still small voice. From the days of the primitive man described by the first Vedic poet, down to our modern age, there has not been a philosopher worthy of that name, who did not carry in the silent sanctuary of his heart the grand and mysterious truth. If initiated, he learnt it as a sacred science; if otherwise, then, like Socrates repeating to himself, as well as to his fellow men, the noble injunction, "O man, know thyself," he succeeded in recognizing his God within himself. Ye are gods, the King Psalmist tells us, and we find Jesus reminding the scribes that the expression, "Ye are gods," was addressed to other mortal men, claiming for himself the same privilege without any blasphemy. 1530. And, as a faithful echo, Paul, while asserting that we are all the temple of the living God, 1531 cautiously adds, that after all these things are only for the wise, and it is unlawful to speak of them. Therefore, we must accept the reminder, and simply remark that even in the tortured and barbarous phraseology of the Codex Nazareus, we detect throughout the same idea. Like an undercurrent, rapid and clear, it runs without mixing its crystalline purity with the muddy and heavy waves of dogmatism. We find it in the Codex, as well as in the Vedas, in the Avesta, as in the Abhidharma, and in Kapila's Sankhya Sutras not less than in the fourth Gospel. We cannot attain the kingdom of heaven, unless we unite ourselves indissolubly with our Rex Lucus, the Lord of splendor and of light, our immortal God. We must first conquer immortality and take the kingdom of heaven by violence, offered to our material selves. The first man is of the earth earthy, the second man is from heaven. Behold, I show you a mystery, says Paul, 1 Corinthians 15:47. In the religion of Sakyamuni, which learned commentators have delighted so much of late to set down as purely nihilistic, the doctrine of immortality is very clearly defined, notwithstanding the European or rather Christian ideas about nirvana. In the sacred Jaina books, of Patna, the dying Gautama Buddha is thus addressed: arise into nirvana, from this decrepit body into which thou hast been sent. Ascend into thy former abode, O blessed avatar. This seems to us the very opposite of nihilism. If Gautama is invited to reascend into his former abode, and this abode is nirvana, then it is incontestable that Buddhistic philosophy does not teach final annihilation. As Jesus is alleged to have appeared to his disciples after death, so to the present day is Gautama believed to descend from nirvana. And if he has an existence there, then this state cannot be a synonym for annihilation. Gautama, no less than all other great reformers, had a doctrine for his elect and another for the outside masses, though the main object of his reform consisted in initiating all, so far as it was permissible and prudent to do, without distinction of castes or wealth, to the great truths hitherto kept so secret by the selfish Brahmanical class. Gautama Buddha it was whom we see the first in the world's history, moved by that generous feeling which locks the whole humanity within one embrace, inviting the poor, the lame, and the blind to the king's festival table, from which he excluded those who had hitherto sat alone, in haughty seclusion. It was he, who, with a bold hand, first opened the door of the sanctuary to the pariah, the fallen one, and all those, afflicted by men, clothed in gold and purple, often far less worthy than the outcast to whom their finger was scornfully pointing. All this did Siddhartha 6 centuries before another reformer, as noble and as loving, though less favored by opportunity, in another land. If both, aware of the great danger of furnishing an uncultivated populace with the double-edged weapon of knowledge which gives power, left the innermost corner of the sanctuary in the profoundest shade, who, that is acquainted with human nature, can blame them for it? But while one was actuated by prudence, the other was forced into such a course. Gautama left the esoteric and most dangerous portion of the secret knowledge untouched, and lived to the ripe old age of 80, with the certainty of having taught the essential truths, and having converted to them 1/3 of the world. Jesus promised his disciples the knowledge which confers upon man the power of producing far greater miracles than he ever did himself, and he died, leaving but a few faithful men, only halfway to knowledge, to struggle with the world to which they could impart but what they half knew themselves. Later, their followers disfigured truth still more than they themselves had done. It is not true that Gautama never taught anything concerning a future life, or that he denied the immortality of the soul. Ask any intelligent Buddhist his ideas on nirvana, and he will unquestionably express himself, as the well-known Wang Qinfu, the Chinese orator, now traveling in this country, did in a recent conversation with us about Nyepang, nirvana. This condition, he remarked, we all understand to mean a final reunion with God, coincident with the perfection of the human spirit by its ultimate disembarrassment of matter. It is the very opposite of personal annihilation. Nirvana means the certitude of personal immortality in spirit, not in soul, which, as a finite emanation, must certainly disintegrate its particles, a compound of human sensations, passions, and yearning for some objective kind of existence. Before the immortal spirit of the ego is quite freed, and henceforth secure against further transmigration in any form. And how can man ever reach this state so long as the upadana, that state of longing for life, more life, does not disappear from the sentient being, from the ahankara clothed, however, in a sublimated body? It is the upadana, or the intense desire which produces will, and it is will which develops force, and the latter generates matter, or an object having form. Thus the disembodied ego, through this sole undying desire in him, unconsciously furnishes the conditions of his successive self-procreations in various forms, which depend on his mental state and karma. The good or bad deeds of his preceding existence, commonly called merit and demerit. This is why the Master recommended to his mendicants the cultivation of the 4 degrees of dhyana, the noble path of the 4 truths, i.e., that gradual acquirement of stoical indifference for either life or death. That state of spiritual self-contemplation during which man utterly loses sight of his physical and dual individuality, composed of soul and body. And uniting himself with his third and higher immortal self, the real and heavenly man merges, so to say, into the divine essence, whence his own spirit proceeded like a spark from the common hearth. Thus the Arhat, the holy mendicant, can reach nirvana while yet on earth. And his spirit, totally freed from the trammels of the psychical, terrestrial, devilish wisdom, as James calls it, and being in its own nature omniscient and omnipotent, can on earth, through the sole power of his thought, produce the greatest of phenomena. It is the missionaries in China and India, who first started this falsehood about Nyepang, or Nibbana, nirvana, says Wang Qinfu. Who can deny the truth of this accusation after reading the works of the Abbé du Bois, for instance? A missionary who passes 40 years of his life in India, and then writes that the Buddhists admit of no other God but the body of man, and have no other object but the satisfaction of their senses, utters an untruth which can be proved on the testimony of the laws of the Talapoins of Siam and Burma. Laws, which prevail unto this very day, in which sentence a Sahan, or Pungi, a learned man, from the Sanskrit Pundit, as well as a simple Talapoin, to death by decapitation, for the crime of unchastity. No foreigner can be admitted into their kyums, or viharas, monasteries. And yet there are French writers, otherwise impartial and fair, who, speaking of the great severity of the rules to which the Buddhist monks are subjected in these communities, and without possessing one single fact to corroborate their skepticism, bluntly say, that, notwithstanding the great laudations bestowed upon them, Talapoins, by certain travelers, merely on the strength of appearances, I do not believe at all in their chastity. 1532. Fortunately for the Buddhist Talapoins, Lamas, Sahans, Upasampitas, 1533, and even Samaneras, 1534, they have popular records and facts for themselves, which are weightier than the unsupported personal opinion of a Frenchman born in Catholic lands, whom we can hardly blame for having lost all faith in clerical virtue. When a Buddhist monk becomes guilty, which does not happen once in a century, perhaps, of criminal conversation, he has neither a congregation of tender-hearted members, whom he can move to tears by an eloquent confession of his guilt, nor a Jesus, on whose overburdened, long-suffering bosom are flung, as in a common Christian dust-box, all the impurities of the race. No Buddhist transgressor can comfort himself with visions of a Vatican, within whose sin-encompassing walls black is turned into white, murderers into sinless saints. And golden or silvery lotions can be bought at the confessional to cleanse the tardy penitent of greater or lesser offenses against God and man. Except a few impartial archaeologists, who trace a direct Buddhistic element in Gnosticism, as in all those early short-lived sects, we know of very few authors, who, in writing upon primitive Christianity, have accorded to the question its due importance. Have we not facts enough to, at least, suggest some interest in that direction? Do we not learn that, as early as in the days of Plato, there were Brahmins, Red Buddhist, Samanians, Saman, or shaman missionaries in Greece, and that, at one time, they had overflowed the country? Does not Pliny show them established on the shores of the Dead Sea, for thousands of ages? After making every necessary allowance for the exaggeration, we still have several centuries BC left as a margin. And is it possible that their influence should not have left deeper traces in all these sects than is generally thought? We know that the Jaina sect claims Buddhism as derived from its tenets that Buddhism existed before Siddhartha, better known as Gautama Buddha. The Hindu Brahmins who, by the European Orientalists, are denied the right of knowing anything about their own country, or understanding their own language and records better than those who have never been in India. On the same principle as the Jews are forbidden, by the Christian theologians, to interpret their own scriptures, the Brahmins, we say, have authentic records. And these show the incarnation from the virgin Avani of the first Buddha divine light as having taken place more than some thousands of years BC, on the island of Ceylon. The Brahmins reject the claim that it was an avatar of Vishnu, but admit the appearance of a reformer of Brahmanism at that time. The story of the Virgin Avani and her divine son, Sakyamuni, is recorded in one of the sacred books of the Sinhalese Buddhists, the Nirdasa. And the Brahmanic chronology fixes the great Buddhistic revolution and religious war, and the subsequent spread of Sakyamuni's doctrine in Tibet, China, Japan, and other places at 4,620 years BC. 1535. It is clear that Gautama Buddha, the son of the king of Kapilavastu, and the descendant of the first Sakya, through his father, who was of the Kshatriya, or warrior caste, did not invent his philosophy. Philanthropist by nature, his ideas were developed and matured while under the tuition of Tirthankara, the famous guru of the Jaina sect. The latter claim the present Buddhism as a diverging branch of their own philosophy, and themselves, as the only followers of the first Buddha who were allowed to remain in India, after the expulsion of all other Buddhists. Probably because they had made a compromise, and admitted some of the Brahmanic notions. It is, to say the least, curious, that three dissenting and inimical religions, like Brahmanism, Buddhism, and Jainism, should agree so perfectly in their traditions and chronology, as to Buddhism. And that our scientists should give a hearing but to their own unwarranted speculations and hypotheses. If the birth of Gautama may, with some show of reason, be placed at about 600 BC, then the preceding Buddhas ought to have some place allowed them in chronology. The Buddhas are not gods, but simply individuals overshadowed by the spirit of Buddha, the divine ray. Or is it because, unable to extricate themselves from the difficulty by the help of their own researches only, our Orientalists prefer to obliterate and deny the whole, rather than accord to the Hindus the right of knowing something of their own religion and history? Strange way of discovering truths. The common argument adduced against the Jaina claim, of having been the source of the restoration of ancient Buddhism, that the principal tenet of the latter religion is opposed to the belief of the Jainas, is not a sound one. Buddhists, say our Orientalists, deny the existence of a supreme being, the Jainas admit one, but protest against the assumption that the He can ever interfere in the regulation of the universe. We have shown in the preceding chapter that the Buddhists do not deny any such thing. But if any disinterested scholar could study carefully the Jaina literature, in their thousands of books preserved or shall we say hidden in Rajputana, Jaisalmer, at Patan, and other places. 1536, and especially if he could but gain access to the oldest of their sacred volumes, he would find a perfect identity of philosophical thought, if not of popular rites, between the Jainas and the Buddhists. The Adi Buddha and Adinatha, or Adiswara, are identical in essence and purpose. And now, if we trace the Jainas back, with their claims to the ownership of the oldest cave temples, those superb specimens of Indian architecture and sculpture, and their records of an almost incredible antiquity, we can hardly refuse to view them in the light which they claim for themselves. We must admit, that in all probability they are the only true descendants of the primitive owners of old India, dispossessed by those conquering and mysterious hordes of white-skinned Brahmins whom, in the twilight of history, we see appearing at the first as wanderers in the valleys of Jumna and Ganges. The books of the Shrauks, the only descendants of the Arhatas or earliest Jainas, the naked forest hermits of the days of old, might throw some light, perhaps, on many a puzzling question. But will our European scholars, so long as they pursue their own policy, ever have access to the right volumes? We have our doubts about this. Ask any trustworthy Hindu how the missionaries have dealt with those manuscripts which unluckily fell into their hands, and then see if we can blame the natives for trying to save from desecration the gods of their fathers. To maintain their ground, Irenaeus and his school had to fight hard with the Gnostics. Such, also, was the lot of Eusebius, who found himself hopelessly perplexed to know how the Essenes should be disposed of. The ways and customs of Jesus and his apostles exhibited too close a resemblance to this sect to allow the fact to pass unexplained. Eusebius tried to make people believe that the Essenes were the first Christians. His efforts were thwarted by Philo Judaeus, who wrote his historical account of the Essenes and described them with the minutest care, long before there had appeared a single Christian in Palestine. But, if there were no Christians, there were Christians long before the era of Christianity, and the Essenes belonged to the latter as well as to all other initiated brotherhoods, without even mentioning the Christianites of India. Lepsius shows that the word Nofer means Christos, good, and that one of the titles of Osiris, Anaphra, must be translated, the goodness of God made manifest. 1537, the worship of Christ was not universal at this early date, explains Mackenzie, by which I mean that Christolatry had not been introduced. But the worship of Christos the good principle had preceded it by many centuries, and even survived the general adoption of Christianity, as shown on monuments still in existence. Again, we have an inscription which is pre-Christian on an epitaphial tablet, Spon. Miscellaneous, Erud, Ant, X 18. 2, Upsilon Alpha. 0x63c, C8 iota nu tau eta epsilon lambda alpha rho iota sigma alpha iota omicron nu delta epsilon mu omicron sigma iota epsilon epsilon rho omicron sigma. 0x43c. C eta rho epsilon sigma tau epsilon. 0x43c. C eta alpha iota rho epsilon, and de Rossi, Roma Soterranea, Tomai, Tav. 21, gives us another example from the Catacombs Aelia Crest, in Pace. 1538 and, Chris, as Jacaliot shows, means in Sanskrit, sacred. The meritorious stratagems of the trustworthy Eusebius thus proved lost labor. He was triumphantly detected by Basnage, who, says Gibbon, examined with the utmost critical accuracy the curious treatise of Philo, which describes the Therapeutae, and found that, by proving it was composed as early as the time of Augustus. He has demonstrated, in spite of Eusebius and a crowd of modern Catholics, that the Therapeutae were neither Christians nor monks. As a last word, the Christian Gnostics sprang into existence toward the beginning of the 2nd century, and just at the time when the Essenes most mysteriously faded away, which indicated that they were the identical Essenes. And moreover pure Christists, viz. They believed and were those who best understood what one of their own brethren had preached. In insisting that the letter iota, mentioned by Jesus in Matthew, v. 18, indicated a secret doctrine in relation to the 10 Aeons, it is sufficient to demonstrate to a Kabbalist that Jesus belonged to the Freemasonry of those days, for I, which is iota in Greek, has other names in other languages. And is, as it was among the Gnostics of those days, a password, meaning the scepter of the Father, in Eastern brotherhoods which exist to this very day. But in the early centuries these facts, if known, were purposely ignored, and not only withheld from public notice as much as possible, but vehemently denied whenever the question was forced upon discussion. The denunciations of the Fathers were rendered bitter in proportion to the truth of the claim which they endeavored to refute. It comes to this, writes Irenaeus, complaining of the Gnostics, they neither consent to Scripture nor tradition. 1539 And why should we wonder at that, when even the commentators of the 19th century, with nothing but fragments of the Gnostic manuscripts to compare with the voluminous writings of their calumniators, have been enabled to detect fraud on nearly every page? How much more must the polished and learned Gnostics, with all their advantages of personal observation and knowledge of fact, have realized the stupendous scheme of fraud that was being consummated before their very eyes? Why should they accuse Celsus of maintaining that their religion was all based on the speculations of Plato, with the difference that his doctrines were far more pure and rational than theirs, when we find Sprengel, 17 centuries later, writing the following? Not only did they, the Christians, think to discover the dogmas of Plato in the books of Moses, but, moreover, they fancied that, by introducing Platonism into Christianity, they would elevate the dignity of this religion and make it more popular among the nations. 1540. They introduced it so well, that not only was the Platonic philosophy selected as a basis for the Trinity, But even the legends and mythical stories which had been current among the admirers of the great philosopher as a time-honored custom required in the eyes of his posterity such an allegorical homage to every hero worthy of deification were revamped and used by the Christians. Without going so far as India, did they not have a ready model for the miraculous conception, in the legend about Parikshan, Plato's mother? In her case it was also maintained by popular tradition that she had immaculately conceived him, and that the god Apollo was his father. Even the annunciation by an angel to Joseph, in a dream, the Christians copied from the message of Apollo to Ariston, Parikshan's husband, that the child to be born from her was the offspring of that god. So, too, Romulus was said to be the son of Mars, by the Virgin Rhea Silvia. It is generally held by all the symbolical writers that the Ophites were found guilty of practicing the most licentious rites during their religious meetings. The same accusation was brought against the Manichaeans, the Carpocratians, the Paulicians, the Albigenses, in short, against every Gnostic sect which had the temerity to claim the right to think for itself. In our modern days, the 160 American sects and the 125 sects of England are not so often troubled with such accusations. Times are changed, and even the once all-powerful clergy have to either bridle their tongues or prove their slanderous accusations. We have carefully looked over the works of such authors as Payne Knight, C. W. King, and Alshausen, which treat of our subject. We have reviewed the bulky volumes of Irenaeus, Tertullian, Sozomen, Theodoret, and in none but those of Epiphanius have we found any accusation based upon direct evidence of an eyewitness. They say, some say, we have heard, such are the general and indefinite terms used by the patristic accusers. Alone Epiphanius, whose works are invariably referred to in all such cases, seems to chuckle with delight whenever he couches a lance. We do not mean to take upon ourselves to defend the sects which inundated Europe at the 11th century, and which brought to light the most wonderful creeds. We limit our defense merely to those Christian sects whose theories were usually grouped under the generic name of Gnosticism. These are those which appeared immediately after the alleged crucifixion, and lasted till they were nearly exterminated under the rigorous execution of the Constantinian law. The greatest guilt of these were their syncretistic views, for at no other period of the world's history had truth a poorer prospect of triumph than in those days of forgery, lying, and deliberate falsification of facts. But before we are forced to believe the accusations, may we not be permitted to inquire into the historical characters of their accusers? Let us begin by asking, upon what ground does the Church of Rome build her claim of supremacy for her doctrines over those of the Gnostics? Apostolic succession, undoubtedly. The succession traditionally instituted by the direct Apostle Peter. But what if this prove a fiction? Clearly, the whole superstructure supported upon this one imaginary stilt would fall in a tremendous crash. And when we do inquire carefully, we find that we must take the word of Irenaeus alone for it of Irenaeus, who did not furnish one single valid proof of the claim which he so audaciously advanced, and who resorted for that to endless forgeries. He gives authority neither for his dates nor his assertions. This Smyrniote worthy has not even the brutal but sincere faith of Tertullian, for he contradicts himself at every step, and supports his claims solely on acute sophistry. Though he was undoubtedly a man of the shrewdest intellect and great learning, he fears not, in some of his assertions and arguments, to even appear an idiot in the eyes of posterity, so long as he can carry the situation. Twitt and cornered at every step by his not less acute and learned adversaries, the Gnostics, he boldly shields himself behind blind faith, and in answer to their merciless logic falls upon imaginary tradition invented by himself. Reber wittily remarks, as we read his misapplications of words and sentences, we would conclude that he was a lunatic if we did not know that he was something else. 1541. So boldly mendacious does this Holy Father prove himself in many instances, that he is even contradicted by Eusebius, more cautious if not more truthful than himself. He is driven to that necessity in the face of unimpeachable evidence. So, for instance, Irenaeus asserts that Papias, bishop of Hierapolis, was a direct hearer of St. John. 1542, and Eusebius is compelled to show that Papias never pretended to such a claim, but simply stated that he had received his doctrine from those who had known John. 1543. In one point, the Gnostics had the best of Irenaeus. They drove him, through mere fear of inconsistency, to the recognition of their Kabbalistic doctrine of atonement. Unable to grasp it in its allegorical meaning, Irenaeus presented, with Christian theology as we find it in its present state of original sin versus Adam, a doctrine which would have filled Peter with pious horror if he had been still alive. The next champion for the propagation of apostolic succession is Eusebius himself. Is the word of this Armenian father any better than that of Irenaeus? Let us see what the most competent critics say of him. And before we turn to modern critics at all, we might remind the reader of the scurrilous terms in which Eusebius is attacked by George Syncellus, the vice-patriarch of Constantinople, 8th century. For his audacious falsification of the Egyptian chronology. The opinion of Socrates, an historian of the 5th century, is no more flattering. He fearlessly charges Eusebius with perverting historical dates, in order to please the Emperor Constantine. In his chronographic work, before proceeding to falsify the synchronistic tables himself, in order to impart to scriptural chronology a more trustworthy appearance, Syncellus covers Eusebius with the choicest of monkish Billingsgate. Baron Bunsen has verified the justness if not justified the politeness of this abusive reprehension. His elaborate researches in the rectification of the Egyptian list of chronology, by Manetho, led him to confess that throughout his work, the bishop of Caesarea had undertaken, in a very unscrupulous and arbitrary spirit, to mutilate history. Eusebius, he says, is the originator of that systematic theory of synchronisms which has so often subsequently maimed and mutilated history in its Procrustean bed. 1544. To this the author of the Intellectual Development of Europe adds, among those who have been the most guilty of this offense, the name of the celebrated Eusebius, the bishop of Caesarea, should be designated. 1545. It will not be amiss to remind the reader that it is the same Eusebius who is charged with the interpolation of the famous paragraph concerning Jesus, 1546, which was so miraculously found, in his time, in the writings of Josephus. The sentence in question having till that time remained perfectly unknown. Renan, in his Life of Jesus, expresses a contrary opinion. I believe, says he, the passage respecting Jesus to be authentic. It is perfectly in the style of Josephus. And, if this historian had made mention of Jesus, it is thus that he must have spoken of him. Begging this eminent scholar's pardon, we must again contradict him. Laying aside his cautious if, we will merely show that though the short paragraph may possibly be genuine, and, perfectly in the style of Josephus, its several parentheses are most palpably later forgeries. And, if Josephus had made any mention of Christ at all, it is not thus that he would have spoken of him. The whole paragraph consists of but a few lines, and reads, At this time was Iasus, a wise man, 1547 if, at least, it is right to call him a man. Alpha nu deltaro alpha, for he was a doer of surprising works, and a teacher of such men as receive the truths with pleasure. This was the anointed. And, on an accusation by the first men among us, having been condemned by Pilate to the cross, they did not stop loving him who loved them. For he appeared to them on the third day alive. And the divine prophets having said these and many other wonderful things concerning him. This paragraph, of 16 lines in the original, has 2 unequivocal assertions and 1 qualification. The latter is expressed in the following sentence, if, at least, it is right to call him a man. The unequivocal assertions are contained in This is the anointed, and in that Jesus appeared to them on the third day alive. History shows us Josephus as a thorough, uncompromising, stiff-necked, orthodox Jew, though he wrote for the pagans. It is well to observe the false position in which these sentences would have placed a true-born Jew, if they had really emanated from him. Their Messiah was then and is still expected. The Messiah is the anointed, and vice versa. And Josephus is made to admit that the first men among them have accused and crucified their Messiah and anointed. No need to comment any further upon such a preposterous incongruity 1548 even though supported by so ripe a scholar as Renan. As to that patristic firebrand, Tertullian, whom de Mussos apotheosizes in company with his other demigods, he is regarded by Roos, Bauer, and Schweigler, in quite a different light. The untrustworthiness of statement and inaccuracy of Tertullian, says the author of Supernatural Religion, are often apparent. Roos characterizes his Christianism as âpres, insolent, brutal, férilleur. It is without unction and without charity, sometimes even without loyalty, when he finds himself confronted with opposition. If, remarks this author, in the 2nd century all parties except certain Gnostics were intolerant, Tertullian was the most intolerant of all. The work begun by the early fathers was achieved by the sophomorical Augustine. His supratranscendental speculations on the Trinity. His imaginary dialogues with the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit, and the disclosures and covert allusions about his ex-brethren, the Manichaeans, have led the world to load Gnosticism with opprobrium. And have thrown into a deep shadow the insulted majesty of the one God, worshipped in reverential silence by every heathen. And thus is it that the whole pyramid of Roman Catholic dogmas rests not upon proof, but upon assumption. The Gnostics had cornered the Fathers too cleverly, and the only salvation of the latter was a resort to forgery. For nearly 4 centuries, the great historians nearly contemporary with Jesus had not taken the slightest notice either of his life or death. Christians wondered at such an unaccountable omission of what the Church considered the greatest events in the world's history. Eusebius saved the battle of the day. Such are the men who have slandered the Gnostics. The first and most unimportant sect we hear of is that of the Nicolaitans, of whom John, in the Apocalypse, makes the voice in his vision say that he hates their doctrine. 1549 These Nicolaitans were the followers, however, of Nicholas of Antioch, one of the 7 chosen by the 12 to make distribution from the common fund to the proselytes at Jerusalem, Acts 2. 44, 45, 6. 1-5, hardly more than a few weeks, or perhaps months, after the crucifixion, 1550 in a man of honest report, full of the Holy Ghost and wisdom, verse 3. Thus it would appear that the Holy Ghost and wisdom, from on high, were no more a shield against the accusation of heresy than though they had never overshadowed the chosen ones of the apostles. It would be but too easy to detect what kind of heresy it was that offended, even had we not other and more authentic sources of information in the Kabbalistic writings. The accusation and the precise nature of the abomination are stated in the 2nd chapter of the Book of Revelation, verses 14, 15. The sin was merely marriage. John was a virgin. Several of the fathers assert the fact on the authority of tradition. Even Paul, the most liberal and high-minded of them all, finds it difficult to reconcile the position of a married man with that of a faithful servant of God. There is also a difference between a wife and a virgin 1551 The latter cares for the things of the Lord, and the former only for how she may please her husband. If any man think that he behaveth uncomely towards his virgin, let them marry. Nevertheless, he that standeth steadfast in his heart, and hath power over his own will, and hath so decreed, that he will keep his virgin, doeth well. So that he who marries doeth well. But he that giveth her not in marriage doeth better. Art thou loosed from a wife, he asks, seek not a wife, 27. And remarking that according to his judgment, both will be happier if they do not marry, he adds, as a weighty conclusion, and I think also that I have the Spirit of God, 40. Far from this spirit of tolerance are the words of John. According to his vision there are but the 144,000, which were redeemed from the earth, and these are they which were not defiled with women, for they were virgins. 1552 This seems conclusive. For except Paul there is not one of these primitive Nazari, they're set apart and vowed to God, who seem to make a great difference between sin within the relationship of legal marriage and the abomination of adultery. With such views and such narrow-mindedness, it was but natural that these fanatics should have begun by casting this iniquity as a slur in the faces of brethren, and then bearing on progressively with their accusations. As we have already shown, it is only Epiphanius whom we find giving such minute details as to the Masonic grips and other signs of recognition among the Gnostics. He had once belonged to their number, and therefore it was easy for him to furnish particulars. Only how far the worthy bishop is to be relied upon is a very grave question. One need fathom human nature but very superficially to find that there seldom was yet a traitor, a renegade, who, in a moment of danger turned state's evidence, who would not lie as remorselessly as he betrayed. Men never forgive or relent toward those whom they injure. We hate our victims in proportion to the harm we do them. This is a truth as old as the world. On the other hand, it is preposterous to believe that such persons as the Gnostics, who, according to Gibbon, were the wealthiest, proudest, most polite, as well as the most learned, of the Christian name, were guilty of the disgusting, libidinous actions of which Epiphanius delights to accuse them. Were they even like that set of tatterdemalions, almost naked, with fierce looks, that Lucian describes as Paul's followers 1553, we would hesitate to believe such an infamous story. How much less probable then that men who were Platonists, as well as Christians, should have ever been guilty of such preposterous rites. Payne Knight seems never to suspect the testimony of Epiphanius. He argues that, if we make allowance for the willing exaggerations of religious hatred, and consequent popular prejudice, the general conviction that these sectarians had rites and practices of a licentious character appears too strong to be entirely disregarded. If he draws an honest line of demarcation between the Gnostics of the first 3 centuries and those medieval sects whose doctrines, rather closely resembled modern communism, we have nothing to say. Only, we would beg every critic to remember that if the Templars were accused of that most abominable crime of applying the holy kiss to the root of Baphomet's tail, 1554 St. Augustine is also suspected, and on very good grounds, too, of having allowed his community to go somewhat astray from the primitive way of administering the holy kiss at the feast of the Eucharist. The holy bishop seems quite too anxious as to certain details of the lady's toilet for the kiss to be of a strictly orthodox nature. 1555 Wherever there lurks a true and sincere religious feeling, there is no room for worldly details. Considering the extraordinary dislike exhibited from the first by Christians to all manner of cleanliness, we cannot enough wonder at such a strange solicitude on the part of the holy bishop for his female parishioners, unless, indeed, we have to excuse it on the ground of a lingering reminiscence of Manichaean rites. It would be hard, indeed, to blame any writer for entertaining such suspicions of immorality as those above noticed, when the records of many historians are at hand to help us to make an impartial investigation. Heretics are accused of crimes in which the Church has more or less openly indulged even down to the beginning of our century. In 1233 Pope Gregory IX issued 2 bulls against the Stedingers for various heathen and magical practices, 1556, and the latter, as a matter of course, were exterminated in the name of Christ and his Holy Mother. In 1282 a parish priest of Inverkeithing, named John, performed rites on Easter Day by far worse than magical. Collecting a crowd of young girls, he forced them to enter into divine ecstasies and bacchanalian fury, dancing the old Amazonian circle dance around the figure of the heathen god of the gardens. Notwithstanding that upon the complaint of some of his parishioners he was cited before his bishop, he retained his benefice because he proved that such was the common usage of the country. 1557 The Waldenses, those earliest Protestants, were accused of the most unnatural horrors, burned, butchered, and exterminated for calumnies heaped upon them by their accusers. Meanwhile the latter, in open triumph, forming their heathen processions of Corpus Christi, with emblems modelled on those of Baal Peor and Osiris, and every city in southern France carrying, in yearly processions on Easter days, loaves and cakes fashioned like the so much decried emblems of the Hindu Sivites and Vishnites, as late as 1825. 1558. Deprived of their old means for slandering Christian sects whose religious views differ from their own, it is now the turn of the heathen, Hindus, Chinese, and Japanese, to share with the ancient religions the honor of having cast in their teeth denunciations of their libidinous religions. Without going far for proofs of equal if not surpassing immorality, we would remind Roman Catholic writers of certain bas-reliefs on the doors of St. Peter's Cathedral. They are as brazen-faced as the door itself. But less so than any author, who, knowing all this, feigns to ignore historical facts. A long succession of popes have reposed their pastoral eyes upon these brazen pictures of the vilest obscenity, through those many centuries, without ever finding the slightest necessity for removing them. Quite the contrary. For we might name certain popes and cardinals who made it a lifelong study to copy these heathen suggestions of nature gods, in practice as well as in theory. In Polish Podolia there was some years ago, in a Roman Catholic church, a statue of Christ, in black marble. It was reputed to perform miracles on certain days, such as having its hair and beard grow in the sight of the public, and indulging in other less innocent wonders. This show was finally prohibited by the Russian government. When in 1585 the Protestants took Embrun, department of the Upper Alps, they found in the churches of this town relics of such a character, that, as the chronicle expresses it, old Huguenot soldiers were seen to blush, several weeks after, at the bare mention of the discovery. In a corner of the church of Saint Fiacre, near Monceaux, in France, there was and it still is there, if we mistake not, a seat called the Chair of Saint Fiacre, which had the reputation of conferring fecundity upon barren women. A rock in the vicinity of Athens, not far from the so-called tomb of Socrates, is said to be possessed of the same virtue. When, some 20 years since, the Queen Amelia, perhaps in a merry moment, was said to have tried the experiment, there was no end of most insulting abuse heaped upon her, by a Catholic padre, on his way through Syria to some mission. The Queen, he declared, was a superstitious heretic, an abominable witch, Jezebel using magic arts. Much more the zealous missionary would doubtless have added, had he not found himself, right in the middle of his vituperations, landed in a pool of mud, outside the window. The virtuous elocutionist was forced to this unusual transit by the strong arm of a Greek officer, who happened to enter the room at the right moment. There never was a great religious reform that was not pure at the beginning. The first followers of Buddha, as well as the disciples of Jesus, were all men of the highest morality. The aversion felt by the reformers of all ages to vice under any shape, is proved in the cases of Sakyamuni, Pythagoras, Plato, Jesus, St. Paul, Ammonius Saccas. The great Gnostic leaders, if less successful, were not less virtuous in practice nor less morally pure. Mark Ion, Basilides, 1559 Valentinus, were renowned for their ascetic lives. The Nicolaitans, who, if they did not belong to the great body of the Ophites, were numbered among the small sects which were absorbed in it at the beginning of the 2nd century, owe their origin, as we have shown, to Nicholas of Antioch. A man of honest report, full of the Holy Ghost and wisdom. How absurd the idea that such men would have instituted libidinous rites. As well accuse Jesus of having promoted the similar rites which we find practiced so extensively by the medieval Orthodox Christians behind the secure shelter of monastic walls. If, however, we are asked to credit such an accusation against the Gnostics, an accusation transferred with tenfold acrimony, centuries later, to the unfortunate heads of the Templars, why should we not believe the same of the Orthodox Christians? Minucius Felix states that the first Christians were accused by the world of inducing, during the ceremony of the perfect Passover, each neophyte, on his admission, to plunge a knife into an infant concealed under a heap of flour. The body then serving for a banquet to the whole congregation. After they had become the dominant party, they, the Christians, transferred this charge to their own dissenters. 1560. The real crime of heterodoxy is plainly stated by John in his epistles and gospel. He that confesseth not that Jesus Christ is come in the flesh is a deceiver and an antichrist, 2 Epistle 7. In his previous epistle, he teaches his flock that there are two trinities, 7, 8, in short, the Nazarene system. The inference to be drawn from all this is, that the made-up and dogmatic Christianity of the Constantinian period is simply an offspring of the numerous conflicting sects, half-castes themselves, born of pagan parents. Each of these could claim representatives converted to the so-called Orthodox body of Christians. And, as every newly born dogma had to be carried out by the majority of votes, every sect colored the main substance with its own hue, till the moment when the emperor enforced this revealed Audiobook, of which he evidently did not himself understand a word, upon an unwilling world as the religion of Christ. Wearied in the vain attempt to sound this fathomless bog of international speculations, unable to appreciate a religion based on the pure spirituality of an ideal conception, Christendom gave itself up to the adoration of brutal force as represented by a church backed up by Constantine. Since then, among the thousand rites, dogmas, and ceremonies copied from paganism, the Church can claim but one invention as thoroughly original with her, namely, the doctrine of eternal damnation, and one custom, that of the anathema. The pagans rejected both with horror. An execration is a fearful and grievous thing, says Plutarch. Wherefore, the priestess at Athens was commended for refusing to curse Alcibiades, for desecration of the mysteries, when the people required her to do it, for, she said, that she was a priestess of prayers and not of curses. 1561. Deep researches would show, says Renan, that nearly everything in Christianity is mere baggage brought from the pagan mysteries. The primitive Christian worship is nothing but a mystery. The whole interior police of the Church, the degrees of initiation, the command of silence, and a crowd of phrases in the ecclesiastical language, have no other origin. The revolution which overthrew paganism seems at first glance an absolute rupture with the past, but the popular faith saved its most familiar symbols from shipwreck. Christianity introduced, at first, so little change into the habits of private and social life, that with great numbers in the 4th and 5th centuries it remains uncertain whether they were pagans or Christians. Many seem even to have pursued an irresolute course between the two worships. Speaking further of art, which formed an essential part of the ancient religion, he says that it had to break with scarce one of its traditions. Primitive Christian art is really nothing but pagan art in its decay, or in its lower departments. The Good Shepherd of the Catacombs in Rome is a copy from the Aristeus, or from the Apollonomius, which figure in the same posture on the pagan sarcophagi, and still carries the flute of Pan in the midst of the 4 half-naked seasons. On the Christian tombs of the cemetery of St. Calixtus, Orpheus charms the animals. Elsewhere, the Christ as Jupiter Pluto, and Mary as Proserpina, receive the souls that Mercury, wearing the broad-brimmed hat and carrying in his hand the rod of the soul guide, Psychopompus, brings to them, in presence of the 3 fates. Pegasus, the symbol of the apotheosis, Psyche, the symbol of the immortal soul, heaven, personified by an old man, the river Jordan, and victory, figure on a host of Christian monuments. As we have elsewhere shown, the primitive Christian community was composed of small groups scattered about and organized in secret societies, with passwords, grips, and signs. To avoid the relentless persecutions of their enemies, they were obliged to seek safety and hold meetings in deserted catacombs, the fastnesses of mountains, and other safe retreats. Like disabilities were naturally encountered by each religious reform at its inception. From the very first appearance of Jesus and his 12 disciples, we see them congregating apart, having secure refuges in the wilderness, and among friends in Bethany, and elsewhere. Were Christianity not composed of secret communities, from the start, history would have more facts to record of its founder and disciples than it has. How little Jesus had impressed his personality upon his own century, is calculated to astound the inquirer. Renan shows that Philo, who died toward the year 50, and who was born many years earlier than Jesus, living all the while in Palestine while the glad tidings were being preached all over the country, according to the Gospels, had never heard of him. Josephus, the historian, who was born 3 or 4 years after the death of Jesus, mentions his execution in a short sentence, and even those few words were altered by a Christian hand, says the author of the Life of Jesus. Writing at the close of the 1st century, when Paul, the learned propagandist, is said to have founded so many churches, and Peter is alleged to have established the apostolic succession. which the Ireneo-Eusebian chronology shows to have already included 3 bishops of Rome, 1562 Josephus, the painstaking enumerator and careful historian of even the most unimportant sects, entirely ignores the existence of a Christian sect. Suetonius, secretary of Adrian, writing in the first quarter of the 2nd century, knows so little of Jesus or his history as to say that the Emperor Claudius banished all the Jews, who were continually making disturbances. At the instigation of one Christus, meaning Christ, we must suppose. 1563 The Emperor Adrian himself, writing still later, was so little impressed with the tenets or importance of the new sect, that in a letter to Servianus he shows that he believes the Christians to be worshippers of Serapis. 1564, in the 2nd century, says C.W. King, the syncretistic sects that had sprung up in Alexandria, the very hotbed of Gnosticism, found out in Serapis a prophetic type of Christ as the Lord and Creator of all, and Judge of the living and the dead. 1565 Thus, while the pagan philosophers had never viewed Serapis, or rather the abstract idea which was embodied in him, as otherwise than a representation of the anima mundi, the Christians anthropomorphized the Son of God, and his Father, finding no better model for him than the idol of a pagan myth. There can be no doubt, remarks the same author, that the head of Serapis, marked, as the face is, by a grave and pensive majesty, supplied the first idea for the conventional portraits of the Savior. 1566. In the notes taken by a traveler whose episode with the monks on Mount Athos we have mentioned elsewhere we find that, during his early life, Jesus had frequent intercourse with the Essenes belonging to the Pythagorean school, and known as the Koinobi. We believe it rather hazardous on the part of Renan to assert so dogmatically, as he does, that Jesus ignored the very name of Buddha, of Zoroaster, of Plato. That he had never read a Greek nor a Buddhistic book, although he had more than one element in him, which, unawares to himself, proceeded from Buddhism, Parsincism, and the Greek wisdom. 1567 This is conceding half a miracle, and allowing as much to chance and coincidence. It is an abuse of privilege, when an author, who claims to write historical facts, draws convenient deductions from hypothetical premises, and then calls it a biography, a life of Jesus. No more than any other compiler of legends concerning the problematical history of the Nazarene prophet, has Renan 1 inch of secure foothold upon which to maintain himself. Nor can any one else assert a claim to the contrary, except on inferential evidence. And yet, while Renan has not one solitary fact to show that Jesus had never studied the metaphysical tenets of Buddhism and Parsincism, or heard of the philosophy of Plato, his opponents have the best reasons in the world to suspect the contrary. When they find that, 1. All his sayings are in a Pythagorean spirit, when not verbatim repetitions, 2. His code of ethics is purely Buddhistic, 3. His mode of action and walk in life, Essenian, and 4. His mystical mode of expression, his parables, and his ways, those of an initiate, whether Grecian, Chaldean, or Magian, for the perfect, who spoke the hidden wisdom, were of the same school of archaic learning the world over. It is difficult to escape from the logical conclusion that he belonged to that same body of initiates. It is a poor compliment paid the Supreme, this forcing upon him 4 Gospels, in which, contradictory as they often are, there is not a single narrative, sentence, or peculiar expression, whose parallel may not be found in some older doctrine or philosophy. Surely, the Almighty were it but to spare future generations their present perplexity might have brought down with him, at his first and only incarnation on earth, something original, something that would trace a distinct line of demarcation between himself and the score or so of incarnate pagan gods, who had been born of virgins, had all been saviors, and were either killed or otherwise sacrificed themselves for humanity. Too much has already been conceded to the emotional side of the story. What the world needs is a less exalted, but more faithful view of a personage, in whose favor nearly half of Christendom has dethroned the Almighty. It is not the erudite, world-famous scholar, whom we question for what we find in his Vie de Jesus, nor is it one of his historical statements. We simply challenge a few unwarranted and untenable assertions that have found their way past the emotional narrator, into the otherwise beautiful pages of the work, a life built altogether on mere probabilities, and yet that of one who, if accepted as an historical personage, has far greater claims upon our love and veneration, fallible as he is with all his greatness, than if we figure him as an omnipotent God. It is but in the latter character that Jesus must be regarded by every reverential mind as a failure. Notwithstanding the paucity of old philosophical works now extant, we could find no end of instances of perfect identity between Pythagorean, Hindu, and New Testament sayings. There is no lack of proofs upon this point. What is needed is a Christian public that will examine what will be offered, and show common honesty in rendering its verdict. Bigotry has had its day, and done its worst. We need not be frightened, says Professor Muller, if we discover traces of truth, traces even of Christian truth, among the sages and lawgivers of other nations. After reading the following philosophical aphorisms, who can believe that Jesus and Paul had never read the Grecian and Indian philosophers? Sentences from Sextus, the Pythagorean, and other heathen. 1. Possess not treasures, but those things which no one can take from you. 2. It is better for a part of the body which contains purulent matter, and threatens to infect the whole, to be burnt, than to continue so in another state, life. 3. You have in yourself something similar to God, and therefore use yourself as the temple of God. 4. The greatest honor which can be paid to God, is to know and imitate his perfection. 5. What I do not wish men to do to me, I also wish not to do to men. Analects of Confucius, page 76, see Max Muller's The Works of Confucius. 6. The moon shines even in the house of the wicked, Manu. 7. They who give, have things given to them. Those who withhold, have things taken from them. Ibid. 8. Purity of mind alone sees God. Ibid, still a popular saying in India. Verses from the New Testament. 1568. 1. Lay not up for yourselves treasures upon earth, where moth and rust doth corrupt, and where thieves break through and steal. Matthew 6. 19. 2. And if thy hand offend thee, cut it off. It is better for thee to enter unto life maimed, than go to hell, etc. Mark 9. 43. 3. Know ye not ye are the temple of God, and that the Spirit of God dwelleth in you? 1 Corinthians 3. 16. 4. That ye may be the children of your Father, which is in heaven, be ye perfect even as your Father is perfect. Matthew v. 45-48. 5. Do ye unto others as ye would that others should do to you. 6. He maketh his sun to rise on the evil and on the good, and sendeth rain on the just and on the unjust. Matthew v. 45. 7. Whosoever hath, to him shall be given, but whosoever hath not, from him shall be taken away. Matthew 13. 12. 8. Blessed are the pure in heart, for they shall see God. Matthew v. 8. Plato did not conceal the fact that he derived his best philosophical doctrines from Pythagoras, and that himself was merely the first to reduce them to systematic order, occasionally interweaving with them metaphysical speculations of his own. But Pythagoras himself got his recondite doctrines, first from the descendants of Mochus, and later, from the Brahmins of India. He was also initiated into the mysteries among the Hierophants of Thebes, the Persian and Chaldean Magi. Thus, step by step do we trace the origin of most of our Christian doctrines to Middle Asia. Drop out from Christianity the personality of Jesus, so sublime, because of its unparalleled simplicity, and what remains? History and comparative theology echo back the melancholy answer, a crumbling skeleton formed of the oldest pagan myths. While the mythical birth and life of Jesus are a faithful copy of those of the Brahmanical Krishna, his historical character of a religious reformer in Palestine is the true type of Buddha in India. In more than one respect their great resemblance in philanthropic and spiritual aspirations, as well as external circumstances is truly striking. Though the son of a king, while Jesus was but a carpenter, Buddha was not of the high Brahmanical caste by birth. Like Jesus, he felt dissatisfied with the dogmatic spirit of the religion of his country, the intolerance and hypocrisy of the priesthood, their outward show of devotion, and their useless ceremonials and prayers. As Buddha broke violently through the traditional laws and rules of the Brahmins, so did Jesus declare war against the Pharisees, and the proud Sadducees. What the Nazarene did as a consequence of his humble birth and position, Buddha did as a voluntary penance. He traveled about as a beggar, and again like Jesus later in life he sought by preference the companionship of publicans and sinners. Each aimed at a social as well as at a religious reform, and giving a death blow to the old religions of his countries, each became the founder of a new one. The reform of Buddha, says Max Muller, had originally much more of a social than of a religious character. The most important element of Buddhist reform has always been its social and moral code, not its metaphysical theories. That moral code is one of the most perfect which the world has ever known. And he whose meditations had been how to deliver the soul of man from misery and the fear of death, had delivered the people of India from a degrading thraldom and from priestly tyranny. Further, the lecturer adds that were it otherwise, Buddha might have taught whatever philosophy he pleased, and we should hardly have heard his name. The people would not have minded him, and his system would only have been a drop in the ocean of philosophic speculation by which India was deluged at all times. 1569. The same with Jesus. While Philo, whom Renan calls Jesus's elder brother, Hillel, Shammai, and Gamaliel, are hardly mentioned, Jesus has become a god. And still, pure and divine as was the moral code taught by Christ, it never could have borne comparison with that of Buddha, but for the tragedy of Calvary. That which helped forward the deification of Jesus was his dramatic death, the voluntary sacrifice of his life, alleged to have been made for the sake of mankind, and the later convenient dogma of the atonement, invented by the Christians. In India, where life is valued as of no account, the crucifixion would have produced little effect, if any. In a country whereas all the Indianists are well aware religious fanatics set themselves to dying by inches, in penances lasting for years, where the most fearful macerations are self-inflicted by fakirs. Where young and delicate widows, in a spirit of bravado against the government, as much as out of religious fanaticism, mount the funeral pile with a smile on their face. Where, to quote the words of the great lecturer, men in the prime of life throw themselves under the car of Juggernath, to be crushed to death by the idol they believe in. Where the plaintiff who cannot get redress starves himself to death at the door of his judge. Where the philosopher who thinks he has learned all which this world can teach him, and who longs for absorption into the deity, quietly steps into the Ganges, in order to arrive at the other shore of existence. 1570. In such a country even a voluntary crucifixion would have passed unnoticed. In Judea, and even among braver nations than the Jews, the Romans and the Greeks, where every one clung more or less to life, and most people would have fought for it with desperation. The tragical end of the great reformer was calculated to produce a profound impression. The names of even such minor heroes as Mutius Scaevola, Horatius Cockles, the mother of the Gracchi, and others, have descended to posterity. And, during our school days, as well as later in life, their histories have awakened our sympathy and commanded a reverential admiration. But, can we ever forget the scornful smile of certain Hindus, at Benares, when an English lady, the wife of a clergyman, tried to impress them with the greatness of the sacrifice of Jesus, in giving his life for us? Then, for the first time the idea struck us how much the pathos of the great drama of Calvary had to do with subsequent events in the foundation of Christianity. Even the imaginative Renan was moved by this feeling to write in the last chapter of his Vie de Jesus, a few pages of singular and sympathetic beauty. 1571. Apollonius, a contemporary of Jesus of Nazareth, was, like him, an enthusiastic founder of a new spiritual school. Perhaps less metaphysical and more practical than Jesus, less tender and perfect in his nature, he nevertheless inculcated the same quintessence of spirituality, and the same high moral truths. His great mistake was to confine them too closely to the higher classes of society. While to the poor and the humble Jesus preached peace on earth and goodwill to men, Apollonius was the friend of kings, and moved with the aristocracy. He was born among the latter, and himself a man of wealth, while the Son of Man, representing the people, had not where to lay his head. Nevertheless, the two miracle workers exhibited striking similarity of purpose. Still earlier than Apollonius had appeared Simon Magus, called the Great Power of God. His miracles are both more wonderful, more varied, and better attested than those either of the apostles or of the Galilean philosopher himself. Materialism denies the fact in both cases, but history affirms. Apollonius followed both. And how great and renowned were his miraculous works in comparison with those of the alleged founder of Christianity, as the Kabbalists claim, we have history again, and Justin Martyr, to corroborate. 1572. Like Buddha and Jesus, Apollonius was the uncompromising enemy of all outward show of piety, all display of useless religious ceremonies and hypocrisy. If, like the Christian Savior, the sage of Tyana had by preference sought the companionship of the poor and humble. And if instead of dying comfortably, at over 100 years of age, he had been a voluntary martyr, proclaiming divine truth from a cross. 1573 his blood might have proved as efficacious for the subsequent dissemination of spiritual doctrines as that of the Christian Messiah. The calumnies set afloat against Apollonius were as numerous as they were false. So late as 18 centuries after his death he was defamed by Bishop Douglas in his work against miracles. In this the Right Reverend Bishop crushed himself against historical facts. If we study the question with a dispassionate mind, we will soon perceive that the ethics of Gautama Buddha, Plato, Apollonius, Jesus, Ammonius Saccas, and his disciples, were all based on the same mystic philosophy. That all worshipped one God, whether they considered him as the Father of humanity, who lives in man as man lives in him, or as the incomprehensible creative principle, all led godlike lives. Ammonius, speaking of his philosophy, taught that their school dated from the days of Hermes, who brought his wisdom from India. It was the same mystical contemplation throughout, as that of the yogin, the communion of the Brahman with his own luminous self, the Atman. And this Hindu term is again Kabbalistic, par excellence. Who is self? Is asked in the Rig Veda. Self is the Lord of all things are contained in this self, all selves are contained in this self. Brahman itself is but self, 1574 is the answer. Says Idra Rabba, all things are himself, and himself is concealed on every side. 1575 The Adam Kadmon of the Kabbalists contains in himself all the souls of the Israelites, and he is himself in every soul, says the Sohar. 1576 The groundwork of the eclectic school was thus identical with the doctrines of the Yogin, the Hindu mystics, and the earlier Buddhism of the disciples of Gautama. And when Jesus assured his disciples that the Spirit of truth, whom the world cannot receive because it seeth him not, neither knoweth him, dwells with and in them, who are in him and he in them. 1577 He but expounded the same tenet that we find running through every philosophy worthy of that name. Laboulaye, the learned and skeptical French savant, does not believe a word of the miraculous portion of Buddha's life. Nevertheless, he has the candor to speak of Gautama as being only second to Christ in the great purity of his ethics and personal morality. For both of these opinions he is respectfully rebuked by de Mussos. Vexed at this scientific contradiction of his accusations of demonolatry against Gautama Buddha, he assures his readers that ce savant distingue ne point étudier cette question 1578. I do not hesitate to say, remarks in his turn Barthélemy T. Hilaire, that, except Christ alone, there is not among the founders of religions, a figure either more pure or more touching than that of Buddha. His life is spotless. His constant heroism equals his convictions. He is the perfect model of all the virtues he preaches, his abnegation, his charity, his unalterable sweetness of disposition, do not fail him for one instant. He abandoned, at the age of 29, his father's court to become a monk and a beggar. And when he dies in the arms of his disciples, it is with the serenity of a sage who practiced virtue all his life, and who dies convinced of having found the truth. 1579 This deserved panegyric is no stronger than the one which Laboulaye himself pronounced, and which occasioned de Mussos's wrath. It is more than difficult, adds the former, to understand how men not assisted by revelation could have soared so high and approached so near the truth. 1580 Curious that there should be so many lofty souls, not assisted by revelation. And why should any one feel surprised that Gautama could die with philosophical serenity? As the Kabbalists justly say, death does not exist, and man never steps outside of universal life. Those whom we think dead live still in us, as we live in them. The more one lives for his kind, the less need he fear to die. 1581 And, we might add, that he who lives for humanity does even more than him who dies for it. The ineffable name, in the search for which so many Kabbalists unacquainted with any Oriental or even European adept vainly consume their knowledge and lives, dwells latent in the heart of every man. This mirific name which, according to the most ancient oracles, rushes into the infinite worlds Alpha 0x63c. Eta omicron iota mu epsilon tau omicron sigma rho omicron pi eta alpha lambda iota gamma nu iota, can be obtained in a twofold way, by regular initiation, and through the small voice, which Elijah heard in the cave of Horeb, the mount of God. And, when Elijah heard it, he wrapped his face in his mantle and stood in the entering of the cave. And behold, there came the voice. When Apollonius of Tyana desired to hear the small voice, he used to wrap himself up entirely in a mantle of fine wool, on which he placed both his feet, after having performed certain magnetic passes. And pronounced not the name, but an invocation well known to every adept. Then he drew the mantle over his head and face, and his translucid or astral spirit was free. On ordinary occasions he wore wool no more than the priests of the temples. The possession of the secret combination of the name gave the Hierophant supreme power over every being, human or otherwise, inferior to himself in soul strength. Hence, when Max Muller tells us of the quiche, hidden majesty which was never to be opened by human hands, the Kabbalist perfectly understands what was meant by the expression. And is not at all surprised to hear even this most erudite philologist exclaim, "What it was we do not know." We cannot too often repeat that it is only through the doctrines of the more ancient philosophies that the religion preached by Jesus may be understood. It is through Pythagoras, Confucius, and Plato, that we can comprehend the idea which underlies the term Father in the New Testament. Plato's ideal of the deity, whom he terms the one everlasting, invisible God, the fashioner and Father of all things, 1582, is rather the Father of Jesus. It is this divine being of whom the Grecian sage says that he can neither be envious nor the originator of evil, for he can produce nothing but what is good and just. 1583 is certainly not the Mosaic Jehovah, the jealous God, but the God of Jesus, who alone is good. He extols his all-embracing, divine power, 1584, and his omnipotence, but at the same time intimates that, as he is unchangeable, he can never desire to change his laws, i.e., to extirpate evil from the world through a miracle. 1585 He is omniscient, and nothing escapes his watchful eye. 1586 His justice, which we find embodied in the law of compensation and retribution, will leave no crime without punishment, no virtue without its reward. 1587 And therefore he declares that the only way to honor God is to cultivate moral purity. He utterly rejects not only the anthropomorphic idea that God could have a material body, 1588, but rejects with disgust those fables which ascribe passions, quarrels, and crimes of all sorts to the minor gods. 1589 He indignantly denies that God allows himself to be propitiated, or rather bribed, by prayers and sacrifices. 1590 The Phaedrus of Plato displays all that man once was, and that which he may yet become again. Before man's spirit sank into sensuality and was embodied with it through the loss of his wings, he lived among the gods in the airy, spiritual, world where everything is true and pure. In the Timaeus he says that, there was a time when mankind did not perpetuate itself, but lived as pure spirits. In the future world, says Jesus, they neither marry nor are given in marriage, but live as the angels of God in heaven. The researches of Laboulaye, Enquetil Duperon, Colebrook, Barthélemy Saint Hilaire, Max Muller, Spiegel, Burnouf, Wilson, and so many other linguists, have brought some of the truth to light. And now that the difficulties of the Sanskrit, the Tibetan, the Sinhalese, the Zend, the Pahlavi, the Chinese, and even of the Burmese, are partially conquered, and the Vedas, and the Zendavesta, the Buddhist texts. And even Kapila's sutras are translated, a door is thrown wide open, which, once passed, must close forever behind any speculative or ignorant calumniators of the old religions. Even till the present time, the clergy have, to use the words of Max Muller, generally appealed to the deviltries and orgies of heathen worship. But they have seldom, if ever, endeavored to discover the true and original character of the strange forms of faith and worship which they call the work of the devil. 1591 When we read The True History of Buddha and Buddhism, by Muller, and the enthusiastic opinions of both expressed by Barthélemy Saint Hilaire and Laboulaye. And when, finally, a popish missionary, an eyewitness, and one who least of all can be accused of partiality to the Buddhists, the Abbé Huc, we mean, finds occasion for nothing but admiration for the high individual character of these devil worshippers. We must consider Sakyamuni's philosophy as something more than the religion of fetishism and atheism, which the Catholics would have us believe it. Huc was a missionary, and it was his first duty to regard Buddhism as no better than an outgrowth of the worship of Satan. The poor abbé was struck off the list of missionaries at Rome, 1592, after his book of travels was published. This illustrates how little we may expect to learn the truth about the religions of other people, through missionaries, when their accounts are first revised by the superior ecclesiastical authorities, and the former severely punished for telling the truth. When these men who have been and still are often termed the obscene ascetics, the devotees of different sects of India, in short, generally termed yogi, were asked by Marco Polo how it comes that they are not ashamed to go stark naked as they do, they answered the inquirer of the 13th century as a missionary of the 19th was answered. We go naked, they say, because naked we came into the world, and we desire to have nothing about us that is of this world. Moreover, we have no sin of the flesh to be conscious of, and therefore, we are not ashamed of our nakedness any more than you are to show your hand or your face. You who are conscious of the sins of the flesh, do well to have shame, and to cover your nakedness. 1593. One could make a curious list of the excuses and explanations of the clergy to account for similarities daily discovered between Romanism and heathen religions. Yet the summary would invariably lead to one sweeping claim: the doctrines of Christianity were plagiarized by the pagans the world over. Plato and his older academy stole the ideas from the Christian revelation, said the Alexandrian fathers. The Brahmins and Manu borrowed from the Jesuit missionaries, and the Bhagavad Gita was the production of Father Calmet, who transformed Christ and John into Krishna and Arjuna to fit the Hindu mind. The trifling fact that Buddhism and Platonism both antedated Christianity, and the Vedas had already degenerated into Brahmanism before the days of Moses, makes no difference. The same with regard to Apollonius of Tyana. Although his thaumaturgical powers could not be denied in the face of the testimony of emperors, their courts, and the populations of several cities. And although few of these had ever heard of the Nazarene prophet whose miracles had been witnessed by a few apostles only, whose very individualities remain to this day a problem in history, yet Apollonius has to be accepted as the monkey of Christ. If of really pious, good, and honest men, many are yet found among the Catholic, Greek, and Protestant clergy, whose sincere faith has the best of their reasoning powers, and who, having never been among heathen populations, are unjust only through ignorance, it is not so with the missionaries. The invariable subterfuge of the latter is to attribute to demonolatry the really Christ-like life of the Hindu and Buddhist ascetics and many of the lamas. Years of sojourn among heathen nations, in China, Tartary, Thibet, and Hindustan have furnished them with ample evidence how unjustly the so-called idolaters have been slandered. The missionaries have not even the excuse of sincere faith to give the world that they mislead. And, with very few exceptions, one may boldly paraphrase the remark made by Garibaldi, and say that, a priest knows himself to be an impostor, unless he be a fool, or have been taught to lie from boyhood. Chapter 8. Christian and Catholic sons may accuse their fathers of the crime of heresy, although they may know that their parents will be burnt with fire and put to death for it. And not only may they refuse them food, if they attempt to turn them from the Catholic faith, but they may also justly kill them. Jesuit Precept, F. Stephen Fagandez, in Proecepta Decalogi. Lugduni, 1640. Most wise, what hour is it? Respect. K. S. Warden. It is the first hour of the day, the time when the veil of the temple was rent asunder. When darkness and consternation were spread over the earth, when the light was darkened, when the implements of masonry were broken, when the flaming star disappeared, when the cubic stone was broken, when the word was lost. Magna est veritas id prevalebit. Hebrew text, JHBUHLUN. The greatest of the Kabbalistic works of the Hebrew Zohar was compiled by Rabbi Simeon ben Yochai. According to some critics, this was done years before the Christian era. According to others, only after the destruction of the temple. However, it was completed only by the son of Simeon, Rabbi Eliezer, and his secretary, Rabbi Abba. For the work is so immense and the subjects treated so abstruse that even the whole life of this rabbi, called the Prince of Kabbalists, did not suffice for the task. On account of its being known that he was in possession of this knowledge, and of the Merkabah, which ensured the reception of the word, his very life was endangered, and he had to fly to the wilderness, where he lived in a cave for 12 years. Surrounded by faithful disciples, and finally died there amid signs and wonders. 1594. But voluminous as is the work, and containing as it does the main points of the secret and oral tradition, it still does not embrace it all. It is well known that this venerable Kabbalist never imparted the most important points of his doctrine otherwise than orally, and to a very limited number of friends and disciples, including his only son. Therefore, without the final initiation into the Merkabah, the study of the Kabbalah will be ever incomplete, and the Merkabah can be taught only in darkness, in a deserted place, and after many and terrific trials. Since the death of Simeon ben Yochai, this hidden doctrine has remained an inviolate secret for the outside world. Delivered only as a mystery, it was communicated to the candidate orally, face to face and mouth to ear. This Masonic commandment, mouth to ear, and the word at low breath, is an inheritance from the Tanaim and the old pagan mysteries. Its modern use must certainly be due to the indiscretion of some renegade Kabbalist, though the word itself is but a substitute for the lost word, and is a comparatively modern invention, as we will further show. The real sentence has remained forever in the sole possession of the adepts of various countries of the Eastern and Western hemispheres. Only a limited number among the chiefs of the Templars, and some Rosicrucians of the 17th century, always in close relations with Arabian alchemists and initiates, could really boast of its possession. From the 7th to the 15th centuries there was no one who could claim it in Europe. And although there had been alchemists before the days of Paracelsus, he was the first who had passed through the true initiation. That last ceremony which conferred on the adept the power of traveling toward the burning bush over the holy ground, and to burn the golden calf in the fire, grind it to powder, and strew it upon the water. Verily, then, this magic water, and the lost word, resuscitated more than one of the pre-Mosaic Adonirams, Gedaliahs, and Hiram Abiphs. The real word now substituted by Mac Benach and Ma was used ages before its pseudo-magical effect was tried on the widows' sons of the last 2 centuries. Who was, in fact, the first operative Mason of any consequence? Elias Ashmole, the last of the Rosicrucians and alchemists, admitted to the freedom of the operative Masons' Company in London, in 1646, he died in 1692. At that time Masonry was not what it became later. It was neither a political nor a Christian institution, but a true secret organization, which admitted into the ties of fellowship all men anxious to obtain the priceless boon of liberty of conscience, and avoid clerical persecution. 1595. Not until about 30 years after his death did what is now termed modern Freemasonry see the light. It was born on the 24th day of June, 1717, in the Apple Tree Tavern, Charles Street, Covent Garden, London. And it was then, as we are told in Anderson's Constitutions, that the only 4 lodges in the south of England elected Anthony Sayer first Grand Master of Masons. Notwithstanding its great youth, this Grand Lodge has ever claimed the acknowledgement of its supremacy by the whole body of the fraternity throughout the whole world. As the Latin inscription on the plate put beneath the cornerstone of Freemasons' Hall, London, in 1775, would tell to those who could see it. But of this more anon. In Die Kabbalah, by Frank, the author, following its esoteric ravings, as he expresses it, gives us, in addition to the translations, his commentaries. Speaking of his predecessors, he says that Simeon ben Iochai mentions repeatedly what the companions have taught in the older works. And the author cites one Geba, the Old, and Hamnuna, the Old. 1596. But what the two old ones mean, or who they were, in fact, he tells us not, for he does not know himself. Among the venerable sect of the Tanaim, or rather the Tananim, the wise men, there were those who taught the secrets practically and initiated some disciples into the grand and final mystery. But the Mishnah Haggadah, 2d section, say that the table of contents of the Merkabah must only be delivered to wise old ones. 1597. The Gemara is still more dogmatic. The more important secrets of the mysteries were not even revealed to all priests. Alone the initiates had them divulged. And so we find the same great secrecy prevalent in every ancient religion. But, as we see, neither the Zohar nor any other Kabbalistic volume contains merely Jewish wisdom. The doctrine itself, being the result of whole millenniums of thought, is therefore the joint property of adepts of every nation under the sun. Nevertheless, the Zohar teaches practical occultism more than any other work on that subject. Not as it is translated though, and commented upon by its various critics, but with the secret signs on its margins. These signs contain the hidden instructions, apart from the metaphysical interpretations and apparent absurdities so fully credited by Josephus, who was never initiated, and gave out the dead letter as he had received it. 1598. The real practical magic contained in the Zohar and other Kabbalistic works, is only of use to those who read it within. The Christian apostles at least, those who are said to have produced miracles, at will 1599, had to be acquainted with this science. It ill behooves a Christian to look with horror or derision upon magic, gems, amulets, and other talismans against the evil eye, which serve as charms to exercise a mysterious influence either on the possessor or the person whom the magician desires to control. There are still extant a number of such charmed amulets in public and private collections of antiquities. Illustrations of convex gems, with mysterious legends the meaning of which baffles all scientific inquiry are given by many collectors. King shows several such in his Gnostics, and he describes a white carnelian, chalcedony, covered on both sides with interminable legends, to interpret which would ever prove a failure. Yes, in every case, perhaps, but that of a hermetic student or an adept. But we refer the reader to his interesting work, and the talismans described in his plates, to show that even the seer of Patmos himself was well versed in this Kabbalistic science of talismans and gems. St. John clearly alludes to the potent, white carnelian, a gem well known among adepts, as the alba petra, or the stone of initiation, on which the word prize is generally found engraved. As it was given to the candidate who had successfully passed through all the preliminary trials of a neophyte. The fact is, that no less than the Book of Job, the whole Revelation, is simply an allegorical narrative of the mysteries and initiation therein of a candidate, who is John himself. No high mason, well versed in the different degrees, can fail to see it. The numbers 7, 12, and others are all so many lights thrown over the obscurity of the work. Paracelsus maintained the same some centuries ago. And when we find the one like unto the Son of Man, saying, chapter 2, 17, to him that overcometh, will I give to eat of the hidden manna, and will give him a white stone, and in the stone a new name written, the word which no man knoweth saving he that receiveth it. What master mason can doubt but it refers to the last headline of this chapter. In the pre-Christian Mithraic mysteries, the candidate who fearlessly overcame the 12 tortures, which preceded the final initiation, received a small round cake or wafer of unleavened bread, symbolizing, in one of its meanings, the solar disk and known as the heavenly bread or manna, and having figures traced on it. A lamb or a bull was killed, and with the blood the candidate had to be sprinkled, as in the case of the Emperor Julian's initiation. The 7 rules or mysteries were then delivered to the newly born, that are represented in the Revelation as the 7 seals which are opened, in order, see chapter 5 and 6. There can be no doubt that the seer of Patmos referred to this ceremony. The origin of the Roman Catholic amulets and relics, blessed by the Pope, is the same as that of the Ephesian spell, or magical characters engraved either on a stone or drawn on a piece of parchment. The Jewish amulets with verses out of the law, and called phylacteria, phi upsilon lambda alpha kappa tau epsilon rho iota alpha, and the Mahometan charms with verses of the Quran. All these were used as protective magic spells, and worn by the believers on their persons. Epiphanius, the worthy ex-Marcosian, who speaks of these charms when used by the Manichaeans as amulets, that is to say, things worn round the neck, periapta, and incantations and such like trickery, cannot well throw a slur upon the trickery of the pagans and Gnostics, without including the Roman Catholic and Popish amulets. But consistency is a virtue which we fear is losing, under Jesuit influence, the slight hold it may ever have had on the Church. That crafty, learned, conscienceless, terrible soul of Jesuitism, within the body of Romanism, is slowly but surely possessing itself of the whole prestige and spiritual power that clings to it. For the better exemplification of our theme it will be necessary to contrast the moral principles of the ancient Tanaim and Theurgists with those professed by the modern Jesuits, who practically control Romanism today, and are the hidden enemy that would-be reformers must encounter and overcome. Throughout the whole of antiquity, where, in what land, can we find anything like this order or anything even approaching it? We owe a place to the Jesuits in this chapter on secret societies, for more than any other they are a secret body, and have a far closer connection with actual Masonry in France and Germany at least than people are generally aware of. The cry of an outraged public morality was raised against this order from its very birth. 1600 barely 15 years had elapsed after the bull approving its constitution was promulgated, when its members began to be driven away from one place to the other. Portugal and the Low Countries got rid of them, in 1578, France in 1594. Venice in 1606, Naples in 1622. From St. Petersburg they were expelled in 1815, and from all Russia in 1820. It was a promising child from its very teens. What it grew up to be everyone knows well. The Jesuits have done more moral harm in this world than all the fiendish armies of the mythical Satan. Whatever extravagance may seem to be involved in this remark, will disappear when our readers in America, who now know little about them, are made acquainted with their principles, principia, and rules as they appear in various works written by the Jesuits themselves. We beg leave to remind the public that every one of the statements which follow in quotation marks are extracted from authenticated manuscripts, or folios printed by this distinguished body. Many are copied from the large quarto 1601 published by the authority of, and verified and collated by the commissioners of the French Parliament. The statements therein were collected and presented to the King, in order that, as the Arrest du Parlement du 5 Mars, 1762, expresses it, the elder son of the Church might be made aware of the perversity of this doctrine. A doctrine authorizing theft, lying, perjury, impurity, every passion and crime, teaching homicide, parricide, and regicide, overthrowing religion in order to substitute for it superstition, by favoring sorcery, blasphemy, irreligion, and idolatry, etc. Let us then examine the ideas on magic of the Jesuits. Writing on this subject in his Secret Instructions, Anthony Escobart 1602 says, "It is lawful to make use of the science acquired through the assistance of the devil, provided the preservation and use of that knowledge do not depend upon the devil, for the knowledge is good in itself, and the sin by which it was acquired has gone by." 1603 Hence, why should not a Jesuit cheat the devil as well as he cheats every layman? Astrologers and soothsayers are either bound, or are not bound, to restore the reward of their divination, if the event does not come to pass. "I own," remarks the good Father Escobar, that the former opinion does not at all please me, because, when the astrologer or diviner has exerted all the diligence in the diabolic art which is essential to his purpose, he has fulfilled his duty, whatever may be the result. As the physician is not bound to restore his fee if his patient should die, so neither is the astrologer bound to restore his charge except where he has used no effort, or was ignorant of his diabolic art. Because, when he has used his endeavors he has not deceived. 1604. Further, we find the following on astrology: if any one affirms, through conjecture founded upon the influence of the stars and the character, disposition of a man, that he will be a soldier, an ecclesiastic, or a bishop, this divination may be devoid of all sin. Because the stars and the disposition of the man may have the power of inclining the human will to a certain lot or rank, but not of constraining it. 1605. Busenbaum and Lacroix, in Theologia Moralis 1606 say, palmistry may be considered lawful, if from the lines and divisions of the hands it can ascertain the disposition of the body, and conjecture, with probability, the propensities and affections of the soul. 1607. This noble fraternity, which many preachers have of late so vehemently denied to have ever been a secret one, has been sufficiently proved as such. Their constitutions were translated into Latin by the Jesuit Polankus, and printed in the College of the Society at Rome, in 1558. They were jealously kept secret, the greater part of the Jesuits themselves knowing only extracts from them. 1608 they were never produced to the light until 1761, when they were published by order of the French Parliament in 1761, 1762, in the famous process of Father Lavalette. The degrees of the order are, I. Novices, 2. Lay brothers, or temporal coadjutors, 3. Scholastics, 4. Spiritual coadjutors, v. Professed of 3 vows, 6. Professed of 5 vows. There is also a secret class, known only to the general and a few faithful Jesuits, which, perhaps more than any other, contributed to the dreaded and mysterious power of the order, says Niccolini. The Jesuits reckon it among the greatest achievements of their order that Loyola supported, by a special memorial to the Pope, a petition for the reorganization of that abominable and abhorred instrument of wholesale butchery, the infamous tribunal of the Inquisition. This order of Jesuits is now all-powerful in Rome. They have been reinstalled in the Congregation of Extraordinary Ecclesiastical Affairs, in the Department of the Secretary of State, and in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. The pontifical government was for years previous to Victor Emmanuel's occupation of Rome entirely in their hands. The society now numbers 8,584 members. But we must see what are their chief rules. By what is seen above, in becoming acquainted with their mode of action, we may ascertain what the whole Catholic body is likely to be. Says Mackenzie, the order has secret signs and passwords, according to the degrees to which the members belong, and as they wear no particular dress, it is very difficult to recognize them, unless they reveal themselves as members of the order. For they may appear as Protestants or Catholics, Democrats or aristocrats, infidels or bigots, according to the special mission with which they are entrusted. Their spies are everywhere, of all apparent ranks of society, and they may appear learned and wise, or simple or foolish, as their instructions run. There are Jesuits of both sexes, and all ages, and it is a well-known fact that members of the order, of high family and delicate nurture, are acting as menial servants in Protestant families, and doing other things of a similar nature in aid of the society's purposes. We cannot be too much on our guard, for the whole society, being founded on a law of unhesitating obedience, can bring its force on any given point with unerring and fatal accuracy. 1609. The Jesuits maintain that the Society of Jesus is not of human invention, but it proceeded from him whose name it bears. For Jesus himself described that rule of life which the society follows, first by his example, and afterwards by his words. 1610. Let, then, all pious Christians listen and acquaint themselves with this alleged rule of life, and precepts of their God, as exemplified by the Jesuits. Peter Alagona, St. Tome Aquinatus Summae Theologiae Compendium, says, by the command of God it is lawful to kill an innocent person, to steal, or commit ex mandato de licet occider innocentem, ferrari, fornicari. Because he is the Lord of life and death, and all things, and it is due to him thus to fulfill his command, ex prima secundi, quast, 94. A man of a religious order, who for a short time lays aside his habit for a sinful purpose, is free from heinous sin, and does not incur the penalty of excommunication, lib 3, sector 2, probable. 44, d. 212. 1611. John Baptist Taberna, Synopsis Theologiae Practici, propounds the following question: is a judge bound to restore the bribe which he has received for passing sentence? Answer: if he has received the bribe for passing an unjust sentence, it is probable that he may keep it. This opinion is maintained and defended by 58 doctors, 1612, Jesuits. We must abstain at present from proceeding further. So disgustingly licentious, hypocritical, and demoralizing are nearly all of these precepts, that it was found impossible to put many of them in print, except in the Latin language. 1613. We will return to some of the more decent as we proceed, for the sake of comparison. But what are we to think of the future of the Catholic world, if it is to be controlled in word and deed by this villainous society? And that it is to be so, we can hardly doubt, as we find the Cardinal Archbishop of Cambrai loudly proclaiming the same to all the faithful. His pastoral has made a certain noise in France. And yet, as 2 centuries have rolled away since the expose of these infamous principles, the Jesuits have had ample time to lie so successfully in denying the just charges, that most Catholics will never believe such a thing. The infallible Pope, Clement XIV. Ganganelli, suppressed them on the 23d of July, 1773, and yet they came to life again, and another equally infallible Pope, Pius VII, re-established them on the 7th of August, 1814. But we will hear what Monsignor of Cambrai is swift to proclaim in 1876. We quote from a secular paper. Among other things, he maintains that clericalism, ultramontanism, and Jesuitism are one and the same thing, that is to say, Catholicism, and that the distinctions between them have been created by the enemies of religion. There was a time, he says, when a certain theological opinion was commonly professed in France concerning the authority of the Pope. It was restricted to our nation, and was of recent origin. The civil power during a century and a half imposed official instruction. Those who professed these opinions were called Gallicans, and those who protested were called Ultramontanes, because they had their doctrinal center beyond the Alps, at Rome. Today the distinction between the two schools is no longer admissible. Theological Gallicanism can no longer exist, since this opinion has ceased to be tolerated by the Church. It has been solemnly condemned, past all return, by the Ecumenical Council of the Vatican. One cannot now be Catholic without being Ultramontane and Jesuit, 1614. This settles the question. We leave inferences for the present, and proceed to compare some of the practices and precepts of the Jesuits, with those of individual mystics and organized castes and societies of the ancient time. Thus the fair-minded reader may be placed in a position to judge between them as to the tendency of their doctrines to benefit or degrade humanity. Rabbi Jehoshua ben Chenania, who died about A.D. 72, openly declared that he had performed miracles by means of the Book of Sefer Jezira, and challenged every skeptic. 1615 Frank, quoting from the Babylonian Talmud, names two other thaumaturgists, Rabbis Chanina and Ashoy. 1616. Simon Magus was doubtless a pupil of the Tanaim of Samaria. The reputation which he left behind, together with the title given to him of the Great Power of God, testifies strongly in favor of the ability of his teachers. The calumnies so zealously disseminated against him by the unknown authors and compilers of the Acts and other writings, could not cripple the truth to such an extent as to conceal the fact that no Christian could rival him in thaumaturgic deeds. The story told about his falling during an aerial flight, breaking both his legs, and then committing suicide, is ridiculous. Instead of praying mentally that it should so happen, why did not the apostles pray rather that they should be allowed to outdo Simon in wonders and miracles, for then they might have proved their case far more easily than they did, and so converted thousands to Christianity. Posterity has heard but one side of the story. Were the disciples of Simon to have a chance, we might find, perhaps, that it was Peter who broke both his legs, had we not known that this apostle was too prudent ever to venture himself in Rome. On the confession of several ecclesiastical writers, no apostle ever performed such supernatural wonders. Of course pious people will say this only the more proves that it was the devil who worked through Simon. Simon was accused of blasphemy against the Holy Ghost, because he introduced it as the Holy Spiritus, the mens, intelligence, or the mother of all. But we find the same expression used in the book of Enoch, in which, in contradistinction to the Son of Man, he says, Son of the woman. In the Codex of the Nazarenes, and in the Sohar, as well in the books of Hermes, the expression is usual. And even in the apocryphal Evangelium of the Hebrews we read that Jesus himself admitted the sex of the Holy Ghost by using the expression, my mother, the Holy Pneuma. But what is the heresy of Simon, or what the blasphemies of all the heretics, in comparison with that of the same Jesuits who have now so completely mastered the Pope, ecclesiastical Rome, and the entire Catholic world? Listen again to their profession of faith. Do what your conscience tells you to be good and commanded. If, through invincible error, you believe lying or blasphemy to be commanded by God, blaspheme. 1617. Omit to do what your conscience tells you is forbidden, omit the worship of God, if you invincibly believe it to be prohibited by God, 1618. There is an implied law, obey an invincibly erroneous dictate of conscience. As often as you believe invincibly that a lie is commanded lie. 1619. Let us suppose a Catholic to believe invincibly that the worship of images is forbidden. In such a case our Lord Jesus Christ will be obliged to say to him, Depart from me thou cursed, because thou hast worshipped mine image. So, neither, is there any absurdity in supposing that Christ may say, Come thou blessed, because thou hast lied, believing invincibly, that in such a case I commanded the lie, 1620. Does not this but know? Words fail to do justice to the emotions that these astonishing precepts must awaken in the breast of every honest person. Let silence, resulting from invincible disgust, be our only adequate tribute to such unparalleled moral obliquity. The popular feeling in Venice, 1606, when the Jesuits were driven out from that city, expressed itself most forcibly. Great crowds had accompanied the exiles to the seashore, and the farewell cry which resounded after them over the waves, was, Andi in malora. Get away. And woe be to you. That cry was echoed throughout the 2 following centuries. Says Michelet, who gives this statement, in Bohemia in 1618, in India in 1623, and throughout all Christendom in 1773. In what particular was then Simon Magus a blasphemer, if he only did that which his conscience invincibly told him was true? And in what particular were ever the heretics, or even infidels of the worst kind more reprehensible than the Jesuits, those of Caen, 1621 for instance, who say the following? The Christian religion is evidently credible, but not evidently true. It is evidently credible, for it is evident that whoever embraces it is prudent. It is not evidently true, for it either teaches obscurely or the things which it teaches are obscure. And they who affirm that the Christian religion is evidently true, are obliged to confess that it is evidently false. Infer from hence. 1. That it is not evident that there is now any true religion in the world. 2. That it is not evident that of all religions existing upon the earth, the Christian religion is the most true, for have you traveled over all countries of the world, or do you know that others have? 4. That it is not evident that the predictions of the prophets were given by inspiration of God, for what refutation will you bring against me, if I deny that they were true prophecies, or assert that they were only conjectures? 5. That it is not evident that the miracles were real, which are recorded to have been wrought by Christ, although no one can prudently deny them, position 6. Neither is an avowed belief in Jesus Christ, in the Trinity, in all the articles of faith, and in the Decalogue, necessary to Christians. The only explicit belief which was necessary to the former, Jews, and is necessary to the latter, Christians, is 1. Of God, 2. Of a rewarding God, position 8. Hence, it is also more than evident that there are moments in the life of the greatest liar when he may utter some truths. It is in this case so perfectly exemplified by the good fathers, that we can see more clearly than ever whence proceeded the solemn condemnations at the Ecumenical Council of 1870, of certain heresies, and the enforcement of other articles of faith in which none believed less than those who inspired the Pope to issue them. History has yet perhaps to learn that the octogenarian Pope, intoxicated with the fumes of his newly enforced infallibility, was but the faithful echo of the Jesuits. An old man is raised trembling upon the pavois of the Vatican. Says Michelet, everything becomes absorbed and confined in him. For 15 centuries Christendom had submitted to the spiritual yoke of the Church. But that yoke was not sufficient for them. They wanted the whole world to bend under the hand of one master. Here my own words are too weak, I shall borrow those of others. They, the Jesuits, wanted, this is the accusation flung in their faces by the Bishop of Paris in the full Council of Trent, faire de l'épouse de Jesus Christ un prostituée aux volants d'un homme, 1622. They have succeeded. The Church is henceforth an inert tool, and the Pope a poor weak instrument in the hands of this order. But for how long until the end comes, well may sincere Christians remember the prophetic lamentations of the thrice great Trismegistus over his own country. Alas, alas, my son, a day will come when the sacred hieroglyphics will become but idols. The world will mistake the emblems of science for gods, and accuse grand Egypt of having worshipped hell monsters. But those who will calumniate us thus, will themselves worship death instead of life, folly in place of wisdom. They will denounce love and fecundity, fill their temples with dead men's bones, as relics, and waste their youth in solitude and tears. Their virgins will be widows, nuns, before being wives, and consume themselves in grief. Because men will have despised and profaned the sacred mysteries of Isis. 1623. How correct this prophecy has proved we find in the following Jesuit precept, which again we extract from the report of the Commissioners to the Parliament of Paris. The more true opinion is that all inanimate and irrational things may be legitimately worshipped, says Father Gabriel Vasquez, treating of idolatry. If the doctrine which we have established be rightly understood, not only may a painted image and every holy thing, set forth by public authority for the worship of God, be properly adored with God as the image of himself, but also any other thing of this world, whether it be inanimate and irrational, or in its nature rational. 1624. Why may we not adore and worship with God, apart from danger, anything whatsoever of this world, for God is in it according to his essence? This is precisely what the pantheist and Hindu philosophy maintains, and preserves it continually by his power. And when we bow down ourselves before it and impress it with a kiss, we present ourselves before God, the author of it, with the whole soul, as unto the prototype of the image, follow instances of relics, etc. To this we may add that, since everything of this world is the work of God, and God is always abiding and working in it, we may more readily conceive him to be in it than a saint in the vesture which belonged to him. And, therefore, without regarding in any way the dignity of the thing created, to direct our thoughts to God, while we give to the creature the sign and mark of submission by a kiss or prostration, is neither vain nor superstitious, but an act of the purest religion. 1625. A precept this, which, whether or not doing honor to the Christian Church, may at least be profitably quoted by any Hindu, Japanese, or other heathen when rebuked for his worship of idols. We purposely quote it for the benefit of our respected, heathen, friends who will see these lines. The prophecy of Hermes is less equivocal than either of the alleged prophecies of Isaiah, which have furnished a pretext for saying that the gods of all the nations were demons. Only, facts are stronger, sometimes, than the strongest faith. All that the Jews learned, they had from older nations than themselves. The Chaldean Magi were their masters in the secret doctrine, and it was during the Babylonian captivity that they learned its metaphysical as well as practical tenets. Pliny mentions 3 schools of Magi, one that he shows to have been founded at an unknown antiquity, the other established by Osthenes and Zoroaster, the third by Moses and Jambres. And all the knowledge possessed by these different schools, whether Magian, Egyptian, or Jewish, was derived from India, or rather from both sides of the Himalayas. Many a lost secret lies buried under wastes of sand, in the Gobi Desert of eastern Turkestan, and the wise men of Khotan have preserved strange traditions and knowledge of alchemy. Baron Bunsen shows that the origin of the ancient prayers and hymns of the Egyptian Book of the Dead is anterior to Menes, and belongs, probably, to the Premenite dynasty of Abydos, between 3100 and 4500 BC. The learned Egyptologist makes the era of Menes, or national empire, as not later than 3059 BC, and demonstrates that the system of Osirian worship and mythology was already formed 1626 before this era of Menes. We find in the hymns of this scientifically established pre-Edenic epoch, for Bunsen carries us back several centuries beyond the year of the creation of the world, 4004 BC. As fixed by biblical chronology, precise lessons of morality, identical in substance, and nearly so in form of expression, with those preached by Jesus in his Sermon on the Mount. We give the authority of the most eminent Egyptologists and hierologists for our statement. The inscriptions of the 12th dynasty are filled with ritualistic formulae, says Bunsen. Extracts from the Hermetic books are found on monuments of the earliest dynasties, and, on those of the 12th dynasty, portions of an earlier ritual are by no means uncommon. To feed the hungry, give drink to the thirsty, clothe the naked, bury the dead, formed the first duty of a pious man. The doctrine of the immortality of the soul is as old as this period. Tablet, Brit. Muse, 562. 1627. And far older, perhaps. It dates from the time when the soul was an objective being, hence when it could hardly be denied by itself, when humanity was a spiritual race and death existed not. Toward the decline of the cycle of life, the ethereal man-spirit then fell into the sweet slumber of temporary unconsciousness in one sphere, only to find himself awakening in the still brighter light of a higher one. But while the spiritual man is ever striving to ascend higher and higher toward its source of being, passing through the cycles and spheres of individual life, physical man had to descend with the great cycle of universal creation until it found itself clothed with the terrestrial garments. Thenceforth the soul was too deeply buried under physical clothing to reassert its existence, except in the cases of those more spiritual natures, which, with every cycle, became more rare. And yet none of the prehistorical nations ever thought of denying either the existence or the immortality of the inner man, the real self. Only, we must bear in mind the teachings of the old philosophies: the spirit alone is immortal, the soul, per se, is neither eternal nor divine. When linked too closely with the physical brain of its terrestrial casket, it gradually becomes a finite mind, a simple animal and sentient life principle, the nephesh of the Hebrew Bible. 1628. The doctrine of man's triune nature is as clearly defined in the Hermetic books as it is in Plato's system, or again in that of the Buddhist and Brahmanical philosophies. And this is one of the most important as well as least understood of the doctrines of Hermetic science. The Egyptian mysteries, so imperfectly known by the world, and only through the few brief allusions to them in the Metamorphoses of Apuleius, taught the greatest virtues. They unveiled to the aspirant in the higher mysteries of initiation that which many of our modern Hermetic students vainly search for in the Kabbalistic books, and which no obscure teachings of the Church, under the guidance of the order of Jesuits, will ever be able to unveil. To compare, then, the ancient secret societies of the Hierophants with the artificially produced hallucinations of those few followers of Loyola, who were, perchance, sincere at the beginning of their career, is to insult the former. And yet, in justice to them, we are compelled to do so. One of the most unconquerable obstacles to initiation, with the Egyptians as with the Greeks, was any degree of murder. One of the greatest titles to admission in the order of Jesuits is a murder in defense of Jesuitism. Children may kill their parents if they compel them to abandon the Catholic faith. Christian and Catholic sons, says Stephen Fagendes, may accuse their fathers of the crime of heresy if they wish to turn them from the faith, although they may know that their parents will be burned with fire, and put to death for it. As Tollett teaches. And not only may they refuse them food but they may also justly kill them, 1629. It is well known that Nero, the emperor, had never dared seek initiation into the mysteries on account of the murder of Agrippina. Under section 14 of the Principles of the Jesuits, we find on homicide the following Christian principles inculcated by Father Henry Enriquez, in Summae Theologiae Moralis. Thomas I, Venedius, 1600, ed. Col. Schaun, if an adulterer, even though he should be an ecclesiastic, being attacked by the husband, kills his aggressor, he is not considered irregular, non ridetur irregularis, lib 14, de irregularity, c. 10, section 3. If a father were obnoxious to the state, being in banishment, and to the society at large, and there were no other means of averting such an injury, then I should approve of this, for a son to kill his father, says Sector 15. On Parricide and Homicide. 1630. It will be lawful for an ecclesiastic, or one of the religious order, to kill a calumniator who threatens to spread atrocious accusations against himself or his religion. 1631 is the rule set forth by the Jesuit Francis Amicus. So far, good. We are informed by the highest authorities what a man in the Catholic communion may do that the common law and public morality stamp as criminal, and still continue in the odor of Jesuitical sanctity. Now suppose we again turn the medal and see what principles were inculcated by pagan Egyptian moralists before the world was blessed with these modern improvements in ethics. In Egypt every city of importance was separated from its burial place by a sacred lake. The same ceremony of judgment which the Book of the Dead describes as taking place in the world of spirit, took place on earth during the burial of the mummy. 42 judges or assessors assembled on the shore and judged the departed soul according to its actions when in the body, and it was only upon a unanimous approval of this post-mortem jury that the boatman, who represented the spirit of death, could convey the justified defunct's body to its last resting place. After that the priests returned within the sacred precincts and instructed the neophytes upon the probable solemn drama which was then taking place in the invisible realm whither the soul had fled. The immortality of the spirit was strongly inculcated by the Alomja. 1632 in the Creta Repoa 1633 the following is described as the 7 degrees of the initiation. After a preliminary trial at Thebes, where the neophyte had to pass through many trials, called the 12 tortures, he was commanded to govern his passions and never lose for a moment the idea of his God. Then as a symbol of the wanderings of the unpurified soul, he had to ascend several ladders and wander in darkness in a cave with many doors, all of which were locked. When he had overcome the dreadful trials, he received the degree of Pastopkorus, the 2nd and 3rd degrees being called the Neokorus, and the Melaniferous. Brought into a vast subterranean chamber thickly furnished with mummies lying in state, he was placed in presence of the coffin which contained the mutilated body of Osiris covered with blood. This was the hall called Gates of Death, and it is most certainly to this mystery that the passages in the Book of Job, 38. 17, and other portions of the Bible allude when these gates are spoken of. 1634 in chapter 10. We give the esoteric interpretation of the Book of Job, which is the poem of initiation par excellence. Have the gates of death been opened to thee? Hast thou seen the doors of the shadow of death? Asks the Lord, I.e. The Alomja, the initiator of Job, alluding to this 3rd degree of initiation. When the neophyte had conquered the terrors of this trial, he was conducted to the Hall of Spirits, to be judged by them. Among the rules in which he was instructed, he was commanded never to either desire or seek revenge, to be always ready to help a brother in danger, even unto the risk of his own life, to bury every dead body, to honor his parents above all, respect old age and protect those weaker than himself, and finally, to ever bear in mind the hour of death, and that of resurrection, in a new and imperishable body. 1635 Purity and chastity were highly recommended, and adultery threatened with death. Then the Egyptian neophyte was made a Christophorus. In this degree the mystery name of Iao was communicated to him. The 5th degree was that of Balahala, and he was instructed by Horus, in alchemy, the word being chamia. In the 6th, the priestly dance in the circle was taught him, in which he was instructed in astronomy, for it represented the course of the planets. In the 7th degree, he was initiated into the final mysteries. After a final probation in a building set apart for it, the astronomus, as he was now called, emerged from these sacred apartments called maneras, and received a cross the tau, which, at death, had to be laid upon his breast. He was a hierophant. We have read above the rules of these holy initiates of the Christian Society of Jesus. Compare them with those enforced upon the pagan postulant, and Christian morality with that inculcated in those mysteries of the pagans upon which all the thunders of an avenging deity are invoked by the Church. Had the latter no mysteries of its own? Or were they in any wise purer, nobler, or more inciting to a holy, virtuous life? Let us hear what Niccolini has to say, in his able history of the Jesuits, of the modern mysteries of the Christian cloister. 1636. In most monasteries, and more particularly in those of the Capuchins and Reformity, there begins at Christmas a series of feasts, which continues till Lent. All sorts of games are played, the most splendid banquets are given, and in the small towns, above all, the refectory of the convent is the best place of amusement for the greater number of the inhabitants. At carnivals, 2 or 3 very magnificent entertainments take place, the board so profusely spread that one might imagine that Copia had here poured forth the whole contents of her horn. It must be remembered that these 2 orders live by alms. 1637 The sombre silence of the cloister is replaced by a confused sound of merrymaking, and its gloomy vaults now echo with other songs than those of the psalmist. A ball enlivens and terminates the feast. And, to render it still more animated, and perhaps to show how completely their vow of chastity has eradicated all their carnal appetite, some of the young monks appear coquettishly dressed in the garb of the fair sex, and begin the dance. Along with others, transformed into gay cavaliers. To describe the scandalous scene which ensues would be but to disgust my readers. I will only say that I have myself often been a spectator at such saturnalia. The cycle is moving down, and, as it descends, the physical and bestial nature of man develops more and more at the expense of the spiritual self. 1638 With what disgust may we not turn from this religious farce called modern Christianity, to the noble faiths of old. In the Egyptian funeral ritual found among the hymns of the Book of the Dead, and which is termed by Bunsen, that precious and mysterious book, we read an address of the deceased, in the character of Horus, detailing all that he has done for his father Osiris. Among other things the deity says, 30. I have given thee thy spirit. 31. I have given thee thy soul. 32. I have given thee thy force, body, etc. In another place the entity, addressed as Father, by the disembodied soul, is shown to mean the spirit of man, for the verse says, I have made my soul come and speak with his Father, its spirit. 1639. The Egyptians regarded their ritual as essentially a divine inspiration, in short, as modern Hindus do the Vedas, and modern Jews their Mosaic books. Bunsen and Lepsius show that the term Hermetic means inspired. For it is Thoth, the deity itself, that speaks and reveals to his elect among men the will of God and the arcana of divine things. Portions of them are expressly stated to have been written by the very finger of Thoth himself. To have been the work and composition of the great God. 1640 At a later period their Hermetic character is still more distinctly recognized, and on a coffin of the 26th dynasty, Horus announces to the deceased that Thoth himself has brought him the books of his divine words, or Hermetic writings. 1641. Since we are aware that Moses was an Egyptian priest, or at least that he was learned in all their wisdom, we need not be astonished that he should write in Deuteronomy 9. 10. And the Lord delivered unto me 2 tables of stones written with the finger of God, or to find in Exodus 31, and he, the Lord, gave unto Moses 2 tables of testimony, tables of stone, written with the finger of God. In the Egyptian notions, as in those of all other faiths founded on philosophy, man was not merely, as with the Christians, a union of soul and body, he was a trinity when spirit was added to it. Besides, that doctrine made him consist of ka-body, kaba-astral form, or shadow, ka-animal soul or life principle, ba the higher soul, and octerrestrial intelligence. They had also a 6th principle named sa or mummy. But the functions of this one commenced only after the death of the body. After due purification, during which the soul, separated from its body, continued to revisit the latter in its mummified condition, this astral soul became a god, for it was finally absorbed into the soul of the world. It became transformed into one of the creative deities, the god of Ta, 1642 the demiurgos, a generic name for the creators of the world, rendered in the Bible as the Elohim. In the ritual the good or purified soul, in conjunction with its higher or uncreated spirit, is more or less the victim of the dark influence of the dragon Apophis. If it has attained the final knowledge of the heavenly and the infernal mysteries, the gnosis, i.e., complete reunion with the spirit, it will triumph over its enemies, if not the soul could not escape its second death. It is the lake that burneth with fire and brimstone elements, into which those that are cast undergo a second death. 1643, Apocalypse. This death is the gradual dissolution of the astral form into its primal elements, alluded to several times already in the course of this work. But this awful fate can be avoided by the knowledge of the mysterious name, the Word, 1644 say the Kabbalists. And what then was the penalty attached to the neglect of it? When man leads a naturally pure, virtuous life, there is none whatever. Except delay in the world of spirits, until he finds himself sufficiently purified to receive it from his spiritual Lord, one of the mighty host. But if otherwise, the soul, as a half-animal principle, becomes paralyzed, and grows unconscious of its subjective half the Lord and in proportion to the sensuous development of the brain and nerves, sooner or later, it finally loses sight of its divine mission on earth. Like the Vourdelak, or vampire, of the Servian tale, the brain feeds and lives and grows in strength and power at the expense of its spiritual parent. Then the already half-unconscious soul, now fully intoxicated by the fumes of earthly life, becomes senseless, beyond hope of redemption. It is powerless to discern the splendor of its higher spirit, to hear the warning voice of its guardian angel, and its God. It aims but at the development and fuller comprehension of natural, earthly life. And thus, can discover but the mysteries of physical nature. Its grief and fear, hope and joy, are all closely blended with its terrestrial existence. It ignores all that cannot be demonstrated by either its organs of action, or sensation. It begins by becoming virtually dead, it dies at last completely. It is annihilated. Such a catastrophe may often happen long years before the final separation of the life principle from the body. When death arrives, its iron and clammy grasp finds work with life as usual, but there is no more a soul to liberate. The whole essence of the latter has been already absorbed by the vital system of the physical man. Grim death frees but a spiritual corpse, at best an idiot. Unable either to soar higher or awaken from lethargy, it is soon dissolved in the elements of the terrestrial atmosphere. Seers, righteous men, who had attained to the highest science of the inner man and the knowledge of truth, have, like Marcus Antoninus, received instructions, from the gods, in sleep and otherwise. Helped by the purer spirits, those that dwell in regions of eternal bliss, they have watched the process and warned mankind repeatedly. Skepticism may sneer, faith, based on knowledge and spiritual science, believes and affirms. Our present cycle is preeminently one of such soul deaths. We elbow soulless men and women at every step in life. Neither can we wonder, in the present state of things, at the gigantic failure of Hegel's and Schelling's last efforts at some metaphysical construction of a system. When facts, palpable and tangible facts of phenomenal spiritualism happen daily and hourly, and yet are denied by the majority of civilized nations. Little chance is there for the acceptance of purely abstract metaphysics by the ever-growing crowd of materialists. In the book called by Champollion La Manifestation à la Lumière, there is a chapter on the ritual which is full of mysterious dialogues, with addresses to various powers by the soul. Among these dialogues there is one which is more than expressive of the potentiality of the word. The scene is laid in the Hall of the Two Truths. The door, the Hall of Truth, and even the various parts of the gate, address the soul which presents itself for admission. They all forbid it entrance unless it tells them their mystery, or mystic names. What student of the secret doctrines can fail to recognize in these names an identity of meaning and purpose with those to be met with in the Vedas, the later works of the Brahmins, and the Kabbalah? Magicians, Kabbalists, mystics, Neo-Platonists and theurgists of Alexandria, who so surpassed the Christians in their achievements in the secret science, Brahmins or Samanians, shamans, of old. And modern Brahmins, Buddhists, and Lamaists, have all claimed that a certain power attaches to these various names, pertaining to one ineffable word. We have shown from personal experience how deeply the belief is rooted to this day in the popular mind all over Russia, 1645, that the word works miracles, and is at the bottom of every magical feat. Kabbalists mysteriously connect faith with it. So did the apostles, basing their assertions on the words of Jesus, who is made to say, "If ye have faith as a grain of mustard seed, nothing shall be impossible unto you," and Paul, repeating the words of Moses, tells that, "The word is nigh thee, even in thy mouth, and in thy heart," that is, the word of faith, Romans x:8. But who, except the initiates, can boast of comprehending its full significance? In our days it is as it was in olden times, to believe in the biblical miracles requires faith. But to be enabled to produce them one's self demands a knowledge of the esoteric meaning of the word. If Christ, say Dr. Farrar and Canon Westcott, wrought no miracles, then the Gospels are untrustworthy. But even supposing that he did work them, would that prove that Gospels written by others than himself are any more trustworthy? And if not, to what purpose is the argument? Besides, such a line of reasoning would warrant the analogy that miracles performed by other religionists than Christians ought to make their Gospels trustworthy. Does not this imply at least an equality between the Christian scriptures and the Buddhist sacred books? For these equally abound with phenomena of the most astounding character. Moreover, the Christians have no longer genuine miracles produced through their priests, for they have lost the word. But many a Buddhist Lama or Siamese Talapoin, unless all travelers have conspired to lie, has been and now is able to duplicate every phenomenon described in the New Testament, and even do more. Without any pretense of suspension of natural law or divine intervention either. In fact, Christianity proves that it is as dead in faith as it is dead in works, while Buddhism is full of vitality and supported by practical proofs. The best argument in favor of the genuineness of Buddhist miracles lies in the fact that Catholic missionaries, instead of denying them or treating them as simple jugglery as some Protestant missionaries do, have often found themselves in such straits as to be forced to adopt the forlorn alternative of laying the whole on the back of the devil. And so belittled do the Jesuits feel themselves in the presence of these genuine servants of God, that with an unparalleled cunning, they concluded to act in the case of the Talapoins and Buddhists as Mahomet is said to have acted with the mountain. And seeing that it would not move toward him, the prophet moved himself toward the mountain. Finding that they could not catch the Siamese with the birdlime of their pernicious doctrines in Christian garb, they disguised themselves, and for centuries appeared among the poor, ignorant people as Talapoins, until exposed. They have even voted and adopted a resolution forthwith, which has now all the force of an ancient article of faith. Naaman, the Syrian, say the Jesuits of Caen, did not dissemble his faith when he bowed the knee with the king in the house of Rimmon. Neither do the fathers of the Society of Jesus dissemble, when they adopt the institute and the habit of the Talapoins of Siam, nec dissimulant patres s. j. Talapoinorum Siamensium Institutum Vestemque Fectans, Position 9, January 30, 1693. The potency contained in the mantras and the Vak of the Brahmins is as much believed in at this day as it was in the early Vedic period. The ineffable name of every country and religion relates to that which the Masons affirm to be the mysterious characters emblematic of the 9 names or attributes by which the deity was known to the initiates. The omnific word traced by Enoch on the 2 deltas of purest gold, on which he engraved 2 of the mysterious characters, is perhaps better known to the poor, uneducated heathen than to the highly accomplished grand high priests and grand Z.S. of the supreme chapters of Europe and America. Only why the companions of the Royal Arch should so bitterly and constantly lament its loss, is more than we can understand. This word of M is, as they will tell themselves, entirely composed of consonants. Hence, we doubt whether any of them could ever have mastered its pronunciation, had it even been brought to light from the secret vault, instead of its several corruptions. However, it is to the land of Mizraim that the grandson of Ham is credited with having carried the sacred delta of the patriarch Enoch. Therefore, it is in Egypt, and in the East alone that the mysterious word must be sought. But now that so many of the most important secrets of Masonry have been divulged by friend and foe, may we not say, without suspicion of malice or ill feeling, that since the sad catastrophe of the Templars, no lodge in Europe, still less in America, has ever known anything worth concealing. Reluctant to be misunderstood, we say no lodge, leaving a few chosen brethren entirely out of question. The frantic denunciations of the craft by Catholic and Protestant writers appear simply ridiculous, as also the affirmation of the Abbé Berulle that everything betrays our Freemasons as the descendants of those proscribed Knights Templars of 1314. The Memoirs of Jacobinism by this abbé, an eyewitness to the horrors of the First Revolution, is devoted in great measure to the Rosicrucians and other Masonic fraternities. The fact alone that he traces the modern Masons to the Templars, and points them out as secret assassins, trained to political murder, shows how little he knew of them, but how ardently he desired, at the same time, to find in these societies convenient scapegoats for the crimes and sins of another secret society which, since its existence, has harbored more than one dangerous political assassin, the Society of Jesus. The accusations against Masons have been mostly half guesswork, half unquenchable malice and predetermined vilification. Nothing conclusive and certain of a criminal character has been directly proven against them. Even their abduction of Morgan has remained a matter of conjecture. The case was used at the time as a political convenience by huckstering politicians. When an unrecognizable corpse was found in Niagara River, one of the chiefs of this unscrupulous class, being informed that the identity was exceedingly questionable, unguardedly exposed the whole plot by saying, "Well, no matter. He's a good enough Morgan until after the election." On the other hand, we find the order of the Jesuits not only permitting, in certain cases, but actually teaching and inciting to high treason and regicide. 1646. A series of lectures upon Freemasonry and its dangers, as delivered in 1862, by James Burton Robertson, Professor of Modern History in the Dublin University, are lying before us. In them the lecturer quotes profusely as his authorities the said Abbé Berulle, a natural enemy of the Masons, who cannot be caught at the confessional, and Robison, a well-known apostate Mason of 1798. As usual with every party, whether belonging to the Masonic or anti-Masonic side, the traitor from the opposing camp is welcomed with praise and encouragement, and great care is taken to whitewash him. However convenient for certain political reasons, the celebrated committee of the Anti-Masonic Convention of 1830, U.S. of America, may have found it to adopt this most Jesuitical proposition of Puffendorf that "those oblige not when they are absurd and impertinent," and that other which teaches that "an oath obliges not if God does not accept it." 1647. Yet no truly honest man would accept such sophistry. We sincerely believe that the better portion of humanity will ever bear in mind that there exists a moral code of honor far more binding than an oath, whether on the Bible, Quran, or Veda. The Essenes never swore on anything at all, but their ayes and nays were as good and far better than an oath. Besides, it seems surpassingly strange to find nations that call themselves Christian instituting customs in civil and ecclesiastical courts diametrically opposed to the command of their God, 1648, who distinctly forbids any swearing at all. neither by heaven, nor by the earth, nor by the head. It seems to us that to maintain that, an oath obliges not if God does not accept it, besides being an absurdity, as no man living, whether he be fallible or infallible, can learn anything of God's secret thoughts, is anti-Christian in the full sense of the word. 1649. The argument is brought forward only because it is convenient and answers the object. Oaths will never be binding till each man will fully understand that humanity is the highest manifestation on earth of the unseen supreme deity, and each man an incarnation of his God. And when the sense of personal responsibility will be so developed in him that he will consider forswearing the greatest possible insult to himself, as well as to humanity. No oath is now binding, unless taken by one who, without any oath at all, would solemnly keep his simple promise of honor. Therefore, to bring forward as authorities such men as Beroel or Robison is simply obtaining the public confidence under false pretenses. It is not the spirit of Masonic malice whose heart coins slanders like a mint, but far more that of the Catholic clergy and their champions. And a man who would reconcile the two ideas of honor and perjury, in any case whatever, is not to be trusted himself. Loud is the claim of the 19th century to preeminence in civilization over the ancients, and still more clamorous that of the churches and their sycophants that Christianity has redeemed the world from barbarism and idolatry. How little both are warranted, we have tried to prove in these 2 volumes. The light of Christianity has only served to show how much more hypocrisy and vice its teachings have begotten in the world since its advent, and how immensely superior were the ancients over us in every point of honor. 1650. The clergy, by teaching the helplessness of man, his utter dependence on providence, and the doctrine of atonement, have crushed in their faithful followers every atom of self-reliance and self-respect. So true is this, that it is becoming an axiom that the most honorable men are to be found among atheists and the so-called infidels. We hear from Hipparchus that in the days of heathenism, the shame and disgrace that justly attended the violation of his oath threw the poor wretch into a fit of madness and despair, so that he cut his throat and perished by his own hands. And his memory was so abhorred after his death that his body lay upon the shore of the island of Samos, and had no other burial than the sands of the sea. 1651. But in our own century we find 96 delegates to the United States Anti-Masonic Convention, every one doubtless a member of some Protestant church, and claiming the respect due to men of honor and gentlemen, offering the most Jesuitical arguments against the validity of a Masonic oath. The committee, pretending to quote the authority of the most distinguished guides in the philosophy of morals, and claiming the most ample support of the inspired 1652, who wrote before Freemasonry existed, resolved that, as an oath was a transaction between man on one part and the Almighty Judge on the other, and the Masons were all infidels and unfit for civil trust, therefore their oaths had to be considered illegal and not binding. 1653. But we will return to these lectures of Robertson and his charges against Masonry. The greatest accusation brought against the latter is that Masons reject a personal God, this on the authority of Beroel and Robison, and that they claim to be in possession of a secret to make men better and happier than Christ, his apostles and his church have made them. Were the latter accusation but half true, it might yet allow the consoling hope that they had really found that secret by breaking off entirely from the mythical Christ of the Church and the official Jehovah. But both the accusations are simply as malicious as they are absurd and untrue, as we shall presently see. Let it not be imagined that we are influenced by personal feeling in any of our reflections upon Masonry. So far from this being the case, we unhesitatingly proclaim our highest respect for the original purposes of the order, and some of our most valued friends are within its membership. We say not against Masonry as it should be, but denounce it as, thanks to the intriguing clergy, both Catholic and Protestant, it now begins to be. Professedly the most absolute of democracies, it is practically the uppunnage of aristocracy, wealth, and personal ambition. Professedly the teacher of true ethics, it is debased into a propaganda of anthropomorphic theology. The half-naked apprentice, brought before the master during the initiation of the first degree, is taught that at the door of the lodge every social distinction is laid aside, and the poorest brother is the peer of every other. though a reigning sovereign or an imperial prince. In practice, the craft turns lickspittle in every monarchical country, to any regal scion who may deign, for the sake of using it as a political tool, to put on the once symbolical lambskin. How far gone is the Masonic fraternity in this direction, we can judge from the words of one of its highest authorities. John Yarka, Jr., of England, past Grand Warden of the Grand Lodge of Greece, Grand Master of the Rite of Swedenborg. Also Grand Master of the ancient and primitive rite of Masonry, and heaven only knows what else. 1654 says that Masonry could lose nothing by the adoption of a higher, not pecuniary, standard of membership and morality. With exclusion from the purple of all who inculcate frauds, sham, historical degrees, and other immoral abuses, page 158. And again, on page 157, as the Masonic fraternity is now governed, the craft is fast becoming the paradise of the bon vivant, of the charitable hypocrite, who forgets the version of St. Paul, and decorates his breast with the charity jewel. Having by this judicious expenditure obtained the purple, he metes out judgment to other brethren of greater ability and morality but less means, the manufacturer of paltry Masonic tinsel. The rascally merchant who swindles in hundreds, and even thousands, by appealing to the tender consciences of those few who do regard their O.B.S. And the Masonic emperors and other charlatans who make power or money out of the aristocratic pretensions which they have tacked on to our institution ad captandum vulgus. We have no wish to make a pretense of exposing secrets long since hawked about the world by perjured Masons. Everything vital, whether in symbolical representations, rites, or passwords, as used in modern Freemasonry, is known in the Eastern fraternities, though there seems to be no intercourse or connection between them. If Medea is described by Ovid as having arm, breast, and knee made bare, left foot slipshod, and Virgil, speaking of Dido, shows this queen herself, now resolute on death, having one foot bare, etc. 1655. Why doubt that there are in the East real patriarchs of the sacred Vedas, explaining the esotericism of pure Hindu theology and Brahmanism quite as thoroughly as European patriarchs? But, if there are a few Masons who, from study of Kabbalistic and other rare works, and coming in personal communication with brothers from the faraway East, have learned something of esoteric Masonry, it is not the case with the hundreds of American lodges. While engaged on this chapter, we have received most unexpectedly, through the kindness of a friend, a copy of Mr. Yarka's volume, from which passages are quoted above. It is brimful of learning and, what is more, of knowledge, as it seems to us. It is especially valuable at this moment, since it corroborates, in many particulars, what we have said in this work. Thus, we read in it the following. We think we have sufficiently established the fact of the connection of Freemasonry with other speculative rites of antiquity, as well as the antiquity and purity of the Old English Templar Rite of 7 degrees. And the spurious derivation of many of the other rites therefrom. 1656. Such high Masons need not be told, though craftsmen in general do, that the time has come to remodel Masonry, and restore those ancient landmarks, borrowed from the early sodalities, which the 18th century founders of speculative Freemasonry meant to have incorporated in the fraternity. There are no longer any secrets left unpublished, the order is degenerating into a convenience for selfish men to use, and bad men to debase. It is but recently that a majority of the supreme councils of the ancient and accepted rite assembled at Lausanne, justly revolting against such a blasphemous belief as that in a personal deity, invested with all human attributes, pronounced the following words: Freemasonry proclaims, as it has proclaimed from its origin, the existence of a creative principle, under the name of the great architect of the universe. Against this, a small minority has protested, urging that belief in a creative principle is not the belief in God, which Freemasonry requires of every candidate before he can pass its very threshold. This confession does not sound like the rejection of a personal God. Could we have had the slightest doubt upon the subject, it would be thoroughly dispelled by the words of General Albert Pike, 1657, perhaps the greatest authority of the day, among American Masons, who raises himself most violently against this innovation. We cannot do better than quote his words. This principe creator is no new phrase, it is but an old term revived. Our adversaries, numerous and formidable, will say, and will have the right to say, that our principe creator is identical with the principe genitor of the Indians and Egyptians, and may fitly be symbolized as it was symbolized anciently by the Lingi. To accept this, in lieu of a personal God, is to abandon Christianity, and the worship of Jehovah, and return to wallow in the styes of paganism. And are those of Jesuitism, then, so much cleaner? Our adversaries, numerous and formidable. That sentence says all. Who these so formidable enemies are, is useless to inquire. They are the Roman Catholics, and some of the Reformed Presbyterians. To read what the two factions respectively write, we may well ask which adversary is the more afraid of the other. But, what shall it profit anyone to organize against a fraternity that does not even dare to have a belief of its own for fear of giving offense? And pray, how, if Masonic oaths mean anything, and Masonic penalties are regarded as more than burlesque, can any adversaries, numerous or few, feeble or strong, know what goes on inside the lodge, or penetrate beyond that, brother terrible? Or the Tyler, who guards, with a drawn sword, the portals of the lodge? Is, then, this, brother terrible, no more formidable than Offenbach's General Boom, with his smoking pistol, jingling spurs, and towering panache? Of what use the millions of men that make up this great fraternity, the world over, if they cannot be so cemented together as to bid defiance to all adversaries? Can it be that the mystic tie is but a rope of sand, and masonry but a toy to feed the vanity of a few leaders who rejoice in ribbons and regalia? Is its authority as false as its antiquity? It seems so, indeed. And yet, as even the fleas have smaller fleas to bite, there are Catholic alarmists, even here, who pretend to fear masonry. And yet, these same Catholics, in all the serenity of their traditional impudence, publicly threaten America, with its 500,000 Masons, and 34 million Protestants, with a union of church and state under the direction of Rome. The danger which threatens the free institutions of this republic, we are told, will come from the principles of Protestantism logically developed. The present Secretary of the Navy, the Honorable R.W. Thompson, of Indiana, having actually dared, in his own free Protestant country, to publish a book recently on papacy in the civil power, in which his language is as moderate as it is gentlemanly and fair, a Roman Catholic priest, at Washington, D.C. the very seat of government denounces him with violence. What is better, a representative member of the Society of Jesus, Father F. X. Wenninger, D.D. pours upon his devoted head a vial of wrath that seems to have been brought direct from the Vatican cellars. The assertions, he says, which Mr. Thompson makes on the necessary antagonism between the Catholic Church and free institutions, are characterized by pitiful ignorance and blind audacity. He is reckless of logic, of history, of common sense, of charity. And presents himself before the loyal American people as a narrow-minded bigot. No scholar would venture to repeat the stale calumnies which have so often been refuted. In answer to his accusations against the Church as the enemy of liberty, I tell him that, if ever this country should become a Catholic country, that is, if Catholics should ever be in the majority, and have the control of political power, then he would see the principles of our Constitution carried out to the fullest extent. He would see that these states would be in very deed united. He would behold a people living in peace and harmony, joined in the bonds of one faith, their hearts beating in unison with love of their fatherland, with charity and forbearance toward all, and respecting the rights and consciences even of their slanderers. In behalf of this Society of Jesus, he advises Mr. Thompson to send his book to the Tsar, Alexander II, and to Frederick William, Emperor of Germany. He may expect from them, as a token of their sympathy, the orders of St. Andrew and of the Black Eagle. From clear-minded, self-thinking, patriotic Americans, he cannot expect anything but the decoration of their contempt. As long as American hearts will beat in American bosoms, and the blood of their fathers shall flow in their veins, such efforts as Thompson's shall not succeed. True, genuine Americans will protect the Catholic Church in this country and will finally join it. After that, having thus, as he seems to think, left the corpse of his impious antagonist upon the field, he marches off emptying the dregs of his exhausted bottle after the following fashion: we leave the volume, whose argument we have killed. As a carcass to be devoured by those Texan buzzards, those stinking birds, we mean that kind of men who love to feed on corruption, calumnies, and lies, and are attracted by the stench of them. This last sentence is worthy to be added as an appendix to the Discorsi del Sommo Pontifice Pio IX, by Don Pasquale di Franciscis, immortalized in the contempt of Mr. Gladstone, tel maitre tel valet. Moral: this will teach fair-minded, sober, and gentlemanly writers that even so well-bred an antagonist as Mr. Thompson has shown himself in his book, cannot hope to escape the only available weapon in the Catholic armory, Billingsgate. The whole argument of the author shows that while forcible, he intends to be fair, but he might as well have attacked with a Tertullianistic violence, for his treatment would not have been worse. It will doubtless afford him some consolation to be placed in the same category with schismatic and infidel emperors and kings. While Americans, including Masons, are now warned to prepare themselves to join the Holy Apostolic and Roman Catholic Church, we are glad to know that there are some as loyal and respected as any in Masonry who support our views. Conspicuous among them is our venerable friend, Mr. Leon Heinemann, P.M., and a member of the Grand Lodge of Pennsylvania. For 8 or 9 years he was editor of the Masonic Mirror and Keystone, and is an author of repute. He assures us personally that for over 30 years he has combated the design to erect into a Masonic dogma, belief in a personal God. In his work, Ancient York and London Grand Lodges, he says, p. 169, Masonry, instead of unfolding professionally with the intellectual advancement of scientific knowledge and general intelligence, has departed from the original aims of the fraternity, and is apparently inclining towards a sectarian society. That is plainly to be seen in the persistent determination not to expunge the sectarian innovations interpolated in the ritual. It would appear that the Masonic fraternity of this country are as indifferent to ancient landmarks and usages of Masonry, as the Masons of the past century, under the London Grand Lodge were. It was this conviction which prompted him, in 1856, when Jacques-Étienne Marconis de Niger, Grand Hierophant of the Rite of Memphis, came to America and tendered him the Grand Mastership of the Rite in the United States. And the ancient and accepted Rite offered him an honorary 33d, to refuse both. The Temple was the last European secret organization which, as a body, had in its possession some of the mysteries of the East. True, there were in the past century, and perhaps still are, isolated brothers faithfully and secretly working under the direction of Eastern brotherhoods. But these, when they did belong to European societies, invariably joined them for objects unknown to the fraternity, though at the same time for the benefit of the latter. It is through them that modern Masons have all they know of importance. And the similarity now found between the speculative rites of antiquity, the mysteries of the Essenes, Gnostics, and the Hindus, and the highest and oldest of the Masonic degrees well prove the fact. If these mysterious brothers became possessed of the secrets of the societies, they could never reciprocate the confidence, though in their hands these secrets were safer, perhaps, than in the keeping of European Masons. When certain of the latter were found worthy of becoming affiliates of the Orient, they were secretly instructed and initiated, but the others were none the wiser for that. No one could ever lay hands on the Rosicrucians, and notwithstanding the alleged discoveries of secret chambers, vellums called tea, and of fossil nights with ever-burning lamps. This ancient association and its true aims are to this day a mystery. Pretended Templars and sham Rose-Croix, with a few genuine Kabbalists, were occasionally burned, and some unlucky theosophists and alchemists sought and put to the torture. Delusive confessions even were wrung from them by the most ferocious means, but yet, the true society remains today as it has ever been, unknown to all, especially to its cruelest enemy the Church. As to the modern Knights Templar and those Masonic lodges which now claim a direct descent from the ancient Templars, their persecution by the Church was a farce from the beginning. They have not, nor have they ever had any secrets, dangerous to the Church. Quite the contrary, for we find J.G. Findell saying that the Scottish degrees, or the Templar system, only dates from 1735 to 1740, and, following its Catholic tendency, took up its chief residence in the Jesuit College of Clermont, in Paris, and hence was called the Clermont system. The present Swedish system has also something of the Templar element in it, but free from Jesuits and interference with politics. However, it asserts that it has Mollay's testament in the original, for a Count Beaujeu, a nephew of Molay, never heard of elsewhere, says Findle, transplanted Templarism into Freemasonry, and thus procured for his uncle's ashes a mysterious sepulchre. It is sufficient to prove this a Masonic fable that on this pretended monument the day of Mollay's funeral is represented as March 11, 1313, while the day of his death was March 19, 1313. This spurious production, which is neither genuine Templarism, nor genuine Freemasonry, has never taken firm root in Germany. But the case is otherwise in France. Writing upon this subject, we must hear what Wilke has to say of these pretensions. The present Knight Templars of Paris will have it, that they are direct descendants from the ancient knights, and endeavor to prove this by documents, interior regulations, and secret doctrines. Forres says the fraternity of Freemasons was founded in Egypt, Moses communicating the secret teaching to the Israelites, Jesus to the apostles, and thence it found its way to the Knight Templars. Such inventions are necessary to the assertion that the Parisian Templars are the offspring of the ancient order. All these asseverations, unsupported by history, were fabricated in the High Chapter of Clermont, Jesuits, and preserved by the Parisian Templars as a legacy left them by those political revolutionists, the Stuarts and the Jesuits. Hence we find the bishops Grégoire 1658 and Munter 1659 supporting them. Connecting the modern with the ancient Templars, we can at best, therefore, allow them an adoption of certain rites and ceremonies of purely ecclesiastical character after they have been cunningly inoculated into that grand and antique order by the clergy. Since this desecration, it gradually lost its primitive and simple character, and went fast to its final ruin. Founded in 1118 by the knights Hugh de Payens and Geoffrey d'Este Omer, nominally for the protection of the pilgrims, its true aim was the restoration of the primitive secret worship. The true version of the history of Jesus, and the early Christianity was imparted to Hugh de Payens, by the Grand Pontiff of the Order of the Temple, of the Nazarene or Johannite sect, one named Theocletes. After which it was learned by some knights in Palestine, from the higher and more intellectual members of the St. John sect, who were initiated into its mysteries. 1660 Freedom of intellectual thought and the restoration of one and universal religion was their secret object. Sworn to the vow of obedience, poverty, and chastity, they were at first the true knights of John the Baptist, crying in the wilderness and living on wild honey in locusts. Such is the tradition and the true Kabbalistic version. It is a mistake to state that the order became only later anti-Catholic. It was so from the beginning, and the red cross on the white mantle, the vestment of the order, had the same significance as with the initiates in every other country. It pointed to the four quarters of the compass, and was the emblem of the universe. 1661 when, later, the Brotherhood was transformed into a lodge, the Templars had, in order to avoid persecution, to perform their own ceremonies in the greatest secrecy, generally in the hall of the chapter. More frequently in isolated caves or country houses built amidst woods, while the ecclesiastical form of worship was carried on publicly in the chapels belonging to the order. Though of the accusations brought against them by order of Philip IV, many were infamously false, the main charges were certainly correct, from the standpoint of what is considered by the Church, heresy. The present-day Templars, adhering strictly as they do to the Bible, can hardly claim descent from those who did not believe in Christ, as God-man, or as the Savior of the world. Who rejected the miracle of his birth, and those performed by himself, who did not believe in transubstantiation, the saints, holy relics, purgatory, etc. The Christ Jesus was, in their opinion, a false prophet, but the man Jesus a brother. They regarded John the Baptist as their patron, but never viewed him in the light in which he is presented in the Bible. They reverenced the doctrines of alchemy, astrology, magic, Kabbalistic talismans, and adhered to the secret teachings of their chiefs in the East. In the last century, says Findel, when Freemasonry erroneously supposed herself the daughter of Templarism, great pains were taken to regard the order of Knights Templars as innocent. For this purpose not only legends and unrecorded events were fabricated, but pains were taken to repress the truth. The Masonic admirers of the Knights Templars bought up the whole of the documents of the lawsuit published by Moldenoir, because they proved the culpability of the order. 1662. This culpability consisted in their heresy against the Roman Catholic Church. While the real brothers died an ignominious death, the spurious order which tried to step into their shoes became exclusively a branch of the Jesuits under the immediate tutelage of the latter. True-hearted, honest Masons ought to reject with horror any connection, let alone descent from these. The Knights of St. John of Jerusalem, writes Commander Gordon, 1663, sometimes called the Knights Hospitallers, and the Knights of Malta, were not Freemasons. On the contrary, they seem to have been inimical to Freemasonry, for in 1740, the Grand Master of the Order of Malta caused the bull of Pope Clement XII to be published in that island, and forbade the meetings of the Freemasons. On this occasion several knights and many citizens left the island, and in 1741, the Inquisition persecuted the Freemasons at Malta. The Grand Master proscribed their assemblies under severe penalties, and 6 knights were banished from the island in perpetuity for having assisted at a meeting. In fact, unlike the Templars, they had not even a secret form of reception. Regalini says that he was unable to procure a copy of the secret ritual of the Knights of Malta. The reason is obvious: there was none. And yet American Templarism comprises 3 degrees. 1. Knight of the Red Cross, 2. Knight Templar. And 3. Knight of Malta. It was introduced from France into the United States, in 1808, and the first Grand Encampment General was organized on June 20, 1816, with Governor DeWitt Clinton, of New York, as Grand Master. This inheritance of the Jesuits should hardly be boasted of. If the Knights Templar desire to make good their claims, they must choose between a descent from the heretical, anti-Christian, Kabbalistic, primitive Templars, or connect themselves with the Jesuits and nail their tessellated carpets directly on the platform of ultra-Catholicism. Otherwise, their claims become a mere pretense. So impossible does it become for the originators of the ecclesiastical pseudo-order of Templars, invented, according to Dupuy, in France, by the adherents of the Stuarts, to avoid being considered a branch of the order of the Jesuits, that we are not surprised to see an anonymous author, rightly suspected of belonging to the Jesuit chapter at Claremont, publishing a work in 1751, in Brussels, on the lawsuit of the Knights Templar. In this volume, in sundry mutilated notes, additions, and commentaries, he represents the innocence of the Templars of the accusation of heresy, thus robbing them of the greatest title to respect and admiration that these early free-thinkers and martyrs have won. This last pseudo-order was constituted at Paris, on the 4th of November, 1804, by virtue of a forged constitution, and ever since it has contaminated genuine Freemasonry, as the highest Masons themselves tell us. La Charte de Transmission, Tabula Aurea Armeniae, presents the outward appearance of such extreme antiquity, that Grégoire confesses that if all the other relics of the Parisian treasury of the order had not silenced his doubts as to their ancient descent, the sight of this charter would at the very first glance have persuaded him. 1664. The first Grand Master of this spurious order was a physician of Paris, Dr. Farpalaprat, who assumed the name of Bernard Raymond. Count Ramsay, a Jesuit, was the first to start the idea of the Templars being joined to the Knights of Malta. Therefore, we read from his pen the following. Our forefathers, the Crusaders, assembled in the Holy Land from all Christendom, wished to unite in a fraternity embracing all nations, that when bound together, heart and soul, for mutual improvement, they might, in the course of time, represent one single intellectual people. This is why the Templars are made to join the St. John's Knights, and the latter got into the craft of Masonry known as St. John's Masons. In the So Rompu, in 1745, we find, therefore, the following most impudent falsehood, worthy of the sons of Loyola: the lodges were dedicated to St. John, because the Knights Masons had in the Holy Wars in Palestine joined the Knights of St. John. In 1743, the Kadosh degree was invented at Lyons, so writes Thorey, at least, and it represents the revenge of the Templars. And here we find Findel saying that the order of Knights Templars had been abolished in 1311, and to that epoch they were obliged to have recourse when, after the banishment of several knights from Malta, in 1740, because they were Freemasons. It was no longer possible to keep up a connection with the order of St. John, or Knights of Malta, then in the plenitude of their power under the sovereignty of the Pope. Turning to Clavel, one of the best Masonic authorities, we read, "It is clear that the erection of the French Order of the Knight Templars is not more ancient than the year 1804. And that it cannot lay any legitimate claim to being the continuation of the so-called Society of La Petite Résurrection des Templiers, nor this latter, either, extend back to the ancient order of the Knights Templars. Therefore, we see these pseudo-Templars, under the guidance of the worthy Father Jesuits, forging in Paris, 1806, the famous Charter of l'Arminius. 20 years later, this nefast and subterranean body, guiding the hand of assassins, directed it toward one of the best and greatest princes in Europe, whose mysterious death, unfortunately for the interests of truth and justice, has never been for political reasons investigated and proclaimed to the world as it ought to have been. It is this prince, a Freemason himself, who was the last depository of the secrets of the true Knights Templar. For long centuries these had remained unknown and unsuspected. Holding their meetings once every 13 years, at Malta, and their Grand Master advising the European brothers of the place of rendezvous but a few hours in advance. These representatives of the once mightiest and most glorious body of knights assembled on the fixed day, from various points of the earth. 13 in number, in commemoration of the year of the death of Jacques Molay, 1313, the now Eastern Brothers, among whom were crowned heads, planned together the future religious and political fate of the nations. While the Popish knights, their murderous and bastard successors, slept soundly in their beds, without a dream disturbing their guilty consciences. And yet, says Rebold, notwithstanding the confusion they had created, 1736–72, the Jesuits had accomplished but one of their designs, viz., denaturalizing and bringing into disrepute the Masonic institution. Having succeeded, as they believed, in destroying it in one form, they were determined to use it in another. With this determination, they arranged the system styled Clerkship of the Templars, an amalgamation of the different histories, events, and characteristics of the Crusades mixed with the reveries of the alchemists. In this combination Catholicism governed all, and the whole fabrication moved upon wheels, representing the great object for which the Society of Jesus was organized. 1665. Hence, the rites and symbols of Masonry which though pagan, in origin, are all applied to and all flavor of Christianity. A Mason has to declare his belief in a personal God, Jehovah, and in the encampment degrees also in Christ, before he can be accepted in the lodge, while the Johannite Templars believed in the unknown and invisible principle. Whence proceeded the creative powers misnamed gods, and held to the Nazarene version of Ben Panther being the sinful father of Jesus, who thus proclaimed himself the Son of God and of humanity. 1666. This also accounts for the fearful oaths of the Masons taken on the Bible, and for their lectures servilely agreeing with the patriarcho-biblical chronology. In the American Order of Rose Croix, for instance, when the neophyte approaches the altar, the Sir Knights are called to order, and the captain of the guard makes his proclamation. To the glory of the sublime architect of the universe, Jehovah Bina, under the auspices of the sovereign sanctuary of ancient and primitive Freemasonry, etc., etc. Then the knight orator strikes one and tells the neophyte that the antique legends of Masonry date back 40 centuries, claiming no greater antiquity for the oldest of them than 622 AM, at which time he says Noah was born. Under the circumstances this will be regarded as a liberal concession to chronological preferences. After that Masons 1667 are apprised that it was about the year 2188 BC. That Mizraim led colonies into Egypt, and laid the foundation of the Kingdom of Egypt, which kingdom lasted 1663 years. Strange chronology, which, if it piously conforms with that of the Bible, disagrees entirely with that of history. The mythical 9 names of the deity, imported into Egypt, according to the Masons, only in the 22nd century BC, are found on monuments reckoned twice as old by the best Egyptologists. Nevertheless, we must take at the same time into consideration, that the Masons are themselves ignorant of these names. The simple truth is that modern Masonry is a sadly different thing from what the once universal secret fraternity was in the days when the Brahma worshippers of the AUM exchanged grips and passwords with the devotees of Tum. And the adepts of every country under the sun were brothers. What was then that mysterious name, that mighty word through whose potency the Hindu as well as the Chaldean and Egyptian initiate performed his wonders? In chapter CXV of the Egyptian funeral ritual, entitled The Chapter of Coming Out to the Heaven and of Knowing the Spirits of an Heliopolis, Horace says, I knew the spirits of an. The greatly glorious does not pass over it. Unless the gods give me the word. In another hymn the soul, transformed, exclaims, Make road for me to Rusta. I am the Great One, dressed as the Great One. I have come. I have come. Delicious to me are the kings of Osiris. I am creating the water, through the power of the word. Have I not seen the hidden secrets? I have given truth to the sun. I am clear. I am adored for my purity, XVI 6. The chapters of the going into and coming out from the Rusta. In another place the mummy's role expresses the following, I am the great God, Spirit, existing of myself, the creator of his name. I know the name of this great God that is there. Jesus is accused by his enemies of having wrought miracles, and shown by his own apostles to have expelled demons by the power of the ineffable name. The former firmly believed that he had stolen it in the sanctuary. And he cast the spirits with his word and healed all that were sick, Matthew 18. 16, when the Jewish rulers asked Peter, Acts 4. 7, By what power, or by what name, have ye done this? Peter replies, By the name of Jesus Christ of Nazareth. But does this mean the name of Christ, as the interpreters would make us believe? Or does it signify, by the name which was in the possession of Jesus of Nazareth, the initiate, who was accused by the Jews to have learned it but who had it really through initiation? Besides, he states repeatedly that all that he does in his Father's name, not in his own. But who of the modern Masons has ever heard it pronounced? In their own ritual, they confess that they never have. The Sir Orator tells the Sir Knight that the passwords which he received in the preceding degrees are all so many corruptions of the true name of God engraved on the triangle, and that therefore they have adopted a substitute for it. Such also is the case in the Blue Lodge, where the Master, representing King Solomon, agrees with King Hiram that the word shall be used as a substitute for the Master's word, until wiser ages shall discover the true one. What senior deacon, of all the thousands who have assisted in bringing candidates from darkness to light? Or what master who has whispered this mystic word into the ears of supposititious Hiram Abiffs, while holding them on the 5 points of fellowship, has suspected the real meaning of even this substitute, which they impart at low breath? How few new-made master masons but go away imagining that it has some occult connection with the marrow in the bone. What do they know of that mystical personage known to some adepts as the Venerable Mah, or of the mysterious Eastern brothers who obey him, whose name is abbreviated in the first syllable of the 3 which compose the Masonic substitute the Mah? Who lives at this very day in a spot unknown to all but initiates, and the approaches to which are through trackless wildernesses, untrodden by Jesuit or missionary foot, for it is beset by dangers fit to appall the most courageous explorers. And yet, for generations this meaningless jingle of vowels and consonants has been repeated in novitiate ears, as though it possessed even so much potency as would deflect from its course a thistledown floating in the air. Like Christianity, Freemasonry is a corpse from which the spirit long ago fled. In this connection, place may well be given to a letter from Mr. Charles Sotheran, corresponding secretary of the New York Liberal Club, which was received by us on the day after the date it bears. Mr. Sutherland is known as a writer and lecturer on antiquarian, mystical, and other subjects. In Masonry, he has taken so many of the degrees as to be a competent authority as regards the craft. He is 32A and P.R., and P.R., 94 Memphis, K.R., K.M.M. 104, ENG, etc. He is also an initiate of the modern English Brotherhood of the Rosy Cross and other secret societies, and Masonic editor of the New York Advocate. Following is the letter, which we place before the Masons as we desire that they should see what one of their own number has to say. New York Press Club, January 11, 1877. In response to your letter, I willingly furnish the information desired with respect to the antiquity and present condition of Freemasonry. This I do the more cheerfully since we belong to the same secret societies, and you can thus better appreciate the necessity for the reserve which at times I shall be obliged to exhibit. You rightly refer to the fact that Freemasonry, no less than the effete theologies of the day, has its fabulous history to narrate. Clogged up as the order has been by the rubbish and drift of absurd biblical legends, it is no wonder that its usefulness has been impaired and its work as a civilizer hampered. Fortunately, the great anti-Masonic excitement that raged in the United States during a portion of this century, forced a considerable band of workers to delve into the true origin of the craft, and bring about a healthier state of things. The agitation in America also spread to Europe, and the literary efforts of Masonic authors on both sides of the Atlantic, such as Rabold, Findell, Heinemann, Mitchell, Mackenzie, Hughan, Yarka and others well known to the fraternity, is now a matter of history. One effect of their labors has been, in a great measure, to bring the history of Masonry into an open daylight, where even its teachings, jurisprudence, and ritual are no longer secret from those of the profane, who have the wit to read as they run. You are correct in saying that the Bible is the great light of European and American Masonry. In consequence of this, the theistic conception of God and the biblical cosmogony have been ever considered two of its great cornerstones. Its chronology seems also to have been based upon the same pseudo-revelation. Thus Dr. Dalcho, in one of his treatises, asserts that the principles of the Masonic order were presented at and coeval with the creation. It is therefore not astonishing that such a pundit should go on to state that God was the first Grand Master, Adam the second, and the last named initiated Eve into the great mystery. As I suppose many a priestess of Cybele and Lady Kadosh were afterward. The Reverend Dr. Oliver, another Masonic authority, gravely records what may be termed the minutes of a lodge where Moses presided as Grand Master, Joshua as Deputy Grand Master, and Aholiab and Bezaleel as Grand Wardens. The Temple at Jerusalem, which recent archaeologists have shown to be a structure with nothing like the pretended antiquity of its erection, and incorrectly called after a monarch whose name proves his mystical character. Solomon, the name of the sun in 3 languages, plays, as you correctly observe, a considerable share in Masonic mystery. Such fables as these, and the traditional Masonic colonization of ancient Egypt, have given the craft the credit of an illustrious origin to which it has no right, and before whose 40 centuries of legendary history the mythologies of Greece and Rome fade into insignificance. The Egyptian, Chaldean, and other theories necessary to each fabricator of high degrees have also each had their short period of prominence. The last axe to grind has consecutively been the fruitful mother of unproductiveness. We both agree that all the ancient priesthoods had their esoteric doctrines and secret ceremonies. From the Essenic Brotherhood, an evolution of the Hindu gymnosophists, doubtless preceded the solidarities of Greece and Rome as described by so-called pagan writers. Founded on these and copying them in the matter of ritual, signs, grips, passwords, etc., were developed the medieval guilds. Like the present livery companies of London, the relics of the English trade guilds, the operative masons were but a guild of workmen with higher pretensions. From the French name macon, derived from mas, an old Norman noun meaning a house, comes our English mason, a house builder. As the London companies alluded to present now and again the freedom of the liveries to outsiders, so we find the trade guilds of masons doing the same. Thus the founder of the Ashmolean Museum was made free of the Masons at Warrington, in Lancashire, England, on the October 16, 1646. The entrance of such men as Elias Ashmole into the operative fraternity paved the way for the great Masonic Revolution of 1717, when speculative Masonry came into existence. The constitutions of 1723 and 1738, by the Masonic impostor Anderson, were written up for the newly fledged and first Grand Lodge of Free and Accepted Masons of England, from which body all others over the world hail today. These bogus constitutions, written by Anderson, were compiled about then, and in order to palm off his miserable rubbish yclept history, on the craft. He had the audacity to state that nearly all the documents relating to Masonry in England had been destroyed by the 1717 reformers. Happily, in the British Museum, Bodleian Library, and other public institutions, Rebold, Hughon and others have discovered sufficient evidence in the shape of old operative Masonic charges to disprove this statement. The same writers, I think, have conclusively upset the tenability of two other documents palmed upon Masonry, namely, the spurious Charter of Cologne of 1535, and the forged questions, supposed to have been written by Leland, the antiquary. From a MS. Of King Henry VI. Of England. In the last named, Pythagoras is referred to as having formed a great lodge, at Crotona, and made many Masons, some of whom travelled into France, and there made many, from whence, in process of time, the art passed into England. Sir Christopher Wren, architect of St. Paul's Cathedral, London, often called the Grand Master of Freemasons, was simply the master or president of the London Operative Masons Company. If such a tissue of fable could interweave itself into the history of the Grand Lodges which now have charge of the first three symbolical degrees, it is hardly astonishing that the same fate should befall nearly all of the high Masonic degrees which have been aptly termed an incoherent medley of opposite principles. It is curious to note too that most of the bodies which work these, such as the ancient and accepted Scottish Rite, the Rite of Avignon, the Order of the Temple, Fessler's Rite, the Grand Council of the Emperors of the East and West Sovereign Prince Masons, etc., are nearly all the offspring of the sons of Ignatius Loyola. The Baron Hunt, Chevalier Ramsay, Scouty, Zinzendorf, and numerous others who founded the grades in these rites, worked under instructions from the general of the Jesuits. The nest where these high degrees were hatched, and no Masonic rite is free from their baleful influence more or less, was the Jesuit College of Clermont at Paris. That bastard foundling of Freemasonry, the ancient and accepted Scottish Rite, which is unrecognized by the Blue Lodges, was the enunciation, primarily, of the brain of the Jesuit Chevalier Ramsay. It was brought by him to England in 1736–38, to aid the cause of the Catholic Stuarts. The rite in its present form of 33 degrees was reorganized at the end of the 18th century by some half-dozen Masonic adventurers at Charleston, South Carolina. Two of these, Perla the Tailor, and a dancing master named Lecorne, were fitting predecessors for a later resuscitation by a gentleman of the name of Gourgas, employed in the aristocratic occupation of a ship's clerk on a boat trading between New York and Liverpool. Dr. Crucifix, alias Goss, the inventor of certain patent medicines of an objectionable character, ran the institution in England. The powers under which these worthies acted was a document claimed to have been signed by Frederick the Great at Berlin, on May 1, 1786. And by which were revised the Masonic constitution and status of the high degrees of the ancient and accepted rite. This paper was an impudent forgery and necessitated the issuing of a protocol by the Grand Lodges of the Three Globes of Berlin, which conclusively proved the whole arrangement to be false in every particular. On claims supported by this supposititious document, the ancient and accepted rite have swindled their confiding brothers in the Americas and Europe out of thousands of dollars, to the shame and discredit of humanity. The modern Templars, whom you refer to in your letter, are but mere magpies in peacock's plumes. The aim of the Masonic Templars is the sectarianization, or rather the Christianizing of Masonry, a fraternity which is supposed to admit the Jew, Parsi, Mahometan, Buddhist. In fact, every religionist within its portals who accepts the doctrine of a personal God, and spirit immortality. According to the belief of a section, if not all the Israelites, belonging to the craft in America, Templarism is Jesuitism. It seems strange, now that the belief in a personal God is becoming extinct, and that even the theologian has transformed his deity into an indescribable nondescript, that there are those who stand in the way of the general acceptation of the sublime pantheism of the primeval Orientals, of Jacob Boehme, of Spinoza. Often in the Grand Lodge and subordinate lodges of this and other jurisdictions, the old doxology is sung, with its "Praise Father, Son, and Holy Ghost," to the disgust of Israelites and free-thinking brethren, who are thus unnecessarily insulted. This could never occur in India, where the great light in a lodge may be the Quran, the Zendavesta, or one of the Vedas. The sectarian Christian spirit in Masonry must be put down. Today there are German Grand Lodges which will not allow Jews to be initiated, or Israelites from foreign countries to be accepted as brethren within their jurisdiction. The French Masons have, however, revolted against this tyranny, and the Grand Orient of France does now permit the atheist and materialist to fellowship in the craft. A standing rebuke upon the claimed universality of Masonry is the fact that the French brethren are now repudiated. Notwithstanding its many faults and speculative Masonry is but human, and therefore fallible, there is no institution that has done so much, and is yet capable of such great undertakings in the future, for human, religious, and political improvement. In the last century the Illuminati taught, peace with the cottage, war with the palace, throughout the length and breadth of Europe. In the last century the United States was freed from the tyranny of the mother country by the action of the secret societies more than is commonly imagined. Washington, Lafayette, Franklin, Jefferson, Hamilton, were Masons. And in the 19th century it was Grand Master Garibaldi, 33, who unified Italy, working in accordance with the spirit of the faithful brotherhood, as the Masonic, or rather Carbonari, principles of liberty, equality, humanity, independence, unity, taught for years by Brother Joseph Mazzini. Speculative Masonry has much, too, within its ranks to do. One is to accept woman as a co-worker of man in the struggle of life, as the Hungarian Masons have done lately by initiating the Countess Heideck. Another important thing is also to recognize practically the brotherhood of all humanity by refusing none on account of color, race, position, or creed. The dark skin should not be only theoretically the brother of the light. The colored Masons who have been duly and regularly raised stand at every lodge door in America craving admission, and they are refused. And there is South America to be conquered to a participation in the duties of humanity. If Masonry be, as claimed, a progressive science and a school of pure religion, it should ever be found in the advance guard of civilization, not in the rear. If it be but an empirical effort, a crude attempt of humanity to solve some of the deepest problems of the race, and no more, then it must give place to fitter successors, perchance one of those that you and I know of. One that may have acted the prompter at the side of the chiefs of the order, during its greatest triumphs, whispering to them as the demon did in the ear of Socrates. Yours most sincerely, Charles Sotheran. Thus falls to ruins the grand epic poem of Masons, sung by so many mysterious knights as another revealed gospel. As we see, the Temple of Solomon is being undermined and brought to the ground by its own chief, Master Masons, of this century. But if, following the ingenious exoteric description of the Bible, there are yet Masons who persist in regarding it as once an actual structure, who of the students of the esoteric doctrine will ever consider this mythic temple otherwise than an allegory, embodying the secret science? Whether or not there ever was a real temple of that name, we may well leave to archaeologists to decide. But that the detailed description thereof in 1 Kings is purely allegorical, no serious scholar, proficient in the ancient as well as medieval jargon of the Kabbalists and alchemists, can doubt. The building of the Temple of Solomon is the symbolical representation of the gradual acquirement of the secret wisdom, or magic, the erection and development of the spiritual from the earthly. The manifestation of the power and splendor of the spirit in the physical world, through the wisdom and genius of the builder. The latter, when he has become an adept, is a mightier king than Solomon himself, the emblem of the sun or light himself, the light of the real subjective world, shining in the darkness of the objective universe. This is the temple, which can be reared without the sound of the hammer, or any tool of iron being heard in the house while it is in building. In the East, this science is called, in some places, the seven-storied, in others, the nine-storied temple. Every story answers allegorically to a degree of knowledge acquired. Throughout the countries of the Orient, wherever magic and the wisdom religion are studied, its practitioners and students are known among their craft as builders, for they build the temple of knowledge, of secret science. Those of the adepts who are active, are styled practical or operative builders, while the students, or neophytes, are classed as speculative or theoretical. The former exemplify in works their control over the forces of inanimate as well as animate nature, the latter are but perfecting themselves in the rudiments of the sacred science. These terms were evidently borrowed at the beginning by the unknown founders of the first Masonic guilds. In the now popular jargon, operative masons are understood to be the bricklayers and the handicraftsmen, who composed the craft down to Sir Christopher Wren's time, and speculative masons, all members of the order, as now understood. The sentence attributed to Jesus, "Thou art Peter, upon this rock I will build my church, and the gates of hell shall not prevail against it," disfigured, as it is, by mistranslation and misinterpretation, plainly indicates its real meaning. We have shown the signification of Peter and Petra, with the Hierophants. The interpretation traced on the tables of stone of the final initiation, was handed by the initiator to the chosen future interpreter. Having acquainted himself with its mysterious contents, which revealed to him the mysteries of creation, the initiated became a builder himself, for he was made acquainted with the dodecahedron, or the geometrical figure on which the universe was built. To what he had learned in previous initiations of the use of the rule and of architectural principles, was added a cross, the perpendicular and horizontal lines of which were supposed to form the foundation of the spiritual temple. By placing them across the junction, or central primordial point, the element of all existences, 1668 representing the first concrete idea of deity. Henceforth he could, as a master builder, see 1 Corinthians 3:10, erect a temple of wisdom on that rock of Petra, for himself, and having laid a sure foundation, let another build thereon. The Egyptian hierophant was given a square headdress, which he had to wear always, and a square, see Mason's marks, without which he could never go abroad. The perfect Tao formed of the perpendicular, descending male ray, or spirit, a horizontal line, or matter, female ray, and the mundane circle was an attribute of Isis, and it is but at his death that the Egyptian cross was laid on the breast of his mummy. These square hats are worn unto this day by the Armenian priests. The claim that the cross is purely a Christian symbol introduced after our era, is strange indeed, when we find Ezekiel stamping the foreheads of the men of Judah, who feared the Lord, Ezekiel 9. For, with the signa thou, as it is translated in the Vulgate. In the ancient Hebrew this sign was formed thus, cross tilted to the right, but in the original Egyptian hieroglyphics as a perfect Christian cross. In the Revelation, also, the Alpha and Omega, Spirit and Matter, the first and the last, stamps the name of his Father in the foreheads of the elect. And if our statements are wrong, if Jesus was not an initiate, a master builder, or master mason as it is now called, how comes it, that on the most ancient cathedrals we find his figure with mason's marks about his person? In the Cathedral of Santa Croce, Florence, over the main portal can be seen the figure of Christ holding a perfect square in his hand. The surviving master builders of the operative craft of the true temple may go literally half-naked and wander slipshod forever now, and not for the sake of a puerile ceremony, but because, like the Son of Man, they have not where to lay their heads and yet be the only surviving possessors of the Word. Their cable toe is the sacred triple cord of certain Brahmin sannyasi, or the string on which certain lamas hang their stone, but with these apparently valueless talismans, not one of them would part for all the wealth of Solomon and Sheba. The seven-knotted bamboo stick of the fakir can become as powerful as the rod of Moses, which was created between the evenings, and on which was engraven and set forth the great and glorious name, with which he was to do the wonders in Mizraim. But these operative workmen have no fear that their secrets will be disclosed by treacherous ex-high priests of chapters, though their generation may have received them through others than Moses, Solomon, and Zerubbabel. Had Moses Michael Hayes, the Israelite brother who introduced Royal Arch Masonry into this country, in December 1778, 1669 had a prophetic presentiment of future treasons, he might have instituted more efficacious obligations than he has. Truly, the grand omnific Royal Arch word, long lost but now found, has fulfilled its prophetic promise. The password of that degree is no more, I am that I am. It is now simply, I was but am no more. That we may not be accused of vain boasting, we shall give the keys to several of the secret ciphers of the most exclusive and important of the so-called higher Masonic degrees. If we mistake not, these have never before been revealed to the outside world, except that of the Royal Arch Masons, in 1830, but have been most jealously guarded within the various orders. We are under neither promise, obligation, nor oath. And therefore violate no confidence. Our purpose is not to gratify an idle curiosity. We wish merely to show Masons and the affiliates of all other Western societies, the Company of Jesus included, that it is impossible for them to be secure in the possession of any secrets that it is worth an Eastern Brotherhood's while to discover. Inferentially, it may also show them that if the latter can lift the masks of European societies, they are nevertheless successful in wearing their own visors. For, if any one thing is universally acknowledged, it is that the real secrets of not a single surviving ancient brotherhood are in possession of the profane. Some of these ciphers were used by the Jesuits in their secret correspondence at the time of the Jacobin conspiracy, and when Masonry, the alleged successor to the Temple, was employed by the Church for political purposes. Findel says, see his History of Freemasonry, page 253, that in the 18th century, besides the modern Knights Templar, we see the Jesuits disfiguring the fair face of Freemasonry. Many Masonic authors, who were fully cognizant of the period, and knew exactly all the incidents occurring, positively assert that then and still later the Jesuits exercised a pernicious influence, or at least endeavored to do so, upon the fraternity of the Rosicrucian order. He remarks, upon the authority of Professor Woog, that its aim at first was nothing less than the support and advancement of Catholicism. When this religion manifested a determination entirely to repress liberty of thought, the Rosicrucians enlarged their designs likewise to check, if possible, the progress of this widely spreading enlightenment. In the Sincerus Renatus, the truly converted, of S. Richter, of Berlin, 1714, we note that laws were communicated for the government of the Golden Rosicrucians, which bear unmistakable evidences of Jesuitical intervention. We will begin with the cryptographs of the Sovereign Princes Rose Croix, also styled Knights of St. Andrew, Knights of the Eagle and Pelican, Hirdam, Rosy Crucis, Rosy Cross, Triple Cross, Perfect Brother, Prince Mason, and so on. The Hirdam Rosy Cross also claims a Templar origin, in 1314. 1670. The Knights Kadosh have another cipher or rather hieroglyph which, in this case, is taken from the Hebrew, possibly to be the more in keeping with the Bible Kadeshim of the Temple. 1671. As for the Royal Arch cipher, it has been exposed before now, but we may as well present it slightly amplified. This cipher consists of certain combinations of right angles, with or without points or dots. Following is the basis of its formation. Now, the alphabet consists of 26 letters, and these two signs being dissected, form 13 distinct characters, thus. Let this suffice. We might, if we chose, give the cipher alphabets with their keys, of another method of the Royal Arch Masons, strongly resembling a certain Hindu character, of the GL of the Mystic City. Of a well-known form of the Devanagari script of the French, Sages of the Pyramids, and of the Sublime Master of the Great Work, and others. But we refrain. Only, be it understood, for the reason that some of these alone of all the side branches of the original Blue Lodge Freemasonry, contain the promise of a useful future. As for the rest, they may and will go to the ash heap of time. High Masons will understand what we mean. We must now give some proofs of what we have stated, and demonstrate that the word Jehovah, if Masonry adheres to it, will ever remain as a substitute, never be identical with the lost mirific name. This is so well known to the Kabbalists, that in their careful etymology of the Hebrew text, they show it beyond doubt to be only one of the many substitutes for the real name, and composed of the twofold name of the first androgyne Adam and Eve. Jod, or Yod, Vav and Heva, the female serpent, as a symbol of divine intelligence proceeding from the one generative or creative spirit. 1672. Thus, Jehovah is not the sacred name at all. Had Moses given to Pharaoh the true name, the latter would not have answered as he did, for the Egyptian king initiates knew it as well as Moses, who had learned it with them. That name was at that time the common property of the adepts of all the nations in the world, and Pharaoh knew certainly that name of the highest God mentioned in the Book of the Dead. But instead of that, Moses, if we accept the allegory of Exodus literally, gives Pharaoh the name of Yeva, the expression or form of the divine name used by all the Targums as passed by Moses. Hence Pharaoh's reply, "And who is that Yeva?" 1673, that I should obey his voice. Jehovah dates only from the Masoretic innovation. When the rabbis, for fear that they should lose the keys to their own doctrines, then written exclusively in consonants, began to insert their vowel points in their manuscripts, they were utterly ignorant of the true pronunciation of the name. Hence, they gave it the sound of Adunah, and made it read Jehovah. Thus the latter is simply a fancy, a perversion of the holy name. And how could they know it? Alone, out of all their nation the high priests had it in their possession, and respectively passed it to their successors, as the Hindu Brahmatma does before his death. Once a year only, on the Day of Atonement, the high priest was allowed to pronounce it in a whisper. Passing behind the veil into the inner chamber of the sanctuary, the Holy of Holies, with trembling lips and downcast eyes he called upon the dreaded name. The bitter persecution of the Kabbalists, who received the precious syllables after deserving the favor by a whole life of sanctity, was due to a suspicion that they misused it. At the opening of this chapter we have told the story of Simeon ben Iochai, one of the victims to this priceless knowledge, and see how little he deserved his cruel treatment. The Book of Jasher, a work as we are told by a very learned Hebrew divine, of New York, composed in Spain in the 12th century as a popular tale, and that had not the sanction of the Rabbinical College of Venice, is full of Kabbalistical, alchemical, and magical allegories. Admitting so much, it must still be said that there are few popular tales but are based on historical truths. The Norsemen in Iceland, by Dr. G. W. Docent, is also a collection of popular tales, but they contain the key to the primitive religious worship of that people. So with the Book of Jasher. It contains the whole of the Old Testament in a condensed form, and as the Samaritans held, i.e., the 5 books of Moses, without the prophets. Although rejected by the Orthodox rabbis, we cannot help thinking that, as in the case of the apocryphal Gospels, which were written earlier than the canonical ones, the Book of Jasher is the true original from which the subsequent Bible was in part composed. Both the apocryphal Gospels and Jasher are a series of religious tales, in which miracle is heaped upon miracle, and which narrate the popular legends as they first originated, without any regard to either chronology or dogma. Still both are cornerstones of the Mosaic and Christian religions. That there was a Book of Jasher prior to the Mosaic Pentateuch is clear, for it is mentioned in Joshua, Isaiah, and 2 Samuel. Nowhere is the difference between the Elohists and Jehovists so clearly shown as in Jasher. Jehovah is here spoken of as the Ophites held him to be, a son of Ildabaoth, or Saturn. In this book, the Egyptian Magi, when asked by Pharaoh, "Who is he, of whom Moses speaks as the I Am?" reply that the God of Moses, we have learned, is the son of the wise, the son of ancient kings, ch. 79. 45. 1674. Now, those who assert that Jasher is a forgery of the 12th century, and we readily believe it, should nevertheless explain the curious fact that, while the above text is not to be found in the Bible, the answer to it is, and is, moreover, couched in unequivocal terms. At Isaiah 19:11, the Lord God complains of it very wrathfully to the prophet, and says, surely the princes of Zoan are fools, the counsel of the wise counselors of Pharaoh is become brutish. How say ye unto Pharaoh, I am the son of the wise, the son of ancient kings, which is evidently a reply to the above. At Joshua x. 13, Jasher is referred to in corroboration of the outrageous assertion that the sun stood still, and the moon stayed until the people had avenged themselves. Is not this written in the book of Jasher, says the text. And at 2 Samuel, I. 19, the same book is again quoted. Behold, it says, it is written in the book of Jasher. Clearly, Jasher must have existed, it must have been regarded as authority, must have been older than Joshua. And, since the verse in Isaiah unerringly points to the passage above quoted, we have at least as much reason to accept the current edition of Jasher as a transcription, excerpt, or compilation of the original work. As we have to revere the Septuagint Pentateuch, as the primitive Hebraic sacred records. At all events, Jehovah is not the ancient of the ancient, or aged of the aged, of the Zohar, for we find him, in this book, counseling with God the Father as to the creation of the world. The workmaster spoke to the Lord. Let us make man after our image, Zohar, folios 25. Jehovah is but the Metatron, and perhaps, not even the highest, but only one of the eons. For he whom Onkelos calls Memro, the Word, is not the exoteric Jehovah of the Bible, nor is he Yahweh, Hebrew text, the existing one. It was the secrecy of the early Kabbalists, who were anxious to screen the real mystery name of the Eternal from profanation, and later the prudence which the medieval alchemists and occultists were compelled to adopt to save their lives. That caused the inextricable confusion of divine names. This is what led the people to accept the Jehovah of the Bible as the name of the one living God. Every Jewish elder, prophet, and other man of any importance knew the difference. But as the difference lay in the vocalization of the name, and its right pronunciation led to death, the common people were ignorant of it, for no initiate would risk his life by teaching it to them. Thus the Sinaitic deity came gradually to be regarded as identical with him whose name is known but to the wise. When Capellus translates, "Whosoever shall pronounce the name of Jehovah, shall suffer death," he makes two mistakes. The first is in adding the final letter HTO the name, if he wants this deity to be considered either male or androgynous, for the letter makes the name feminine, as it really should be, considering it is one of the names of Bina. The third emanation. His second error is in asserting that the word nokeb means only to pronounce distinctly. It means to pronounce correctly. Therefore, the biblical name Jehovah may be considered simply a substitute, which, as belonging to one of the powers, got to be viewed as that of the Eternal. There is an evident mistake, one of the very many, in one of the texts in Leviticus, which has been corrected by Cohen, and which proves that the interdiction did not at all concern the name of the exoteric Jehovah, whose numerous other names could also be pronounced without any penalty being incurred. 1675 In the Vicious English Version, the translation runs thus, "And he that blasphemeth the name of the Lord, shall surely be put to death." Levit, 24. 16. Cohen renders it far more correctly, thus, "And he that blasphemeth the name of the Eternal shall die," etc. The Eternal being something higher than the exoteric and personal Lord. 1676. As with the Gentile nations, the symbols of the Israelites were ever bearing, directly or indirectly, upon sun worship. The exoteric Jehovah of the Bible is a dual God, like all the other gods. And the fact that David, who is entirely ignorant of Moses, praises his Lord, and assures him that the Lord is a great God, and a great king above all gods, may be of a very great importance to the descendants of Jacob and David. But their national God concerns us in no wise. We are quite ready to show the Lord God of Israel the same respect as we do to Brahma, Zeus, or any other secondary deity. But we decline, most emphatically, to recognize in him either the deity worshipped by Moses, or the Father of Jesus, or yet the ineffable name of the Kabbalists. Jehovah is, perhaps, one of the Elohim, who was concerned in the formation, which is not creation, of the universe, one of the architects who built from pre-existing matter, but he never was the unknowable, cause that created bara. In the night of the eternity, these Elohim first form and bless, then they curse and destroy. As one of these powers, Jehovah is therefore by turns beneficent and malevolent. At one moment he punishes and then repents. He is the antitype of several of the patriarchs of Esau and of Jacob, the allegorical twins, emblems of the ever-manifest dual principle in nature. So Jacob, who is Israel, is the left pillar, the feminine principle of Esau, who is the right pillar and the male principle. When he wrestles with Malach-Ho, the Lord, it is the latter who becomes the right pillar, and Jacob Israel names God. Although the Bible interpreters have endeavored to transform him into a mere angel of the Lord, Genesis 32, Jacob conquers him as matter will but too often conquer spirit, but his thigh is put out of joint in the fight. The name of Israel has its derivation from Isarel or Asar, the sun god, who is known as Suriel, Surya, and Sir Israel means striving with God. The sun rising upon Jacob Israel is the sun god Isarel, fecundating matter or earth, represented by the female Jacob. As usual, the allegory has more than one hidden meaning in the Kabbalah. Esau, Esau, Asu, is also the sun. Like the Lord, Esau fights with Jacob and prevails not. The godson first strives against, and then rises on him in covenant. And as he passed over Penuel, the sun rose upon him, and he, Jacob, halted upon his thigh, Genesis 32. 31. Israel Jacob, opposed by his brother Esau, is Samuel, and the names of Samuel are Azazel and Satan, the opposer. If it will be argued that Moses was unacquainted with the Hindu philosophy and, therefore, could not have taken Shiva, the regenerator and the destroyer, as his model for Jehovah, then we must admit that there was some miraculous international intuition which prompted every nation to choose for its exoteric national deity the dual type we find in the Lord God of Israel. All these fables speak for themselves. Shiva, Jehovah, Osiris, are all the symbols of the active principle in nature par excellence. They are the forces which preside at the formation or regeneration of matter and its destruction. They are the types of life and death, ever fecundating and decomposing under the never-ceasing influx of the anima mundi, the universal intellectual soul, the invisible but ever-present spirit which is behind the correlation of the blind forces. This spirit alone is immutable, and therefore the forces of the universe, cause and effect, are ever in perfect harmony with this one great immutable law. Spiritual life is the one primordial principle above. Physical life is the primordial principle below, but they are one under their dual aspect. When the spirit is completely untrammeled from the fetters of correlation, and its essence has become so purified as to be reunited with its cause, it may, and yet who can tell whether it really will have a glimpse of the eternal truth. Till then, let us not build ourselves idols in our own image, and accept the shadows for the eternal light. The greatest mistake of the age was to attempt a comparison of the relative merits of all the ancient religions, and scoff at the doctrines of the Kabbalah and other superstitions. But truth is stranger than fiction. And this world-old adage finds its application in the case in hand. The wisdom of the archaic ages, or the secret doctrine embodied in the Oriental Kabbalah, of which, as we have said, the rabbinical is but an abridgment, did not die out with the Philolithians of the last eclectic school. The gnosis lingers still on earth, and its votaries are many, albeit unknown. Such secret brotherhoods have been mentioned before Mackenzie's time, by more than one great author. If they have been regarded as mere fictions of the novelist, that fact has only helped the brother adepts to keep their incognito the more easily. We have personally known several of them who, to their great merriment, had had the story of their lodges, the communities in which they lived, and the wondrous powers which they had exercised for many long years, laughed at and denied by unsuspecting skeptics to their very faces. Some of these brothers belonged to the small groups of travelers. Until the close of the happy Louis Philippian reign, they were pompously termed by the Parisian garçon and trader the nobles étrangers, and as innocently believed to be boyards, Wallachian gospodars, Indian nabobs, and Hungarian margraves. who had gathered at the capital of the civilized world to admire its monuments and partake of its dissipations. There are, however, some insane enough to connect the presence of certain of these mysterious guests in Paris with the great political events that subsequently took place. Such recall at least as very remarkable coincidences, the breaking out of the Revolution of '93, and the earlier explosion of the South Sea Bubble, soon after the appearance of noble foreigners, who had convulsed all Paris for more or less longer periods, by either their mystical doctrines or supernatural gifts. The street Germains and Cagliostros of this century, having learned bitter lessons from the vilifications and persecutions of the past, pursue different tactics nowadays. But there are numbers of these mystic brotherhoods which have naught to do with civilized countries, and it is in their unknown communities that are concealed the skeletons of the past. These adepts could, if they chose, lay claim to strange ancestry, and exhibit verifiable documents that would explain many a mysterious page in both sacred and profane history. Had the keys to the hieratic writings and the secret of Egyptian and Hindu symbolism been known to the Christian fathers, they would not have allowed a single monument of old to stand unmutilated. And yet, if we are well informed, and we think we are, there was not one such in all Egypt, but the secret records of its hieroglyphics were carefully registered by the sacerdotal caste. These records still exist, though not extant for the general public, though perhaps the monuments may have passed away forever out of human sight. Of 47 tombs of the kings, near Gornore, recorded by the Egyptian priests on their sacred registers, only 17 were known to the public, according to Diodorus Siculus, who visited the place about 60 years BC. Notwithstanding this historical evidence, we assert that the whole number exists to this day, and the royal tomb discovered by Belthsoni among the sandstone mountains of Biban el-Meluk, Melek, is but a feeble specimen of the rest. We will add, furthermore, that the Arab Christians, the monks, scattered around in their poor, desolate convents on the borderland of the great Libyan desert, know of the existence of such unbetrayed relics. But they are Copts, sole remnants of the true Egyptian race, and the Copt predominating over the Christian monk in their natures, they keep silent, for what reason it is not for us to tell. There are some who believe that their monkish attire is but a blind, and that they have chosen these desolate homes among arid deserts and surrounded by Mahometan tribes, for some ulterior purposes of their own. Be it as it may, they are held in great esteem by the Greek monks of Palestine. And there is a rumor current among the Christian pilgrims of Jerusalem, who throng the Holy Sepulchre at every Easter, that the holy fire from heaven will never descend so miraculously as when these monks of the desert are present to draw it down by their prayers. 1677. The kingdom of heaven suffereth violence, and the violent take it by force. Many are the candidates at the doors of those who are supposed to know the path that leads to the secret brotherhoods. The great majority are refused admittance, and these turn away, interpreting the refusal as an evidence of the non-existence of any such secret society. Of the minority accepted, more than two-thirds fail upon trial. The seventh rule of the ancient Rosicrucian brotherhoods, which is universal among all true secret societies, the Rosicrux becomes and is not made, is more than the generality of men can bear to have applied to them. But let no one suppose that of the candidates who fail, any will divulge to the world even the trifle they may have learned, as some Masons do. None know better than themselves how unlikely it is that a neophyte should ever talk of what was imparted to him. Thus these societies will go on and hear themselves denied without uttering a word until the day shall come for them to throw off their reserve and show how completely they are masters of the situation. Chapter 9. All things are governed in the bosom of this triad. Lidus, de Mensibus, 20. Thrice let the heaven be turned on its perpetual axis. Ovid, Fasti 4. And Balaam said unto Balak, Build me here 7 altars, and prepare me here 7 oxen and 7 rams. Numbers 23. 1, 2. In 7 days all creatures who have offended me shall be destroyed by a deluge, but thou shalt be secured in a vessel miraculously formed. Take, therefore, and with 7 holy men, your respective wives, and pairs of all animals, enter the ark without fear, then shalt thou know God face to face, and all thy questions shall be answered. Bhagavad Gita. And the Lord said, I will destroy man from the face of the earth. But with thee will I establish my covenant. Come thou and all thy house into the ark. For yet 7 days and I will cause it to rain upon the earth. Genesis 6:7. The Tetractys was not only principally honored because all symphonies are found to exist within it, but also because it appears to contain the nature of all things. Theos. Of Smyrna, Mathem, page 147. Our task will have been ill-performed if the preceding chapters have not demonstrated that Judaism, earlier and later Gnosticism, Christianity, and even Christian Masonry, have all been erected upon identical cosmical myths, symbols, and allegories, whose full comprehension is possible only to those who have inherited the key from their inventors. In the following pages we will endeavor to show how much these have been misinterpreted by the widely different, yet intimately related systems enumerated above, in fitting them to their individual needs. Thus not only will a benefit be conferred upon the student, but a long-deferred, and now much-needed act of justice will be done to those earlier generations whose genius has laid the whole human race under obligation. Let us begin by once more comparing the myths of the Bible with those of the sacred books of other nations, to see which is the original, which copies. There are but 2 methods which, correctly explained, can help us to this result. They are the Vedas, Brahmanical literature, and the Jewish Kabbalah. The former has, in a most philosophical spirit, conceived these grandiose myths. The latter, borrowing them from the Chaldeans and Persians, shaped them into a history of the Jewish nation, in which their spirit of philosophy was buried beyond the recognition of all but the elect, and under a far more absurd form than the Arian had given them. The Bible of the Christian Church is the latest receptacle of this scheme of disfigured allegories which have been erected into an edifice of superstition, such as never entered into the conceptions of those from whom the Church obtained her knowledge. The abstract fictions of antiquity, which for ages had filled the popular fancy with but flickering shadows and uncertain images, have in Christianity assumed the shapes of real personages, and become accomplished facts. Allegory, metamorphosed, becomes sacred history, and pagan myth is taught to the people as a revealed narrative of God's intercourse with his chosen people. The myths, says Horace in his Ars Poetica, have been invented by wise men to strengthen the laws and teach moral truths. While Horace endeavored to make clear the very spirit and essence of the ancient myths, Euhemerus pretended, on the contrary, that myths were the legendary history of kings and heroes, transformed into gods by the admiration of the nations. It is the latter method which was inferentially followed by Christians when they agreed upon the acceptation of euhemerized patriarchs, and mistook them for men who had really lived. But, in opposition to this pernicious theory, which has brought forth such bitter fruit, we have a long series of the greatest philosophers the world has produced: Plato, Epicharmus, Socrates, Empedocles, Plotinus, and Porphyry, Proclus, Damascenus, Origen, and even Aristotle. The latter plainly stated this verity, by saying that a tradition of the highest antiquity, transmitted to posterity under the form of various myths, teaches us that the first principles of nature may be considered as gods. For the divine permeates all nature. All the rest, details and personages, were added later for the clearer comprehension of the vulgar, and but too often with the object of supporting laws invented in the common interest. Fairy tales do not exclusively belong to nurseries. All mankind except those few who in all ages have comprehended their hidden meaning and tried to open the eyes of the superstitious have listened to such tales in one shape or the other and, after transforming them into sacred symbols, called the product religion. We will try to systematize our subject as much as the ever-recurring necessity to draw parallels between the conflicting opinions that have been based on the same myths will permit. We will begin by the book of Genesis, and seek for its hidden meaning in the Brahmanical traditions and the Chaldeo-Judaic Kabbalah. The first scripture lesson taught us in our infancy is that God created the world in 6 days, and rested on the 7th. Hence, a peculiar solemnity is supposed to attach to the 7th day, and the Christians, adopting the rigid observances of the Jewish Sabbath, have enforced it upon us with the substitution of the first, instead of the 7th day of the week. All systems of religious mysticism are based on numerals. With Pythagoras, the monas or unity, emanating the duad, and thus forming the trinity, and the quaternary or arba'il, the mystic four, compose the number 7. The sacredness of numbers begins with the great first the one, and ends only with the naught or zero symbol of the infinite and boundless circle which represents the universe. All the intervening figures, in whatever combination, or however multiplied, represent philosophical ideas, from vague outlines down to a definitely established scientific axiom, relating either to a moral or a physical fact in nature. They are a key to the ancient views on cosmogony, in its broad sense, including man and beings, and the evolution of the human race, spiritually as well as physically. The number 7 is the most sacred of all, and is, undoubtedly, of Hindu origin. Everything of importance was calculated by and fitted into this number by the Aryan philosophers' ideas as well as localities. Thus they have the Saptarishi, or 7 sages, typifying the 7 diluvian primitive races, post-diluvian as some say. Saptaloka, the 7 inferior and superior worlds, whence each of these rishis proceeded, and whither he returned in glory before reaching the final bliss of moksha. 1678. Saptakula, or 7 castes, the Brahmins assuming to represent the direct descendants of the highest of them. 1679. Then, again, the Saptapura, 7 holy cities, Saptadupa, 7 holy islands, Saptasamudra, the 7 holy seas. Saptaparvata, the 7 holy mountains, Saptaranya, the 7 deserts, Saptavruksha, the 7 sacred trees, and so on. In the Chaldeo-Babylonian incantation, this number reappears again as prominently as among the Hindus. The number is dual in its attributes, i.e., holy in one of its aspects, it becomes nefast under other conditions. Thus the following incantation we find traced on the Assyrian tablets, now so correctly interpreted. The evening of evil omen, the region of the sky, which produces misfortune. Message of pest. Deprecators of Ninkigal. The 7 gods of the vast sky. The 7 gods of the vast earth. The 7 gods of blazing spheres. The 7 gods of celestial legion. The 7 gods maleficent. The 7 phantoms bad. The 7 phantoms of maleficent flames. Bad demon, bad Alo, bad Gijim, bad Tilo, bad God, bad Moskim. Spirit of 7 heavens remember. Spirit of 7 earths remember, etc. This number reappears likewise on almost every page of Genesis, and throughout the Mosaic books, and we find it conspicuous, see following chapter, in the Book of Job and the Oriental Kabbalah. If the Hebrew Semitics adopted it so readily, we must infer that it was not blindly, but with a thorough knowledge of its secret meaning, hence, that they must have adopted the doctrines of their heathen neighbors as well. It is but natural, therefore, that we should seek in heathen philosophy for the interpretation of this number, which again reappeared in Christianity with its 7 sacraments, 7 churches in Asia Minor, 7 capital sins, 7 virtues, 4 cardinal and 3 theological, etc. Have the 7 prismatic colors of the rainbow seen by Noah no other meaning than that of a covenant between God and man to refresh the memory of the former? To the Kabbalist, at least, they have a significance inseparable from the 7 labors of magic, the 7 upper spheres, the 7 notes of the musical scale, the 7 numerals of Pythagoras, the 7 wonders of the world, the 7 ages. And even the 7 steps of the Masons, which lead to the Holy of Holies, after passing the flights of 3 and 5. Whence the identity then of these enigmatical, ever-recurring numerals that are found in every page of the Jewish scriptures, as in every ola and sloka of Buddhistic and Brahmanical books. Whence these numerals that are the soul of the Pythagorean and Platonic thought, and that no unilluminated Orientalist nor biblical student has ever been able to fathom? And yet they have a key ready in their hand, did they but know how to use it. Nowhere is the mystical value of human language and its effects on human action so perfectly understood as in India, nor any better explained than by the authors of the oldest Brahmanas. Ancient as their epoch is now found to be, they only try to express, in a more concrete form, the abstract metaphysical speculations of their own ancestors. Such is the respect of the Brahmins for the sacrificial mysteries, that they hold that the world itself sprang into creation as a consequence of a sacrificial word pronounced by the first cause. This word is the ineffable name of the Kabbalists, fully discussed in the last chapter. The secret of the Vedas, sacred knowledge, though they may be, is impenetrable without the help of the Brahmanas. Properly speaking, the Vedas, which are written in verse and comprised in 4 books, constitute that portion called the mantra, or magical prayer, and the Brahmanas, which are in prose, contain their key. While the mantra part is alone holy, the Brahmana portion contains all the theological exegesis, and the speculations and explanations of the sacerdotal. Our Orientalists, we repeat, will make no substantial progress toward a comprehension of Vedic literature until they place a proper valuation upon works now despised by them. As, for instance, the Aitareya and Kaushataki Brahmanas, which belong to the Rig Veda. Zoroaster was called a manthran, or speaker of mantras, and, according to Haug, one of the earliest names for the sacred scriptures of the Parsis was Mantraspenta. The power and significance of the Brahmin who acts as the Khatri priest at the Soma sacrifice, consists in his possession and full knowledge of the uses of the sacred word or speechvak. The latter is personified in Sarasvati, the wife of Brahma, who is the goddess of the sacred or secret knowledge. She is usually depicted as riding upon a peacock with its tail all spread. The eyes upon the feathers of the bird's tail symbolize the sleepless eyes that see all things. To one who has the ambition of becoming an adept of the secret doctrines, they are a reminder that he must have the 100 eyes of Argus to see and comprehend all things. And this is why we say that it is not possible to solve fully the deep problems underlying the Brahmanical and Buddhistic sacred books without having a perfect comprehension of the esoteric meaning of the Pythagorean numerals. The greatest power of this vak, or sacred speech, is developed according to the form which is given to the mantra by the officiating Khatri, and this form consists wholly in the numbers and syllables of the sacred meter. If pronounced slowly and in a certain rhythm, one effect is produced. If quickly and with another rhythm, there is a different result. Each meter, says Haug, is the invisible master of something visible in this world. It is, as it were, its exponent and ideal. This great significance of the metrical speech is derived from the number of syllables of which it consists, for each thing has, just as in the Pythagorean system, a certain numerical proportion. All these things, meters, chandas, stomas, and prishthas, are liable to be as eternal and divine as the words themselves they contain. The earliest Hindu divines did not only believe in a primitive revelation of the words of the sacred texts, but even in that of the various forms. These forms, along with their contents, the everlasting Veda words, are symbols expressive of things of the invisible world, and in several respects comparable to the Platonic ideas. This testimony from an unwilling witness shows again the identity between the ancient religions as to their secret doctrine. The Gayatri meter, for example, consists of thrice 8 syllables, and is considered the most sacred of meters. It is the meter of Agni, the fire god, and becomes at times the emblem of Brahma himself, the chief creator, and fashioner of man, in his own image. Now Pythagoras says that the number 8, or the octad, is the first cube, that is to say, squared in all senses, as a die, proceeding from its base 2, or even number, so is man foursquare or perfect. Of course few, except the Pythagoreans and Kabbalists, can fully comprehend this idea, but the illustration will assist in pointing out the close kinship of the numerals with the Vedic mantras. The chief problems of every theology lie concealed beneath this imagery of fire and the varying rhythm of its flames. The burning bush of the Bible, the Zoroastrian and other sacred fires, Plato's universal soul, and the Rosicrucian doctrines of both soul and body of man being evolved out of fire, the reasoning and immortal element which permeates all things. And which, according to Heraclitus, Hippocrates, and Parmenides, is God, have all the same meaning. Each meter in the Brahmanas corresponds to a number, and as shown by Haug, as it stands in the sacred volumes, is a prototype of some visible form on earth, and its effects are either good or evil. The sacred speech can save, but it can kill as well. Its many meanings and faculties are well known but to the Dikshita, the adept, who has been initiated into many mysteries, and whose spiritual birth is completely achieved. The vak of the mantra is a spoken power, which awakes another corresponding and still more occult power, each allegorically personified by some god in the world of spirits, and, according as it is used, responded to either by the gods or the rakshasas, bad spirits. In the Brahmanical and Buddhist ideas, a curse, a blessing, a vow, a desire, an idle thought, can each assume a visible shape and so manifest itself objectively to the eyes of its author, or to him that it concerns. Every sin becomes incarnated, so to say, and like an avenging fiend persecutes its perpetrator. There are words which have a destructive quality in their very syllables, as though objective things. For every sound awakens a corresponding one in the invisible world of spirit, and the repercussion produces either a good or bad effect. Harmonious rhythm, a melody vibrating softly in the atmosphere, creates a beneficent and sweet influence around, and acts most powerfully on the psychological as well as physical natures of every living thing on earth. It reacts even on inanimate objects, for matter is still spirit in its essence, invisible as it may seem to our grosser senses. So with the numerals. Turn wherever we will, from the prophets to the apocalypse, and we will see the biblical writers constantly using the numbers 3, 4, 7, and 12. And yet we have known some partisans of the Bible who maintain that the Vedas were copied from the Mosaic books. 1680 The Vedas, which are written in Sanskrit, a language whose grammatical rules and forms, as Max Muller and other scholars confess, were completely established long before the days when the great wave of emigration bore it from Asia all over the Occident, are there to proclaim their parentage of every philosophy and every religious institution developed later among Semitic peoples. And which of the numerals most frequently occur in the Sanskrit chants, those sublime hymns to creation, to the unity of God, and the countless manifestations of His power? 1, 3, and 7. Read the hymn by Durgadamas. To him who represents all the gods. The God here present, our blessed patron, our sacrificer, has a brother who spreads himself in mid-air. There exists a third brother whom we sprinkle with our libations. It is he whom I have seen master of men and armed with 7 rays, 1681. And again. 7 bridles aid in guiding a car which has but one wheel, and which is drawn by a single horse that shines with 7 rays. The wheel has 3 limbs, an immortal wheel, never wearying, whence hang all the worlds. Sometimes 7 horses drag a car of 7 wheels, and 7 personages mount it, accompanied by 7 fecund nymphs of the water. And the following again, in honor of the fire god Agni, who is so clearly shown but a spirit subordinate to the one God. Ever one, although having 3 forms of double nature, androgynous, he rises. And the priests offer to God, in the act of sacrifice, their prayers which reach the heavens, borne aloft by Agni. Is this a coincidence, or, rather, as reason tells us, the result of the derivation of many national cults from one primitive, universal religion? A mystery for the uninitiated, the unveiling of the most sublime, because correct and true, psychological and physiological problems for the initiate. Revelations of the personal spirit of man which is divine because that spirit is not only the emanation of the one supreme God, but is the only God man is able, in his weakness and helplessness, to comprehend to feel within himself. This truth the Vedic poet clearly confesses, when saying, "The Lord, Master of the universe and full of wisdom, has entered with me, into me, weak and ignorant, and has formed me of himself in that place 1682 where the spirits obtain, by the help of science, the peaceful enjoyment of the fruit, as sweet as ambrosia." Whether we call this fruit an apple, from the tree of knowledge, or the pipala of the Hindu poet, it matters not. It is the fruit of esoteric wisdom. Our object is to show the existence of a religious system in India for many thousands of years before the exoteric fables of the Garden of Eden and the Deluge had been invented. Hence the identity of doctrines. Instructed in them, each of the initiates of other countries became, in his turn, the founder of some great school of philosophy in the West. Who of our Sanskrit scholars has ever felt interested in discovering the real sense of the following hymns, palpable as it is, Pipala, the sweet fruit of that tree upon which come spirits who love the science, and where the gods produce all marvels. This is a mystery for him who knows not the Father of the world. Or this one again. These stanzas bear at their head a title which announces that they are consecrated to the Viswadevas, that is to say, to all the gods. He who knows not the being whom I sing in all his manifestations, will comprehend nothing of my verses. Those who do know him are not strangers to this reunion. This refers to the reunion and parting of the immortal and mortal parts of man. The immortal being, says the preceding stanza, is in the cradle of the mortal being. The two eternal spirits go and come everywhere, only some men know the one without knowing the other, Durgadamas. Who can give a correct idea of him of whom the Rig Veda says? That which is one the wise call it in divers manners. That one is sung by the Vedic poets in all its manifestations in nature. And the books considered childish and foolish teach how it will to call the beings of wisdom for our instruction. They teach, as Porphyry says, a liberation from all terrene concerns, a flight of the alone to the alone. Professor Max Muller, whose every word is accepted by his school as philological gospel, is undoubtedly right in one sense when in determining the nature of the Hindu gods, he calls them masks without an actor. Names without being, not beings without names, 1683 for he but proves thereby the monotheism of the ancient Vedic religion. But it seems to us more than dubious whether he or any scientist of his school needed hope to fathom the old Aryan 1684 thought, without an accurate study of those very masks. To the materialist, as to the scientist, who for various reasons endeavors to work out the difficult problem of compelling facts to agree with either their own hobbies or those of the Bible, they may seem but the empty shells of phantoms. Yet such authorities will ever be, as in the past, the unsafest of guides, except in matters of exact science. The Bible patriarchs are as much masks without actors, as the Pragopedis, and yet, if the living personage behind these masks is but an abstract shadow, there is an idea embodied in every one of them which belongs to the philosophical and scientific theories of ancient wisdom. 1685 And who can render better service in this work than the native Brahmins themselves, or the Kabbalists? To deny, point blank, any sound philosophy in the later Brahmanical speculations upon the Rig Veda, is equivalent to refusing to ever correctly understand the mother religion itself, which gave rise to them, and which is the expression of the inner thought of the direct ancestors of these later authors of the Brahmanas. If learned Europeans can so readily show that all the Vedic gods are but empty masks, they must also be ready to demonstrate that the Brahmanical authors were as incapable as themselves to discover these actors anywhere. This done, not only the three other sacred books which Max Muller says do not deserve the name of Vedas, but the Rig Veda itself becomes a meaningless jumble of words. For what the world-renowned and subtle intellect of the ancient Hindu sages failed to understand, no modern scientist, however learned, can hope to fathom. Poor Thomas Taylor was right in saying that philology is not philosophy. It is, to say the least, illogical to admit that there is a hidden thought in the literary work of a race perhaps ethnologically different from our own. And then, because it is utterly unintelligible to us whose spiritual development during the several thousand intervening years has bifurcated into quite a contrary direction, deny that it has any sense in it at all. But this is precisely what, with all due respect for erudition, Professor Max Muller and his school do in this instance, at least. First of all, we are told that, albeit cautiously and with some effort, yet we may still walk in the footsteps of these authors of the Vedas. We shall feel that we are brought face to face and mind to mind with men yet intelligible to us after we have freed ourselves from our modern conceits. We shall not succeed always. Words, verses, nay whole hymns in the Rig Veda, will and must remain to us a dead letter. For, with a few exceptions, the whole world of the Vedic ideas is so entirely beyond our own intellectual horizon, that instead of translating, we can as yet only guess and combine. 1686. And yet, to leave us in no possible doubt as to the true value of his words, the learned scholar, in another passage, expresses his opinion on these same Vedas, with one exception, thus, the only important, the only real Veda. Is the Rig Veda. The other so-called Vedas deserve the name of Veda no more than the Talmud deserves the name of Bible. Professor Muller rejects them as unworthy of the attention of anyone, and, as we understand it, on the ground that they contain chiefly sacrificial formulas, charms, and incantations. 1687. And now, a very natural question: are any of our scholars prepared to demonstrate that, so far, they are intimately acquainted with the hidden sense of these perfectly absurd sacrificial formulas, charms, and incantations, and magic nonsense of Atharvaveda? We believe not, and our doubt is based on the confession of Professor Muller himself, just quoted. If the whole world of the Vedic ideas, the Rig Veda cannot be included alone in this world, we suppose, is so entirely beyond our own, the scientists', intellectual horizon that, instead of translating, we can as yet only guess and combine. And the Jaeger Veda, Samaveda, and Atharva Veda are childish and foolish. 1688. And the Brahmanas, the Sutras Yaska, and Sayana, though nearest in time to the hymns of the Rig Veda, indulge in the most frivolous and ill-judged interpretations. How can either himself or any other scholar form any adequate opinion of either of them? If, again, the authors of the Brahmanas, the nearest in time to the Vedic hymns, were already incompetent to offer anything better than ill-judged interpretations, then at what period of history, where, and by whom were written these grandiose poems, whose mystical sense has died with their generations? Are we, then, so wrong in affirming that if sacred texts are found in Egypt to have become even to the priestly scribes of 4,000 years ago wholly unintelligible? 1689. And the Brahmanas offer but childish and foolish interpretations of the Rig Veda, at least as far back as that, then, first, both the Egyptian and Hindu religious philosophies are of an untold antiquity. Far antedating ages cautiously assigned them by our students of comparative mythology. And, 2d, the claims of ancient priests of Egypt and modern Brahmins, as to their age, are, after all, correct. We can never admit that the three other Vedas are less worthy of their name than the Rig hymns, or that the Talmud and the Kabbalah are so inferior to the Bible. The very name of the Vedas, the literal meaning of which is knowledge or wisdom, shows them to belong to the literature of those men who, in every country, language, and age, have been spoken of as those who know. In Sanskrit the third person singular is Veda, he knows, and the plural is Veda, they know. This word is synonymous with the Greek tau eta epsilon omicron sigma epsilon beta epsilon iota alpha, which Plato uses when speaking of the wise the magicians. And with the Hebrew hakaman, Hebrew text, wise men. Reject the Talmud and its old predecessor the Kabbalah, and it will be simply impossible ever to render correctly one word of that Bible so much extolled at their expense. But then it is, perhaps, just what its partisans are working for. To banish the Brahmanas is to fling away the key that unlocks the door of the Rig Veda. The literal interpretation of the Bible has already borne its fruits. With the Vedas and the Sanskrit sacred books in general it will be just the same, with this difference, that the absurd interpretation of the Bible has received a time-honored right of eminent domain in the department of the ridiculous. And will find its supporters, against light and against proof. As to the heathen literature, after a few more years of unsuccessful attempts at interpretation, its religious meaning will be relegated to the limbo of exploded superstitions, and people will hear no more of it. We beg to be clearly understood before we are blamed and criticized for the above remarks. The vast learning of the celebrated Oxford professor can hardly be questioned by his very enemies, yet we have a right to regret his precipitancy to condemn that which he himself confesses, entirely beyond our own intellectual horizon. Even in what he considers a ridiculous blunder on the part of the author of the Brahmanas, other more spiritually disposed persons may see quite the reverse. Who is the greatest of the gods? Who shall first be praised by our songs? Says an ancient rishi of the Rig Veda, mistaking, as Professor M. imagines, the interrogative pronoun, who for some divine name. Says the professor, a place is allotted in the sacrificial invocations to a god, who, and hymns addressed to him are called whoish hymns. And is a god, who less natural as a term than a god, I am. Or whoish hymns less reverential than I amish psalms. And who can prove that this is really a blunder, and not a premeditated expression? Is it so impossible to believe that the strange term was precisely due to a reverential awe which made the poet hesitate before giving a name, as form to that which is justly considered as the highest abstraction of metaphysical ideals God? Or that the same feeling made the commentator who came after him to pause and so leave the work of anthropomorphizing the unknown, the who, to future human conception? These early poets thought more for themselves than for others, remarks Max Muller himself. They sought rather, in their language, to be true to their own thought than to please the imagination of their hearers. 1690. Unfortunately, it is this very thought which awakes no responsive echo in the minds of our philologists. Farther, we read the sound advice to students of the Rig Veda hymns, to collect, collate, sift, and reject. Let him study the commentaries, the sutras, the brahmanas, and even later works, in order to exhaust all the sources from which information can be derived. He, the scholar, must not despise the traditions of the Brahmins, even where their misconceptions are palpable. Not a corner in the brahmanas, the sutras, yaska, and sayana, should be left unexplored before we propose a rendering of our own. When the scholar has done his work, the poet and philosopher must take it up and finish it. 1691. Poor chance for a philosopher to step into the shoes of a learned philologist and presume to correct his errors. We would like to see what sort of a reception the most learned Hindu scholar in India would have from the educated public of Europe and America, if he should undertake to correct a savant, after he had sifted, accepted, rejected, explained, and declared what was good, and what absurd and childish in the sacred books of his forefathers. That which would finally be declared Brahmanic misconceptions, by the conclave of European and especially German savants, would be as little likely to be reconsidered at the appeal of the most erudite pundit of Benares or Ceylon, as the interpretation of Jewish scripture by Maimonides and Philo-Judaeus, by Christians after the councils of the Church had accepted the mistranslations and explanations of Irenaeus and Eusebius. What pundit, or native philosopher of India should know his ancestral language, religion, or philosophy as well as an Englishman or a German? Or why should a Hindu be more suffered to expound Brahmanism, than a rabbinical scholar to interpret Judaism or the Isaiah prophecies? Safer, and far more trustworthy translators can be had nearer home. Nevertheless, let us still hope that we may find at last, even though it be in the dim future, a European philosopher to sift the sacred books of the wisdom religion, and not be contradicted by every other of his class. Meanwhile, unmindful of any alleged authorities, let us try to sift for ourselves a few of these myths of old. We will search for an explanation within the popular interpretation, and feel our way with the help of the magic lamp of Trismegistus, the mysterious number 7. There must have been some reason why this figure was universally accepted as a mystic calculation. With every ancient people, the creator, or demiurge, was placed over the seventh heaven. And were I to touch upon the initiation into our sacred mysteries, says Emperor Julian, the Kabbalist, which the Chaldean Bacchist respecting the seven-rayed God, lifting up the souls through him, I should say things unknown. And very unknown to the rabble, but well known to the blessed theurgists. 1692. In Lydas it is said that the Chaldeans call the god Iao, and Sabaoth he is often called, as he who is over the seven orbits, heavens, or spheres, that is the demiurge. 1693. One must consult the Pythagoreans and Kabbalists to learn the potentiality of this number. Exoterically, the seven rays of the solar spectrum are represented concretely in the seven-rayed god Heptactus. These seven rays epitomized into three primary rays, namely, the red, blue, and yellow, form the solar trinity, and typify respectively spirit matter and spirit essence. Science has also reduced of late the seven rays to three primary ones, thus corroborating the scientific conception of the ancients of at least one of the visible manifestations of the invisible deity. And the seven divided into a quaternary and a trinity. The Pythagoreans called the number 7 the vehicle of life, as it contained body and soul. They explained it by saying, that the human body consisted of 4 principal elements, and that the soul is triple, comprising reason, passion, and desire. The ineffable word was considered the 7th and highest of all, for there are 6 minor substitutes, each belonging to a degree of initiation. The Jews borrowed their Sabbath from the ancients, who called it Saturn's day and deemed it unlucky, and not the latter from the Israelites when Christianized. The people of India, Arabia, Syria, and Egypt observed weeks of 7 days. And the Romans learned the hebdomadal method from these foreign countries when they became subject to the empire. Still it was not until the 4th century that the Roman kalends, nones, and ides were abandoned, and weeks substituted in their place. And the astronomical names of the days, such as dies solis, day of the sun, dies luni, day of the moon, dies martis, day of Mars. Dies Mercurii, day of Mercury, dies Jovis, day of Jupiter, dies Veneris, day of Venus, and dies Saturni, day of Saturn, prove that it was not from the Jews that the week of 7 days was adopted. Before we examine this number Kabbalistically, we propose to analyze it from the standpoint of the Judaico-Christian Sabbath. When Moses instituted the Yom Shabbat, or Shebang, Shabbath, the allegory of the Lord God resting from his work of creation on the 7th day was but a cloak, or, as the Sohar expresses it, a screen, to hide the true meaning. The Jews reckoned then, as they do now, their days by number, as, day the 1st, day the 2nd, and so on, Yom Ahad, Yom Sheni, Yom Shalisho, Yom Rebis, Yom Shamashi, Yom Shishahi, Yom Shaba. The Hebrew 7, Hebrew text, consisting of 3 letters, S, B, O, has more than one meaning. First of all, it means age or cycle, Shabang. Sabbath, Hebrew text, can be translated old age, as well as rest, and in the Old Coptic, Sabe means wisdom, learning. Modern archaeologists have found that as in Hebrew Sab, Hebrew text, also means gray-headed, and that therefore the Sabbaday was the day on which the gray-headed men, or aged fathers of a tribe, were in the habit of assembling for councils or sacrifices. 1694. Thus, the week of 6 days and the 7th, the Saba or Saptaday period, is of the highest antiquity. The observance of the lunar festivals in India shows that that nation held hebdomadal meetings as well. With every new quarter the moon brings changes in the atmosphere, hence certain changes are also produced throughout the whole of our universe, of which the meteorological ones are the most insignificant. On this day of the 7th and most powerful of the prismatic days, the adepts of the secret science meet as they met thousands of years ago, to become the agents of the occult powers of nature, emanations of the working God, and commune with the invisible worlds. It is in this observance of the 7th day by the old sages not as the resting day of the deity, but because they had penetrated into its occult power, that lies the profound veneration of all the heathen philosophers for the number 7, which they term the venerable, the sacred number. The Pythagorean tetractys, revered by the Platonists, was the square placed below the triangle, the latter, or the trinity embodying the invisible monad, the unity, and deemed too sacred to be pronounced except within the walls of a sanctuary. The ascetic observance of the Christian Sabbath by Protestants is pure religious tyranny, and does more harm, we fear, than good. It really dates only from the enactment, in 1678, of the 29th of Charles II, which prohibited any tradesman, artificer, workman, laborer, or other person, to do or exercise any worldly labor, etc., etc., upon the Lord's day. The Puritans carried this thing to extremes, apparently to mark their hatred of Catholicism, both Roman and Episcopal. That it was no part of the plan of Jesus that such a day should be set apart, is evident not only from his words but acts. It was not observed by the early Christians. When Trypho, the Jew, reproached the Christians for not having a Sabbath, what does the martyr answer him? The new law will have you keep a perpetual Sabbath. You, when you have passed a day in idleness, think you are religious. The Lord is not pleased with such things as these. If any be guilty of perjury or fraud, let him reform, if he be an adulterer, let him repent. And he will then have kept the kind of Sabbath truly pleasing to God. The elements are never idle, and keep no Sabbath. There was no need of the observance of Sabbaths before Moses, neither now is there any need of them after Jesus Christ. The Heptactus is not the supreme cause, but simply an emanation from him, the first visible manifestation of the unrevealed power. His divine breath, which, violently breaking forth, condensed itself, shining with radiance until it evolved into light, and so became cognizant to external sense, says John Reuchlin. 1695. This is the emanation of the highest, the demiurge, a multiplicity in a unity, the Elohim, whom we see creating our world, or rather fashioning it, in 6 days, and resting on the 7th. And who are these Elohim but the euhemerized powers of nature, the faithful manifested servants, the laws of him who is immutable law and harmony himself? They remain over the 7th heaven, or spiritual world, for it is they who, according to the Kabbalists, formed in succession the 6 material worlds, or rather, attempts at worlds, that preceded our own, which, they say, is the 7th. If, in laying aside the metaphysico-spiritual conception, we give our attention but to the religio-scientific problem of creation in 6 days, over which our best biblical scholars have vainly pondered so long, we might, perchance, be on the way to the true idea underlying the allegory. The ancients were philosophers, consistent in all things. Hence, they taught that each of these departed worlds, having performed its physical evolution, and reached through birth, growth, maturity, old age, and death the end of its cycle, had returned to its primitive subjective form of a spiritual earth. Thereafter it had to serve through all eternity as the dwelling of those who had lived on it as men, and even animals, but were now spirits. This idea, were it even as incapable of exact demonstration as that of our theologians relating to paradise, is, at least, a trifle more philosophical. As well as man, and every other living thing upon it, our planet has had its spiritual and physical evolution. From an impalpable ideal thought under the creative will of him of whom we know nothing, and but dimly conceive in imagination, this globe became fluidic and semi-spiritual, then condensed itself more and more, until its physical development matter, the tempting demon compelled it to try its own creative faculty. Matter defied spirit, and the earth, too, had its fall. The allegorical curse under which it labors, is that it only procreates, it does not create. Our physical planet is but the handmaiden, or rather the maid of all work, of the Spirit, its master. Cursed be the ground, thorns and thistles shall it bring, the Elohim are made to say. In sorrow thou shalt bring forth children. The Elohim say this both to the ground and the woman. And this curse will last until the minutest particle of matter on earth shall have outlived its days, until every grain of dust has, by gradual transformation through evolution, become a constituent part of a living soul, and until the latter shall reascend the cyclic arc, and finally stand its own Metatron, or redeeming spirit at the foot of the upper step of the spiritual worlds, as at the first hour of its emanation. Beyond that lies the great, deep, a mystery. It must be remembered that every cosmogony has a trinity of workers at its head: Father, Spirit, Mother, Nature, or Matter, and the manifested universe, the Son or result of the two. The universe, also, as well as each planet which it comprehends, passes through 4 ages, like man himself. All have their infancy, youth, maturity, and old age, and these 4 added to the other 3 make the sacred 7 again. The introductory chapters of Genesis were never meant to present even a remote allegory of the creation of our earth. They embrace, chapter 1, a metaphysical conception of some indefinite period in the eternity, when successive attempts were being made by the law of evolution at the formation of universes. This idea is plainly stated in the Zohar. There were old worlds, which perished as soon as they came into existence, were formless, and were called sparks. Thus, the smith, when hammering the iron, lets the sparks fly in all directions. The sparks are the primordial worlds which could not continue, because the sacred aged, Sapphira, had not as yet assumed its form, of androgyne or opposite sexes, of king and queen, Sapphira and Cadmon, and the master was not yet at his work. 1696. The 6 periods or days of Genesis refer to the same metaphysical belief. 5 such ineffectual attempts were made by the Elohim, but the 6th resulted in worlds like our own, i.e. all the planets and most of the stars are worlds, and inhabited, though not like our earth. Having formed this world at last in the 6th period, the Elohim rested in the 7th. Thus the Holy One, when he created the present world, said, "This pleases me, the previous ones did not please me." 1697. And the Elohim saw everything that he had made, and behold it was very good. And the evening and the morning were the 6th day. Genesis. The reader will remember that in chapter 4. An explanation was given of the day and night of Brahma. The former represents a certain period of cosmical activity, the latter an equal one of cosmical repose. In the one, worlds are being evolved, and passing through their allotted 4 ages of existence. In the latter the inbreathing of Brahma reverses the tendency of the natural forces, everything visible becomes gradually dispersed, chaos comes, and a long night of repose reinvigorates the cosmos for its next term of evolution. In the morning of one of these days, the formative processes are gradually reaching their climax of activity, in the evening imperceptibly diminishing the same until the pralaya arrives, and with it, night. One such morning and evening do, in fact, constitute a cosmic day. And it was a day of Brahma that the Kabbalistic author of Genesis had in mind each time when he said, "And the evening and the morning were the 1st, or 5th or 6th, or any other, day." 6 days of gradual evolution, one of repose, and then evening. Since the first appearance of man on our earth there has been an eternal Sabbath or rest for the demiurge. The cosmogonical speculations of the first 6 chapters of Genesis are shown in the races of sons of God, giants, etc., of chapter 6. Properly speaking, the story of the formation of our earth, or creation, as it is very improperly called, begins with the rescue of Noah from the deluge. The Chaldeo-Babylonian tablets recently translated by George Smith leave no doubt of that in the minds of those who read the inscriptions esoterically. Ishtar, the great goddess, speaks in column 3 of the destruction of the 6th world and the appearance of the 7th, thus: 6 days and nights the wind, deluge, and storm overwhelmed. On the 7th day, in its course was calmed the storm, and all the deluge, which had destroyed like an earthquake. 1698, quieted. The sea he caused to dry, and the wind and deluge ended. I perceived the shore at the boundary of the sea. To the country of Nazir went the ship Urga, or the moon. The mountain of Nazir stopped the ship. The 1st day, and the 2nd day, the mountain of Nazir the same. The 5th and the 6th, the mountain of Nazir the same. On the 7th day, in the course of it, I sent forth a dove, and it left. The dove went and turned, and the raven went and did not return. I built an altar on the peak of the mountain. By 7 herbs I cut, at the bottom of them I placed reeds, pines, and singar. The gods like flies over the sacrifice gathered. From of old also the great God in his course. The great brightness, the sun, of Anu had created. 1699 when the glory of those gods the charm round my neck would not repel, etc. All this has a purely astronomical, magical, and esoteric relation. One who reads these tablets will recognize at a glance the biblical account. And judge, at the same time, how disfigured is the great Babylonian poem by Euhemeric personages degraded from their exalted positions of gods into simple patriarchs. Space prevents our entering fully into this biblical travesty of the Chaldean allegories. We shall therefore but remind the reader that by the confession of the most unwilling witnesses such as Lenormand, first the inventor and then champion of the Akkadians, the Chaldeo-Babylonian triad placed under Ilan, the unrevealed deity, is composed of Anu, Noah, and Bel. Anu is the primordial chaos, the god time and world at once, Chi-Rho Omicron Mu Omicron and Kappa Omicron Sigma Mu Omicron, the uncreated matter issued from the one and fundamental principle of all things. As to Noah, he is, according to the same Orientalist. The intelligence, we will willingly say the verbum, which animates and fecundates matter, which penetrates the universe, directs and makes it live, and at the same time Noah is the king of the humid principle, the spirit moving on the waters. Is not this evident? Noah is Noah, floating on the waters, in his ark, the latter being the emblem of the Arga, or moon, the feminine principle. Noah is the spirit, falling into matter. We find him as soon as he descends upon the earth, planting a vineyard, drinking of the wine, and getting drunk on it, i.e., the pure spirit becoming intoxicated as soon as it is finally imprisoned in matter. The 7th chapter of Genesis is but another version of the first. Thus, while the latter reads, "And darkness was upon the face of the deep. And the Spirit of God moved upon the face of the waters," in chapter 7, it is said, "And the waters prevailed and the ark went, with Noah the Spirit, upon the face of the waters." Thus Noah, if the Chaldean Noah, is the spirit vivifying matter, chaos represented by the deep or waters of the flood. In the Babylonian legend it is Istar, Astareth, the moon, which is shut up in the ark, and sends out a dove, emblem of Venus and other lunar goddesses, in search of dry land. And whereas in the Semitic tablets it is Xisuthros or Hasisadra who is translated to the company of the gods for his piety, in the Bible it is Enoch who walks with, and being taken up by God, was no more. The successive existence of an incalculable number of worlds before the subsequent evolution of our own, was believed and taught by all the ancient peoples. The punishment of the Christians for despoiling the Jews of their records and refusing the true key to them began from the earliest centuries. And thus is it that we find the Holy Fathers of the Church laboring through an impossible chronology and the absurdities of literal interpretation, while the learned rabbis were perfectly aware of the real significance of their allegories. So not only in the Zohar, but also in other Kabbalistic works accepted by Talmudists, such as Midrash Bereshith, or the Universal Genesis, which, with the Merkabah, the chariot of Ezekiel, composes the Kabbalah, may be found the doctrine of a whole series of worlds evolving out of the chaos, and being destroyed in succession. The Hindu doctrines teach of two pralayas or dissolutions, one universal, the Mahapralaya, the other partial, or the minor pralaya. This does not relate to the universal dissolution which occurs at the end of every day of Brahma, but to the geological cataclysms at the end of every minor cycle of our globe. This historical and purely local deluge of Central Asia, the traditions of which can be traced in every country, and which, according to Bunsen, happened about the year 10,000 BC, had naught to do with the mythical Noah, or Noah. A partial cataclysm occurs at the close of every age of the world, they say, which does not destroy the latter, but only changes its general appearance. New races of men and animals and a new flora evolve from the dissolution of the precedent ones. The allegories of the fall of man and the deluge are the two most important features of the Pentateuch. They are, so to say, the Alpha and Omega, the highest and the lowest keys of the scale of harmony on which resounds the majestic hymns of the creation of mankind. For they discover to him who questions the Zura, figurative gematria, the process of man's evolution from the highest spiritual entity unto the lowest physical, the post-diluvian man, as in the Egyptian hieroglyphics. Every sign of the picture writing which cannot be made to fit within a certain circumscribed geometrical figure may be rejected as only intended by the sacred hierogrammatist for a premeditated blind. So many of the details in the Bible must be treated on the same principle, that portion only being accepted which answers to the numerical methods taught in the Kabbalah. The deluge appears in the Hindu books only as a tradition. It claims no sacred character, and we find it but in the Mahabharata, the Puranas, and still earlier in the Satapatha, one of the latest Brahmanas. It is more than probable that Moses, or whoever wrote for him, used these accounts as the basis of his own purposely disfigured allegory, adding to it moreover the Chaldean Barosian narrative. In Mahabharata, we recognize Nimrod under the name of King Deva. The origin of the Grecian fable of the Titans scaling Olympus, and the other of the builders of the Tower of Babel who seek to reach heaven, is shown in the impious Deva, who sends imprecations against heaven's thunder, and threatens to conquer heaven itself with his mighty warriors, thereby bringing upon humanity the wrath of Brahma. The Lord then resolved, says the text, to chastise his creatures with a terrible punishment which should serve as a warning to survivors, and to their descendants. Vivasvata, who in the Bible becomes Noah, saves a little fish, which turns out to be an avatar of Vishnu. The fish warns that just man that the globe is about to be submerged, that all that inhabit it must perish, and orders him to construct a vessel in which he shall embark, with all his family. When the ship is ready, and Vivasvata has shut up in it with his family the seeds of plants and pairs of all animals, and the rain begins to fall, a gigantic fish, armed with a horn, places itself at the head of the ark. The holy man, following its orders, attaches a cable to this horn, and the fish guides the ship safely through the raging elements. In the Hindu tradition, the number of days during which the deluge lasted agrees exactly with that of the Mosaic account. When the elements were calmed, the fish landed the ark on the summit of the Himalayas. This fable is considered by many Orthodox commentators to have been borrowed from the Mosaic scriptures. 1700. But surely if such a universal cataclysm had ever taken place within man's memory, some of the monuments of the Egyptians, of which many are of such a tremendous antiquity, would have recorded that occurrence. Coupled with that of the disgrace of Ham, Canaan, and Mizraim, their alleged ancestors. But, till now, there has not been found the remotest allusion to such a calamity, although Mizraim certainly belongs to the first generation after the deluge, if not actually an antediluvian himself. On the other hand, the Chaldeans preserved the tradition, as we find Berosus testifying to it, and the ancient Hindus possessed the legend as given above. Now, there is but one explanation of the extraordinary fact that of two contemporary and civilized nations like Egypt and Chaldea, one has preserved no tradition of it whatever. Although it was the most directly interested in the occurrence if we credit the Bible, and the other has. The deluge noticed in the Bible, in one of the Brahmanas, and in the Berosus fragment, relates to the partial flood which, about 10,000 years BC. According to Bunsen, and according to the Brahmanical computations of the zodiac, also changed the whole face of Central Asia. 1701. Thus the Babylonians and the Chaldeans might have learned of it from their mysterious guests, christened by some Assyriologists Akkadians, or what is still more probable they, themselves, perhaps, were the descendants of those who had dwelt in the submerged localities. The Jews had the tale from the latter as they had everything else. The Brahmins may have recorded the traditions of the lands which they first invaded, and had perhaps inhabited before they possessed themselves of the Punjab. But the Egyptians, whose first settlers had evidently come from southern India, had less reason to record the cataclysm, since it had perhaps never affected them except indirectly, as the flood was limited to Central Asia. Burnouf, noticing the fact that the story of the deluge is found only in one of the most modern Brahmanas, also thinks that it might have been borrowed by the Hindus from the Semitic nations. Against such an assumption are ranged all the traditions and customs of the Hindus. The Aryans, and especially the Brahmins, never borrowed anything at all from the Semitists, and here we are corroborated by one of those unwilling witnesses, as Higgins calls the partisans of Jehovah and Bible. I have never seen anything in the history of the Egyptians and Jews, writes Abbé Du Bois, 40 years a resident of India, that would induce me to believe that either of these nations, or any other on the face of the earth, have been established earlier than the Hindus, and particularly the Brahmins. So I cannot be induced to believe that the latter have drawn their rights from foreign nations. On the contrary, I infer that they have drawn them from an original source of their own. Whoever knows anything of the spirit and character of the Brahmins, their stateliness, their pride, and extreme vanity, their distance, and sovereign contempt for everything that is foreign, and of which they cannot boast to have been the inventors, will agree with me that such a people cannot have consented to draw their customs and rules of conduct from an alien country. 1702. This fable, which mentions the earliest avatar the Matsu, relates to another yuga than our own, that of the first appearance of animal life, perchance, who knows, to the Devonian age of our geologists. It certainly answers better to the latter than the year 2348 BC. Apart from this, the very absence of all mention of the deluge from the oldest books of the Hindus suggests a powerful argument when we are left utterly to inferences as in this case. The Vedas and Manu, says Jacoliot, those monuments of the old Asiatic thought, existed far earlier than the Diluvian period. This is an incontrovertible fact, having all the value of an historical truth, for, besides the tradition which shows Vishnu himself as saving the Vedas from the Deluge tradition which, notwithstanding its legendary form, must certainly rest upon a real fact, it has been remarked that neither of these sacred books mention the Cataclysm, while the Puranas and the Mahabharata, and a great number of other more recent works, describe it with the minutest detail, which is a proof of the priority of the former. The Vedas certainly would never have failed to contain a few hymns on the terrible disaster which, of all other natural manifestations, must have struck the imagination of the people who witnessed it. Neither would Manu, who gives us a complete narrative of the creation, with a chronology from the divine and heroical ages, down to the appearance of man on earth, have passed in silence an event of such importance. Manu, Book I. Sloka 35, gives the names of 10 eminent saints whom he calls Prajapatis, more correctly Pragapatis, in whom the Brahmin theologians see prophets, ancestors of the human race. And the pundits simply consider as 10 powerful kings who lived in the Krita Yuga, or the Age of Good, the Golden Age of the Greeks. The last of these Pragapatis is Brigho. Enumerating the succession of these eminent beings who, according to Manu, have governed the world, the old Brahmanical legislator names as descending from Brigho, Swarachika, Atami, Tamasa, Revata, the glorious Chakchaucha, and the son of Vivasvat, every one of the 6 having made himself worthy of the title of Manu, divine legislator, a title which had equally belonged to the Prajapatis, and every great personage of primitive India. The genealogy stops at this name. Now, according to the Puranas and the Mahabharata, it was under a descendant of this son of Vivaswata, named Vivaswata, that occurred the great cataclysm, the remembrance of which, as will be seen, has passed into a tradition, and been carried by emigration into all the countries of the East and West which India has colonized since then. The genealogy given by Manu stopping, as we have seen, at Vivaswata, it follows that this work, of Manu, knew nothing either of Vivaswata or the deluge, 1703. The argument is unanswerable, and we commend it to those official scientists, who, to please the clergy, dispute every fact proving the tremendous antiquity of the Vedas and Manu. Colonel Vance Kennedy has long since declared that Babylonia was, from her origin, the seat of Sanskrit literature and Brahmin learning. And how or why should the Brahmins have penetrated there, unless it was as the result of intestine wars and emigration from India? The fullest account of the deluge is found in the Mahabharata of Vedavyasa, a poem in honor of the astrological allegories on the wars between the solar and the lunar races. One of the versions states that Vivaswata became the father of all the nations of the earth through his own progeny, and this is the form adopted for the Noachian story. The other states that like Deucalion and Pyrrha he had but to throw pebbles into the Elos left by the retiring waves of the flood, to produce men at will. These two versions, one Hebrew, the other Greek, allow us no choice. We must either believe that the Hindus borrowed from pagan Greeks as well as from monotheistic Jews, or what is far more probable, that the versions of both of these nations are derived from the Vedic literature through the Babylonians. History tells us of the stream of immigration across the Indus, and later of its overflowing the Occident, and of populations of Hindu origin passing from Asia Minor to colonize Greece. But history says not a single word of the chosen people, or of Greek colonies having penetrated India earlier than the 5th and 4th centuries BC. When we first find vague traditions that make some of the problematical lost tribes of Israel take from Babylon the route to India. But even were the story of the 10 tribes to find credence, and the tribes themselves be proved to have existed in profane as well as in sacred history, this does not help the solution at all. Colebrook, Wilson, and other eminent Indianists show the Mahabharata, if not the Satapatha Brahmana, in which the story is also given, as by far antedating the age of Cyrus, hence the possible time of the appearance of any of the tribes of Israel in India. 1704. Orientalists accord the Mahabharata an antiquity of between 12 and 1500 years BC, as to the Greek version it bears as little evidence as the other, and the attempts of the Hellenists in this direction have as signally failed. The story of the conquering army of Alexander penetrating into northern India, itself becomes more doubted every day. No Hindu national record, not the slightest historical memento, throughout the length and breadth of India offers the slightest trace of such an invasion. If even such historical facts are now found to have been all the while fictions, what are we to think of narratives which bear on their very face the stamp of invention? We cannot help sympathizing at heart with Professor Muller when he remarks that it seems blasphemy to consider these fables of the heathen world as corrupted and misinterpreted fragments of divine revelation once granted to the whole race of mankind. Only, can this scholar be held perfectly impartial and fair to both parties, unless he includes in the number of these fables those of the Bible? And is the language of the Old Testament more pure or moral than the books of the Brahmins? Or any fables of the heathen world more blasphemous and ridiculous than Jehovah's interview with Moses, Exodus 33:23? Are any of the pagan gods made to appear more fiendish than the same Jehovah in a score of passages? If the feelings of a pious Christian are shocked at the absurdities of Father Kronos eating his children and maiming Uranos, or of Jupiter throwing Vulcan down from heaven and breaking his leg, on the other hand, he cannot feel hurt if a non-Christian laughs at the idea of Jacob boxing with the Creator, who, when he saw that he prevailed not against him, dislocated Jacob's thigh. The patriarch still holding fast to God and not allowing him to go his way, notwithstanding his pleading. Why should the story of Deucalion and Pyrrha, throwing stones behind them, and thus creating the human race, be deemed more ridiculous than that of Lot's wife being changed into a pillar of salt? Or of the Almighty creating men of clay and then breathing the breath of life into them? The choice between the latter mode of creation and that of the Egyptian ram-horned god fabricating man on a potter's wheel is hardly perceptible. The story of Minerva, goddess of wisdom, ushered into existence after a certain period of gestation in her father's brain, is at least suggestive and poetical, as an allegory. No ancient Greek was ever burned for not accepting it literally. And, at all events, heathen fables in general are far less preposterous and blasphemous than those imposed upon Christians, ever since the Church accepted the Old Testament. And the Roman Catholic Church opened its register of thaumaturgical saints. Many of the natives of India, continues Professor Muller, confess that their feelings revolt against the impurities attributed to the gods by what they call their sacred writings. Yet there are honest Brahmins who will maintain that these stories have a deeper meaning. That immorality being incompatible with a divine being, a mystery must be supposed to be concealed in these time-hallowed fables, a mystery which an inquiring and reverent mind may hope to fathom. This is precisely what the Christian clergy maintain in attempting to explain the indecencies and incongruities of the Old Testament. Only, instead of allowing the interpretation to those who have the key to these seeming incongruities, they have assumed to themselves the office and right, by divine proxy, to interpret these in their own way. They have not only done that but have gradually deprived the Hebrew clergy of the means to interpret their scriptures as their fathers did, so that to find among the rabbis in the present century a well-versed Kabbalist, is quite rare. The Jews have themselves forgotten the key. How could they help it? Where are the original manuscripts? The oldest Hebrew manuscript in existence is said to be the Bodleian Codex, which is not older than between 800 and 900 years. 1705. The break between Ezra and this codex is thus 15 centuries. In 1490 the Inquisition caused all the Hebrew Bibles to be burned, and Torquemada alone destroyed 6,000 volumes at Salamanca. Except a few manuscripts of the Torah Ketubim and Nebi'im, used in the synagogues, and which are of quite a recent date, we do not think there is one old manuscript in existence which is not punctuated. Hence completely misinterpreted and altered by the Masoretes. Were it not for this timely invention of the Masorah, no copy of the Old Testament could possibly be tolerated in our century. It is well known that the Masoretes while transcribing the oldest manuscripts put themselves to task to take out, except in a few places which they have probably overlooked, all the immodest words and put in places sentences of their own, often changing completely the sense of the verse. It is clear, says Donaldson, that the Masoretic school at Tiberias were engaged in settling or unsettling the Hebrew text until the final publication of the Masorah itself. Therefore, had we but the original texts judging by the present copies of the Bible in our possession, it would be really edifying to compare the Old Testament with the Vedas and even with the Brahmanical books. We verily believe that no faith, however blind, could stand before such an avalanche of crude impurities and fables. If the latter are not only accepted but enforced upon millions of civilized persons who find it respectable and edifying to believe in them as divine revelation, why should we wonder that Brahmins believe their books to be equally a Sriti, a revelation? Let us thank the Masorets by all means, but let us study at the same time both sides of the medal. Legends, myths, allegories, symbols, if they but belong to the Hindu, Chaldean, or Egyptian tradition, are thrown into the same heap of fiction. Hardly are they honored with a superficial search into their possible relations to astronomy or sexual emblems. The same myths when and because mutilated are accepted as sacred scriptures, more the word of God. Is this impartial history? Is this justice to either the past, the present, or the future? Ye cannot serve God and mammon, said the Reformer, 19 centuries ago. Ye cannot serve truth and public prejudice, would be more applicable to our own age. Yet our authorities pretend they serve the former. There are few myths in any religious system but have an historical as well as a scientific foundation. Myths, as Pocock ably expresses it, are now proved to be fables, just in proportion as we misunderstand them, truths, in proportion as they were once understood. Our ignorance it is which has made a myth of history. And our ignorance is an Hellenic inheritance, much of it the result of Hellenic vanity, 1706. Bunsen and Champollion have already shown that the Egyptian sacred books are by far older than the oldest parts of the Book of Genesis. And now a more careful research seems to warrant the suspicion which with us amounts to a certainty, that the laws of Moses are copies from the code of the Brahmanic Manu. Thus, according to every probability, Egypt owes her civilization, her civil institutions, and her arts, to India. But against the latter assumption we have a whole army of authorities arrayed, and what matters if the latter do deny the fact at present? Sooner or later they will have to accept it, whether they belong to the German or French school. Among, but not of those who so readily compromise between interest and conscience, there are some fearless scholars, who may bring out to light incontrovertible facts. Some 20 years since, Max Muller, in a letter to the editor of the London Times, April, 1857, maintained most vehemently that nirvana meant annihilation, in the fullest sense of the word. See Chips, etc., Volume 1, p. 287, on the meaning of nirvana. But in 1869, in a lecture before the General Meeting of the Association of German Philologists at Kiel, he distinctly declares his belief that the nihilism attributed to Buddha's teaching forms no part of his doctrine. And that it is wholly wrong to suppose that nirvana means annihilation. Trubner's American and Oriental Literary Record, October 16, 1869, also Inman's Ancient Faiths and Modern, page 128. Yet if we mistake not, Professor Muller was as much of an authority in 1857 as in 1869. It will be difficult to settle, says, now, this great scholar, whether the Vedas is the oldest of books. And whether some of the portions of the Old Testament may not be traced back to the same or even an earlier date than the oldest hymns of the Veda. 1707. But his retraction about the nirvana allows us a hope that he may yet change his opinion on the question of Genesis likewise, so that the public may have simultaneously the benefit of truth and the sanction of one of Europe's greatest authorities. It is well known how little the Orientalists have come to anything like an agreement about the age of Zoroaster, and until this question is settled, it would be safer perhaps to trust implicitly in the Brahmanical calculations by the zodiac than to the opinions of scientists. Leaving the profane horde of unrecognized scholars, those we mean who yet wait their turn to be chosen for public worship as idols symbolical of scientific leadership, where can we find, among the sanctioned authorities of the day, two that agree as to this age? There's Bunsen, who places Zoroaster at Bactra, and the emigration of Bactrians to the Indus at 3784 B.C., 1708 and the birth of Moses at 1392. 1709. Now it is rather difficult to place Zoroaster anterior to the Vedas, considering that the whole of his doctrine is that of the earlier Vedas. True, he remained in Afghanistan for a period more or less problematical before crossing into the Punjab, but the Vedas were begun in the latter country. They indicate the progress of the Hindus, as the Avesta that of the Iranians. And there is Haug who assigns to the Aitareya Brahmanam a Brahmanical speculation and commentary upon the Rig Veda of a far later date than the Veda itself, between 1400 and 1200 BC. While the Vedas are placed by him between 2000 and 2400 years BC, Max Muller cautiously suggests certain difficulties in this chronological computation, but still does not altogether deny it. 1710. Let it, however, be as it may, and supposing that the Pentateuch was written by Moses himself, notwithstanding that he would thereby be made to twice record his own death, still, if Moses was born, as Bunsen finds, in 1392 BC. The Pentateuch could not have been written before the Vedas. Especially if Zoroaster was born 3784 BC. If, as Dr. Haug 1711 tells us, some of the hymns of the Rig Veda were written before Zoroaster accomplished his schism, something like 37 centuries BC. And Max Muller says himself that the Zoroastrians and their ancestors started from India during the Vedic period. How can some of the portions of the Old Testament be traced back to the same or even an earlier date than the oldest hymns of the Veda? It has generally been agreed among Orientalists that the Aryans, 3000 years BC, were still in the steppes east of the Caspian, and united. Rawlinson conjectures that they flowed east from Armenia as a common center. While two kindred streams began to flow, one northward over the Caucasus, and the other westward over Asia Minor and Europe. He finds the Aryans, at a period anterior to the 15th century before our era, settled in the territory watered by the Upper Industry. Thence Vedic Aryans migrated to the Punjab, and Zendic Aryans westward, establishing the historical countries. But this, like the rest, is a hypothesis, and only given as such. Again, Rawlinson, evidently following Max Muller, says, the early history of the Aryans is for many ages an absolute blank. But many learned Brahmins, however, have declared that they found trace of the existence of the Vedas as early as 2100 BC, and Sir William Jones, taking for his guide the astronomical data, places the Yajurveda 1580 BC. This would be still before Moses. It is upon the supposition that the Aryans did not leave Afghanistan for the Punjab prior to 1500 BC. That Max Muller and other Oxford savants have supposed that portions of the Old Testament may be traced back to the same or even an earlier date than the oldest hymns of the Veda. Therefore, until the Orientalists can show us the correct date at which Zoroaster flourished, no authority can be regarded as better for the ages of the Vedas than the Brahmins themselves. As it is a recognized fact that the Jews borrowed most of their laws from the Egyptians, let us examine who were the Egyptians. In our opinion, which is but a poor authority, of course they were the ancient Indians, and in our first volume we have quoted passages from the historian Kalukabada that support such a theory. What we mean by ancient India is the following. No region on the map except it be the ancient Scythia is more uncertainly defined than that which bore the designation of India. Ethiopia is perhaps the only parallel. It was the home of the Kushite or Hamitic races, and lay to the east of Babylonia. It was once the name of Hindustan, when the dark races, worshippers of Balamahadeva and Bhavani Mahadevi, were supreme in that country. The India of the early sages appears to have been the region at the sources of the Oxus and Jaxartes. Apollonius of Tyana crossed the Caucasus, or Hindu Kush, where he met with a king who directed him to the abode of the sages, perhaps the descendants of those whom Ammianus terms the Brahmins of Upper India, and whom Hystaspes, the father of Darius, or more probably Darius Hystaspes himself, visited. And, having been instructed by them, infused their rites and ideas into the Magian observances. This narrative about Apollonius seems to indicate Kashmir as the country which he visited, and the Nagas after their conversion to Buddhism as his teachers. At this time Aryan India did not extend beyond the Punjab. To our notion, the most baffling impediment in the way of ethnological progress has always been the triple progeny of Noah. In the attempt to reconcile post-Diluvian races with a genealogical descent from Shem, Ham, and Japhet, the Christian-esque Orientalists have set themselves a task impossible of accomplishment. The biblical Noachian ark has been a Procrustean bed to which they had to make everything fit. Attention has therefore been diverted from veritable sources of information as to the origin of man, and a purely local allegory mistaken for a historical record emanating from an inspired source. Strange and unfortunate choice. Out of all the sacred writings of all the branch nations, sprung from the primitive stock of mankind, Christianity must choose for its guidance the national records and scriptures of a people perhaps the least spiritual of the human family, the Semitic. A branch that has never been able to develop out of its numerous tongues a language capable of embodying ideas of a moral and intellectual world, whose form of expression and drift of thought could never soar higher than the purely sensual and terrestrial figures of speech, whose literature has left nothing original, nothing that was not borrowed from the Aryan thought, and whose science and philosophy are utterly wanting in those noble features which characterize the highly spiritual and metaphysical systems of the Indo-European, Japetic, races. Bunsen shows Chamism, the language of Egypt, as a very ancient deposit from Western Asia, containing the germs of the Semitic, and thus bearing witness to the primitive cognate unity of the Semitic and Aryan races. We must remember, in this connection, that the peoples of southwestern and western Asia, including the Medes, were all Aryans. It is yet far from being proved who were the original and primitive masters of India. That this period is now beyond the reach of documentary history, does not preclude the probability of our theory that it was the mighty race of builders, whether we call them Eastern Ethiopians or dark-skinned Aryans, the word meaning simply noble warrior, brave. They ruled supreme at one time over the whole of ancient India, enumerated later by Manu as the possession of those whom our scientists termed the Sanskrit-speaking people. These Hindus are supposed to have entered the country from the northwest. They are conjectured by some to have brought with them the Brahmanical religion, and the language of the conquerors was probably the Sanskrit. On these three meager data our philologists have worked ever since the Hindustani and its immense Sanskrit literature was forcibly brought into notice by Sir William Jones, all the time with the three sons of Noah clinging around their necks. This is exact science, free from religious prejudices. Verily, ethnology would have been the gainer if this Noachian trio had been washed overboard and drowned before the ark reached land. The Ethiopians are generally classed in the Semitic group. But we have to see how far they have a claim to such a classification. We will also consider how much they might have had to do with the Egyptian civilization, which, as a writer expresses it, seems referable in the same perfection to the earliest dates, and not to have had a rise and progress, as was the case with that of other peoples. For reasons that we will now adduce, we are prepared to maintain that Egypt owes her civilization, commonwealth and arts, especially the art of building, to pre-Vedic India, and that it was a colony of the dark-skinned Aryans, or those whom Homer and Herodotus term the Eastern Ethiopians, i.e., the inhabitants of southern India, who brought to it their ready-made civilization in the anti-chronological ages, of what Bunsen calls the Premenite, but nevertheless epical history. In Pocock's India in Greece, we find the following suggestive paragraph, the plain account of the wars carried on between the solar chiefs, Osiris, the prince of the Guklas, and Tupho is the simple historical fact of the wars of the Apians, or sun tribes of Oud, with the people of Tupho or Thibet, who were, in fact, the lunar race. Mostly Buddhists 1712 and opposed by Rama and the Aityopians, or people of Oud, subsequently the Aityopians of Africa. 1713. We would remind the reader in this connection, that Ravan, the giant, who, in the Ramayana, wages such a war with Ramachandra, is shown as king of Lanka, which was the ancient name for Ceylon. And that Ceylon, in those days, perhaps formed part of the mainland of southern India, and was peopled by the Eastern Ethiopians. Conquered by Rama, the son of Dasarata, the solar king of ancient Oud, a colony of these emigrated to northern Africa. If, as many suspect, Homer's Iliad and much of his account of the Trojan War is plagiarized from the Ramayana, then the traditions which served as a basis for the latter must date from a tremendous antiquity. Ample margin is thus left in pre-chronological history for a period, during which the Eastern Ethiopians might have established the hypothetical Mizraic colony, with their high Indian civilization and arts. Science is still in the dark about cuneiform inscriptions. Until these are completely deciphered, especially those cut in rocks found in such abundance within the boundaries of the old Iran, who can tell the secrets they may yet reveal? There are no Sanskrit monumental inscriptions older than Chandragupta, 315 BC, and the Persepolitan inscriptions are found 220 years older. There are even now some manuscripts in characters utterly unknown to philologists and paleographists, and one of them is, or was, some time since in the Library of Cambridge, England. Linguistic writers classed the Semitic with the Indo-European language, generally including the Ethiopian and the ancient Egyptian in the classification. But if some of the dialects of the modern northern Africa, and even the modern Ge'ez or Ethiopian, are now so degenerated and corrupted as to admit of false conclusions as to the genetical relationship between them and the other Semitic tongues, we are not at all sure that the latter have any claim to such a classification, except in the case of the Old Coptic and the ancient Ge'ez. That there is more consanguinity between the Ethiopians and the Aryan, dark-skinned races, and between the latter and the Egyptians, is something which yet may be proved. It has been lately found that the ancient Egyptians were of the Caucasian type of mankind, and the shape of their skulls is purely Asiatic. 1714 If they were less copper-colored than the Ethiopians of our modern day, the Ethiopians themselves might have had a lighter complexion in days of old. The fact that, with the Ethiopian kings, the order of succession gave the crown to the nephew of the king, the son of his sister, and not to his own son, is extremely suggestive. It is an old custom which prevails until now in southern India. The Raja is not succeeded by his own sons, but by his sister's sons. 1715. Of all the dialects and tongues alleged to be Semitic, the Ethiopian alone is written from left to right like the Sanskrit and the Indo-Aryan people. 1716. Thus, against the origin of the Egyptians being attributed to an ancient Indian colony, there is no graver impediment than Noah's disrespectful son Ham himself a myth. But the earliest form of Egyptian religious worship and government, theocratic and sacerdotal, and her habits and customs all bespeak an Indian origin. The earliest legends of the history of India mention two dynasties now lost in the night of time. The first was the dynasty of kings, of the race of the sun, who reigned in Ayodhya, now Oudh. The second that of the race of the moon, who reigned in Prayag, Allahabad. Let him who desires information on the religious worship of these early kings read the Book of the Dead, of the Egyptians, and all the peculiarities attending this sun worship and the sun gods. Neither Osiris nor Horus are ever mentioned without being connected with the sun. They are the sons of the sun, the Lord and adorer of the sun is his name. The sun is the creator of the body, the engenderer of the gods who are the successors of the sun. Pocock, in his most ingenious work, strongly advocates the same idea, and endeavors to establish still more firmly the identity of the Egyptian, Greek, and Indian mythology. He shows the head of the Rajput solar race in fact the great Kyklopos, Cyclop or builder, called the Great Sun, in the earliest Hindu tradition. This Gokla prince, the patriarch of the vast bands of Anakienses, he says, this great sun was deified at his death, and according to the Indian doctrine of the metempsychosis, his soul was supposed to have transmigrated into the bull Apis. The Serapis of the Greeks, and the Serapas, or sun chief of the Egyptians. Osiris, properly Oisras, signifies both a bull, and a ray of light. Surapa, Serapis, the sun chief, for the sun in Sanskrit is Surya. Champollion's manifestation to the light, reminds in every chapter of the two dynasties of the kings of the sun and the moon. Later, these kings became all deified and transformed after death into solar and lunar deities. Their worship was the earliest corruption of the great primitive faith which justly considered the sun and its fiery life-giving rays as the most appropriate symbol to remind us of the universal invisible presence of him who is master of life and death. And now it can be traced all around the globe. It was the religion of the earliest Vedic Brahmins, who call, in the oldest hymns of the Rig Veda, Surya, the sun, and Agni, fire, the ruler of the universe, the lord of men, and the wise king. It was the worship of the Magians, the Zoroastrians, the Egyptians and Greeks, whether they called him Mitra, or Ahura Mazda, or Osiris, or Zeus, keeping in honor of his next of kin, Vesta, the pure celestial fire. And this religion is found again in the Peruvian solar worship. In the Sabianism and heliolatry of the Chaldees, in the Mosaic, burning bush, the hanging of the heads or chiefs of the people toward the Lord, the sun. And even in the Abrahamic building of fire altars and the sacrifices of the monotheistic Jews, to Astarte the Queen of Heaven. To the present moment, with all the controversies and researches, history and science remain as much as ever in the dark as to the origin of the Jews. They may as well be the exiled Kandalas, or pariahs, of old India, the bricklayers, mentioned by Venusvati, Vedavyasa and Manu, as the Phoenicians of Herodotus, or the Hyksos of Josephus, or descendants of Pali shepherds. Or a mixture of all these. The Bible names the Tyrians as a kindred people, and claims dominion over them. 17:17. There is more than one important character in the Bible, whose biography proves him a mythical hero. Samuel is indicated as the personage of the Hebrew Commonwealth. He is the double of Samson, of the Book of Judges, as will be seen, being the son of Anna and Elkanah, as Samson was of Manoah or Manoah. Both were fictitious characters, as now represented in the revealed book. One was the Hebrew Hercules, and the other Ganesa. Samuel is credited with establishing the Republic, as putting down the Canaanite worship of Baal and Astarte, or Adonis and Venus, and setting up that of Jehovah. Then the people demanded a king, and he anointed Saul, and after him David of Bethlehem. David is the Israelitish King Arthur. He did great achievements and established a government in all Syria and Idumea. His dominion extended from Armenia and Assyria on the north and northeast, the Syrian desert and Persian Gulf on the east, Arabia on the south, and Egypt and the Levant on the west. Only Phoenicia was excepted. His friendship with Hiram seems to indicate that he made his first expedition from that country into Judea. And his long residence at Hebron, the city of the Kaberi, Arba or Four, would seem likewise to imply that he established a new religion in the country. After David came Solomon, powerful and luxurious, who sought to consolidate the dominion which David had won. As David was a Jehovah worshipper, a temple of Jehovah, Tut Sulima, was built in Jerusalem, while shrines of Moloch Hercules, Chemosh, and Astarte were erected on Mount Olivet. These shrines remained till Josiah. There were conspiracies formed. Revolts took place in Idumea and Damascus, and Ahijah the prophet led the popular movement which resulted in deposing the house of David and making Jeroboam king. Ever after the prophets dominated in Israel, where the calf worship prevailed. The priests ruled over the weak dynasty of David, and the lascivious local worship existed over the whole country. After the destruction of the house of Ahab, and the failure of Jehu and his descendants to unite the country under one head, the endeavor was made in Judah. Isaiah had terminated the direct line in the person of Ahaz, Isaiah 7:9, and placed on the throne a prince from Bethlehem, Micah v. 2:5. This was Hezekiah. On ascending the throne, he invited the chiefs of Israel to unite in alliance with him against Assyria, 2 Chronicles, XXX. 1:21-31. 1:5, 2 Kings, 18:7. He seems to have established a sacred college, Proverbs 25:1, and to have utterly changed the worship. Even unto breaking into pieces the brazen serpent that Moses had made. This makes the story of Samuel and David and Solomon mythical. Most of the prophets who were literate seem to have begun about this time to write. The country was finally overthrown by the Assyrians, who found the same people and institutions as in the Phoenician and other countries. Hezekiah was not the lineal, but the titular son of Ahaz. Isaiah, the prophet, belonged to the royal family, and Hezekiah was reputed his son-in-law. Ahaz refused to ally himself with the prophet and his party, saying, I will not tempt, depend on, the Lord, Isaiah 7:12. The prophet had declared, If you will not believe, surely you shall not be established, foreshadowing the deposition of his direct language. Ye weary my God, replied the prophet, and predicted the birth of a child by an Alma, or temple woman, and that before it should attain full age, Hebrews v. 14, Isaiah 7:16-8. 4. The king of Assyria should overcome Syria and Israel. This is the prophecy which Irenaeus took such pains to connect with Mary and Jesus, and made the reason why the mother of the Nazarene prophet is represented as belonging to the temple, and consecrated to God from her infancy. In a second song, Isaiah celebrated the new chief, to sit on the throne of David, 9. 6, 7, 11. 1. Who should restore to their homes the Jews whom the Confederacy had led captive, Isaiah 8. 2-12, Joel 3. 1-7, Obadiah 7, 11, 14. Micah his contemporary also announced the same event, 4. 7-13, v. 1-7. The Redeemer was to come out of Bethlehem, in other words, was of the house of David. And was to resist Assyria to whom Ahaz had sworn allegiance, and also to reform religion, 2 Kings, 18. 4-8, this Hezekiah did. He was grandson of Zechariah the seer, 2 Chronicles, 29. 1-26. 5. The counselor of Uzziah. And as soon as he ascended the throne he restored the religion of David, and destroyed the last vestiges of that of Moses, i.e., the esoteric doctrine, declaring, Our fathers have trespassed, 2 Chron, 29. 6-9. He next attempted a reunion with the northern monarchy, there being an interregnum in Israel, 2 Chron, XXX. 1, 2, 6, 31. 1, 6, 7. It was successful, but resulted in an invasion by the king of Assyria. But it was a new regime. And all this shows the course of two parallel streams in the religious worship of the Israelites, one belonging to the state religion and adopted to fit political exigencies. The other pure idolatry, resulting from ignorance of the true esoteric doctrine preached by Moses. For the first time since Solomon built them, the high places were taken away. It was Hezekiah who was the expected Messiah of the exoteric state religion. He was the scion from the stem of Jesse, who should recall the Jews from a deplorable captivity, about which the Hebrew historians seem to be very silent, carefully avoiding all mention of this particular fact. But which the irascible prophets imprudently disclose. If Hezekiah crushed the exoteric Baal worship, he also tore violently away the people of Israel from the religion of their fathers, and the secret rites instituted by Moses. It was Darius Hystaspes who was the first to establish a Persian colony in Judea. Zorobabel was perhaps the leader. The name Zorobabel means the seed or son of Babylon, as Zoroaster, Hebrew text, is the seed, son, or prince of Ishtar. 1718 The new colonists were doubtless Judei. This is a designation from the east. Even Siam is called Judea, and there was an Ayodhya in India. The temples of Solemn or Peace were numerous. Throughout Persia and Afghanistan the names of Saul and David are very common. The law is ascribed in turn to Hezekiah, Ezra, Simon the Just, and the Asmonean period. Nothing definite, everywhere contradictions. When the Asmonean period began, the chief supporters of the law were called Assadeans or Khazdim, Chaldeans, and afterward Pharisees or Farsi, Parsis. This indicates that Persian colonies were established in Judea and ruled the country. While all the people that are mentioned in the books of Genesis and Joshua lived there as a commonalty, see Ezra 9. 1. There is no real history in the Old Testament, and the little historical information one can glean is only found in the indiscreet revelations of the prophets. The book, as a whole, must have been written at various times, or rather invented as an authorization of some subsequent worship, the origin of which may be very easily traced partially to the Orphic mysteries. and partially to the ancient Egyptian rites and familiarity with which Moses was brought up from his infancy. Since the last century the Church has been gradually forced into concessions of usurped biblical territory to those to whom it of right belonged. Inch by inch has been yielded, and one personage after another been proved mythical and pagan. But now, after the recent discovery of George Smith, the much-regretted Assyriologist, one of the securest props of the Bible has been pulled down. Sargon and his tablets are about demonstrated to be older than Moses. Like the account of Exodus, the birth and story of the lawgiver seem to have been borrowed from the Assyrians, as the jewels of gold and jewels of silver were said to be from the Egyptians. On page 224 of Assyrian Discoveries, Mr. George Smith says, "In the palace of Sennacherib at Kuyunjik, I found another fragment of the curious history of Sargon, a translation of which I published in the Transactions of the Society of Biblical Archaeology, Volume 1, Part 1, page 46. This text relates that Sargon, an early Babylonian monarch, was born of royal parents, but concealed by his mother, who placed him on the Euphrates in an ark of rushes, coated with bitumen. Like that in which the mother of Moses hid her child, see Exodus 2. Sargon was discovered by a man named Aki, a water carrier, who adopted him as his son, and he afterward became king of Babylonia. The capital of Sargon was the great city of Agadi, called by the Semites Akkad, mentioned in Genesis as a capital of Nimrod, Genesis XL0. And here he reigned for 45 years. 1719 Akkad lay near the city of Sippara, 1720 on the Euphrates and north of Babylon. The date of Sargon, who may be termed the Babylonian Moses, was in the 16th century and perhaps earlier. G. Smith adds in his Chaldean account that Sargon I was a Babylonian monarch who reigned in the city of Akkad about 1600 BC. The name of Sargon signifies the right, true, or legitimate king. This curious story is found on fragments of tablets from Kuyunjik, and reads as follows. 1. Sargona, the powerful king, the king of Akkad am I. 2. My mother was a princess, my father I did not know, a brother of my father ruled over the country. 3. In the city of Azupurana, which is by the side of the river Euphrates. 4. My mother, the princess, conceived me, in difficulty she brought me forth. 5. She placed me in an ark of rushes, with bitumen my exit she sealed up. 6. She launched me in the river which did not drown me. 7. The river carried me to Aki, the water carrier it brought me. 8. Aki, the water carrier, in tenderness of bowels, lifted me, etc., etc. And now Exodus 2. And when she, Moses' mother, could not longer hide him, she took for him an ark of bulrushes, and daubed it with slime and with pitch, and put the child therein, and she laid it in the flags by the river's brink. The story, says Mr. G. Smith, is supposed to have happened about 1600 BC, rather earlier than the supposed age of Moses 1721. As we know that the fame of Sargon reached Egypt, it is quite likely that this account had a connection with the event related in Exodus 2. For every action, when once performed, has a tendency to be repeated. The ages of the Hindus differ but little from those of the Greeks, Romans, and even the Jews. We include the Mosaic computation advisedly, and with intent to prove our position. The chronology which separates Moses from the creation of the world by only 4 generations seems ridiculous, merely because the Christian clergy would enforce it upon the world literally. 1722 The Kabbalists know that these generations stand for ages of the world. The allegories which, in the Hindu calculations, embrace the whole stupendous sweep of the 4 ages, are cunningly made in the Mosaic books, through the obliging help of the Masorah. To cram into the small period of 2 millenniums and a half, 2513. The exoteric plan of the Bible was made to answer also to 4 ages. Thus, they reckon the golden age from Adam to Abraham, the silver, from Abraham to David, copper, from David to the captivity, thenceforward, the iron. But the secret computation is quite different, and does not vary at all from the zodiacal calculations of the Brahmins. We are in the Iron Age, or Kali Yuga, but it began with Noah, the mythical ancestor of our race. Noah, or Nua, like all the euhemerized manifestations of the unrevealed one Swayambhuva, or Swayambhu, was androgyne. Thus, in some instances, he belonged to the purely feminine triad of the Chaldeans, known as Nua, the universal mother. We have shown, in another chapter, that every male triad had its feminine counterpart, one in three, like the former. It was the passive complement of the active principle, its reflection. In India, the male trimurti is reproduced in the Sakti Trimurti, the feminine, and in Chaldea, Anna, Belita and Devkina answer to Anu, Bel, Nua. The former three resumed in one Belita, were called Sovereign Goddess, Lady of the Nether Abyss, Mother of Gods, Queen of the Earth, Queen of Fecundity. As the primordial humidity, whence proceeded all, Belita is Tamti, or the sea, the mother of the city of Erech, the great Chaldean necropolis, therefore, an infernal goddess. In the world of stars and planets she is known as Istar or Astareth. Hence, she is identical with Venus, and every other queen of heaven, to whom cakes and buns were offered in sacrifice 1723 and, as all the archaeologists know, with Eve, the mother of all that live, and with Mary. The ark, in which are preserved the germs of all living things necessary to repeople the earth, represents the survival of life, and the supremacy of spirit over matter, through the conflict of the opposing powers of nature. In the astrotheosophic chart of the Western Rite, the ark corresponds with the navel, and is placed at the sinister side, the side of the woman, the moon, one of whose symbols is the left pillar of Solomon's temple Boaz. The umbilicus is connected with the receptacle in which are fructified the germs of the race. 1724 The ark is the sacred urga of the Hindus, and thus, the relation in which it stands to Noah's ark may be easily inferred, when we learn that the urga was an oblong vessel, used by the high priests as a sacrificial chalice in the worship of Isis, Astarte, and Venus Aphrodite, all of whom were goddesses of the generative powers of nature, or of matter hence. Representing symbolically the ark containing the germs of all living things. We admit that pagans had and now have as in India strange symbols, which, to the eyes of the hypocrite and Puritan, seem scandalously immoral. But did not the ancient Jews copy most of these symbols? We have described elsewhere the identity of the lingam with Jacob's pillar, and we could give a number of instances from the present Christian rites, bearing the same origin, did but space permit. And were not all these noticed fully by Inman and others, see Inman's Ancient Faiths embodied in Ancient Names. Describing the worship of the Egyptians, Mrs. Lydia Maria Child says, this reverence for the production of life, introduced into the worship of Osiris, the sexual emblems so common in Hindustan. A colossal image of this kind was presented to his temple in Alexandria, by King Ptolemy Philadelphus. Reverence for the mystery of organized life led to the recognition of a masculine and feminine principle in all things, spiritual or material. The sexual emblems, everywhere conspicuous in the sculptures of their temples, would seem impure in description. But no clean and thoughtful mind could so regard them while witnessing the obvious simplicity and solemnity with which the subject is treated. 1725. Thus speaks this respected lady and admirable writer, and no truly pure man or woman would ever think of blaming her for it. But such a perversion of the ancient thought is but natural in an age of cant and prudery like our own. The water of the flood when standing in the allegory for the symbolic sea, Tamti, typifies the turbulent chaos, or matter, called the Great Dragon. According to the Gnostic and Rosicrucian medieval doctrine, the creation of woman was not originally intended. She is the offspring of man's own impure fancy, and, as the Hermetists say, an obtrusion. Created by an unclean thought she sprang into existence at the evil, seventh hour, when the supernatural, real worlds had passed away and the natural, or delusive worlds began evolving along the descending microcosmos. Or the arc of the great cycle, in plainer phraseology. First, Virgo, the celestial virgin of the zodiac, she became Virgo Scorpio. But in evolving his second companion, man had unwittingly endowed her with his own share of spirituality. And the new being whom his imagination had called into life became his savior from the snares of Eve Lilith, the first Eve, who had a greater share of matter in her composition than the primitive, spiritual man. 1726. Thus woman stands in the cosmogony in relation to matter, or the great deep, as the virgin of the sea, who crushes the dragon under her foot. The flood is also very often shown, in symbolical phraseology, as the great dragon. For one acquainted with these tenets, it becomes more than suggestive to learn that with the Catholics the Virgin Mary is not only the accepted patroness of Christian sailors, but also the Virgin of the Sea. So was Dido the patroness of the Phoenician mariners, 1727, and together with Venus and other lunar goddesses the moon having such a strong influence over the tides was the Virgin of the Sea. Mar, the sea, is the root of the name Mary. The blue color, which was with the ancients symbolical of the great deep or the material world, hence of evil, is made sacred to our Blessed Lady. It is the color of Notre Dame de Paris. On account of its relation to the symbolical serpent, this color is held in the deepest aversion by the ex-Nazarenes, disciples of John the Baptist, now the Mandeans of Basra. Among the beautiful plates of Maurice, there is one representing Krishna crushing the head of the serpent. A three-peaked mitre is on his head, typifying the Trinity, and the body and tail of the conquered serpent encircles the figure of the Hindu god. This plate shows whence proceeded the inspiration for the make-up of a later story extracted from an alleged prophecy. I will put enmity between thee and the woman, and between thy seed and her seed. It shall bruise thy head, and thou shalt bruise his heel. The Egyptian Orant is also shown with his arms extended as on a crucifix, and treading upon the serpent. And Horus, the Logos, is represented piercing the head of the dragon, Typhon or Apophis. All this gives us a clue to the biblical allegory of Cain and Abel. Cain was held as the ancestor of the Hivites, the serpents, and the twins of Adam are an evident copy from the fable of Osiris and Typhon. Apart from the external form of the allegory, however, it embodied the philosophical conception of the eternal struggle of good and evil. But how strangely elastic, how adaptable to any and everything this mystical philosophy proved after the Christian era. When were ever facts, irrefutable, irrefragable, and beyond denial, less potential for the re-establishment of truth than in our century of casuistry and Christian cunning? Is Krishna proved to have been known as the Good Shepherd ages before the year AD 1, to have crushed the serpent Kalanaga, and to have been crucified? All this was but a prophetic foreshadowing of the future. Are the Scandinavian Thor, who bruised the head of the serpent with his cruciform mace, and Apollo, who killed Python, likewise shown to present the most striking similarities with the heroes of the Christian fables? They become but original conceptions of heathen minds, working upon the old patriarchal prophecies respecting the Christ, as they were contained in the one universal and primeval revelation. 1728. The flood, then, is the bold serpent or the great deep of matter, Isaiah's dragon in the sea, 27. 1, over which the ark safely crosses on its way to the Mount of Salvation. But, if we have heard of the ark and Noah, and the Bible at all, it is because the mythology of the Egyptians was ready at hand for Moses, if Moses ever wrote any of the Bible, and that he was acquainted with the story of Horus standing on his boat of a serpentine form, and killing the serpent with his spear. And with the hidden meaning of these fables, and their real origin. This is also why we find in Leviticus, and other parts of his books, whole pages of laws identical with those of Manu. The animals shut up in the ark are the human passions. They typify certain ordeals of initiation, and the mysteries which were instituted among many nations in commemoration of this allegory. Noah's ark rested on the 17th of the 7th month. Here we have again the number. As also in the clean beasts that he took by sevens into the ark. Speaking of the water mysteries of Byblos, Lucian says, on the top of one of the two pillars which Bacchus set up, a man remains 7 days. 1729 he supposes this was done to honor Deucalion. Elijah, when praying on the top of Mount Carmel, sends his servant to look for a cloud toward the sea, and repeats, go again 7 times. And it came to pass at the 7th time, behold there arose a little cloud out of the sea like a man's hand, 1730. Noah is a revolutio of Adam, as Moses is a revolutio of Abel and Seth, says the Kabbalah. That is to say, a repetition or another version of the same story. The greatest proof of it is the distribution of the characters in the Bible. For instance, beginning with Cain, the first murderer, every 5th man in his line of descent is a murderer. Thus there come Enoch, Irad, Mehujael, Methuselah, and the 5th is Lamech, the second murderer, and he is Noah's father. By drawing the 5-pointed star of Lucifer, which has its crown point downward, and writing the name of Cain beneath the lowest point, and those of his descendants successively at each of the other points, it will be found that each 5th name which would be written beneath that of Cain is that of a murderer. In the Talmud this genealogy is given complete, and 13 murderers range themselves in line below the name of Cain. This is no coincidence. Shiva is the destroyer, but he is also the regenerator. Cain is a murderer, but he is also the creator of nations, and an inventor. This star of Lucifer is the same one that John sees falling down to earth in his Apocalypse. In Thebes, or Theba, which means Arcthaba being synonymous with Cartha or Tyre, Astu or Athens and Urbs or Rome, and meaning also the city are found the same foliations as described on the pillars of the Temple of Solomon. The bicolored leaf of the olive, the 3-lobed fig leaf, and the lanceolate-shaped laurel leaf, had all esoteric as well as popular or vulgar meanings with the ancients. The researches of Egyptologists present another corroboration of the identity of the Bible allegories with those of the lands of the Pharaohs and Chaldeans. The dynastic chronology of the Egyptians, recorded by Herodotus, Manetho, Eratosthenes, Diodorus Siculus, and accepted by our antiquarians, divided the period of Egyptian history under 4 general heads: the dominion of gods, demigods, heroes, and mortal men. By combining the demigods and heroes into one class, Bunsen reduces the periods to 3, the ruling gods, the demigods or heroes sons of gods, but born of mortal mothers, and the manes, who were the ancestors of individual tribes. These subdivisions, as any one may perceive, correspond perfectly with the biblical Elohim, sons of God, giants, and mortal Noachian men. Diodorus of Sicily and Berosus give us the names of the 12 great gods who presided over the 12 months of the year and the 12 signs of the zodiac. These names, which include Noah, 1731, are too well known to require repetition. The double-faced Janus was also at the head of 12 gods, and in his representations of him he is made to hold the keys to the celestial domains. All these having served as models for the biblical patriarchs, have done still further service, especially Janus, by furnishing copy to St. Peter and his 12 apostles, the former also double-faced in his denial, and also represented as holding the keys of paradise. This statement that the story of Noah is but another version in its hidden meaning of the story of Adam and his 3 sons, gathers proof on every page of the book of Genesis. Adam is the prototype of Noah. Adam falls because he eats of the forbidden fruit of celestial knowledge, Noah, because he tastes of the terrestrial fruit, the juice of the grape representing the abuse of knowledge in an unbalanced mind. Adam gets stripped of his spiritual envelope, Noah of his terrestrial clothing, and the nakedness of both makes them feel ashamed. The wickedness of Cain is repeated in Ham. But the descendants of both are shown as the wisest of races on earth. And they are called on this account snakes, and the sons of snakes, meaning the sons of wisdom, and not of Satan, as some divines would be pleased to have the world understand the term. Enmity has been placed between the snake and the woman only in this mortal phenomenal world of man, as born of woman. Before the carnal fall, the snake was Ophis, the divine wisdom, which needed no matter to procreate men, humanity being utterly spiritual. Hence the war between the snake and the woman, or between spirit and matter. If, in its material aspect, the old serpent is matter, and represents Ophiomorphos, in its spiritual meaning it becomes Ophis Christos. In the magic of the old Syro-Chaldeans both are conjoint in the zodiacal sign of the androgyne of Virgo Scorpio, and may be divided or separated whenever needed. Thus as the origin of good and evil, the meaning of the SS and ZZ has always been interchangeable, and if upon some occasions the SS on sigils and talismans are suggestive of serpentine evil influence and denote a design of black magic upon others, the double SS are found on the sacramental cups of the Church and mean the presence of the Holy Ghost, or pure wisdom. The Midianites were known as the wise men, or sons of snakes, as well as Canaanites and Hamites. And such was the renown of the Midianites, that we find Moses, the prophet, led on, and inspired by, the Lord, humbling himself before Hobab, the son of Ragel, the Midianite, and beseeching him to remain with the people of Israel, leave us not, I pray thee. Forasmuch as thou knowest how we are to encamp in the wilderness, thou mayest be to us instead of eyes. 1732 Further, when Moses sends spies to search out the land of Canaan, they bring as a proof of the wisdom, Kabbalistically speaking, and goodness of the land, a branch with one cluster of grapes, which they are compelled to bear between two men on a staff. Moreover, they add, we saw the children of Anak there. They are the giants, the sons of Anak, which come of the giants. 1733 And we were in our own sight as grasshoppers, and so we were in their sight. 1734. Anak is Enoch, the patriarch, who dies not, and who is the first possessor of the honorific name, according to the Kabbalah, and the ritual of Freemasonry. Comparing the biblical patriarchs with the descendants of Vaiswasvata, the Hindu Noah, and the old Sanskrit traditions about the deluge in the Brahmanical Mahabharata, we find them mirrored in the Vedic patriarchs who are the primitive types upon which all the others were modeled. But before comparison is possible, the Hindu myths must be comprehended in their true significance. Each of these mythical personages bears, besides an astronomical significance, a spiritual or moral, and an anthropological or physical meaning. The patriarchs are not only euhemerized gods, the pre-Diluvian answering to the 12 great gods of Berosus, and to the 10 Prajapati, and the post-Diluvian to the 7 gods of the famous tablet in the Nineveh library. But they stand also as the symbols of the Greek aeons, the Kabbalistic Sephiroth, and the zodiacal signs, as types of a series of human races. 1735 This variation from 10 to 12 will be accounted for presently, and proved on the very authority of the Bible. Only, they are not the first gods described by Cicero 1736 which belong to a hierarchy of higher powers, the Elohim, but appertain rather to the second class of the 12 gods, the Dei Minores. And who are the terrestrial reflections of the first, among whom Herodotus places Hercules? 1737 Alone, out of the group of 12, Noah, by reason of his position at the transitional point, belongs to the highest Babylonian triad, Noah, the spirit of the waters. The rest are identical with the inferior gods of Assyria and Babylonia, who represented the lower order of emanations, introduced around Bel, the demiurge, and help him in his work, as the patriarchs are shown to assist Jehovah the Lord God. Besides these, many of which were local gods, the protecting deities of rivers and cities, there were the 4 classes of genius. We see Ezekiel making them support the throne of Jehovah in his vision. A fact which, if it identifies the Jewish Lord God with one of the Babylonian Trinity, connects, at the same time, the present Christian God with the same triad, inasmuch as it is these 4 cherubs, if the reader will remember, on which Irenaeus makes Jesus ride, and which are shown as the companions of the evangelists. The Hindu Kabbalistic derivation of the books of Ezekiel and Revelation are shown in nothing more plainly than in this description of the 4 beasts, which typify the 4 elementary kingdoms: earth, air, fire, and water. As is well known, they are the Assyrian sphinxes, but these figures are also carved on the walls of nearly every Hindu pagoda. The author of the Revelation copies faithfully in his text, see chapter 4. Verse 7, the Pythagorean pentacle, of which Levi's admirable sketch is reproduced on page 452. The Hindu goddess Adonari, or as it might be more properly written, Adonari, since the second A is pronounced almost like the English O, is represented as surrounded by the same figures. It fits exactly Ezekiel's wheel of the Adonai, known as the cherub of Jehezkiel, and indicates, beyond question, the source from which the Hebrew seer drew his allegories. For convenience of comparison we have placed the figure in the pentacle. See page 453. Above these beasts were the angels or spirits, divided in two groups, the Igili, or celestial beings, and the Anunnaki, or terrestrial spirits, the giants, children of Anak, of whom the spies complained to Moses. The Kabbalah Denudata gives to the Kabbalists a very clear, to the profane a very muddled account of permutations or substitutions of one person for another. So, for instance, it says, that the scintilla, spiritual spark or soul, of Abraham was taken from Michael, the chief of the eons, and highest emanation of the deity. So high indeed that in the eyes of the Gnostics, Michael was identical with Christ. And yet Michael and Enoch are one and the same person. Both occupy the junction point of the cross of the zodiac as man. The scintilla of Isaac was that of Gabriel, the chief of the angelic host, and the scintilla of Jacob was taken from Uriel, named the fire of God, the sharpest-sighted spirit in all heaven. Adam is not the Cadmon but Adam Primus, the microprosopus. In one of his aspects the latter is Enoch, the terrestrial patriarch and father of Methuselah. He that walked with God, and did not die, is the spiritual Enoch, who typified humanity, eternal in spirit and as eternal in flesh, though the latter does die. Death is but a new birth, and spirit is immortal. Thus humanity can never die, for the destroyer has become the creator. Enoch is the type of the dual man, spiritual and terrestrial. Hence his place in the center of the astronomical cross. But was this idea original with the Hebrews? We think not. Every nation which had an astronomical system, and especially India, held the cross in the highest reverence, for it was the geometrical basis of the religious symbolism of their avatars. The manifestation of the deity, or of the Creator in his creature man, of God in humanity in God, as spirits. The oldest monuments of Chaldea, Persia, and India disclose the double or eight-pointed cross. This symbol, which very naturally is found, like every other geometrical figure in nature, in plants as well as in the snowflakes, has led Dr. Lundy, in his super-Christian mysticism, to name such cruciform flowers as form an eight-pointed star by the junction of the two crosses, the prophetic star of the Incarnation, which joined heaven and earth, God and man together. 1738. The latter sentence is perfectly expressed, only, the old Kabbalist axiom, as above, so below, answers still better, as it discloses to us the same God for all humanity, not alone for the handful of Christians. It is the mundane cross of heaven repeated on earth by plants and dual man, the physical man superseding the spiritual, at the junction point of which stands the mythical Liber Hermes Enoch. The gesture of one hand pointing to heaven, is balanced by the other pointing down to the earth, boundless generations below, boundless regenerations above, the visible but the manifestation of the invisible. The man of dust abandoned to dust, the man of spirit reborn in spirit, thus it is finite humanity which is the son of the infinite God. Abba the Father, Amoria the Mother, the Son, the universe. This primitive triad is repeated in all the Theogonies. Adam Cadmon, Hermes, Enoch, Osiris, Krishna, Ormuzd, or Christos are all one. They stand as Metatrons between body and soul, eternal spirits which redeem flesh by the regeneration of flesh below, and soul by the regeneration above, where humanity walks once more with God. We have shown elsewhere that the symbol of the cross or Egyptian Tau, was by many ages earlier than the period assigned to Abraham, the allied forefather of the Israelites, for otherwise Moses could not have learned it of the priests. And that the Tau was held as sacred by the Jews as by other pagan nations is proved by a fact admitted now by Christian divines as well as by infidel archaeologists. Moses, in Exodus 12:22, orders his people to mark their doorposts and lintels with blood, lest the Lord God should make a mistake and smite some of his chosen people, instead of the doomed Egyptians. 1739. And this mark is a Tau. The identical Egyptian handled cross, with the half of which talisman Horus raised the dead, as is shown on a sculptured ruin at Philae. 1740. How gratuitous is the idea that all such crosses and symbols were so many unconscious prophecies of Christ, is fully exemplified in the case of the Jews upon whose accusation Jesus was put to death. For instance, the same learned author remarks in Monumental Christianity that the Jews themselves acknowledged this sign of salvation until they rejected Christ. And in another place he asserts that the rod of Moses, used in his miracles before Pharaoh, was, no doubt, this crux ansata, or something like it, also used by the Egyptian priests. 1741. Thus the logical inference would be, that 1. If the Jews worshipped the same symbols as the pagans, then they were no better than they. And 2. If, being so well versed as they were in the hidden symbolism of the cross, in the face of their having waited for centuries for the Messiah, they yet rejected both the Christian Messiah and Christian cross. Then there must have been something wrong about both. Those who rejected Jesus as the Son of God were neither the people ignorant of religious symbols, nor the handful of atheistical Sadducees who put him to death, but the very men who were instructed in the secret wisdom, who knew the origin as well as the meaning of the cruciform symbol, and who put aside both the Christian emblem and the Savior suspended from it. Because they could not be parties to such a blasphemous imposition upon the common people. Nearly all the prophecies about Christ are credited to the patriarchs and prophets. If a few of the latter may have existed as real personages, every one of the former is a myth. We will endeavor to prove it by the hidden interpretation of the zodiac, and the relations of its signs to these antediluvian men. If the reader will keep in mind the Hindu ideas of cosmogony, as given in Chapter 6, he will better understand the relation between the biblical antediluvian patriarchs, and that puzzle of commentators Ezekiel's wheel. Thus, be it remembered 1, that the universe is not a spontaneous creation, but an evolution from pre-existent matter, 2, that it is only one of an endless series of universes. 3. That eternity is pointed off into grand cycles, in each of which 12 transformations of our world occur, following its partial destruction by fire and water, alternately. So that when a new minor period sets in, the earth is so changed, even geologically, as to be practically a new world. 4. That of these 12 transformations, the earth after each of the first 6 is grosser, and everything on it man included more material, than after the preceding one, while after each of the remaining 6 the contrary is true. Both earth and man growing more and more refined and spiritual with each terrestrial change. 5. That when the apex of the cycle is reached, a gradual dissolution takes place, and every living and objective form is destroyed. But when that point is reached, humanity has become fitted to live subjectively as well as objectively. And not humanity alone, but also animals, plants, and every atom. After a time of rest, say the Buddhists, when a new world becomes self-formed, the astral souls of animals, and of all beings, except such as have reached the highest nirvana, will return on earth again to end their cycles of transformations, and become men in their turn. This stupendous conception, the ancients synthesized for the instruction of the common people, into a single pictorial design, the zodiac, or celestial belt. Instead of the 12 signs now used, there were originally but 10 known to the general public, viz., Aries, Taurus, Gemini, Cancer, Leo, Virgo, Scorpio, Sagittarius, Capricornus, Aquarius, and Pisces. 1742. These were exoteric. But in addition there were 2 mystical signs inserted, which none but initiates comprehended, viz., at the middle or junction point where now stands Libra, and at the sign now called Scorpio, which follows Virgo. When it was found necessary to make them exoteric, these 2 secret signs were added under their present appellations as blinds to conceal the true names which gave the key to the whole secret of creation, and divulged the origin of good and evil. The true Sabaean astrological doctrine secretly taught that within this double sign was hidden the explanation of the gradual transformation of the world, from its spiritual and subjective, into the two-sexed, sublunary state. The 12 signs were therefore divided into 2 groups. The first 6 were called the ascending, or the line of macrocosm, the great spiritual world. The last 6, the descending line, or the microcosm, the little secondary world, the mere reflection of the former, so to say. This division was called Ezekiel's wheel, and was completed in the following way. First came the ascending 5 signs, euphemierized into patriarchs, Aries, Taurus, Gemini, Cancer, Leo, and the group concluded with Virgo-Scorpio. Then came the turning point, Libra. After which, the first half of the sign Virgo-Scorpio, was duplicated and transferred to lead the lower, or descending group of microcosm which ran down to Pisces, or Noah, deluge. To make it clearer, the sign Virgo-Scorpio, which appeared originally thus, symbol, became simply Virgo, and the duplication, symbol, or Scorpio, was placed between Libra, the 7th sign, which is Enoch, or the angel Metatron. Or mediator between spirit and matter, or God and man. It now became Scorpio, or Cain, which sign or patriarch led mankind to destruction. Lines of generations. Set height. Good principle. 1. Adam. 2. Seth. 3. Enos. 4. Cainan. 5. Mahalaleel. 6. Jared. 7. Enoch. 8. Methuselah. 9. Lamech. 10. Noah. Kenite. Evil principle. 1. Adam. 2. Cain. 3. Enoch. 4. Irad. 5. Mehujael. 6. Methuselah. 7. Lamech. 8. Jubal. 9. Jabal. 10. Tubal-Cain. The above are the 10 biblical patriarchs, identical with Hindu Prajapati, and the Sephiroth of the Kabbalah. We say 10 patriarchs, not 20, for the Kenite line was devised for no other purpose than, 1. To carry out the idea of dualism, on which is founded the philosophy of every religion. For these 2 genealogical tables represent simply the opposing powers or principles of good and evil, and 2, as a blind for the uninitiated masses. Suppose we restore them to their primitive form, by erasing these premeditated blinds. These are so transparent as to require but a small amount of perspicacity to select, even though one should use only his unaided judgment, and were not, as we are, enabled to apply the test of the secret doctrine. By ridding ourselves, therefore, of the Kenite names that are mere duplications of the set height, or of each other, we get rid of Adam, of Enoch who, in one genealogy, is shown the father of Irad, and in the other, the son of Jared. Of Lamech, son of Methuselah, whereas he, Lamech, is son of Methuselah in the set height line, of Irad, Jared, 1743 Jubal and Jabal, who, with Tubal-Cain, form a trinity in one, and that one the double of Cain. Of Mehujael, who is but Mahalaleel differently spelled, and Methuselah. This leaves us in the Kenite genealogy of chapter 4. One only, Cain, who the first murderer and fratricide. De Rossi, of Parma, says of the Masoretes, in his Compendis, Volume 4, p. 7, it is known with what carefulness Esdras, the most excellent critic they have had reformed the text, and corrected it, and restored it to its primary splendor. Of the many revisions undertaken after him, none are more celebrated than that of the Masoretes, who came after the 6th century and all the most zealous adorers and defenders of the Masorah, Christians and Jews. Ingenuously accord and confess that it, such as it exists, is deficient, imperfect, interpolated, full of errors, and a most unsafe guide. The square letter was not invented till after the 3rd century. Is made to stand in his line as father of Enoch, the most virtuous of men, who does not die, but is translated alive. Turn we now to the set height table, and we find that Enos, or Enoch, comes second from Adam, and is father to Cain, and this is no accident. There was an evident reason for this inversion of paternity, a palpable design that of creating confusion and baffling inquiry. We say, then, that the patriarchs are simply the signs of the zodiac, emblems, in their manifold aspects, of the spiritual and physical evolution of human races, of ages, and of divisions of time. In astrology, the first 4 of the houses, in the diagrams of the 12 houses of heaven, namely, the 1st, 10th, 7th, and fourth, or the second inner square placed with its angles upward and downward, are termed angles. As being of the greatest strength and power. They answer to Adam, Noah, Canaan, and Enoch, Alpha, Omega, evil and good, leading the whole. Furthermore, when divided, including the two secret names, into four trigons or triads, viz. Fiery, airy, earthy, and watery, we find the latter corresponding to Noah. Enoch and Lamech were doubled in the table of Cain, to fill out the required number 10 in both generations in the Bible, instead of employing the secret name. And, in order that the patriarchs should correspond with the 10 Kabbalistic Sephiroth, and fit at the same time the 10, and, subsequently, 12 signs of the zodiac, in a manner comprehensible only to the Kabbalists. And now, Abel having disappeared out of that line of descent, he is replaced by Seth, who was clearly an afterthought suggested by the necessity of not having the human race descend entirely from a murderer. This dilemma being apparently first noticed when the Kenite table had been completed, Adam is made, after all the generations had appeared, to beget this son, Seth. It is a suggestive fact that, whereas the double-sexed Adam of chapter 5 is made in the likeness of the Elohim, see Genesis chapter 1, 27 and v1 of the same, Seth, v3, is begotten in Adam's own likeness, thus signifying that there were men of different races. Also, it is most noticeable that neither the age nor a single other particular respecting the patriarchs in the Kenite table is given, whereas the reverse is the case with those in the Sethite line. Most assuredly, no one could expect to find, in a work open to the public, the final mysteries of that which was preserved for countless ages as the grandest secret of the sanctuary. But, without divulging the key to the profane, or being taxed with undue indiscretion, we may be allowed to lift a corner of the veil which shrouds the majestic doctrines of old. Let us then write down the patriarchs as they ought to stand in their relation to the zodiac, and see how they correspond with the signs. The following diagram represents Ezekiel's will, as given in many works, among others, in Hargrave Jennings' Rosicrucians. Ezekiel's wheel, esoteric. These signs are, follow numbers. 1. Aries, 2. Taurus, 3. Gemini, 4. Cancer, 5. Leo. 6. Virgo, or the ascending line of the grand cycle of creation. After this comes 7. Libra, man, which, though it is found right in the middle, or the intersection point, leads down the numbers. 8. Scorpio, 9. Sagittarius, 10. Capricornus. 11. Aquarius, and 12. Pisces. While discussing the double sign of Virgo, Scorpio and Libra, Hargrave Jennings observes, page 65. All this is incomprehensible, except in the strange mysticism of the Gnostics and the Kabbalists. And the whole theory requires a key of explanation to render it intelligible, which key is only darkly referred to as possible, but refused absolutely, by these extraordinary men, as not permissible to be disclosed. The said key must be turned 7 times before the whole system is divulged. We will give it but one turn, and thereby allow the profane one glimpse into the mystery. Happy he who understands the whole. Ezekiel's will, esoteric. To explain the presence of Jodiva, or Yod-Heva, or what is generally termed the tetragram, Hebrew text, and of Adam and Eve, it will suffice to remind the reader of the following verses in Genesis, with their right meaning inserted in brackets. 1. And God, Elohim, created man in their own image, male and female created he them, him, ch 1, 27. 2. Male and female created he them, him, and called his name Adam, v. 2. When the ternary is taken in the beginning of the tetragram, it expresses the divine creation spiritually, i.e., without any carnal sin. Taken at its opposite end it expresses the latter, it is feminine. The name of Eve is composed of 3 letters, that of the primitive or heavenly Adam, is written with 1 letter, Jod or Yod, therefore it must not be read Jehovah but Eva, or Eve. The Adam of the first chapter is the spiritual, therefore pure androgyne, Adam Cadmon. When woman issues from the left rib of the second Adam, of dust, the pure Virgo is separated, and falling into generation, or the downward cycle, becomes Scorpio 1744 emblem of sin and matter. While the ascending cycle points at the purely spiritual races, or the 10 pre-Diluvian patriarchs, the Prajapatis, and Sephiroth, 1745 are led on by the creative deity itself, who is Adam Kadmon or Yad-Shiva. The lower one is that of the terrestrial races, led on by Enoch or Libra, the 7th. Who, because he is half divine, half terrestrial, is said to have been taken by God alive. Enoch, or Hermes, or Libra are one. All are the scales of universal harmony, justice and equilibrium are placed at the central point of the zodiac. The grand circle of the heavens, so well discoursed upon by Plato, in his Timaeus, symbolizes the unknown as a unity. And the smaller circles which form the cross, by their division on the plane of the zodiacal ring typify, at the point of their intersection, life. The centripetal and centrifugal forces, as symbols of good and evil, spirit and matter, life and death, are also those of the Creator and the Destroyer, Adam and Eve, or God and the Devil, as they say in common parlance. In the subjective, as well as in the objective worlds, they are the two powers, which through their eternal conflict keep the universe of spirit and matter in harmony. They force the planets to pursue their paths, and keep them in their elliptical orbits, thus tracing the astronomical cross in their revolution through the zodiac. In their conflict the centripetal force, were it to prevail, would drive the planets and living souls into the sun, type of the invisible spiritual sun, the Paraatma or great universal soul, their parent. While the centrifugal force would chase both planets and souls into the dreary space, far from the luminary of the objective universe, away from the spiritual realm of salvation and eternal life, and into the chaos of final cosmic destruction and individual annihilation. But the balance is there, ever sensitive at the intersection point. It regulates the action of the two combatants, and the combined effort of both, causes planets and living souls to pursue a double diagonal line in their revolution through zodiac and life. And thus preserving strict harmony, invisible and invisible heaven and earth, the forced unity of the two reconciles spirit and matter, and Enoch is said to stand at Metatron before God. Reckoning from him down to Noah and his 3 sons, each of these represent a new world, i.e., our earth, which is the 7th 1746 after every period of geological transformation, gives birth to another and distinct race of men and beings. Cain leads the ascending line, or macrocosm, for he is the son of the Lord, not of Adam, Genesis 4. 1. The Lord is Adam Kadmon, Cain, the son of sinful thought, not the progeny of flesh and blood. Seth on the other hand is the leader of the races of earth, for he is the son of Adam, and begotten, in his own likeness, after his image, Genesis v. 3. Cain is Kenu, Assyrian, and means eldest, while the Hebrew word, Hebrew text, means a smith, an artificer. Our science shows that the globe has passed through 5 distinct geological phases, each characterized by a different stratum, and these are in reverse order, beginning with the last, 1, the Quaternary period, in which man appears as a certainty. 2, the Tertiary period, in which he may have appeared, 3. Secondary period, that of gigantic saurians, the Megalosaurus, Ichthyosaurus, and Plesiosaurus, no vestige of man, 4. The Paleozoic period, that of gigantic crustacea, 5, or first. The Azoic period, during which science asserts organic life had not yet appeared. And is there no possibility that there was a period, and several periods, when man existed, and yet was not an organic being, therefore could not have left any vestige of himself for exact science? Spirit leaves no skeletons or fossils behind, and yet few are the men on earth who doubt that man can live both objectively and subjectively. At all events, the theology of the Brahmins, hoary with antiquity, and which divides the formative periods of the earth into 4 ages, and places between each of these a lapse of 1,728,000 years. Far more agrees with official science and modern discovery than the absurd chronological notions promulgated by the councils of Nice and Trent. The names of the patriarchs were not Hebrew, though they may have been Hebraized later, they are evidently of Assyrian or Aryan origin. Thus Adam, for instance, stands in the explained Kabbalah as a convertible term, and applies nearly to every other patriarch, as every Sephiroth to each Sephira, and vice versa. Adam, Cain, and Abel form the first triad of the 12. They correspond in the Sephral tree to the crown, wisdom, and intelligence, and in astrology to the three trigons, the fiery, the earthy, and the airy. Which fact, were we allowed to devote more space than we have to its elucidation, would perhaps show that astrology deserves the name of science as well as any other. Adam, Cadmon, or Aries, Ram, is identical with the Egyptian ram-headed god Ammonius, fabricating man on the potter's wheel. His duplication, therefore, or the atom of dust, is also Aries, Ammon, when standing at the head of his generations, for he fabricates mortals also in his own likeness. In astrology, the planet Jupiter is connected with the first house, Aries. The color of Jupiter, as seen in the stages of the seven spheres, on the tower of Borsippa, or Burz Nimrud, was red, 1747, and in Hebrew Adam means, Hebrew text, red as well as man. The Hindu god Agni, who presides at the sign of Pisces, next to that of Aries in their relation to the 12 months, February and March, 1748, is painted of a deep red color, with 2 faces, male and female, 3 legs, and 7 arms. The whole forming the number 12. So, also, Noah, Pisces, who appears in the generations as the 12th patriarch, counting Cain and Abel, is Adam again under another name, for he is the forefather of a new race of mankind. And with his 3 sons, one bad, one good, and one partaking of both qualities, is the terrestrial reflection of the superterrestrial Adam and his 3 sons. Agni is represented mounted on a ram, with a tiara surmounted by a cross. 1749. Cain, presiding over the Taurus, bull, of the zodiac, is also very suggestive. Taurus belongs to the earthy trigon, and in connection with this sign it will not be amiss to remind the student of an allegory from the Persian Avesta. The story goes that Ormuzd produced a being source and type of all the universal beings called life, or bull in the Zend. Ahriman, Cain, kills this being, Abel, from the seed of which, Seth, new beings are produced. Abel, in Assyrian, means son, but in Hebrew text, it means something ephemeral, not long-lived, valueless, and also a pagan idol. 1750, as Cain means a Hermaic statue, a pillar, the symbol of generation. Likewise, Abel is the female counterpart of Cain, male, for they are twins and probably androgynous, the latter answering to wisdom, the former to intelligence. So with all other patriarchs. Enos, Hebrew text, is homo agene man, or the same Adam, and Enoch in the bargain, and, Hebrew text, Canaan is identical with Cain. Seth, Hebrew text, is Taith, or Thoth, or Hermes. And this is the reason, no doubt, why Josephus, in his first book, ch. 3, shows Seth so proficient in astrology, geometry, and other occult sciences. Foreseeing the flood, he says, he engraved the fundamental principles of his art on 2 pillars of brick and stone, the latter of which he saw himself, Josephus, to remain in Syria in his own time. Thus is it that Seth is identified also with Enoch, to whom Kabbalists and Masons attribute the same feat, and, at the same time, with Hermes, or Cadmus again, for Enoch is identical with the former. Hebrew text, Hienoch means a teacher, an initiator, or an initiate, in Grecian mythology, Inachus. We have seen the part he is made to play in the zodiac. Mahalalel, if we divide the word and write, Hebrew text, Mahala, means tender, merciful. And therefore is he made to correspond with the 4th Sephira, love or mercy, emanated from the first triad. 1751 Irad, Hebrew text, or Yerd, is, minus the vowels, precisely the same. If from the verb, Hebrew text, it means descent. If from, Hebrew text, Arad, it means offspring, and thus corresponds perfectly with the Kabbalistic emanations. Lamech, Hebrew text, is not Hebrew, but Greek. Lamach means Lam the father, and Olamach is the father of the age. Or the father of him, Noah, who inaugurates a new era or period of creation after the pralaya of the deluge, Noah being the symbol of a new world, the kingdom, Malchuth, of the Sephiroth. Hence his father, corresponding to the ninth Sephiroth, is the foundation point 1752. Furthermore, both father and son answer to Aquarius and Pisces in the zodiac. And thus the former belonging to the airy and the latter to the watery trigons, they close the list of the biblical myths. But if, as we see, every patriarch represents, in one sense, like each of the Prajapatis, a new race of antediluvian human beings. And if, as it may as easily be proved, they are the copies of the Babylonian Saras, or ages, the latter themselves copies of the Hindu 10 dynasties of the Lords of Beings, 1753 yet, however we may regard them. They are among the profoundest allegories ever conceived by philosophical minds. In the Nectameron, 1754, the evolution of the universe and its successive periods of formation, together with the gradual development of the human races, are illustrated as fully as possible in the 12 hours, into which the allegory is divided. Each hour typifies the evolution of a new man, and in its turn is divided into 4 quarters or ages. This work shows how thoroughly was the ancient philosophy imbued with the doctrines of the early Aryans, who were the first to divide the life on our planet into 4 ages. If one would trace this doctrine from its source in the night of the traditional period down to the seer of Patmos, he need not go astray among the religious systems of all nations. The Babylonians he would find teaching that in 4 different periods 4 oans, or suns, appeared, the Hindus asserting their 4 yuga. The Greeks, Romans, and others firmly believing in the golden, silver, brazen, and iron ages, each of the epochs being heralded by the appearance of a savior. The 4 Buddhas of the Hindus and the 3 prophets of the Zoroastrians Ashadarkami, Ashadharma, and Sosiash preceded by Zarathustra, are the types of these ages. In the Bible, the very opening tells us that before the sons of God saw the daughters of men, the latter lived from 365 to 969 years. But when the Lord God saw the iniquities of mankind, he concluded to allow them at most 120 years of life, Genesis 6. 3. To account for such a violent oscillation in the human mortality table is only possible by tracing this decision of the Lord God to its origin. Such incongruities as we meet at every step in the Bible can be only attributed to the facts that the book of Genesis and the other books of Moses were tampered with and remodeled by more than one author. And, that in their original state they were, with the exception of the external form of the allegories, faithful copies from the Hindu sacred books. In Manu, Book I, we find the following. In the first age, neither sickness nor suffering were known. Men lived 4 centuries. This was in the Krita or Satya Yuga. The Krita Yuga is the type of justice. The bull which stands firm on its 4 legs is its image. Man adheres to truth, and evil does not as yet direct his actions. 1755. But in each of the following ages primitive human life loses 1/4 of its duration, that is to say, in Treta Yuga man lives 300, in Dwapara Yuga 200, and in Kali Yuga, or our own age, but 100 years generally, at the most. Noah, son of Lamech or father of the age is the distorted copy of Manu, son of Swayambhu, and the 6 Manas or Rishis issued from the Hindu, first man, are the originals of Terah, Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, Joseph, and Moses. The Hebrew sages, who beginning with Terah were all alleged to have been astrologers, alchemists, inspired prophets, and soothsayers. Or in a more profane but plainer language magicians. If we consult the Talmudistic Mishnah we find therein the first emanated divine couple, the androgyne demiurge Chachma, or Hakma Akamoth, and Bina building themselves a house with 7 pillars. They are the architects of God wisdom and intelligence and his compass and square. The 7 columns are the future 7 worlds, or the typical 7 primordial days of creation. Chachma immolates her victims. These victims are the numberless forces of nature which must die, expend themselves, in order that they should live. When one force dies out, it is but to give birth to another force, its progeny. It dies but lives in its children, and resuscitates at every seventh generation. The servants of Chachma, or wisdom, are the souls of Adam, for in him are all the souls of Israel. There are 12 hours in the day, says the Mishnah, and it is during these hours that is accomplished the creation of man. Would this be comprehensible, unless we had Manu to teach us that this day embraces the 4 ages of the world and has a duration of 12,000 divine years of the Devas? The creators, Elohim, outline in the second hour the shape of a more corporeal form of man. They separate it into 2 and prepare the sexes to become distinct from each other. Such is the way the Elohim proceeded in reference to every created thing. 1756 Every fish, fowl, plant, beast and man was androgyne at the first hour. Says the commentator, the great Rabbi Simeon. Oh, companions, man as emanation was both man and woman, as well on the side of the father as on the side of the mother. And this is the sense of the words, and Elohim spoke, let there be light, and it was light. And this is the twofold man, 1757. A spiritual woman was necessary as a contrast for the spiritual man. Harmony is the universal law. In Taylor's translation, Plato's discourse upon creation is rendered so as to make him say of this universe that he caused it to move with circular motion. When, therefore, that God who is a perpetually reasoning divinity, cogitated about that God, man, who was destined to subsist at some certain period of time, he produced his body smooth and even, and every way even and whole from the center. And made it perfect. This perfect circle of the created God, he decussated in the form of the letter X. The italics of both these sentences from Timaeus belong to Dr. Lundy, the author of that remarkable work mentioned once before, Monumental Christianity. And attention is drawn to the words of the Greek philosopher, with the evident purpose of giving them the prophetic character which Justin Martyr applied to the same. When accusing Plato of having borrowed his physiological discussion in the Timaeus concerning the Son of God placed crosswise in the universe, from Moses and his serpent of brass. The learned author seems to fully accord an unpremeditated prophecy to these words. Although he does not tell us whether he believes that like Plato's created God, Jesus was originally a sphere, smooth and even, and every way even and whole from the center. Even if Justin Martyr were excusable for his perversion of Plato, Dr. Lundy ought to know that the day for that sort of casuistry is long gone by. What the philosopher meant was man, who before being encased in matter had no use for limbs, but was a pure spiritual entity. Hence if the deity, and his universe, and the stellar bodies are to be conceived as spheroidal, this shape would be archetypal man's. As his enveloping shell grew heavier, there came the necessity for limbs, and the limbs sprouted. If we fancy a man with arms and legs naturally extended at the same angle, by backing him against the circle that symbolizes his prior shape as a spirit, we would have the very figure described by Plato, the X cross within the circle. All the legends of the creation, the fall of man, and the resultant deluge, belong to universal history, and are no more the property of the Israelites than that of any other nation. What specially belongs to them, Kabbalists excepted, are the disfigured details of every tradition. The Genesis of Enoch is by far anterior to the books of Moses 1758, and Guillaume Postel has presented it to the world, explaining the allegories as far as he dared, but the groundwork is still unexposed. For the Jews, the Book of Enoch is as canonical as the Mosaic books, and if the Christians accepted the latter as an authority, we do not see why they should reject the former as an apocrypha. No more can the age of one than that of the other be determined with anything like certainty. At the time of the separation, the Samaritans recognized only the books of Moses and that of Joshua, says Dr. Jost. 1759 in 168 BC. Jerusalem had its temple plundered, and all the sacred books were destroyed. 1760 Therefore, the few mizas that remained were to be found only among the teachers of tradition. The Kabbalistic Tanaim, and their initiates and prophets had always practiced its teachings in common with the Canaanites, the Hamites, Midianites, Chaldeans, and all other nations. The story of Daniel is a proof of it. There was a sort of brotherhood, or Freemasonry among the Kabbalists scattered all over the world, since the memory of man, and, like some societies of the medieval masonry of Europe, they called themselves Companions 1761 and Innocents. 1762 It is a belief, founded on knowledge, among the Kabbalists, that no more than the Hermetic rolls are the genuine sacred books of the 72 elders books which contained the ancient word lost. But that they have all been preserved from the remotest times among secret communities. Emanuel Swedenborg says as much, and his words are based, he says, on the information he had from certain spirits, who assured him that they performed their worship according to this ancient word. Seek for it in China, adds the great seer, peradventure you may find it in Great Tartary. Other students of occult sciences have had more than the word of certain spirits to rely upon. In this special case they have seen the books. We must choose therefore perforce between two methods, either to accept the Bible exoterically or esoterically. Against the former we have the following facts, that, after the first copy of the Book of God has been edited and launched on the world by Hilkiah, this copy disappears, and Ezra has to make a new Bible, which Judas Maccabeus finishes. That when it was copied from the horned letters into square letters, it was corrupted beyond recognition, that the Masorah completed the work of destruction. That, finally, we have a text, not 900 years old, abounding with omissions, interpolations, and premeditated perversions. And that, consequently, as this Masoretic Hebrew text has fossilized its mistakes, and the key to the Word of God is lost, no one has a right to enforce upon so-called Christians the divagations of a series of hallucinated and, perhaps, spurious prophets, under the unwarranted and untenable assumption that the author of it was the Holy Ghost, in propria persone. Hence, we reject this pretended monotheistic scripture, made up just when the priests of Jerusalem found their political profit in violently breaking off all connection with the Gentiles. It is at this moment only that we find them persecuting Kabbalists, and banning the bold wisdom of both pagans and Jews. The real Hebrew Bible was a secret volume, unknown to the masses, and even the Samaritan Pentateuch is far more ancient than the Septuagint. As for the former, the fathers of the Church never even heard of it. We prefer decidedly to take the word of Swedenborg that the ancient word is somewhere in China or the Great Tartary. The more so, as the Swedish seer is declared, at least by one clergyman, namely, the Reverend Dr. R.L. Taffel, of London, to have been in a state of inspiration from God, while writing his theological works. He is given even the superiority over the penman of the Bible, for, while the latter had the words spoken to them in their ears, Swedenborg was made to understand them rationally and was, therefore, internally and not externally illuminated. When, says the reverend author, a conscientious member of the new church hears any charges made against the divinity and the infallibility of either the soul or the body of the doctrines of the New Jerusalem, he must at once place himself on the unequivocal declaration made in those doctrines, that the Lord has effected his second coming in and by means of those writings which were published by Emanuel Swedenborg, as his servant, and that, therefore, those charges are not and cannot be true. And if it is the Lord that spoke through Swedenborg, then there is a hope for us that at least one divine will corroborate our assertions, that the ancient Word of God is nowhere but in the heathen countries, especially Buddhistic Tartary, Tibet, and China. The primitive history of Greece is the primitive history of India, exclaims Pocock in his India in Greece. In view of subsequent fruits of critical research, we may paraphrase the sentence and say, the primitive history of Judea is a distortion of Indian fable engrafted on that of Egypt. Many scientists, encountering stubborn facts, and being reluctant to contrast the narratives of the divine revelation with those of the Brahmanical books, merely present them to the reading public. Meanwhile they limit their conclusions to criticisms and contradictions of each other. So Max Muller opposes the theories of Spiegel, and someone else, and Professor Whitney those of the Oxford Orientalist, and Dr. Haug made onslaughts on Spiegel, while Dr. Spiegel chose some other victim, and now even the time-honored Akkadians and Turanians have had their day of glory. The Proto-Kasdians, Kasdioscyths, Sumerians, and what not, have to make room for some other fictions. Alas! For the Akkads, Halevi, the Assyriologist, attacks the Akkado-Sumerian language of Old Babylon, and Chabas, the Egyptologist, not content with dethroning the Turanian speech, which has rendered such eminent services to Orientalists when perplexed, calls the venerable parent of the Akkadians François Lenormand himself, a charlatan. Profiting by the learned turmoil, the Christian clergy take heart for their fantastic theology on the ground that when the jury disagree there is a gain of time at least for the indicted party. And thus is overlooked the vital question whether Christendom would not be the better for adopting Christism in place of Christianity, with its Bible, its vicarious atonement and its devil. But to so important a personage as the latter, we could not do less than devote a special chapter. Chapter 10. Get thee behind me, Satan, Jesus to Peter. Matt 16:23. Such a deal of skimble-scamble stuff as puts me from my faith. I tell you what. He held me, last night, at least 9 hours. In reckoning up the several devils' names. King Henry IV, Part 1, Act 3. La force terrible et just que Tuesday éternellement les avortans a et nami par les Egyptians Typhon, par les Hebrews Samuel, par les Orientoques Satan, et par les Latins Lucifer. Le Lucifer de la Cabale n'est pas un ange maudit et foudroy, c'est l'ange que éclaire et que régénère en tout mant. Eliphaz Levi, dogme et ritual. Bad as he is, the devil may be abused. Be falsely charged, and causelessly accused. When men, unwilling to be blamed alone, shift off those crimes on him which are their own. Defoe, 1726. Several years ago, a distinguished writer and persecuted Kabbalist suggested a creed for the Protestant and Roman Catholic bodies, which may be thus formulated. Protevangelium. I believe in the devil, the Father Almighty of evil, the destroyer of all things, perturbator of heaven and earth. And in Antichrist, his only Son, our persecutor. Who was conceived of the evil spirit. Born of a sacrilegious, foolish virgin. Was glorified by mankind, reigned over them. And ascended to the throne of Almighty God. From which he crowds him aside, and from which he insults the living and the dead. I believe in the spirit of evil. The synagogue of Satan. The coalition of the wicked. The perdition of the body. And the death and hell everlasting. Amen. Does this offend? Does it seem extravagant, cruel, blasphemous? Listen. In the city of New York, on the 9th day of April, 1877, that is to say, in the last quarter of what is proudly styled the century of discovery and the age of illumination, the following scandalous ideas were broached. We quote from the report in the Sun of the following morning. The Baptist preachers met yesterday in the Mariners' Chapel, in Oliver Street. Several foreign missionaries were present. The Reverend John W. Sarles, of Brooklyn, read an essay, in which he maintained the proposition that all adult heathen, dying without the knowledge of the gospel, are damned eternally. Otherwise, the reverend essayist argued, the gospel is a curse instead of a blessing, the men who crucified Christ served him right, and the whole structure of revealed religion tumbles to the ground. Brother Stoddard, a missionary from India, endorsed the views of the Brooklyn pastor. The Hindus were great sinners. One day, after he had preached in the marketplace, a Brahmin got up and said, "We Hindus beat the world in lying, but this man beats us. How can he say that God loves us? Look at the poisonous serpents, tigers, lions, and all kinds of dangerous animals around us. If God loves us, why doesn't he take them away?" The Reverend Mr. Pixley, of Hamilton, N.Y., heartily subscribed to the doctrine of Brother Sarles's essay, and asked for $5,000 to fit out young men for the ministry. And these men we will not say teach the doctrine of Jesus, for that would be to insult his memory, but are paid to teach his doctrine. Can we wonder that intelligent persons prefer annihilation to a faith encumbered by such a monstrous doctrine? We doubt whether any respectable Brahmin would have confessed to the vice of lying, an art cultivated only in those portions of British India where the most Christians are found. 1763. But we challenge any honest man in the wide world to say whether he thinks the Brahmin was far from the truth in saying of the missionary Stoddard, "This man beats us all, in lying." What else would he say, if the latter preached to them the doctrine of eternal damnation, because, indeed, they had passed their lives without reading a Jewish book of which they never heard? Or asked salvation of a Christ whose existence they never suspected? But Baptist clergymen who need a few $1,000s must devise terrifying sensations to fire the congregational heart. We abstain, as a rule, from giving our own experience when we can call acceptable witnesses, and so, upon reading missionary Stoddard's outrageous remarks, we requested our acquaintance, Mr. William L. D. O'Grady, 1764, to give a fair opinion upon the missionaries. This gentleman's father and grandfather were British Army officers, and he himself was born in India, and enjoyed lifelong opportunities to learn what the general opinion among the English is of these religious propagandists. Following is his communication in reply to our letter. You ask me for my opinion of the Christian missionaries in India. In all the years I spent there, I never spoke to a single missionary. They were not in society, and, from what I heard of their proceedings and could see for myself, I don't wonder at it. Their influence on the natives is bad. Their converts are worthless, and, as a rule, of the lowest class. Nor do they improve by conversion. No respectable family will employ Christian servants. They lie, they steal, they are unclean, and dirt is certainly not a Hindu vice. They drink, and no decent native of any other belief ever touches intoxicating liquor. They are outcasts from their own people and utterly despicable. Their new teachers set them a poor example of consistency. While holding forth to the pariah that God makes no distinction of persons, they boast intolerably over the stray Brahmins, who, very much off color, occasionally, at long intervals, fall into the clutches of these hypocrites. The missionaries get very small salaries, as publicly stated in the proceedings of the societies that employ them, but, in some unaccountable way, manage to live as well as officials with 10 times their income. When they come home to recover their health, shattered, as they say, by their arduous labors, which they seem to be able to afford to do quite frequently, when supposed richer people cannot, they tell childish stories on platforms. Exhibit idols as procured with infinite difficulty, which is quite absurd, and give an account of their imaginary hardships which is perfectly harrowing but untrue from beginning to end. I lived some years in India myself, and nearly all my blood relations have passed or will pass the best years of their lives there. I know hundreds of British officials, and I never heard from one of them a single word in favor of the missionaries. Natives of any position look on them with the supremest contempt, although suffering chronic exasperation from their arrogant aggressiveness. And the British government, which continues endowments to pagodas, granted by the East India Company, and which supports unsectarian education, gives them no countenance whatever. Protected from personal violence, they yelp and bark at natives and Europeans alike, after the fashion of ill-conditioned curs. Often recruited from the poorest specimens of theological fanaticism, they are regarded on all sides as mischievous. Their rabid, reckless, vulgar, and offensive propagandism caused the Great Mutiny of 1857. They are noisome humbugs. W.M. L. D. O'Grady. New York, June 12, 1877. The new creed, therefore, with which we opened this chapter, coarse as it may sound, embodies the very essence of the belief of the Church as inculcated by her missionaries. It is regarded as less impious, less infidel, to doubt the personal existence of the Holy Ghost, or the equal Godhead of Jesus, than to question the personality of the devil. But a summary of Koheleth is well nigh forgotten. 1765. Whoever quotes the golden words of the prophet Micah, 1766, or seems to care for the exposition of the law, as given by Jesus himself, 1767, of bull's eye, in the target of modern Christianity, is in the simple phrase to fear the devil. The Catholic clergy and some of the lay champions of the Roman Church fight still more for the existence of Satan and his imps. If Des Musos maintains the objective reality of spiritual phenomena with such an unrelenting ardor, it is because, in his opinion, the latter are the most direct evidence of the devil at work. The Chevalier is more Catholic than the Pope. And his logic and deductions from never-to-be and non-established premises are unique, and prove once more that the creed offered by us is the one which expresses the Catholic belief most eloquently. If magic and spiritualism, he says, were both but chimeras, we would have to bid an eternal farewell to all the rebellious angels, now troubling the world, for thus, we would have no more demons down here. And if we lost our demons, we would lose our Savior likewise. For, from whom did that Savior come to save us? And then, there would be no more Redeemer, for from whom or what could that Redeemer redeem us? Hence, there would be no more Christianity, 1768. O, Holy Father of evil, sainted Satan! We pray thee do not abandon such pious Christians as the Chevalier de Mousseaux and some Baptist clergymen. For our part, we would rather remember the wise words of J.C. Calhoun, 1769, who says that those persons who, in modern times, adopt the doctrine of the devil in its strictly literal and personal application, do not appear to be aware that they are in reality polytheists, heathens, idolaters. Seeking supremacy in everything over the ancient creeds, the Christians claim the discovery of the devil officially recognized by the Church. Jesus was the first to use the word legion when speaking of them, and it is on this ground that M. de Mousseaux thus defends his position in one of his demonological works. Later, he says, when the synagogue expired, depositing its inheritance in the hands of Christ, were born into the world and shown, the fathers of the Church, who have been accused by certain persons of a rare and precious ignorance, of having borrowed their ideas as to the spirits of darkness from the theurgists. 3 deliberate, palpable, and easily refuted errors, not to use a harsher word, occur in these few lines. In the first place, the synagogue, far from having expired, is flourishing at the present day in nearly every town of Europe, America, and Asia, and of all churches in Christian cities, it is the most firmly established, as well as the best behaved. Further, while no one will deny that many Christian fathers were born into the world, always, of course, excepting the 12 fictitious bishops of Rome, who were never born at all. Every person who will take the trouble to read the works of the Platonists of the Old Academy, who were theurgists before Iamblichus, will recognize therein the origin of Christian demonology as well as the angelology, the allegorical meaning of which was completely distorted by the Fathers. Then it could hardly be admitted that the said Fathers ever shone, except, perhaps, in the refulgence of their extreme ignorance. The Reverend Dr. Shuckford, who passed the better part of his life trying to reconcile their contradictions and absurdities, was finally driven to abandon the whole thing in despair. The ignorance of the champions of Plato must indeed appear rare and precious by comparison with the fathomless profundity of Augustine, the giant of learning and erudition, who scouted the sphericity of the earth, for, if true, it would prevent the antipodes from seeing the Lord Christ when he descended from heaven at the second advent. Or, of Lactantius, who rejects with pious horror Pliny's identical theory, on the remarkable ground that it would make the trees at the other side of the earth grow and the men walk with their heads downward. Or, again, of Cosmas Indicoplousts, whose orthodox system of geography is embalmed in his Christian topography. Or, finally, of Bede, who assured the world that the heaven is tempered with glacial waters, lest it should be set on fire, 1770, a benign dispensation of Providence, most likely to prevent the radiance of their learning from setting the sky ablaze. Be this as it may, these resplendent fathers certainly did borrow their notions of the spirits of darkness from the Jewish Kabbalists and pagan theurgists, with the difference, however, that they disfigured and outdid in absurdity all that the wildest fancy of the Hindu, Greek, and Roman rabble had ever created. There is not a dev in the Persian pandemonium half so preposterous, as a conception, as de Mousseau's incubus revamped from Augustine. Typhon, symbolized as an ass, appears a philosopher in comparison with the devil caught by the Normandy peasant in a keyhole, and it is certainly not Ahriman or the Hindu Vritra who would run away in rage and dismay, when addressed as street Satan, by a native Luther. The devil is the patron genius of theological Christianity. So holy and reverend is his name in modern conception, that it may not, except occasionally from the pulpit, be uttered in ears polite. In like manner, anciently, it was not lawful to speak the sacred names or repeat the jargon of the mysteries, except in the sacred cloister. We hardly know the names of the Samothracian gods, but cannot tell precisely the number of the Kaberi. The Egyptians considered it blasphemous to utter the title of the gods of their secret rites. Even now, the Brahmin only pronounces the syllable Om in silent thought, and the Rabbi, the ineffable name, Hebrew text. Hence, we who exercise no such veneration, have been led into the blunders of miscalling the names of Osiris and Yava by the mispronunciations, Osiris and Jehovah. A similar glamour bids fair, it will be perceived, to gather round the designation of the dark personage of whom we are treating. And in the familiar handling, we shall be very likely to shock the peculiar sensibilities of many who will consider a free mentioning of the devil's names as blasphemy, the sin of sins, that hath never forgiveness. 1771. Several years ago an acquaintance of the author wrote a newspaper article to demonstrate that the Diabolos or Satan of the New Testament denoted the personification of an abstract idea, and not a personal being. He was answered by a clergyman, who concluded the reply with the deprecatory expression, "I fear that he has denied his Savior." In his rejoinder he pleaded, "Oh, no. We only denied the devil." But the clergyman failed to perceive the difference. In his conception of the matter, the denying of the personal objective existence of the devil was itself the sin against the Holy Ghost. This necessary evil, dignified by the epithet of "father of lies," was, according to the clergy, the founder of all the world religions of ancient time, and of the heresies, or rather heterodoxies, of later periods. As well as the deus ex machina of modern spiritualism. In the exceptions which we take to this notion, we protest that we do not attack true religion or sincere piety. We are only carrying on a controversy with human dogmas. Perhaps in doing this we resemble Don Quixote, because these things are only windmills. Nevertheless, let it be remembered that they have been the occasion and pretext for the slaughtering of more than 50 millions of human beings since the words were proclaimed, "Love your enemies." 1772. It is a late day for us to expect the Christian clergy to undo and amend their work. They have too much at stake. If the Christian Church should abandon or even modify the dogma of an anthropomorphic devil, it would be like pulling the bottom card from under a castle of cards. The structure would fall. The clergymen to whom we have alluded perceive that upon the relinquishing of Satan as a personal devil, the dogma of Jesus Christ as the second deity in their Trinity must go over in the same catastrophe. Incredible, or even horrifying, as it may seem, the Roman Church bases its doctrine of the godhood of Christ entirely upon the Satanism of the fallen archangel. We have the testimony of Father Ventura, who proclaims the vital importance of this dogma to the Catholics. The Reverend Father Ventura, the illustrious ex-general of the Theatins, certifies that the Chevalier de Massos, by his treatise, Murs et Pratiques de Demons, has deserved well of mankind. And still more of the most holy Catholic and Apostolic Church. With this voucher, the noble Chevalier, it will be perceived, speaks as one having authority. He asserts explicitly, that to the devil and his angels we are absolutely indebted for our Savior. And that but for them we would have no Redeemer, no Christianity. Many zealous and earnest souls have revolted at the monstrous dogma of John Calvin, the Popekin of Geneva, that sin is the necessary cause of the greatest good. It was bolstered up, nevertheless, by logic like that of de Massos, and illustrated by the same dogmas. The execution of Jesus, the God-man, on the cross, was the most prodigious crime in the universe, yet it was necessary that mankind, those predestinated to everlasting life, might be saved. Daubigny cites the quotation by Martin Luther from the canon, and makes him exclaim, in ecstatic rapture, O beata culpa, cautelum meruisti redemptorum. O blessed sin, which didst merit such a Redeemer. We now perceive that the dogma which had appeared so monstrous is, after all, the doctrine of Pope, Calvin, and Luther alike, that the three are one. Mahomet and his disciples, who held Jesus in great respect as a prophet, remarks Eliphas Levi, used to utter, when speaking of Christians, the following remarkable words: Jesus of Nazareth was verily a true prophet of Allah and a grand man. But lo! His disciples all went insane one day, and made a god of him. Max Muller kindly adds, it was a mistake of the early fathers to treat the heathen gods as demons or evil spirits, and we must take care not to commit the same error with regard to the Hindu gods. 1773. But we have Satan presented to us as the prop and mainstay of sacerdotism and Atlas, holding the Christian heaven and cosmos upon his shoulders. If he falls, then, in their conception, all is lost, and chaos must come again. This dogma of the devil and redemption seems to be based upon two passages in the New Testament. For this purpose the Son of God was manifested, that he might destroy the works of the devil, 1774, and there was war in heaven. Michael and his angels fought against the dragon, and the dragon fought, and his angels, and prevailed not, neither was their place found any more in heaven. And the great dragon was cast out, that old serpent, called the devil and Satan, which deceiveth the whole world. Let us, then, explore the ancient theogonies, in order to ascertain what was meant by these remarkable expressions. The first inquiry is whether the term devil, as here used, actually represents the malignant deity of the Christians, or an antagonistic, blind force, the dark side of nature. By the latter we are not to understand the manifestation of any evil principle that is malum in se, but only the shadow of the light, so to say. The theories of the Kabbalists treat of it as a force which is antagonistic, but at the same time essential to the vitality, evolving, and vigor of the good principle. Plants would perish in their first stage of existence, if they were kept exposed to a constant sunlight. The night alternating with the day is essential to their healthy growth and development. Goodness, likewise, would speedily cease to be such, were it not alternated by its opposite. In human nature, evil denotes the antagonism of matter to the spiritual, and each is accordingly purified thereby. In the cosmos, the equilibrium must be preserved. The operation of the two contraries produce harmony, like the centripetal and centrifugal forces, and are necessary to each other. If one is arrested, the action of the other will immediately become destructive. This personification, denominated Satan, is to be contemplated from three different planes: the Old Testament, the Christian Fathers, and the ancient Gentile altitude. He is supposed to have been represented by the serpent in the Garden of Eden. Nevertheless, the epithet of Satan is nowhere in the Hebrew sacred writings applied to that or any other variety of Ophidian. The brazen serpent of Moses was worshipped by the Israelites as a god, 1775 being the symbol of Asclepius the Phoenician Iao. Indeed, the character of Satan himself is introduced in the first book of Chronicles in the act of instigating King David to number the Israelitish people, an act elsewhere declared specifically to have been moved by Jehovah himself. 1776. The inference is unavoidable that the two, Satan and Jehovah, were regarded as identical. Another mention of Satan is found in the prophecies of Zechariah. This book was written at a period subsequent to the Jewish colonization of Palestine, and hence, the Assadeans may fairly be supposed to have brought the personification thither from the east. It is well known that this body of sectaries were deeply imbued with the Mazdean notions, and that they represented Ahriman or Anraminyas by the god names of Syria. Set or Saturn, the god of the Hittites and Hyksos, and Beelzebub the oracle god, afterward the Grecian Apollo. The prophet began his labors in Judea in the 2nd year of Darius Hystaspes, the restorer of the Mazdean worship. He thus describes the encounter with Satan: "He showed me Joshua the high priest standing before the angel of the Lord, and Satan standing at his right hand to be his adversary. And the Lord said unto Satan, The Lord rebuke thee, O Satan. Even the Lord that hath chosen Jerusalem rebuke thee. Is not this a brand plucked out of the fire?" 1777. We apprehend that this passage which we have quoted is symbolical. There are two allusions in the New Testament that indicate that it was so regarded. The Catholic Epistle of Jude refers to it in this peculiar language: "Yet Michael the archangel, when contending with the devil, he disputed about the body of Moses. Did not venture to utter to him a reviling judgment, kappa rho iota sigma iota nu epsilon pi epsilon nu epsilon gamma kappa epsilon iota nu beta lambda alpha sigma pi eta epsilon nu iota alpha, but said, "The Lord rebuke thee." 1778. The Archangel Michael is thus mentioned as identical with the Hebrew text, Lord, or Angel of the Lord, of the preceding quotation, and thus is shown that the Hebrew Jehovah had a twofold character. The secret and that manifested as the Angel of the Lord, or Michael the Archangel. A comparison between these two passages renders it plain that the body of Moses, over which they contended, was Palestine, which as the land of the Hittites 1779 was the peculiar domain of Seth, their tutelar god. 1780. Michael, as the champion of the Jehovah worship, contended with the devil or adversary, but left judgment to his superior. Belial is not entitled to the distinction of either God or devil. The term, Hebrew text, Belial, is defined in the Hebrew lexicons to mean a destroying, waste, uselessness, or the phrase, Hebrew text, Ais Belial or Belial man signifies a wasteful, useless man. If Belial must be personified to please our religious friends, we would be obliged to make him perfectly distinct from Satan, and to consider him as a sort of spiritual diaca. The demonographers, however, who enumerate 9 distinct orders of daimonia, make him chief of the third class A set of hobgoblins, mischievous and good for nothing. Asmodeus is no Jewish spirit at all, his origin being purely Persian. Briel, the author of Hercule Cacus, shows that he is the Parsi Eshmdev, or Eshmadev, the evil spirit of concupiscence, whom Max Muller tells us is mentioned several times in the Avesta as one of the devs 1781 originally gods, who became evil spirits. In the same Fargud of the Vendidad, the Brahmin divinities are involved in the same denunciation with Eshmadeva, I combat India, I combat sorrow, I combat page 483 the Deva Nayan Hadi. The annotator explains them to be the Vedic gods, Indus, Gauriya, or Shiva, and the 2 Ashwins. There must be some mistake, however, for Shiva, at the time that the Vedas were completed, was an aboriginal or Ethiopian god, the Bala or Bel of Western Asia. He was not an Aryan or Vedic deity. Perhaps Surya was the divinity intended. Samul is Satan. But Bryan and a good many other authorities show it to be the name of the Simon, the wind of the desert, 1782, and the Simon is called Adabulos or Diabolos. Plutarch remarks that by Typhon was understood anything violent, unruly, and disorderly. The overflowing of the Nile was called by the Egyptians Typhon. Lower Egypt is very flat, and any mounds built along the river to prevent the frequent inundations, were called Typhonian or Taphos, hence, the origin of Typhon. Plutarch, who was a rigid, orthodox Greek, and never known to much compliment the Egyptians, testifies in his Isis and Osiris, to the fact that, far from worshipping the devil, of which Christians accused them, they despised more than they dreaded Typhon. In his symbol of the opposing, obstinate power of nature, they believed him to be a poor, struggling, half-dead divinity. Thus, even at that remote age, we see the ancients already too enlightened to believe in a personal devil. As Typhon was represented in one of his symbols under the figure of an ass at the festival of the sun's sacrifices. The Egyptian priests exhorted the faithful worshippers not to carry gold ornaments upon their bodies for fear of giving food to the ass. 1783. 3.5 centuries before Christ, Plato expressed his opinion of evil by saying that there is in matter a blind, refractory force, which resists the will of the great artificer. This blind force, under Christian influx, was made to see and become responsible, it was transformed into Satan. His identity with Typhon can scarcely be doubted upon reading the account in Job of his appearance with the sons of God, before the Lord. He accuses Job of a readiness to curse the Lord to his face upon sufficient provocation. So Typhon, in the Egyptian Book of the Dead, figures as the accuser. The resemblance extends even to the names, for one of Typhon's appellations was Seth, or Seph, as Satan, in Hebrew, means an adversary. In Arabic the word is shatana, to be adverse, to persecute, and Manetho says he had treacherously murdered Osiris and allied himself with the Shemites, the Israelites. This may possibly have originated the fable told by Plutarch, that, from the fight between Horus and Typhon, Typhon, overcome with fright at the mischief he had caused, fled 7 days on an ass, and escaping, begot the boys Ierosolymos and Iudios, Jerusalem and Judea. Referring to an invocation of Typhon Seth, Professor Rubens says that the Egyptians worshipped Typhon under the form of an ass, and according to him Seth appears gradually among the Semites as the background of their religious consciousness. 1784 The name of the ass in Coptic, Ao, is a phonetic of Iao, and hence the animal became a pun symbol. Thus Satan is a later creation, sprung from the overheated fancy of the fathers of the Church. By some reverse of fortune, to which the gods are subjected in common with mortals, Typhon Seth tumbled down from the eminence of the deified son of Adam Cadmon, to the degrading position of a subaltern spirit, a mythical demon ass. Religious schisms are as little free from the frail pettiness and spiteful feelings of humanity as the partisan quarrels of laymen. We find a strong instance of the above in the case of the Zoroastrian reform, when Magianism separated from the old faith of the Brahmins. The bright devas of the Veda became, under the religious reform of Zoroaster, devas, or evil spirits, of the Avesta. Even Indra, the luminous god, was thrust far back into the dark shadow 1785 in order to show off, in a brighter light, Ahura Mazda, the wise and supreme deity. The strange veneration in which the Ophites held the serpent which represented Christos may become less perplexing if the students would but remember that at all ages the serpent was the symbol of divine wisdom, which kills in order to resurrect. Destroys but to rebuild the better. Moses is made a descendant of Levi, a serpent tribe. Gautama Buddha is of a serpent lineage, through the Naga, serpent, race of kings who reigned in Magadha. Hermes, or the god Thoth, Thoth, in his snake symbol is Tet. And, according to the Ophite legends, Jesus or Christos is born from a snake, divine wisdom, or Holy Ghost, i.e., he became a son of God through his initiation into the serpent science. Vishnu, identical with the Egyptian Neph, rests on the heavenly seven-headed serpent. The red or fiery dragon of the ancient time was the military ensign of the Assyrians. Cyrus adopted it from them when Persia became dominant. The Romans and Byzantines next assumed it, and so the great red dragon, from being the symbol of Babylon and Nineveh, became that of Rome. 1786. The temptation, or probation, 1787 of Jesus is, however, the most dramatic occasion in which Satan appears. As if to prove the designation of Apollo, Aesculapius, and Bacchus, Diabolos, or son of Zeus, he is also styled Diabolos, or accuser. The scene of the probation was the wilderness. In the desert about the Jordan and Dead Sea were the abodes of the sons of the prophets, and the Essenes. 1788 These ascetics used to subject their neophytes to probations, analogous to the tortures of the Mithraic rites, and the temptation of Jesus was evidently a scene of this character. Hence, in the Gospel according to Luke, it is stated that, the Diabolos, having completed the probation, left him for a specific time, Alpha Chi Iota Kappa Alpha Iota Rho Omicron Upsilon, and Jesus returned in the power of the Spirit into Galilee. But the Delta Iota Alpha Beta Omicron Lambda Omicron, or devil, in this instance is evidently no malignant principle, but one exercising discipline. In this sense the terms devil and Satan are repeatedly employed. 1789 Thus, when Paul was liable to undue elation by reason of the abundance of revelations or apoptic disclosures, there was given him a thorn in the flesh, an angel of Satanas, to check him. 1790. The story of Satan in the Book of Job is of a similar character. He is introduced among the sons of God, presenting themselves before the Lord, as in a mystic initiation. Micaiah the prophet describes a similar scene, where he saw the Lord sitting on his throne, and all the host of heaven standing by him, with whom he took counsel, which resulted in putting a lying spirit into the mouth of the prophets of Ahab. 1791 The Lord counsels with Satan, and gives him carte blanche to test the fidelity of Job. He is stripped of his wealth and family, and smitten with a loathsome disease. In his extremity, his wife doubts his integrity, and exhorts him to worship God, as he is about to die. His friends all beset him with accusations, and finally the Lord, the chief hierophant himself, taxes him with the uttering of words in which there is no wisdom, and with contending with the Almighty. To this rebuke Job yielded, making this appeal, I will demand of thee, and thou shalt declare unto me, wherefore do I abhor myself and mourn in dust and ashes? Immediately he was vindicated. The Lord said unto Eliphaz, Ye have not spoken of me the thing that is right, as my servant Job hath. His integrity had been asserted, and his prediction verified. I know that my champion liveth, and that he will stand up for me at a later time on the earth. And though after my skin my body itself be corroded away, yet even then without my flesh shall I see God. The prediction was accomplished. I have heard of thee by the hearing of the ear, but now mine eye seeth thee. And the Lord turned the captivity of Job. In all these scenes there is manifested no such malignant diabolism as is supposed to characterize the adversary of souls. It is an opinion of certain writers of merit and learning, that the Satan of the Book of Job is a Jewish myth, containing the Mazdean doctrine of the evil principle. Dar. Haug remarks that the Zoroastrian religion exhibits a close affinity, or rather identity with the Mosaic religion and Christianity, such as the personality and attributes of the devil, and the resurrection of the dead. 1792 The War of the Apocalypse between Michael and the dragon, can be traced with equal facility to one of the oldest myths of the Aryans. In the Avesta we read of war between Tritaona and Ajidahaka, the destroying serpent. Burnouf has endeavored to show that the Vedic myth of Ahi, or the serpent, fighting against the gods, has been gradually euhemerized into the battle of a pious man against the power of evil, in the Mazdean religion. By these interpretations Satan would be made identical with Zohak or Ajidahaka, who is a three-headed serpent, with one of the heads a human. 1.1793. Beelzebub is generally distinguished from Satan. He seems, in the apocryphal New Testament, to be regarded as the potentate of the underworld. The name is usually rendered ball of the flies, which may be a designation of the scarabaei or sacred beetles. 1794 More correctly it shall be read, as it is always given in the Greek text of the Gospels, Beelzebul, or Lord of the household, as is indeed intimated in Matthew x. 25, If they have called the master of the house Beelzebul, how much more shall they call them of his household? He was also styled the prince or archon of demons. Typhon figures in the Book of the Dead, as the accuser of souls when they appear for judgment, as Satan stood up to accuse Joshua, the high priest, before the angel. And as the devil came to Jesus to tempt or test him during his great fast in the wilderness. He was also the deity denominated Baal-Zephon, or god of the crypt, in the Book of Exodus, and Seth, or the pillar. During this period, the ancient or archaic worship was more or less under the ban of the government. In figurative language, Osiris had been treacherously slain and cut in 14, twice 7, pieces, and coffined by his brother Typhon, and Isis had gone to Byblos in quest of his body. We must not forget in this relation that Saba or Sabazios, of Phrygia and Greece, was torn by the Titans into 7 pieces, and that he was, like Heptoctus of the Chaldeans, the 7-rayed god. Shiva, the Hindu, is represented crowned with 7 serpents, and he is the god of war and destruction. The Hebrew Jehovah the Sabaoth is also called the Lord of Hosts, Saba or Saba, Bacchus or Dionysus Sabazios. So that all these may easily be proved identical. Finally the princes of the older regime, the gods who had, on the assault of the giants, taken the forms of animals and hidden in Ethiopia, returned and expelled the shepherds. According to Josephus, the Hyksos were the ancestors of the Israelites. 1795 This is doubtless substantially true. The Hebrew scriptures, which tell a somewhat different story, were written at a later period, and underwent several revisions, before they were promulgated with any degree of publicity. Typhon became odious in Egypt, and shepherds, an abomination. In the course of the 20th dynasty he was suddenly treated as an evil demon, insomuch that his effigies and name are obliterated on all the monuments and inscriptions that could be reached. 1796 In all ages the gods have been liable to be euhemerized into men. There are tombs of Zeus, Apollo, Hercules, and Bacchus, which are often mentioned to show that originally they were only mortals. Shem, Ham, and Japhet are traced in the divinities Shamus of Assyria, Cam of Egypt, and Iapetos the Titan. Seth was god of the Hyksos, Enoch, or Inachus, of the Argives. And Abraham, Isaac, and Judah have been compared with Brahma, Ikshwaka, and Yadu of the Hindu pantheon. Typhon tumbled down from godhead to devilship, both in his own character as brother of Osiris, and as the Seth, or Satan of Asia. Apollo, the god of day, became, in his older Phoenician garb, no more Baal-zebul, the oracle god, but prince of demons, and finally the lord of the underworld. The separation of Mazdaeanism from Vedism transformed the devas or gods into evil potencies. Indra, also, in the Vendidad is set forth as the subaltern of Ahriman 1797 created by him out of the materials of darkness 1798 together with Shiva, Surya, and the two Ashwins. Even Jahi is the demon of lust probably identical with Indra. The several tribes and nations had their tutelar gods, and vilified those of inimical peoples. The transformation of Typhon, Satan and Beelzebub are of this character. Indeed, Tertullian speaks of Mitra, the god of the mysteries, as a devil. In the 12th chapter of the Apocalypse, Michael and his angels overcame the dragon and his angels, and the great dragon was cast out, that archaic Ophis, called Diabolos and Satan, that deceiveth the whole world. It is added, they overcame him by the blood of the Lamb. The Lamb, or Christ, had to descend himself to hell, the world of the dead, and remain there 3 days before he subjugated the enemy, according to the myth. Michael was denominated by the Kabbalists and the Gnostics, the Savior, the Angel of the Sun, and Angel of Light. Hebrew text, probably, from Hebrew text, to manifest and Hebrew text, God. He was the first of the eons, and was well known to antiquarians as the unknown angel represented on the Gnostic amulets. The writer of the Apocalypse, if not a Kabbalist, must have been a Gnostic. Michael was not a personage originally exhibited to him in his vision, Epoptia, but the savior and dragon slayer. Archaeological explorations have indicated him as identical with Anubis, whose effigy was lately discovered upon an Egyptian monument, with a cuirass and holding a spear, like Saint Michael and Saint George. He is also represented as slaying a dragon, that has the head and tail of a serpent. 1799. The student of Lepsius, Champollion, and other Egyptologists will quickly recognize Isis as the woman with child, clothed with the sun and with the moon under her feet, whom the great fiery dragon persecuted. And to whom were given 2 wings of the great eagle that she might fly into the wilderness. Typhon was red-skinned. 1800. The 2 brothers, the good and evil principles, appear in the myths of the Bible as well as those of the Gentiles, and Cain and Abel, Typhon and Osiris, Esau and Jacob, Apollo and Python, etc. Esau, or Osu, is represented, when born, as red all over like an hairy garment. He is the Typhon or Satan, opposing his brother. From the remotest antiquity the serpent was held by every people in the greatest veneration, as the embodiment of divine wisdom and the symbol of spirit. And we know from Sanchoniathon that it was Hermes or Thoth who was the first to regard the serpent as the most spirit-like of all the reptiles. And the Gnostic serpent with the 7 vowels over the head is but the copy of Ananta, the 7-headed serpent on which rests the god Vishnu. We have experienced no little surprise to find upon reading the latest European treatises upon serpent worship, that the writers confess that the public is still almost in the dark as to the origin of the superstition in question. Mr. C. Staniland Wake, M.A.I., from whom we now quote, says, the student of mythology knows that certain ideas were associated by the peoples of antiquity with the serpent, and that it was the favorite symbol of particular deities. But why that animal rather than any other was chosen for the purpose is yet uncertain. 1801. Mr. James Ferguson, F.R.S. Who has gathered together such an abundance of material upon this ancient cult, seems to have no more suspicion of the truth than the rest. 1802. Our explanation of the myth may be of little value to students of symbology, and yet we believe that the interpretation of the primitive serpent worship as given by the initiates is the correct one. In Volume 1, p. 10, we quote from the serpent mantra, in the Aitariya Brahmana, a passage which speaks of the earth as the Sarpa Rajni, the queen of the serpents, and the mother of all that moves. These expressions refer to the fact that before our globe had become egg-shaped or round, it was a long trail of cosmic dust or fire mist, moving and writhing like a serpent. This, say the explanations, was the Spirit of God moving on the chaos until its breath had incubated cosmic matter and made it assume the annular shape of a serpent with its tail in its mouth, emblem of eternity in its spiritual and of our world in its physical sense. According to the notions of the oldest philosophers, as we have shown in the preceding chapter, the earth, serpent-like, casts off its skin and appears after every minor pralaya in a rejuvenated state. And after the great pralaya resurrects or evolves again from its subjective into objective existence. Like the serpent, it not only puts off its old age, says Sankanayathan, but increases in size and strength. This is why not only Serapis, and later, Jesus, were represented by a great serpent, but even why, in our own century, big snakes are kept with sacred care in Muslim mosques, for instance, in that of Cairo. In Upper Egypt a famous saint is said to appear under the form of a large serpent. And in India in some children's cradles a pair of serpents, male and female, are reared with the infant, and snakes are often kept in houses, as they are thought to bring a magnetic aura of wisdom, health, and good luck. They are the progeny of Sarpa Rajni, the earth, and endowed with all her virtues. In the Hindu mythology Vaisakhi, the great dragon, pours forth upon Durga, from his mouth, a poisonous fluid which overspreads the ground, but her consort Shiva caused the earth to open her mouth and swallow it. Thus the mystic drama of the celestial virgin pursued by the dragon seeking to devour her child, was not only depicted in the constellations of heaven, as has been mentioned, but was represented in the secret worship of the temples. It was the mystery of the god soul, and inscribed on a black image of Isis. 1803 The divine boy was chased by the cruel typhon. 1804 In an Egyptian legend the dragon is said to pursue Isis, while she is endeavoring to protect her son. 1805 Ovid describes Dione, the consort of the original Pelasgian Zeus, and mother of Venus, as flying from Typhon to the Euphrates. 1806 thus identifying the myth as belonging to all the countries where the mysteries were celebrated. Virgil sings the victory. Hail, dear child of gods, great son of Jove! Receive the honors great, the time is at hand. The serpent will die. 1807. Albertus Magnus, himself an alchemist and student of occult science, as well as a bishop of the Roman Catholic Church, in his enthusiasm for astrology, declared that the zodiacal sign of the celestial Virgin rises above the horizon on the 25th of December, at the moment assigned by the Church for the birth of the Savior. 1808. The sign and myth of the mother and child were known thousands of years before the Christian era. The drama of the mysteries of Demeter represents Persephonia, her daughter, as carried away by Pluto or Hades into the world of the dead. And when the mother finally discovers her there, she has been installed as queen of the realm of darkness. This myth was transcribed by the Church into the legend of St. Anna. 1809 going in quest of her daughter Mary, who has been conveyed by Joseph into Egypt. Persephone is depicted with 2 ears of wheat in her hand, so is Mary in the old pictures, so was the celestial virgin of the constellation. Albumazer the Arabian indicates the identity of the several myths as follows. In the first decan of the Virgin rises a maid, called in Arabic Adarinosa, Adanari. That is, pure immaculate virgin. 1810 graceful in person, charming in countenance, modest in habit, with loosened hair, holding in her hands 2 ears of wheat, sitting upon an embroidered throne, nursing a boy. And rightly feeding him in the place called Hebrea. A boy, I say, named Yesus by certain nations, which signifies Isa, whom they also call Christ in Greek. 1811. At this time Grecian, Asiatic, and Egyptian ideas had undergone a remarkable transformation. The mysteries of Dionysius Sabazius had been replaced by the rites of Mithras, whose caves superseded the crypts of the former god, from Babylon to Britain. Serapis, or Sriappa, from Pontus, had usurped the place of Osiris. The king of eastern Hindustan, Asoka, had embraced the religion of Siddhartha, and sent missionaries clear to Greece, Asia, Syria, and Egypt, to promulgate the evangel of wisdom. The Essenes of Judea and Arabia, the Therapeutists 1812 of Egypt, and the Pythagoreans 1813 of Greece and Magna Graecia, were evidently religionists of the new faith. The legends of Gautama superseded the myths of Horus, Anubis, Adonis, Hades, and Bacchus. These were wrought anew into the mysteries and Gospels, and to them we owe the literature known as the Evangelists and the Apocryphal New Testament. They were kept by the Ebionites, Nazarenes, and other sects as sacred books, which they might show only to the wise. And were so preserved till the overshadowing influence of the Roman ecclesiastical polity was able to wrest them from those who kept them. At the time that the high priest Hilkiah is said to have found the Book of the Law, the Hindu Puranas, scriptures, were known to the Assyrians. These last had for many centuries held dominion from the Hellespont to the Indus, and probably crowded the Aryans out of Bactriana into the Punjab. The Book of the Law seems to have been a Purana. The learned Brahmins, says Sir William Jones, pretend that 5 conditions are requisite to constitute a real Purana. 1. To treat of the creation of matter in general. 2. To treat of the creation or production of secondary material and spiritual beings. 3. To give a chronological abridgment of the great periods of time. 4. To give a genealogical abridgment of the principal families that reigned over the country. 5. Lastly, to give the history of some great man in particular. It is pretty certain that whoever wrote the Pentateuch had this plan before him, as well as those who wrote the New Testament had become thoroughly well acquainted with Buddhistic ritualistic worship, legends and doctrines. Through the Buddhist missionaries who were many in those days in Palestine and Greece. But, no devil, no Christ. This is the basic dogma of the Church. We must hunt the two together. There is a mysterious connection between the two, more close than perhaps is suspected, amounting to identity. If we collect together the mythical sons of God, all of whom were regarded as first begotten, they will be found dovetailing together and blending in this dual character. Adam Kadmon bifurcates from the spiritual conceptive wisdom into the creative one, which evolves matter. The Adam made from dust is both son of God and Satan, and the latter is also a son of God 1814 according to Job. Hercules was likewise the first begotten. He is also Bel, Baal, and therefore Shiva, the destroyer. Bacchus was styled by Euripides, Bacchus, the son of God. As a child, Bacchus, like the Jesus of the apocryphal Gospels, was greatly dreaded. He is described as benevolent to mankind, nevertheless he was merciless in punishing whomever failed of respect to his worship. Pentheus, the son of Cadmus and Hermione, was, like the son of Rabbi Hanan, destroyed for his want of piety. The allegory of Job, which has been already cited, if correctly understood, will give the key to this whole matter of the devil, his nature and office, and will substantiate our declarations. Let no pious individual take exception to this designation of allegory. Myth was the favorite and universal method of teaching in archaic times. Paul, writing to the Corinthians, declared that the entire story of Moses and the Israelites was typical, 18:15, and in his epistle to the Galatians, asserted that the whole story of Abraham, his 2 wives, and their sons was an allegory. 18:16. Indeed, it is a theory amounting to certitude, that the historical books of the Old Testament were of the same character. We take no extraordinary liberty with the book of Job when we give it the same designation which Paul gave the stories of Abraham and Moses. But we ought, perhaps, to explain the ancient use of allegory and symbology. The truth in the former was left to be deduced, the symbol expressed some abstract quality of the deity, which the laity could easily apprehend. Its higher sense terminated there. And it was employed by the multitude thenceforth as an image to be employed in idolatrous rites. But the allegory was reserved for the inner sanctuary, when only the elect were admitted. Hence the rejoinder of Jesus when his disciples interrogated him because he spoke to the multitude in parables. To you, said he, it is given to know the mysteries of the kingdom of heaven, but to them it is not given. For whosoever hath, to him shall be given, and he shall have more abundance, but whosoever hath not, from him shall be taken away even that he hath. In the minor mysteries a sow was washed to typify the purification of the neophyte. As her return to the mire indicated the superficial nature of the work that had been accomplished. The mythos is the undisclosed thought of the soul. The characteristic trait of the myth is to convert reflection into history, a historical form. As in the epos, so in the myth, the historical element predominates. Facts, external events, often constitute the basis of the myth, and with these, religious ideas are interwoven. The whole allegory of Job is an open book to him who understands the picture language of Egypt as it is recorded in the Book of the Dead. In the scene of judgment, Osiris is represented sitting on his throne, holding in one hand the symbol of life, the hook of attraction, and in the other the mystic baksheik fan. Before him are the sons of God, the 42 assessors of the dead. An altar is immediately before the throne, covered with gifts and surmounted with the sacred lotus flower, upon which stand 4 spirits. By the entrance stands the soul about to be judged, whom Thme, the genius of truth, is welcoming to this conclusion of the probation. Thoth holding a reed, makes a record of the proceedings in the book of life. Horus and Anubis, standing by the scales, inspect the weight which determines whether the heart of the deceased balances the symbol of truth, or the latter preponderates. On pedestal sits a bitch, the symbol of the accuser. Initiation into the mysteries, as every intelligent person knows, was dramatic representation of scenes in the underworld. Such was the allegory of Job. Several critics have attributed the authorship of this book to Moses. But it is older than the Pentateuch. Jehovah is not mentioned in the poem itself. And if the name occurs in the prologue, the fact must be attributed to either an error of the translators, or the premeditation exacted by the later necessity to transform polytheism into a monotheistic religion. The plan adopted was the very simple one of attributing the many names of the Elohim, gods, to a single God. So in one of the oldest Hebrew texts of Job, in chapter 12:9, there stands the name of Jehovah, whereas all other manuscripts have Adonai. But in the original poem Jehovah is absent. In place of this name we find Al, Alium, El, Shaddai, Adonai, etc. Therefore, we must conclude that either the prologue and epilogue were added at a later period, which is inadmissible for many reasons, or that it has been tampered with like the rest of the manuscripts. Then, we find in this archaic poem no mention whatever of the sabbatical institution. But a great many references to the sacred number 7, of which we will speak further, and a direct discussion upon Sabaeanism, the worship of the heavenly bodies prevailing in those days in Arabia. Satan is called in it a son of God, one of the council which presents itself before God, and he leads him into tempting Job's fidelity. In this poem, clearer and plainer than anywhere else, do we find the meaning of the appellation, Satan. It is a term for the office or character of public accuser. Satan is the Typhon of the Egyptians, barking his accusations in Amenti, an office quite as respectable as that of the public prosecutor, in our own age. And if, through the ignorance of the first Christians, he became later identical with the devil, it is through no connivance of his own. The Book of Job is a complete representation of ancient initiation, and the trials which generally precede this grandest of all ceremonies. The neophyte perceives himself deprived of everything he valued, and afflicted with foul disease. His wife appeals to him to adore God and die, there was no more hope for him. 3 friends appear on the scene by mutual appointment, Eliphaz, the learned Temanite, full of the knowledge, which wise men have told from their fathers to whom alone the earth was given. Bildad, the conservative, taking matters as they come, and judging Job to have done wickedly, because he was afflicted, and Zophar, intelligent and skillful with generalities, but not interiorly wise. Job boldly responds, "If I have erred, it is a matter with myself. You magnify yourselves and plead against me in my reproach, but it is God who has overthrown me. Why do you persecute me and are not satisfied with my flesh thus wasted away? But I know that my champion lives, and that at a coming day he will stand for me in the earth, and though, together with my skin, all this beneath it shall be destroyed, yet without my flesh I shall see God. Ye shall say, Why do we molest him, for the root of the matter is found in me." This passage, like all others in which the faintest allusions could be found to a champion, deliverer, or vindicator, was interpreted into a direct reference to the Messiah. But apart from the fact that in the Septuagint this verse is translated, "For I know that he is eternal, who is about to deliver me on earth, to restore this skin of mine which endures these things," etc. In King James's version, as it stands translated, it has no resemblance whatever to the original. 1817 The crafty translators have rendered it, "I know that my Redeemer liveth," etc. And yet Septuagint, Vulgate, and Hebrew original, have all to be considered as an inspired word of God. Job refers to his own immortal spirit which is eternal, and which, when death comes, will deliver him from his putrid earthly body and clothe him with a new spiritual envelope. In the Mysteries of Eleusiniya, in the Egyptian Book of the Dead, and all other works treating on matters of initiation, this eternal being has a name. With the Neo-Platonists it was the Nous, the Ogoids, with the Buddhists it is Agra. And with the Persians, Furwer. All of these are called the deliverers, the champions, the Metatrons, etc. In the Mithraic sculptures of Persia, the Furwer is represented by a winged figure hovering in the air above its object or body. 1818 It is the luminous self, the Atman of the Hindus, our immortal spirit, who alone can redeem our soul, and will, if we follow him instead of being dragged down by our body. Therefore, in the Chaldean texts, the above reads, "My deliverer, my restorer," i.e., the spirit who will restore the decayed body of man, and transform it into a clothing of ether. And it is this Nous, Ogoids, Furwer, Agra, spirit of himself, that the triumphant Job shall see without his flesh eye when he has escaped from his bodily prison, and that the translators call God. Not only is there not the slightest allusion in the poem of Job to Christ, but it is now well proved that all those versions by different translators, which agree with that of King James, were written on the authority of Jerome, who has taken strange liberties in his Vulgate. He was the first to cram into the text this verse of his own fabrication. "I know that my Redeemer lives. And at the last day I shall arise from the earth. And again shall be surrounded with my skin. And in my flesh I shall see my God." All of which might have been a good reason for himself to believe in it since he knew it, but for others who did not, and who moreover found in the text a quite different idea, it only proves that Jerome had decided, by one more interpolation, to enforce the dogma of a resurrection at the last day, and in the identical skin and bones which we had used on earth. This is an agreeable prospect of restoration, indeed. Why not the linen also, in which the body happens to die? And how could the author of the book of Job know anything of the New Testament, when evidently he was utterly ignorant even of the Old one? There is a total absence of allusion to any of the patriarchs. And so evidently is it the work of an initiate, that one of the three daughters of Job is even called by a decidedly pagan mythological name. The name of Keren-Happuch is rendered in various ways by the many translators. The Vulgate has horn of antimony, and the LXX has the horn of Amalthea, the nurse of Jupiter, and one of the constellations, emblem of the horn of plenty. The presence in the Septuagint of this heroine of pagan fable shows the ignorance of the transcribers of its meaning as well as the esoteric origin of the book of Job. Instead of offering consolations, the three friends of the suffering Job seek to make him believe that his misfortune must have come in punishment of some extraordinary transgressions on his part. Hurling back upon them all their imputations, Job swears that while his breath is in him he will maintain his cause. He takes in view the period of his prosperity, when the secret of God was upon his tabernacles, and he was a judge, who sat chief, and dwelt as a king in the army, or one that comforteth the mourners. And compares with it the present time when vagrant Bedouins held him in derision, men viler than the earth, when he was prostrated by misfortune and foul disease. Then he asserts his sympathy for the unfortunate, his chastity, his integrity, his probity, his strict justice, his charities, his moderation, his freedom from the prevalent sun worship, his tenderness to enemies, his hospitality to strangers, his openness of heart, his boldness for the right, though he encountered the multitude and the contempt of families. And invokes the Almighty to answer him, and his adversary to write down of what he had been guilty. To this there was not, and could not be, any answer. The three had sought to crush Job by pleadings and general arguments, and he had demanded consideration for his specific acts. Then appeared the fourth, Elihu, the son of Barachel the Buzite, of the kindred of Ram. 18:19. Elihu is the Hierophant. He begins with a rebuke, and the sophisms of Job's false friends are swept away like the loose sand before the west wind. And Elihu, the son of Barachel, spoke and said, Great men are not always wise, there is a spirit in man. The spirit within me constraineth me. God speaketh once, yet twice, yet man perceiveth it not. In a dream, in a vision of the night, when deep sleep falleth upon man, in slumberings upon the bed. Then he openeth the ears of men, and sealeth their instruction. O Job, hearken unto me, hold thy peace, and I shall teach thee wisdom. And Job, who to the dogmatic fallacies of his three friends in the bitterness of his heart had exclaimed, No doubt but ye are the people, and wisdom shall die with you. Miserable comforters are ye all. Surely I would speak to the Almighty, and I desire to reason with God. But ye are forgers of lies, ye are physicians of no value. The Zoroastrian visited Job, who in the face of the official clergy offering for all hope the Necessarianism of damnation, had in his despair nearly wavered in his patient faith, answered, What ye know, the same do I know also. I am not inferior unto you. Man cometh forth like a flower, and is cut down, he fleeth also as a shadow, and continueth not. Man dieth, and wasteth away, yea, man giveth up the ghost, and where is he? If a man die shall he live again? When a few years are come then I shall go the way whence I shall not return. Oh that one might plead for a man with God, as a man pleadeth for his neighbor. Job finds one who answers to his cry of agony. He listens to the wisdom of Elihu, the Hierophant, the perfected teacher, the inspired philosopher. From his stern lips comes the just rebuke for his impiety in charging upon the Supreme Being the evils of humanity. God, says Elihu, is excellent in power, and in judgment, and in plenty of justice, he will not afflict. So long as the neophyte was satisfied with his own worldly wisdom and irreverent estimate of the deity and his purposes. So long as he gave ear to the pernicious sophistries of his advisers, the Hierophant kept silent. But, when this anxious mind was ready for counsel and instruction, his voice is heard, and he speaks with the authority of the Spirit of God that constraineth him. Surely God will not hear vanity, neither will the Almighty regard it. He respecteth not any that are wise at heart. What better commentary than this upon the fashionable preacher, who multiplieth words without knowledge? This magnificent prophetic satire might have been written to prefigure the spirit that prevails in all the denominations of Christians. Job hearkens to the words of wisdom, and then the Lord answers Job out of the whirlwind of nature, God's first visible manifestation. Stand still, O Job, stand still. And consider the wondrous works of God. For by them alone thou canst know God. Behold, God is great, and we know him not, him who mocketh small the drops of water, but they pour down rain according to the vapor thereof. 1820 Not according to the divine whim, but to the once established and immutable laws. Which law removeth the mountains and they know not, which shake the earth, which commandeth the sun, and it riseth not, and sealeth up the stars. Which doeth great things past finding out, yea, and wonders without number. Lo, he goeth by me, and I see him not, he passeth on also, but I perceive him not. 1821. Then, who is this that darkeneth counsel by words without knowledge? 1822 speaks the voice of God through his mouthpiece nature. Where wast thou when I laid the foundations of the earth? Declare, if thou hast understanding. Who hath laid the measures thereof, if thou knowest? When the morning stars sang together, and all the sons of God shouted for joy. Wast thou present when I said to the seas, hitherto shalt thou come, but no further, and here shall thy proud waves be stayed? Knowest thou who hath caused it to rain on the earth, where no man is, on the wilderness, wherein there is no man? Canst thou bind the sweet influences of Pleiades, or loose the bands of Orion? Canst thou send lightnings, that they may go, and say unto thee, Here we are? 1823. Then Job answered the Lord. He understood his ways, and his eyes were opened for the first time. The supreme wisdom descended upon him. And if the reader remain puzzled before this final patroma of initiation, at least Job, or the man afflicted in his blindness, then realized the impossibility of catching Leviathan by putting a hook into his nose. The Leviathan is occult science, on which one can lay his hand, but do no more. 1824 Whose power and comely proportion God wishes not to conceal. Who can discover the face of his garment, or who can come to him with his double bridle? Who can open the doors of his face, of him whose scales are his pride, shut up together as with a closed seal? Through whose neesings a light doth shine, and whose eyes are like the lids of the morning? Who mocketh a light to shine after him, for those who have the fearlessness to approach him? And then they, like him, will behold all high things, for he is king only over all the children of pride. 1825. Job, now in modest confidence, responded. I know that thou canst do everything. And that no thought of thine can be resisted. Who is he that mocketh a show of arcane wisdom, of which he knoweth nothing? Thus have I uttered what I did not comprehend. Things far above me, which I did not know. Hear. I beseech thee, and I will speak. I will demand of thee, and do thou answer me. I have heard thee with my ears. And now I see thee with my eyes. Wherefore am I loathsome? And mourn in dust and ashes? He recognized his champion, and was assured that the time for his vindication had come. Immediately the Lord, the priests and the judges, Deuteronomy 19:17, saith to his friends, My wrath is kindled against thee and against thy two friends. For ye have not spoken of me the thing that is right, as my servant Job hath. So, the Lord turned the captivity of Job, and blessed the latter end of Job more than his beginning. Then in the judgment the deceased invokes 4 spirits who preside over the lake of fire, and is purified by them. He then is conducted to his celestial house, and is received by Ather and Isis, and stands before Adam. 1826 The essential God. He is now Turu, the essential man, a pure spirit, and henceforth on Ati, the eye of fire, and an associate of the gods. This grandiose poem of Job was well understood by the Kabbalists. While many of the medieval Hermetists were profoundly religious men, they were, in their innermost hearts like Kabbalists of every age, the deadliest enemies of the clergy. How true the words of Paracelsus when worried by fierce persecution and slander, misunderstood by friends and foes, abused by clergy and laity, he exclaimed. O ye of Paris, Padua, Montpellier, Salerno, Vienna, and Leipzig! Ye are not teachers of the truth, but confessors of lies. Your philosophy is a lie. Would you know what magic really is, then seek it in St. John's Revelation. As you cannot yourselves prove your teachings from the Bible and the Revelation, then let your farces have an end. The Bible is the true key and interpreter. John, not less than Moses, Elias, Enoch, David, Solomon, Daniel, Jeremiah, and the rest of the prophets, was a magician, Kabbalist, and diviner. If now, all, or even any of those I have named, were yet living, I do not doubt that you would make an example of them in your miserable slaughterhouse, and would annihilate them there on the spot, and if it were possible. The Creator of all things too. That Paracelsus had learned some mysterious and useful things out of Revelation and other Bible books, as well as from the Kabbalah, was proved by him practically. So much so, that he is called by many the father of magic and founder of the occult physics of the Kabbalah and magnetism. 1827. So firm was the popular belief in the supernatural powers of Paracelsus, that to this day the tradition survives among the simple-minded Alsatians that he is not dead, but sleepeth in his grave at Strasbourg. 1828. And they often whisper among themselves that the green sod heaves with every respiration of that weary breast. And that deep groans are heard as the great fire philosopher awakes to the remembrance of the cruel wrongs he suffered at the hands of his cruel slanderers for the sake of the great truth. It will be perceived from these extended illustrations that the Satan of the Old Testament, the diabolos or devil of the Gospels and Apostolic Epistles, were but the antagonistic principle in matter, necessarily incident to it, and not wicked in the moral sense of the term. The Jews, coming from the Persian country, brought with them the doctrine of two principles. They could not bring the Avesta, for it was not written. But they mean the Assyrians and Farsi invested Ormuzd with the secret name of Hebrew text, and Ahriman with the name of the gods of the land, Satan of the Hittites, and Diabolos, or rather Diabolos, of the Greeks. The early church, at least the Pauline part of it, the Gnostics and their successors, further refined upon their ideas, and the Catholic Church adopted and adapted them, meanwhile putting their promulgators to the sword. The Protestant is a reaction from the Roman Catholic Church. It is necessarily not coherent in its parts, but a prodigious host of fragments beating their way round a common center, attracting and repelling each other. Parts are centripetally impelled towards old Rome, or the system which enabled old Rome to exist, parts still recoil under the centrifugal impulse and seek to rush into the broad ethereal region beyond Roman, or even Christian influence. The modern devil is their principal heritage from the Roman Cybele, Babylon, the great mother of the idolatrous and abominable religions of the earth. But it may be argued, perhaps, that Hindu theology, both Brahmanical and Buddhistic, is as strongly impregnated with belief in objective devils as Christianity itself. There is a slight difference. This very subtlety of the Hindu mind is a sufficient warrant that the well-educated people, the learned portion, at least, of the Brahmin and Buddhist divines, consider the devil in another light. With them the devil is a metaphysical abstraction, an allegory of necessary evil, while with Christians the myth has become a historical entity, the fundamental stone on which Christianity, with its dogma of redemption, is built. He is as necessary as Desmosos has shown to the Church as the beast of the 17th chapter of the Apocalypse was to his writer. The English-speaking Protestants, not finding the Bible explicit enough, have adopted the diabology of Milton's celebrated poem, Paradise Lost, embellishing it somewhat from Goethe's celebrated drama of Faust. John Milton, first a Puritan and finally a Quietist and Unitarian, never put forth his great production except as a work of fiction, but it thoroughly dovetailed together the different parts of Scripture. The Ildabouth of the Ophites was transformed into an angel of light, and the morning star, and made the devil in the first act of the diabolic drama. Then the 12th chapter of the Apocalypse was brought in for the second act. The great red dragon was adopted as the same illustrious personage as Lucifer, and the last scene is his fall, like that of Vulcan Hephaestos, from heaven into the island of Lemnos. The fugitive hosts and their leader, coming to hard bottom in pandemonium. The third act is the Garden of Eden. Satan holds a council in a hall erected by him for his new empire, and determines to go forth on an exploring expedition in quest of the new world. The next acts relate to the fall of man, his career on earth, the advent of the Logos, or Son of God, and his redemption of mankind, or the elect portion of them, as the case may be. This drama of Paradise Lost comprises the unformulated belief of English-speaking, evangelical Protestant Christians. Disbelief of its main features is equivalent, in their view, to denying Christ and blaspheming against the Holy Ghost. If John Milton had supposed that his poem, instead of being regarded as a companion of Dante's Divine Comedy, would have been considered as another apocalypse to supplement the Bible, and complete its demonology, it is more than probable that he would have borne his poverty more resolutely, and withheld it from the press. A later poet, Robert Pollock, taking his cue from this work, wrote another, The Course of Time, which bade fair for a season to take the rank of a later scripture. But the 19th century has fortunately received a different inspiration, and the Scotch poet is falling into oblivion. We ought, perhaps, to make a brief notice of the European devil. He is the genius who deals in sorcery, witchcraft, and other mischief. The fathers, taking the idea from the Jewish Pharisees, made devils of the pagan gods, Mithras, Serapis, and the others. The Roman Catholic Church followed by denouncing the former worship as commerce with the powers of darkness. The maleficii and witches of the Middle Ages were thus but the votaries of the proscribed worship. Magic in all ancient times had been considered as divine science, wisdom, and the knowledge of God. The healing art in the temples of Aesculapius, and at the shrines of Egypt and the East, had always been magical. Even Darius Hystaspes, who had exterminated the Median Magi, and even driven out the Chaldean theurgists from Babylon into Asia Minor, had also been instructed by the Brahmins of Upper Asia, and, finally, while establishing the worship of Ormuzd, was also himself denominated the institutor of magism. All was now changed. Ignorance was enthroned as the mother of devotion. Learning was denounced, and savants prosecuted the sciences in peril of their lives. They were compelled to employ a jargon to conceal their ideas from all but their own adepts, and to accept opprobrium, calumny, and poverty. The votaries of the ancient worship were persecuted and put to death on charges of witchcraft. The Albigenses, descendants of the Gnostics, and the Waldenses, precursors of the Protestants, were hunted and massacred under like accusations. Martin Luther himself was accused of companionship with Satan in proper person. The whole Protestant world still lies under the same imputation. There is no distinction in the judgments of the Church between dissent, heresy, and witchcraft. And except where civil authority protects, they are alike capital offenses. Religious liberty the Church regards as intolerance. But the Reformers were nursed with the milk of their mother. Luther was as bloodthirsty as the Pope, Calvin more intolerant than Leo or Urban. 30 years of war depopulated whole districts of Germany, Protestants and Catholics cruel alike. The new faith too opened its batteries against witchcraft. The statute books became crimsoned with bloody legislation in Sweden, Denmark, Germany, Holland, Great Britain, and the North American Commonwealth. Whosoever was more liberal, more intelligent, more free-speaking than his fellows was liable to arrest and death. The fires that were extinguished at Smithfield were kindled anew for magicians. It was safer to rebel against a throne than to pursue abstruse knowledge outside the orthodox deadline. In the 17th century Satan made a sortie in New England, New Jersey, New York, and several of the southern colonies of North America, and Cotton Mather gives us the principal chronicles of his manifestation. A few years later he visited the parsonage of Mora, in Sweden, and life in Dalecarlia was diversified with the burning alive of young children, and the whipping of others at the church doors on Sabbath days. The skepticism of modern times has, however, pretty much driven the belief in witchcraft into Coventry. And the devil in personal anthropomorphic form, with his Bacchus foot, and his pan-like goat's horns, holds place only in the encyclical letters, and other effusions of the Roman Catholic Church. Protestant respectability does not allow him to be named at all except with bated breath in a pulpit enclosure. Having now set forth the biography of the devil from his first advent in India and Persia, his progress through Jewish, and both early and later Christian theology down to the latest phases of his manifestation, we now turn back to review certain of the opinions extant in the earlier Christian centuries. Avatars or incarnations were common to the old religions. India had them reduced to a system. The Persians expected Sosiash, and the Jewish writers looked for a deliverer. Tacitus and Suetonius relate that the East was full of expectation of the great personage about the time of Octavius. Thus doctrines obvious to Christians were the highest arcana of paganism. 1829 The Maneros of Plutarch was a child of Palestine. 1830 His mediator Mithras, the savior Osiris is the Messiah. In our present, canonical scriptures, are to be traced the vestigia of the ancient worships. And in the rites and ceremonies of the Roman Catholic Church we find the forms of the Buddhistical worship, its ceremonies and hierarchy. The first Gospels, once as canonical as any of the present four, contain pages taken almost entire from Buddhistical narratives, as we are prepared to show. After the evidence furnished by Burnouf, Asoma, Korosi, Beale, Hardy, Schmidt, and translations from the Tripitaka, it is impossible to doubt that the whole Christian scheme emanated from the other. The miraculous conception, miracles and other incidents are found in full in Hardy's Manual of Buddhism. We can readily realize why the Roman Catholic Church is anxious to keep the common people in utter ignorance of the Hebrew Bible and the Greek literature. Philology and comparative theology are her deadliest enemies. The deliberate falsifications of Irenaeus, Epiphanius, Eusebius and Tertullian had become a necessity. The Sibylline books at that period seem to have been regarded with extraordinary favor. One can easily perceive that they were inspired from the same source as those of the Gentile nations. Here is a leaf from Gellius. New light has arisen. Coming from heaven, it assumed a mortal form. Virgin, receive God in thy pure bosom. And the Word flew into her womb. Becoming incarnate in time, and animated by her body. It was found in a mortal image, and a boy was created. By a virgin. The new God-sent star was adored by the Magi. The infant swathed was shown in a manger. And Bethlehem was called, God called country of the Word 1831. This looks at first sight like a prophecy of Jesus. But could it not mean as well some other creative god? We have like utterances concerning Bacchus and Mithras. I, son of Deus, am come to the land of the Thebans Bacchus, whom formerly Semele, the virgin, the daughter of Cadmus, the man from the east, brings forth being delivered by the lightning-bearing flame. And having taken a mortal form instead of gods, I have arrived. 1832. The Dionysiacs, written in the 5th century, serve to render this matter very clear, and even to show its close connection with the Christian legend of the birth of Jesus. Kore, Persephonia 1833. You were wived as the dragon's spouse. When Zeus, very coiled, his form and countenance changed. A dragon bridegroom, coiled in love-inspiring fold. Glided to dark Kore's maiden couch. Thus, by the alliance with the dragon of ether, the womb of Persephone became alive with fruit. Bearing Zagreus 1834 the horned child. 1835. Here we have the secret of the Ophite worship, and the origin of the Christian later revised fable of the Immaculate Conception. The Gnostics were the earliest Christians with anything like a regular theological system, and it is only too evident that it was Jesus who was made to fit their theology as Christos. And not their theology that was developed out of his sayings and doings. Their ancestors had maintained, before the Christian era, that the great serpent Jupiter, the dragon of life, the Father and good divinity, had glided into the couch of Semele, and now, the post-Christian Gnostics, with a very trifling change, applied the same fable to the man Jesus, and asserted that the same good divinity, Saturn, Ildebaoth, had, in the shape of the dragon of life, glided over the cradle of the infant Mary. 1836 In their eyes the serpent was the Logos Christos, the incarnation of divine wisdom, through his father Enola and mother Sophia. Now my mother, the Holy Spirit, Holy Ghost, took me, Jesus is made to say in the Gospel of the Hebrews 1837 thus entering upon his part of Christos the Son of Sophia, the Holy Spirit. 1838. The Holy Ghost shall come upon thee, and the power of the highest shall overshadow thee, therefore, that holy thing which shall be born of thee shall be called Son of God, says the angel, Luke 35. God hath at the last of these days spoken to us by a Son, whom he hath appointed heir of all things, by whom also he made the aeons, Paul, Hebei. 1839. All such expressions are so many Christian quotations from the Nonus verse. Through the ethereal Dracontium, for ether is the Holy Ghost or third person of the Trinity, the hawk-headed serpent, the Egyptian Neph, emblem of the divine mind 1840 and Plato's universal soul. I, wisdom, came out of the mouth of the Most High, and covered the earth as a cloud. 1841. Pimander, the Logos, issues from the infinite darkness, and covers the earth with clouds which, serpentine-like, spread all over the earth, see Champollions Egypti. The Logos is the oldest image of God, and he is the active Logos, says Philo. 1842. The Father is the latent thought. This idea being universal, we find an identical phraseology to express it, among pagans, Jews, and early Christians. The Chaldeo-Persian Logos is the only begotten of the Father in the Babylonian cosmogony of Eudemus. Him now, Eli, child of Deus, begins a Homeric hymn to the Sun. 1843. Solmitra is an image of the Father, as the Kabbalistic Siranpin. That of all the various nations of antiquity, there never was one which believed in a personal devil more than liberal Christians in the 19th century, seems hardly credible, and yet such is the sorrowful fact. Neither the Egyptians, whom Porphyry terms, the most learned nation of the world, 1844, nor Greece, its faithful copyist, were ever guilty of such a crowning absurdity. We may add at once that none of them, not even the ancient Jews, believed in hell or in eternal damnation any more than in the devil, although our Christian churches are so liberal in dealing it out to the heathen. Wherever the word hell occurs in the translations of the Hebrew sacred texts, it is unfortunate. The Hebrews were ignorant of such an idea, but yet the Gospels contain frequent examples of the same misunderstanding. So, when Jesus is made to say, Matthew 16:18, and the gates of Hades shall not prevail against it, in the original text it stands, the gates of death. Never is the word hell, as applied to the state of damnation, either temporary or eternal, used in any passage of the Old Testament, all hell lists to the contrary, notwithstanding. Tophet, or, the Valley of Hinnom, Isaiah 66:24, bears no such interpretation. The Greek term, Gehenna, has also quite a different meaning, as it has been proved conclusively by more than one competent writer, that Gehenna is identical with the Homeric Tartarus. In fact, we have Peter himself as authority for it. In his second epistle, 2:2, the apostle, in the original text, is made to say of the sinning angels that God cast them down into Tartarus. This expression, too inconveniently recalling the war of Jupiter and the Titans, was altered, and now it reads, in King James's version, cast them down to hell. In the Old Testament the expressions, gates of death, and the chambers of death, simply allude to the gates of the grave, which are specifically mentioned in the Psalms and Proverbs. Hell and its sovereign are both inventions of Christianity, coeval with its accession to power and resort to tyranny. They were hallucinations born of the nightmares of the SS Anthony's in the desert. Before our era the ancient sages knew the father of evil, and treated him no better than an ass, the chosen symbol of Typhon, the devil. 1845. Sad degeneration of human brains. As Typhon was the dark shadow of his brother Osiris, so Python is the evil side of Apollo, the bright god of visions, the seer and the soothsayer. He is killed by Python, but kills him in his turn, thus redeeming humanity from sin. It was in memory of this deed that the priestesses of the sun god enveloped themselves in the snake skin, typical of the fabulous monster. Under its exhilarating influence, the serpent skin being considered magnetic, the priestesses fell into magnetic trances, and, receiving their voice from Apollo, they became prophetic and delivered oracles. Again, Apollo and Python are one and morally androgynous. The sun god ideas are all dual, without exception. The beneficent warmth of the sun calls the germ into existence, but excessive heat kills the plant. While playing on his seven-stringed planetary lyre, Apollo produces harmony, but, as well as other sun gods, under his dark aspect he becomes the destroyer, Python. St. John is known to have traveled in Asia, a country governed by magi and imbued with Zoroastrian ideas, and in those days full of Buddhist missionaries. Had he never visited those places and come in contact with Buddhists, it is doubtful whether the revelation would have been written. Besides his ideas of the dragon, he gives prophetic narratives entirely unknown to the other apostles, and which, relating to the second advent, make of Christ a faithful copy of Vishnu. Thus Ophios and Ophiomorphos, Apollo and Python, Osiris and Typhon, Christos and the serpent, are all convertible terms. They are all logoi, and one is unintelligible without the other, as day could not be known had we no night. All are regenerators and saviors, one in a spiritual, the other in a physical sense. One ensures immortality for the divine spirit, the other gives it through regeneration of the seed. The Savior of mankind has to die, because he unveils to humanity the great secret of the immortal ego. The serpent of Genesis is cursed because he said to matter, "Ye shall not die." In the world of paganism the counterpart of the serpent is the second Hermes, the reincarnation of Hermes Trismegistus. Hermes is the constant companion and instructor of Osiris and Isis. He is the personified wisdom. So is Cain, the son of the Lord. Both build cities, civilize and instruct mankind in the arts. It has been repeatedly stated by the Christian missionaries in Ceylon and India that the people are steeped in demonolatry. That they are devil worshippers, in the full sense of the word. Without any exaggeration we say that they are no more so than the masses of uneducated Christians. But even were they worshippers of, which is more than believers in, the devil. Yet there is a great difference between the teachings of their clergy on the subject of a personal devil and the dogmas of Catholic preachers and many Protestant ministers also. The Christian priests are bound to teach and impress upon the minds of their flock the existence of the devil, and the opening pages of the present chapter show the reason why. But not only will the Singhalese Episamphula, who belong to the highest priesthood, not confess to belief in a personal demon, but even the Samanera, the candidates and novices, would laugh at the idea. Everything in the external worship of the Buddhists is allegorical and is never otherwise accepted or taught by the educated pundits. The accusation that they allow, and tacitly agree to leave the poor people steeped in the most degrading superstitions, is not without foundation, but that they enforce such superstitions, we most vehemently deny. And in this they appear to advantage beside our Christian clergy, who, at least those who have not allowed their fanaticism to interfere with their brains, without believing a word of it, yet preach the existence of the devil as the personal enemy of a personal God, and the evil genius of mankind. St. George's dragon, which figures so promiscuously in the grandest cathedrals of the Christians, is not a whit handsomer than the king of snakes, the Buddhist Namadanam the great dragon. If the planetary demon Rahu is believed, in the popular superstition of the Singhalese, to endeavor to destroy the moon by swallowing it. And if in China and Tartary the rabble is allowed, without rebuke, to beat gongs and make fearful noises to drive the monster away from its prey during the eclipses, why should the Catholic clergy find fault, or call this superstition? Do not the country clergy in southern France do the same, occasionally, at the appearance of comets, eclipses, and other celestial phenomena? In 1456, when Halley's comet made its appearance, so tremendous was its apparition, writes Draper, that it was necessary for the Pope himself to interfere. He exorcised and expelled it from the skies. It slunk away into the abysses of space, terror-stricken by the maledictions of Calixtus III, and did not venture back for 75 years. 1846. We never heard of any Christian clergyman or pope trying to disabuse ignorant minds of the belief that the devil had anything to do with eclipses and comets. But we do find a Buddhist chief priest saying to an official who twit him with this superstition, "Our Singhalese religious books teach that the eclipses of the sun and moon denote an attack of Rahu 1847, one of the 9 planets, not by a devil." 1848. The origin of the dragon myth so prominent in the Apocalypse and Golden Legend, and of the fable about simian stylites converting the dragon, is undeniably Buddhistic and even pre-Buddhistic. It was Gautama's pure doctrines which reclaimed to Buddhism the Kashmirians whose primitive worship was the Ophite or serpent worship. Frankincense and flowers replaced the human sacrifices and belief in personal demons. It became the turn of Christianity to inherit the degrading superstition about devils invested with pestilential and murderous powers. The Mahavansa, oldest of the Ceylonese books, relates the story of King Cover-Capel, Cobra de Capello, the snake god, who was converted to Buddhism by a holy Rahat. 1849, and it is earlier, by all odds, than the golden legend which tells the same of Simeon the stylite and his dragon. The Logos triumphs once more over the great dragon. Michael, the luminous archangel, chief of the Aeons, conquers Satan. 1850. It is a fact worthy of remark, that so long as the initiate kept silent, on what he knew, he was perfectly safe. So was it in days of old, and so it is now. As soon as the Christian God, emanating forth from silence, manifested himself as the Word or Logos, the latter became the cause of his death. The serpent is the symbol of wisdom and eloquence, but it is likewise the symbol of destruction. To dare, to know, to will, and be silent, are the cardinal axioms of the Kabbalist. Like Apollo and other gods, Jesus is killed by his Logos. 1851. He rises again, kills him in his turn, and becomes his master. Can it be that this old symbol has, like the rest of ancient philosophical conceptions, more than one allegorical and never suspected meaning? The coincidences are too strange to be results of mere chance. And now that we have shown this identity between Michael and Satan, and the saviors and dragons of other people, what can be more clear than that all these philosophical fables originated in India, that universal hotbed of metaphysical mysticism? The world, says Ramatsarya, in his comments upon the Vedas, commenced with a contest between the spirit of good and the spirit of evil, and so must end. After the destruction of matter, evil can no longer exist, it must return to naught. 1852. In the Apologia, Tertullian falsifies most palpably every doctrine and belief of the pagans as to the oracles and gods. He calls them, indifferently, demons and devils, accusing the latter of taking possession of even the birds of the air. What Christian would now dare doubt such an authority? Did not the psalmist exclaim, "All the gods of the nations are idols," and the angel of the school, Thomas Aquinas, explains, on his own Kabbalistic authority, the word idols by devils? They come to men, he says, and offer themselves to their adoration by operating certain things which seem miraculous. 1853. The fathers were prudent as they were wise in their inventions. To be impartial, after having created a devil, they set to creating apocryphal saints. We have named several in preceding chapters. But we must not forget Baronius, who having read in a work of Chrysostom about the holy Xenoris, the word meaning a pair, a couple, mistook it for the name of a saint, and proceeded forthwith to create of it a martyr of Antioch. And went on to give a most detailed and authentic biography of the blessed martyr. Other theologians made of Apollyon, or rather Apollyon the Antichrist. Apollyon is Plato's washer, the God who purifies, who washes off, and releases us from sin, but he was thus transformed into him, whose name in the Hebrew tongue is Abaddon, but in the Greek tongue hath his name Apollyon, devil. Max Muller says that the serpent in paradise is a conception which might have sprung up among the Jews, and seems hardly to invite comparison with the much grander conceptions of the terrible power of Vritra and Ahriman in the Veda and Avesta. With the Kabbalists the devil was always a myth god or good reversed. That modern Magus, Eliphas Levi, calls the devil Elevres Astrael. It is a blind force like electricity, he says. And, speaking allegorically, as he always did, Jesus remarked that he beheld Satan like lightning fall from heaven. The clergy insist that God has sent the devil to tempt mankind. Which would be rather a singular way of showing his boundless love to humanity. If the Supreme One is really guilty of such unfatherly treachery, he is worthy, certainly, of the adoration only of a church capable of singing the Te Deum over a massacre of St. Bartholomew, and of blessing Mussulman swords drawn to slaughter Greek Christians. This is at once sound logic and good sound law, for is it not a maxim of jurisprudence, que facit per alium, facit per se? The great dissimilarity which exists between the various conceptions of the devil is really often ludicrous. While bigots will invariably endow him with horns, tail, and every conceivable repulsive feature, even including an offensive human smell. 1854 Milton, Byron, Goethe, Lermontov. 1855 And a host of French novelists have sung his praise in flowing verse and thrilling prose. Milton's Satan, and even Goethe's Mephistopheles, are certainly far more commanding figures than some of the angels, as represented in the prose of ecstatic bigots. We have but to compare two descriptions. Let us first award the floor to the incomparably sensational de Musso's. He gives us a thrilling account of an incubus, in the words of the penitent herself. Once, she tells us, during the space of a whole half-hour, she saw distinctly near her an individual with a black, dreadful, horrid body, and whose hands, of an enormous size, exhibited clawed fingers strangely hooked. The senses of sight, feeling, and smell were confirmed by that of hearing, 1856. And yet, for the space of several years, the damsel suffered herself to be led astray by such a hero. How far above this odoriferous gallant is the majestic figure of the Miltonic Satan. Let the reader then fancy, if he can, this superb chimera, this ideal of the rebellious angel become incarnate pride, crawling into the skin of the most disgusting of all animals. Notwithstanding that the Christian Catechism teaches us that Satan in propria persona tempted our first mother, Eve, in a real paradise, and that in the shape of a serpent, which of all animals was the most insinuating and fascinating. God orders him, as a punishment, to crawl eternally on his belly, and bite the dust. A sentence, remarks Levi, which resembles in nothing the traditional flames of hell. The more so, that the real zoological serpent, which was created before Adam and Eve, crawled on his belly, and bit the dust likewise, before there was any original sin. Apart from this, was not Ophion the daimon, or devil, like God called Dominus? 1857. The word God, deity, is derived from the Sanskrit word deva, and devil from the Persian diva, which words are substantially alike. Hercules, son of Jove and Alcmena, one of the highest sun gods and also logos manifested, is nevertheless represented under a double nature, as all others. 1858. The Agatha demon, the beneficent demon 1859, the same which we find later among the Ophites under the appellation of the Logos, or divine wisdom, was represented by a serpent standing erect on a pole, in the Bacchanalian mysteries. The hawk-headed serpent is among the oldest of the Egyptian emblems, and represents the divine mind, says Dean. 1860. Azazel is Moloch and Samuel, says Movers 1861, and we find Aaron, the brother of the great lawgiver Moses, making equal sacrifices to Jehovah and Azazel. And Aaron shall cast lots upon the two goats. One lot for the Lord, Iho in the original, and one lot for the scapegoat, Azazel. In the Old Testament Jehovah exhibits all the attributes of old Saturn 1862, notwithstanding his metamorphoses from Adoni into Eloi, and God of gods, Lord of lords. 1863. Jesus is tempted on the mountain by the devil, who promises to him kingdoms and glory if he will only fall down and worship him, Matthew 4. 8, 9. Buddha is tempted by the demon Wasaworthi Mara, who says to him as he is leaving his father's palace, "Be entreated to stay that you may possess the honors that are within your reach, go not, go not." And upon the refusal of Gautama to accept his offers, gnashes his teeth with rage, and threatens him with vengeance. Like Christ, Buddha triumphs over the devil. 1864. In the Bakshik mysteries a consecrated cup was handed around after supper, called the cup of the Agatha demon. 1865. The Ophite rite of the same description is evidently borrowed from these mysteries. The communion consisting of bread and wine was used in the worship of nearly every important deity. 1866. In connection with the semi-Mithraic sacrament adopted by the Marcosians, another Gnostic sect, utterly Kabbalistic and theurgic, there is a strange story given by Epiphanius as an illustration of the cleverness of the devil. In the celebration of their Eucharist, 3 large vases of the finest and clearest crystal were brought among the congregation and filled with white wine. While the ceremony was going on, in full view of everybody, this wine was instantaneously changed into a blood red, a purple, and then into an azure blue color. Then the magus, says Epiphanius, hands one of these vases to a woman in the congregation, and asks her to bless it. When it is done, the magus pours out of it into another vase of much greater capacity with the prayer, "May the grace of God, which is above all, inconceivable, inexplicable, fill thy inner man, and augment the knowledge of him within thee." Sowing the grain of mustard seed in good ground. 1867 Whereupon the liquor in the larger vase swells and swells until it runs over the brim. 1868. In connection with several of the pagan deities which are made after death, and before their resurrection to descend into hell, it will be found useful to compare the pre-Christian with the post-Christian narratives. Orpheus made the journey 1869 and Christ was the last of these subterranean travelers. In the Credo of the Apostles, which is divided in 12 sentences or articles, each particular article having been inserted by each particular apostle, according to St. Austin 1870 the sentence, "He descended into hell, the third day he rose again from the dead," is assigned to Thomas, perhaps, as an atonement for his unbelief. Be it as it may, the sentence is declared a forgery, and there is no evidence that this creed was either framed by the apostles, or indeed, that it existed as a creed in their time. 1871. It is the most important addition in the Apostles' Creed, and dates since the year of Christ 600.1872. It was not known in the days of Eusebius. Bishop Parsons says that it was not in the ancient creeds or rules of faith. 1873 Irenaeus, Origen, and Tertullian exhibit no knowledge of this sentence. 1874 It is not mentioned in any of the councils before the 7th century. Theodoret, Epiphanius, and Socrates are silent about it. It differs from the creed in St. Augustine. 1875 Rufinus affirms that in his time it was neither in the Roman nor in the Oriental creeds, exposit, in symbol. A post. Section 10. But the problem is solved when we learn that ages ago Hermes spoke thus to Prometheus, chained on the arid rocks of the Caucasian mount. To such labors look thou for no termination, until some god shall appear as a substitute in thy pangs. And shall be willing to go both to gloomy Hades and to the murky depths around Tartarus. Scylus, Prometheus, 1027, ff. This god was Heracles, the only begotten one, and the Saviour. And it is he who was chosen as a model by the ingenious fathers. Hercules called Alexikakos, for he brought round the wicked and converted them to virtue, Soter, or Saviour, also called Noulos Eumelos the Good Shepherd, Astrokeiton, the Star-Clothed, and the Lord of Fire. He sought not to subject nations by force but by divine wisdom and persuasion, says Lucian. Heracles spread cultivation and a mild religion, and destroyed the doctrine of eternal punishment by dragging Kerberos, the pagan devil, from the netherworld. And, as we see, it was Heracles again who liberated Prometheus, the Adam of the pagans, by putting an end to the torture inflicted on him for his transgressions, by descending to the Hades, and going round the Tartarus. Like Christ he appeared as a substitute for the pangs of humanity, by offering himself in a self-sacrifice on a funereal burning pile. His voluntary immolation, says Barth, betokened the ethereal new birth of men. Through the release of Prometheus, and the erection of altars, we behold in him the mediator between the old and new faiths. He abolished human sacrifice wherever he found it practiced. He descended into the somber realm of Pluto, as a shade. He ascended as a spirit to his father Zeus in Olympus. So much was antiquity impressed by the Heraclean legend, that even the monotheistic Jews of those days, not to be outdone by their contemporaries, put him to use in their manufacture of original fables. Heracles is accused in his mythobiography of an attempted theft of the Delphian oracle. In Seper Toldos Jeshu, the rabbins accuse Jesus of stealing from their sanctuary the incommunicable name. Therefore it is but natural to find his numerous adventures, worldly and religious, mirrored so faithfully in the descent into hell. For extraordinary daring of mendacity, and unblushing plagiarism, the Gospel of Nicodemus, only now proclaimed apocryphal, surpasses anything we have read. Let the reader judge. At the beginning of chapter 16, Satan and the Prince of Hell are described as peacefully conversing together. All of a sudden, both are startled by a voice as of thunder, and the rushing of winds, which bids them to lift up their gates, for the King of Glory shall come in. Whereupon the Prince of Hell, hearing this, begins quarreling with Satan for minding his duty so poorly, as not to have taken the necessary precautions against such a visit. The quarrel ends with the prince casting Satan forth from his hell, ordering, at the same time, his impious officers, to shut the brass gates of cruelty, make them fast with iron bars, and fight courageously lest we be taken captives. But, when all the company of the saints in hell heard this, they spoke with a loud voice of anger to the prince of darkness, Open thy gates, that the King of glory may come in, thereby proving that, the prince needed spokesman. And the divine prophet David cried out, saying, Did not I, when on earth, truly prophesy? After this, another prophet, namely holy Isaiah, spake in like manner, Did not I rightly prophesy, etc. Then the company of the saints and prophets, after boasting for the length of a chapter, and comparing notes of their prophecies, begin a riot, which makes the prince of hell remark that the dead never durst before behave themselves so insolently towards us, the devils. 18. 6. Feigning the while to be ignorant who it was claiming admission. He then innocently asks again, But who is the King of glory? Then David tells him that he knows the voice well, and understands its words, because, he adds, I spake them by his Spirit. Perceiving finally that the prince of hell would not open the brass doors of iniquity, notwithstanding the king psalmist's voucher for the visitor, he, David, concludes to treat the enemy as a Philistine, and begins shouting, And now, thou filthy and stinking prince of hell, open thy gates. I tell thee that the King of glory comes, let him enter in. While he was yet quarreling, the mighty Lord appeared in the form of a man, upon which impious Death and her cruel officers are seized with fear. Then they tremblingly begin to address Christ with various flatteries and compliments in the shape of questions, each of which is an article of creed. For instance, And who art thou, so powerful and so great, who dost release the captives that were held in chains by original sin? Asks one devil. Perhaps, thou art that Jesus, submissively says another, of whom Satan just now spoke, that by the death of the cross thou wert about to receive the power over death, etc. Instead of answering, the King of glory tramples upon death, seizes the prince of hell, and deprives him of his power. Then begins a turmoil in hell which has been graphically described by Homer, Hesiod, and their interpreter Preller, in his account of the astronomical Hercules Invictus, and his festivals at Tyre, Tarsus, and Sardis. Having been initiated in the Attic Eleusinian, the pagan god descends into Hades, and, when he entered the nether world, he spread such terror among the dead that all of them fled. 1876. The same words are repeated in Nicodemus. Follows a scene of confusion, horror, and lamenting. Perceiving that the battle is lost, the prince of hell turns tail and prudently chooses to side with the strongest. He against whom, according to Jude and Peter, even the archangel Michael, durst not bring a railing accusation before the Lord, is now shamefully treated by his ex-ally and friend, the prince of hell. Poor Satan is abused and reviled for all his crimes both by devils and saints, while the prince is openly rewarded for his treachery. Addressing him, the King of glory says thus, Beelzebub, the prince of hell, Satan the prince shall now be subject to thy dominion forever, in the room of Adam and his righteous sons, who are mine. Come to me, all ye my saints, who were created in my image, who were condemned by the tree of the forbidden fruit, and by the devil and death. Live now by the wood of my cross, the devil, the prince of this world is overcome, and death is conquered. Then the Lord takes hold of Adam by his right hand, of David by the left, and ascends from hell, followed by all the saints, Enoch and Elias, and by the holy thief. 1877. The pious author, perhaps through an oversight, omits to complete the cavalcade, by bringing up the rear with the penitent dragon of Simon Stylites and the converted wolf of St. Francis, wagging their tails and shedding tears of joy. In the Codex of the Nazarenes it is Tobo who is, the liberator of the soul of Adam, to bear it from Orcus, Hades, to the place of life. Tobo is Tabadonijah, one of the 12 disciples, Levites, sent by Jehoshaphat to preach to the cities of Judah the book of the law, 2 Chron. 17. In the Kabbalistic books these were wise men, magi. They drew down the rays of the sun to enlighten the Sheol, Hades, Orcus, and thus show the way out of the tenebrae, the darkness of ignorance, to the soul of Adam. which represents collectively all the souls of mankind. Adam, Athamas, is Tammuz or Adonis. And Adonis is the sun Helios. In the Book of the Dead, 6. 231, Osiris is made to say, I shine like the sun in the starhouse at the feast of the sun. Christ is called the Son of Righteousness, Helios of Justice, Yuzeb, Demons. Ev. v. 29. Simply a revamping of the old heathen allegories, nevertheless, to have made it serve for such a use is no less blasphemous on the part of men who pretended to be describing a true episode of the earth pilgrimage of their god. Heracles, who has gone out from the chambers of earth. Leaving the nether house of Platon, 1878. At The the Stygian lakes trembled, thee the janitor of Orcus feared. Thee not even Typhon frightened. Hail true son of Jove, glory added to the gods, 1879. More than 4 centuries before the birth of Jesus, Aristophanes had written his immortal parody on the descent into hell, by Heracles. 1880 The chorus of the blessed ones, the initiated, the Elysian fields, the arrival of Bacchus, who is Iachos Iahoan Sabaoth, with Heracles, their reception with lighted torches, emblems of new life and resurrection from darkness. Death unto light, eternal life. Nothing that is found in the Gospel of Nicodemus is wanting in this poem. 1881. Wake, burning torches, for thou comest. Shaking them in thy hand, Iac. Phosphoric star of the nightly rite. 1882. But the Christians accept these post-mortem adventures of their God, concocted from those of his pagan predecessors, and derided by Aristophanes for centuries before our era, literally. The absurdities of Nicodemus were read in the churches, as well as those of the shepherd of Hermas. Irenaeus quotes the latter under the name of Scripture, a divinely inspired revelation. Jerome and Eusebius both insist upon its being publicly read in the churches, and Athanasius observes that the Fathers appointed it to be read in confirmation of faith and piety. But then comes the reverse of this bright metal, to show once more how stable and trustworthy were the opinions of the strongest pillars of an infallible church. Jerome, who applauds the book in his catalogue of ecclesiastical writers, in his later comments terms it apocryphal and foolish. Tertullian, who could not find praise enough for the shepherd of Hermas when a Catholic, began abusing it when a Montanist. 1883. Chapter 13. Begins with the narrative given by the 2 resuscitated ghosts of Carinus and Lenthius, the sons of that Simeon who, in the Gospel according to Luke, 2. 25-32, takes the infant Jesus in his arms and blesses God, saying, Lord, now lettest thou thy servant depart in peace. For mine eyes have seen thy salvation. 1884 These 2 ghosts have arisen from their cold tombs on purpose to declare the mysteries, which they saw after death in hell. They are enabled to do so only at the importunate prayer of Annas and Caiaphas, Nicodemus, the author, Joseph, of Arimathea, and Gamaliel, who beseech them to reveal to them the great secrets. Annas and Caiaphas, however, who bring the ghosts to the synagogue at Jerusalem, take the precaution to make the 2 resuscitated men, who had been dead and buried for years, to swear on the book of the law, by God Adonai, and the God of Israel. To tell them only the truth. Therefore, after making the sign of the cross on their tongues, 1885 they ask for some paper to write their confessions. 12. 21-25. They state how, when, in the depth of hell, in the blackness of darkness, they suddenly saw a substantial, purple-colored light illuminating the place. Adam, with the patriarchs and prophets, began thereupon to rejoice, and Isaiah also immediately boasted that he had predicted all that. While this was going on, Simeon, their father, arrived, declaring that the infant he took in his arms in the temple was now coming to liberate them. After Simeon had delivered his message to the distinguished company in hell, there came forth one like a little hermit, who proved to be John the Baptist. The idea is suggestive and shows that even the precursor, and the prophet of the Most High, had not been exempted from drying up in hell to the most diminutive proportions, and that to the extent of affecting his brains and memory. Forgetting that, Matthew 11, he had manifested the most evident doubts as to the messiahship of Jesus, the Baptist also claims his right to be recognized as a prophet. And I, John, he says, when I saw Jesus coming to me, being moved by the Holy Ghost, I said, Behold the Lamb of God, who takes away the sins of the world. And I baptized him. And I saw the Holy Ghost descending upon him, and saying, This is my beloved Son, etc. And to think, that his descendants and followers, like the Mandeans of Basra, utterly reject these words. Then Adam, who acts as though his own veracity might be questioned in this impious company, calls his son Seth, and desires him to declare to his sons, the patriarchs and prophets, what the archangel Michael had told him at the gate of paradise. When he, Adam, sent Seth to entreat God that he would anoint his head when Adam was sick, 14. 2. And Seth tells them that when he was praying at the gates of paradise, Michael advised him not to entreat God for the oil of the tree of mercy wherewith to anoint Father Adam for his headache. Because thou canst not by any means obtain it till the last days times, namely till 5,500 years be past. This little bit of private gossip between Michael and Seth was evidently introduced in the interests of patristic chronology. And for the purpose of connecting messiahship still closer with Jesus, on the authority of a recognized and divinely inspired gospel. The fathers of the early centuries committed an inextricable mistake in destroying fragile images and mortal pagans, in preference to the monuments of Egyptian antiquity. These have become the more precious to archaeology and modern science since it is found they prove that King Menes and his architects flourished between 4 and 5,000 years before Father Adam and the universe, according to the biblical chronology, were created out of nothing. 1886. While all the saints were rejoicing, behold Satan, the prince and captain of death, says to the prince of hell, Prepare to receive Jesus of Nazareth himself, who boasted that he was the Son of God, and yet was a man afraid of death. And said, My soul is sorrowful even to death. 15. 1, 2. There is a tradition among the Greek ecclesiastical writers that the heretics, perhaps Celsus, had sorely twit the Christians on this delicate point. They held that if Jesus were not a simple mortal, who was often forsaken by the Spirit of Christos, he could not have complained in such expressions as are attributed to him, neither would he have cried out with a loud voice, my God, why hast thou forsaken me? This objection is very cleverly answered in the Gospel of Nicodemus, and it is the Prince of Hell who settles the difficulty. He begins by arguing with Satan like a true metaphysician. Who is that so powerful prince, he sneeringly inquires, who is he so powerful, and yet a man who is afraid of death? I affirm to thee that when, therefore, he said he was afraid of death, he designed to ensnare thee, and unhappy it will be to thee for everlasting ages. It is quite refreshing to see how closely the author of this gospel sticks to his New Testament text, and especially to the fourth evangelist. How cleverly he prepares the way for seemingly innocent questions and answers, corroborating the most dubious passages of the four Gospels. Passages more questioned and cross-examined in those days of subtle sophistry of the learned Gnostics than they are now. A weighty reason why the fathers should have been even more anxious to burn the documents of their antagonists than to destroy their heresy. The following is a good instance. The dialogue is still proceeding between Satan and the metaphysical half-converted prince of the underworld. Who, then, is that Jesus of Nazareth, naively inquires the prince, that by his word hath taken away the dead from me, without prayers to God? 15, 16. Perhaps, replies Satan, with the innocence of a Jesuit, it is the same who took away from me Lazarus, after he had been 4 days dead, and did both stink and was rotten. It is the very same person, Jesus of Nazareth. I adjure thee, by the powers which belong to thee and me, that thou bring him not to me, exclaims the prince. For when I heard of the power of his word, I trembled for fear, and all my impious company were disturbed. And we were not able to detain Lazarus, but he gave himself a shake, and with all the signs of malice, he immediately went away from us, and the very earth, in which the dead body of Lazarus was lodged, presently turned him alive. Yes, thoughtfully adds the Prince of Hell, I know now that he is Almighty God, who is mighty in his dominion, and mighty in his human nature, who is the Saviour of mankind. Bring not therefore this person hither, for he will set at liberty all those I held in prison under unbelief, and will conduct them to everlasting life. 15. 20. Here ends the post-mortem evidence of the two ghosts. Quirinus, Ghost No. 1, gives what he wrote to Annas, Caiaphas, and Gamaliel, and Lenthius, Ghost number 2, his to Joseph and Nicodemus, having done which, both change into exceedingly white forms and were seen no more. To show furthermore that the ghosts had been all the time under the strictest test conditions, as the modern spiritualists would express it, the author of the Gospel adds, but what they had wrote was found perfectly to agree. The one not containing one letter more or less than the other. This news spread in all the synagogues. The Gospel goes on to state, that Pilate went to the temple as advised by Nicodemus, and assembled the Jews together. At this historical interview, Caiaphas and Annas are made to declare that their scriptures testify, that he, Jesus, is the Son of God and the Lord and King of Israel. And close the confession with the following memorable words. And so it appears that Jesus, whom we crucified, is Jesus Christ, the Son of God, and true and almighty God. Amen. Notwithstanding such a crushing confession for themselves, and the recognition of Jesus as the Almighty God himself, the Lord God of Israel, neither the high priest, nor his father-in-law, nor any of the elders, nor Pilate, who wrote those accounts, nor any of the Jews of Jerusalem, who were at all prominent, became Christians. Comments are unnecessary. This Gospel closes with the words, in the name of the Holy Trinity, of which Nicodemus could know nothing yet. Thus ends the acts of our Saviour Jesus Christ, which the Emperor Theodosius the Great found at Jerusalem. In the hall of Pontius Pilate among the public records. And which history purports to have been written in Hebrew by Nicodemus, the things being acted in the 19th year of Tiberius Caesar, Emperor of the Romans, and in the 17th year of the government of Herod, the son of Herod, King of Galilee, on the 8th before the calends of April, etc. etc. It is the most barefaced imposture that was perpetrated after the era of pious forgeries opened with the first bishop of Rome, whoever he may have been. The clumsy forger seems to have neither known nor heard that the dogma of the Trinity was not propounded until 325 years later than this pretended date. Neither the Old or the New Testament contains the word Trinity, nor anything that affords the slightest pretext for this doctrine. See page 177 of this volume, Christ's Descent into Hell. No explanation can palliate the putting forth of this spurious gospel as a divine revelation, for it was known from the first as a premeditated imposture. If the gospel itself has been declared apocryphal, nevertheless every one of the dogmas contained in it was and is still enforced upon the Christian world. And even the fact that itself is now repudiated, is no merit, for the Church was shamed and forced into it. And so we are perfectly warranted in repeating the amended credo of Robert Taylor, which is substantially that of the Christians. I believe in Zeus, the Father Almighty, and in his Son, Iasios Christ our Lord, who was conceived of the Holy Ghost, born of the Virgin Electra, smitten with a thunderbolt, dead and buried. He descended into hell, rose again and ascended up on high, and will return to judge the living and the dead. I believe in the Holy Nous, in the holy circle of great gods, in the community of divinities, in the expiation of sins, the immortality of the soul, and the life everlasting. The Israelites have been proved to have worshipped Baal, the Syrian Bacchus, offered incense to the Sabazian or Aesculapian serpent, and performed the Dionysian mysteries. And how could it be otherwise if Typhon was called Typhon Set, 1887, and Seth, the son of Adam, is identical with Satan or Saturn, and Seth was worshipped by the Hittites less than 2 centuries BC. We find the Jews either reverencing or simply worshipping the golden head of an ass in their temple. According to Apian, Antiochus Epiphanes carried it off with him. And Zacharias is struck dumb by the apparition of the deity under the shape of an ass in the temple. 1888. In his able article, Bacchus, the Prophet God, Professor A. Wilder remarks that Tacitus was misled into thinking that the Jews worshipped an ass, the symbol of Typhon or Seth, the Hyksos god. The Egyptian name of the ass was Ko, the phonetic of Iao. And hence, probably, he adds, a symbol from that mere circumstance. We can hardly agree with this learned archaeologist, for the idea that the Jews reverenced, for some mysterious reason, Typhon under his symbolical representation rests on more proof than one. And for one we find a passage in the Gospel of Mary, is cited from Epiphanius, which corroborates the fact. It relates to the death of Zacharias, the father of John the Baptist, murdered by Herod, says the Protevangelion. Epiphanius writes that the cause of the death of Zacharias was that upon seeing a vision in the temple he, through surprise, was willing to disclose it, but his mouth was stopped. That which he saw was at the time of his offering incense, and it was a man standing in the form of an ass. When he was gone out, and had a mind to speak thus to the people, Woe unto you, whom do you worship? He who had appeared unto him in the temple took away the use of his speech. Afterward when he recovered it, and was able to speak, he declared this to the Jews, and they slew him. They, the Gnostics, add in this book, that on this very account the high priest was commanded by the lawgiver, Moses, to carry little bells, that whensoever he went into the temple to sacrifice, he whom they worshipped, hearing the noise of the bells, might have time enough to hide himself, and not be caught in that ugly shape and figure, Epiph. The sun god of the Syrians, the Egyptians, and the Semites, is declared by Plate to be no other than Set or Seth, and El is the primeval Saturn. Israel. 1889 Shiva is an Ethiopian god, the same as the Chaldean Bulbel. Thus he is also Saturn. Saturn, El, Seth and Kiyun, or the biblical Chion of Amos, are all one and the same deity, and may be all regarded in their worst aspect as Typhon the destroyer. When the religious pantheon assumed a more definite expression, Typhon was separated from his androgyne the good deity, and fell into degradation as a brutal unintellectual power. Such reactions in the religious feelings of a nation were not unfrequent. The Jews had worshipped Baal or Moloch, the sun god Hercules 1890 in their early days, if they had any days at all earlier than the Persians or Maccabees, and then made their prophets denounce them. On the other hand, the characteristics of the Mosaic Jehovah exhibit more of the moral disposition of Shiva than of a benevolent, long-suffering, God. Besides, to be identified with Shiva is no small compliment, for the latter is God of wisdom. Wilkinson depicts him as the most intellectual of the Hindu gods. He is three-eyed, and, like Jehovah, terrible in his resistless revenge and wrath. And, although the destroyer, yet he is the recreator of all things in perfect wisdom. 1891 He is the type of St. Augustine's God who prepares hell for priors into his mysteries, and insists on trying human reason as well as common sense by forcing mankind to view with equal reverence his good and evil acts. Notwithstanding the numerous proofs that the Israelites worshipped a variety of gods, and even offered human sacrifices until a far later period than their pagan neighbors, they have contrived to blind posterity in regard to truth. They sacrificed human life as late as 169 B.C. 1892, and Thebiable contains a number of such records. At a time when the pagans had long abandoned the abominable practice, and had replaced the sacrificial man by the animal. 1893 Jephthah is represented sacrificing his own daughter to the Lord for a burnt offering. The denunciations of their own prophets are the best proofs against them. Their worship in high places is the same as that of the idolaters. Their prophetesses are counterparts of the Pythii and Bacchantes. Pausanias speaks of women colleges which superintend the worship of Bacchus, and of the 16 matrons of Elis. 1894 The Bible says that Deborah, a prophetess, judged Israel at that time. 1895 And speaks of Huldah, another prophetess, who dwelt in Jerusalem, in the college. 1896 And 2 Samuel mentions wise women several times. 1897 Notwithstanding the injunction of Moses not to use either divination or augury. As to the final and conclusive identification of the Lord God of Israel with Moloch, we find a very suspicious evidence of the case in the last chapter of Leviticus, concerning things devoted not to be redeemed. A man shall devote unto the Lord of all that he hath, both of man and beast. None devoted, which shall be devoted of men, shall be redeemed, but shall surely be put to death, for it is most holy unto the Lord. 1898. The duality, if not the plurality of the gods of Israel, may be inferred from the very fact of such bitter denunciations. Their prophets never approved of sacrificial worship. Samuel denied that the Lord had any delight in burnt offerings and sacrifices, 1 Samuel 15:22. Jeremiah asserted, unequivocally, that the Lord, Yahweh Sabaoth Eloh Israel, never commanded anything of the sort, but contrariwise, 7:21-24. But these prophets who opposed themselves to human sacrifices were all Nazars and initiates. These prophets led a party in the nation against the priests, as later the Gnostics contended against the Christian fathers. Hence, when the monarchy was divided, we find the priests at Jerusalem and the prophets in the country of Israel. Even Ahab and his sons, who introduced the Tyrian worship of Baal Hercules and the Syrian goddess into Israel, were aided and encouraged by Elijah and Elisha. Few prophets appeared in Judea till Isaiah, after the northern monarchy had been overthrown. Elisha anointed Jehu on purpose that he should destroy the royal families of both countries, and so unite the people into one civil polity. For the Temple of Solomon, desecrated by the priests, no Hebrew prophet or initiate cared a straw. Elijah never went to it, nor Elisha, Jonah, Nahum, Amos, or any other Israelite. While the initiates were holding to the secret doctrine of Moses, the people, led by their priests, were steeped in idolatry exactly the same as that of the pagans. It is the popular views and interpretations of Jehovah that the Christians have adopted. The question is likely to be asked, in the view of so much evidence to show that Christian theology is only a potpourri of pagan mythologies, how can it be connected with the religion of Moses? The early Christians, Paul and his disciples, the Gnostics and their successors generally, regarded Christianity and Judaism as essentially distinct. The latter, in their view, was an antagonistic system, and from a lower origin. Ye received the law, said Stephen, from the ministration of angels, or aeons, and not from the Most High himself. The Gnostics, as we have seen, taught that Jehovah, the deity of the Jews, was Ildabaoth, the son of the ancient Bohu, or Chaos, the adversary of divine wisdom. The question may be more than easily answered. The law of Moses, and the so-called monotheism of the Jews, can hardly be said to have been more than 2 or 3 centuries older than Christianity. The Pentateuch itself, we are able to show, was written and revised upon this new departure, at a period subsequent to the colonization of Judea under the authority of the kings of Persia. The Christian fathers, in their eagerness to make their new system dovetail with Judaism, and so avoid paganism, unconsciously shunned Scylla only to be caught in the whirlpool of Charybdis. Under the monotheistic stucco of Judaism was unearthed the same familiar mythology of paganism. But we should not regard the Israelites with less favor for having had a Moloch and being like the natives. Nor should we compel the Jews to do penance for their fathers. They had their prophets and their law, and were satisfied with them. How faithfully and nobly they have stood by their ancestral faith under the most diabolical persecutions, the present remains of a once glorious people bear witness. The Christian world has been in a state of convulsion from the first to the present century. It has been cleft into thousands of sects, but the Jews remain substantially united. Even their differences of opinion do not destroy their unity. The Christian virtues inculcated by Jesus in the Sermon on the Mount are nowhere exemplified in the Christian world. The Buddhist ascetics and Indian fakirs seem almost the only ones that inculcate and practice them. Meanwhile the vices which coarse-mouthed slanderers have attributed to paganism, are current everywhere among Christian fathers and Christian churches. The boasted wide gap between Christianity and Judaism, that is claimed on the authority of Paul, exists but in the imagination of the pious. We are not but the inheritors of the intolerant Israelites of ancient days. Not the Hebrews of the time of Herod and the Roman dominion, who, with all their faults, kept strictly orthodox and monotheistic, but the Jews who, under the name of Jehovah Nissi, worshipped Bacchus Osiris, Dionysos, the multiform Jove of Nyssa. The Sinai of Moses. The Kabbalistic demons' allegories of the profoundest meaning were adopted as objective entities, and a satanic hierarchy carefully drawn by the orthodox demonologists. The Rosicrucian motto, Igni Natura Renovator Integra, which the alchemists interpret as nature renovated by fire, or matter by spirit, is made to be accepted to this day as Jesus Nazarenus Rex Iudiorum. The mocking satire of Pilate is accepted literally, and the Jews made to unwittingly confess thereby the royalty of Christ. Whereas, if the inscription is not a forgery of the Constantinian period, it yet is the action of Pilate, against which the Jews were first to violently protest. IHS is interpreted Jesus hominum solvator, and in hoc signo, whereas iota epsilon sigma is one of the most ancient names of Bacchus. And more than ever do we begin to find out, by the bright light of comparative theology, that the great object of Jesus, the initiate of the inner sanctuary, was to open the eyes of the fanatical multitude to the difference between the highest divinity, the mysterious and never-mentioned IAO of the ancient Chaldean and later Neo-Platonic initiates, and the Hebrew Yahu, or Yahweh, Jehovah. The modern Rosicrucians, so violently denounced by the Catholics, now find brought against them, as the most important charge, the fact that they accuse Christ of having destroyed the worship of Jehovah. Would to heaven he could have been allowed the time to do so, for the world would not have found itself still bewildered, after 19 centuries of mutual massacres, among 300 quarreling sects. And with a personal devil reigning over a terrorized Christendom. True to the exclamation of David, paraphrased in King James Version as, "All the gods of the nations are idols," i.e. devils, Bacchus, or the firstborn, or the Orphic Theogony, the monogenes, or only begotten, of Father Zeus and Kore, was transformed, with the rest of the ancient myths, into a devil. By such a degradation, the fathers, whose pious zeal could only be surpassed by their ignorance, have unwittingly furnished evidence against themselves. They have, with their own hands, paved the way for many a future solution, and greatly helped modern students of the science of religions. It was in the Bacchus myth that lay concealed for long and dreary centuries both the future vindication of the reviled gods of the nations, and the last clue to the enigma of Jehovah. The strange duality of divine and mortal characteristics, so conspicuous in the Sinaitic deity, begins to yield its mystery before the untiring inquiry of the age. One of the latest contributions we find in a short but highly important paper in the Evolution, a periodical of New York, the closing paragraph of which throws a flood of light on Bacchus, the Jove of Nyssa, who was worshipped by the Israelites as Jehovah of Sinai. Such was the Jove of Nyssa to his worshippers, concludes the author. He represented to them alike the world of nature and the world of thought. He was the Son of Righteousness, with healing on his wings, and he not only brought joy to mortals, but opened to them hope beyond mortality of immortal life. Born of a human mother, he raised her from the world of death to the supernal air, to be revered and worshipped. At once Lord of all worlds, he was in them all alike the Savior. Such was Bacchus, the prophet god. A change of cultus, decreed by the murderer imperial, the Emperor Theodosius, at the instance of ghostly Father Ambrosius, of Milan, has changed his title to Father of Lies. His worship, before universal, was denominated pagan or local, and his rites stigmatized as witchcraft. His orgies received the name of witches' Sabbath, and his favorite symbolical form with the bovine foot became the modern representative of the devil with the cloven hoof. The master of the house having been called Beelzebub, they of his household were alike denounced as having commerce with the powers of darkness. Crusades were undertaken, whole peoples massacred. Knowledge and the higher learning were denounced as magic and sorcery. Ignorance became the mother of devotion such as was then cherished. Galileo languished long years in prison for teaching that the sun was in the center of the solar universe. Bruno was burned alive at Rome in 1600 for reviving the ancient philosophy. Yet, queerly enough, the Liberalia have become a festival of the Church. 1899 Bacchus is a saint in the calendar 4 times repeated, and at many a shrine he may be seen reposing in the arms of his deified mother. The names are changed. The ideas remain as before. 1900. And now that we have shown that we must indeed bid an eternal farewell to all the rebellious angels, we naturally pass to an examination of the God Jesus, who was manufactured out of the man Jesus to redeem us from these very mythical devils, as Father Ventura shows us. This labor will of course necessitate once more a comparative inquiry into the history of Gautama Buddha, his doctrines and his miracles, and those of Jesus and the predecessor of both Krishna.